Traversing the Uchiha clan, he finds himself an orphan, bereft of both parents and forgotten by his kin. On the brink of starvation, he struggles to survive by crawling and seizing meager rations. Upon awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan after numerous life-threatening experiences, he discovers that these eyes are disappointingly inefficient. A single use depletes all their power. Since the Sharingan cannot be relied upon, I shall pursue the path of immortality. In a desperate struggle, he rises from obscurity. Not only does he aim to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to him, but he also endeavors to carve a unique path to eternal life within this ninja world. Chapter 1. Rebirth of Uchiha. In the 25th year of Konoha, in a secluded courtyard far from the heart of the Uchiha clan, a boy of approximately 5 years sits on the corridor of his home, lost in contemplation as he gazes at the family crest emblazoned on the distant wall. His name is Shenglan, bearing 2 surnames, Wang in his past life, and Uchiha in this one. He is a traveler from another realm. Having perished in an accident in his former life, his soul, retaining its memories, has crossed over into the world of ninjas, reborn as a 5-year-old child. This boy is an orphan. His father, a jonin of the Uchiha clan, perished on a mission. Though his mother was also of Uchiha descent, she was not a ninja, but a frail woman. Upon hearing the tragic news of her husband's demise, she succumbed to sorrow and the overwhelming burden of raising their child alone, ultimately passing away not long ago. Left alone at the tender age of 5, he survived for 3 months on the sporadic charity of others, until the soul of the traveler, Wang Shenglan, took over his body. Despite having assumed control, he could not alter the dire condition of his body, a long-starved child, emaciated and frail. Even with the essence of an adult soul, he could not change the fact that this body was nearly extinguished. The sole means of survival lay in sustenance. Upon his arrival in this world, he discovered that his home contained only a small supply of water, devoid of any edible provisions. After his mother's passing, this unfortunate child had consumed every morsel of food available, yet he was still reluctant to step outside and confront the world beyond. The original body had reached its limit. Despite drinking several sips of water, it was insufficient to summon the strength to leave. He collapsed on the corridor of the courtyard. Is it fear and isolation from the loss of my parents that holds me back? Why won't I step outside? Why did I not heed my mother's words to live on? Shenglan not only took over the body, but also inherited fragments of the original owner's memories. Though he harbors a fervent desire to survive, his body has reached its limits, leaving him without the strength to even venture outside, his unwilling gaze dimming gradually. Perhaps it matters little whether I die once or twice. Perhaps I shall awaken anew in the next world. As time trickled by, despite it being the height of summer with the sun blazing overhead, Shenglan felt only coldness and darkness. Just as his consciousness began to fade, a dispassionate voice pulled him back momentarily. Time for food. Time for food. With the sound, a modestly packaged meal was placed at the door, the visitor showing no intention of entering, merely grumbling as he turned to leave. What a wretched place this is. It takes half an hour to make this round trip. Does anyone care about the heat? Couldn't he just go to the soup kitchen for his meal? I have a mountain of things to do. Who has time for this back and forth? The cold words did not crush Shenglan. Rather, they offered a brief respite from the darkness. Drawing upon his remarkable willpower, he summoned every ounce of his meager strength to crawl toward the meal. With a handful of food, he thoughtlessly shoved it into his mouth, the long period of hunger having erased any notion of moderation. He devoured the life-saving sustenance with abandon. Once he finished the meal, he shakily stood and staggered back into the room. After lying in the stifling room and dozing off for an afternoon nap, he finally regained a modicum of strength. Upon waking, he conducted a thorough search of the house, eager to ascertain if there were any valuable items that could aid in his survival. Soon, he had scoured the entire dwelling and unearthed all useful belongings. A kunai, 2 shuriken, 2 fire-style jutsu scrolls, an illusion technique scroll, and a scroll concerning hand seals, as well as a letter written by his mother. Shenglan skimmed over the other items, tenderly stowing the letter close to his heart. It was a mother's admonition to her 5-year-old child. She wrote extensively, filled with numerous concerns and various anxieties regarding the future. The letter repeatedly urged him to be strong and to persevere through hardship, no matter how challenging or painful life may become. The frail woman's handwriting was faint, yet the depth of her love profoundly resonated with Shenglan. Reading the letter, he was reminded of his own parents. How devastated they must have been upon learning of his death. They were no longer young. How would they navigate the days ahead? Contemplating this brought a heavy ache to his heart. Since I can arrive here, there must exist a path back. By harnessing the power of this world, I may still have a chance to return home. With a clear goal and direction established, Shenglan's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination, a radiance born of hope. In that moment, he felt an intense itch in his eyes. After rubbing them vigorously, they inexplicably returned to normal. These must be my father's legacy, a scroll for Great Fireball Technique, one for Phoenix Flower Technique, and another for Naraka Path Technique. Shenglan shook his head in disappointment. He currently lacked chakra, rendering these scrolls temporarily useless. What he truly needed was a method to cultivate chakra. And there was also money and food. The money, part of what led to my mother's decline, was the death benefit from my father. Who would have thought the marginalized clan members would be treated so poorly? Is it because they hold no value? Shenglan carelessly placed the ninjutsu scrolls in the living room, taking only the kunai, which he secured at his waist before unsteadily exiting the house. According to Uchiha Shenglan's mother, their family was entitled to a death compensation, yet she had been unable to retrieve it despite multiple attempts to claim it from the clan, each time thwarted by various excuses. As far as he knew, someone had initially come to inform them of the money, but at that time, his mother was too ill to go, and by the time she was well enough to claim it, it was no longer accessible. Such occurrences were utterly illogical. He needed to confront the clan and demand clarity. Having merged with Uchiha Shenglan's memories, he naturally inherited the burdens of the original owner, and now he would live on in their stead. Chapter 2. Debt collection. Following the route etched in his memory, Shenglan arrived at an administrative office of the Uchiha clan, a significant establishment responsible for household registrations and the distribution of compensation funds. After making inquiries, he found himself before the window designated for the disbursement of compensation, where the atmosphere was rather desolate, with few patrons in sight. "Excuse me, has the compensation for Uchiha arrived? I am his son, here to claim his sacrifice compensation." As his voice echoed, a man emerged from within after a brief silence. His name was Uchiha. He glanced around cautiously, ensuring they were alone, before offering a gentle smile. "Little brother, where are your elders?" "They have all passed away. I am the only one left at home," Shenglan replied flatly, as if recounting an ordinary occurrence. "Oh, how tragic. A child as small as you," Uchiha sighed, feigning sympathy. Shenglan fixed his gaze intently on the man's face and reiterated his purpose for being there. "The compensation for Uchiha? I need to check if it has arrived. Please come back in a few days. It arrived 4 months ago. However, my mother was unable to come due to her illness. I am here to collect it today. I believe that compensation for a sacrifice made in the line of duty is rightfully owed to the family, regardless of how long it takes, correct?" Shenglan stated calmly, his composure unnerving Uchiha for a fleeting moment before he regained his demeanor. "Are you joking? A mere child who hasn't even been weaned. And you think I can't handle you?" Uchiha frowned slightly, his voice cold. "I said I would check. Come back another day. Check now. I will remain here until you do. I will leave only when you have the results." Shenglan's tone was devoid of warmth, refusing to yield. "Are you looking for trouble? Kid, do you believe I won't break your legs?" Uchiha threatened darkly, showing no intention of yielding. "Come now." Many pairs of eyes from the clan witnessed my entrance. "If you dare to break my limbs now, I shall crawl out of here." Shenglan boldly extended his hands. "Haha, you have guts. Even if I give you the money, do you dare to accept it? Do you have a life to spend?" Upon hearing this, Shenglan met Uchiha's cold, swirling Sharingan, and, despite the palpable dread and unease, he enunciated each word. "Immediately, right now, return my family's compensation. Otherwise, even if my limbs are broken, I shall crawl to the elders to seek justice." Uchiha's expression shifted drastically. He was not only shocked by Shenglan's words, but also by the child's ability to withstand the mental pressure exerted by the Sharingan. This was tantamount to a minor genjutsu. As for casting a more substantial illusion, he dared not attempt it. After all, given this child's frail appearance, it could very well lead to dire consequences. This was not an outcome he wished to witness. He could only rely on softer tactics and intimidation against Shenglan. However, he now realized the gravity of the situation. This child was serious, and if he did not return the compensation, he might indeed escalate the matter to higher authorities. After weighing the pros and cons, Uchiha donned a more amiable expression and said, "Such courage. Truly, you are Chi's child. He and I were close friends. How could I not return your family as compensation? Please wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you." With that, Uchiha turned and entered the office. He had indeed embezzled the compensation funds. At the time, the clan had sent word to Shenlong's mother, but she failed to collect it on 2 occasions due to her illness, granting him an opportunity to misappropriate the funds. He had been pursued for gambling debts and, in a moment of desperation, had used the compensation money to settle his debts, reasoning that no one would come to claim it. He believed he could return the money later when he was in a better position. Such matters were best kept in the shadows, for if they became public, he would be branded a pariah within the Uchiha clan for misappropriating the compensation for a fallen ninja, a crime most reviled. Here, this is your family's compensation, totaling 12,000 ryo. As Uchiha handed over the money, he noticed Shenlong's eyes reddening slightly, fixed intently on him. Assuming the child doubted the amount, he hastily explained. According to Konoha regulations, the compensation for fallen ninjas is distributed based on their rank. For a genin, it is 1,000 ryo. For a chunin, 10,000 ryo. For a special jounin, 100,000 ryo. For a jounin, 1 million ryo. And for an elite jounin, 5 million ryo. The Uchiha clan, being the foremost clan in Konoha, adds an additional 20% to these amounts. Your father was a chunin, thus the compensation is 12,000 ryo. Listening to Uchiha's explanation, Shenlong remained unmoved. After accepting the money, he composed himself and spoke softly. Do you understand? To you, this sum may be inconsequential, but it was earned with my father's life and directly affects the lives of 2 others in my family. After stating this, he turned and departed. Uchiha watched as the child's silhouette faded, muttering to himself, "How is this little brat still alive? Wasn't it said he never stepped outside his door? How is it that the delivery boy was willing to travel so far to bring him food? Not only has he ventured outside, but he also dares to come here to collect a debt. This is quite unexpected." Yet, he was mistaken. The child's life was still intact. So how could it be said that 2 lives were at stake? Chapter 3. The guide Shenlong, however, was still within the establishment and had merely turned around to approach another service window. This area was busier, and he found himself in line, mostly surrounded by children, with occasional adults accompanying them. In the midst of the crowd, Shenlong stood out conspicuously, for he was quite unique, small in stature, slender in build, yet exuding an air of calmness. He was quiet and well-mannered, unlike the other children who fidgeted and created a ruckus. His frail body, tattered clothes, and unkempt hair bore the marks of prolonged malnourishment, yet his bright, extraordinary black eyes could set hearts ablaze with awe. Soon, he reached the front of the line. Without waiting for the attendant to inquire, he stated his intention directly. "I wish to enroll in the Ninja Academy. Please assist me with the application." "Little brother, where are your family members? How old are you?" The staff member, Uchiha, looked at Shenlong's pitifully thin frame and spoke gently. "I am 5 years old. I am all alone at home." "Oh, I am so sorry." Uchiha sincerely apologized before continuing. "Little brother, you must be at least 6 years old to enroll in the Ninja Academy. Are your parents ninjas? If so, family members of ninjas can attend the academy for free. If not, there is a fee. However, as a commoner of the Uchiha clan, you only need to pay 50% of the fee." Though aware that Shenlong was only 5 years old, Uchiha patiently explained the situation to him. Shenlong fell silent upon hearing this. He recalled that Kakashi graduated at the ages of 5 or 6. How could not attending a year of the Ninja Academy be considered graduation? If Uchiha's words held true, could it be that the original narrative was untrustworthy? Unwilling to give up, Shenlong pressed further. "Is it truly impossible for me to enroll at 5? I can pay." He is in urgent need of becoming stronger, and much knowledge can be found within the Ninja Academy. Although a 5-year-old is not too young to enroll, it requires a nomination from a jonin. "Little brother, you might as well focus on eating well and exercising to strive for a healthy body. This way, when you attend the Ninja Academy a year later, you won't be bullied." Uchiha patiently explained and offered a practical suggestion. Upon hearing this, Shenlong fell silent, fully aware that this was indeed the best course of action. However, the money he had on him was barely enough to sustain him for 2 years, which meant he had to graduate as a genin by the age of 7 to start earning. As for investing the 12,000 ryo he possessed, he found that notion somewhat unrealistic and overly taxing. If a year were to be delayed due to his physical condition, he doubted he could graduate from the ninja school after just 1 year of study. Despite possessing the soul of an adult, he understood he was not a genius like Kakashi, nor did he have a powerful figure like White Fang backing him. 2 years was the most optimistic timeline for graduation, and Shenlong had confidence in that. Unfortunately, it seemed unlikely that any jonin would nominate him. Well then, thank you. Shenlong nodded, expressing his gratitude. Though his expression was marked by a profound sense of melancholy, which deeply touched the compassionate heart of Uchiha Josie. Why don't you wait for me, sister? Let me finish up, and I'll ask for you. Uchiha Josie glanced at the office behind her and said through gritted teeth. Although she and Shenlong were strangers, she felt a strong sense of empathy. Upon hearing this, Shenlong's face lit up with surprise. Really? Is sister a jonin? Ah, no, I'm just an ordinary chunin. However, my grandfather is a powerful jonin, and my cousin, who is the same age as you, is also going to school a year early. So I thought I'd ask my grandfather if he could help you out, but I can't guarantee success. Uchiha Josie said with a shy smile, looking quite adorable. All right, then I'll trouble you, sister. Not only are you beautiful, but your heart is even more beautiful. His words were indeed sincere. Ha, not at all. Uchiha Josie blushed, unable to hide her bashfulness despite the compliment coming from a mere 5-year-old. It's precisely because 5-year-olds do not lie. Before Shenlong could say more, the line of people behind them grew impatient, prompting Uchiha Josie to pull him aside, signaling him to wait until she finished. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, Uchiha Josie finally completed her tasks and led Shenlong into the nearby office. The door was ajar, and Shenlong saw a man in his 60s playing a horse-riding game with his granddaughter. The girl was filled with joyful laughter, but the office was a chaotic mess, leaving Uchiha Josie speechless. Grandpa, can you please not turn the office into a disaster every time Meichin comes over? You never clean up, and I end up doing it all. If this continues, I won't take care of it anymore. Uchiha Josie complained, her voice tinged with melancholy, though a smile graced her lips. Ah, Josie, you're done? Ha. The old man chuckled heartily, quickly setting down Uchiha Meichin from his back. Upon noticing the unfamiliar visitor, Uchiha Meichin immediately adopted a demure and obedient demeanor, a scene that elicited a chuckle from those present. Oof, Grandpa, you are so biased. I'm out here working myself to the bone, and you're inside playing with Meichin? How can you justify that? Uchiha Josie feigned jealousy. The old man scratched his nose and laughed heartily. Ha, isn't this just division of labor? Grandpa is busy too. I just got a break to play with Meichin. If you don't believe me, just ask her. After saying this, he winked at Uchiha Meichin, who blinked her big eyes and replied with a smile. Ask me? I don't know anything. Huh, did Grandpa get sand in his eyes? The old man, hearing this, jumped up in frustration. You little rascal, I pampered you for this? Feeling the reproachful gaze of Uchiha Josie, the old man skillfully changed the subject. Who is this little one? Indeed, this tactic proved effective. Uchiha Josie immediately forgot her earlier irritation. Ah, little brother, what is your name? Uchiha Josie turned to Shenlong, showing no signs of embarrassment. I am Uchiha Shenlong. This young brother Shenlong wishes to enroll in the Ninja Academy a year early. Grandpa, please help him out by adding his name to Meichin's nomination. Upon hearing this, the old man was taken aback. Josie, you're being too reckless. A Jonin-S nomination is not something to be taken lightly. A nominated child is guaranteed to have a Jonin-S backing, ensuring they can become a Jonin in the future, which means the Ninja Academy will invest more effort into their training. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, I believe young brother Shenlong can become a Jonin. Uchiha Josie initially expressed shock, but then responded nonchalantly, which left Shenlong feeling both amused and touched. Should? The old man's mouth twitched. Look at this kid, he's all skin and bones. A gust of wind could blow him over. Besides, you barely know him. Just learning his name doesn't mean you should be overly sympathetic. Most importantly, each Jonin can only nominate one candidate. Uchiha Josie, however, ignored most of his words and replied, But Grandpa, you're an elder. Isn't this a small matter for you? Elder? What of it? I'm an elder of the Uchiha clan, not Konoha. How can I assist in such matters? Others will accuse me of abusing my power. The old man lamented with a pained expression. You talk too much. Will you help or not? Uchiha Josie was already growing impatient. I want help. Fine. If you want help, I want come to work tomorrow, and then you can beg me. Uchiha Josie threatened with a cold smile. Why are you always at odds with your grandpa? The old man grumbled in frustration. Just then, Shenlong, with a serious expression, interjected, a jonin will not be my endpoint. Chapter 4. Beyond Jonin Silence. Aside from Uchiha Meichin and Josie, who did not understand the statement, the old man was greatly astonished. However, after a brief moment of surprise, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you little brat, just spouting nonsense. Do you even know what you're saying? Do you understand what a jonin is? A jonin is already the pinnacle of a ninja. You know nothing, you little rascal. Oh, is that so? Shenlong softly inquired, then quietly observed the old man. As the old man met Shenlong's gaze, his laughter gradually ceased, and his expression turned exceptionally grave. Many might believe that a jonin is the ultimate achievement, for even a village's leader can only be regarded as an elite jonin. Yet the old man knew that there indeed exists something beyond a jonin. Others might be unaware of this existence or subconsciously forget it, but as an elder of the Uchiha clan, how could he possibly forget? 20 years ago, during the Battle of the Valley of the End, the intensity of the conflict could be felt even in Konoha, dozens of kilometers away. Tremors shook the ground incessantly, and that night, the entire village was engulfed in an unsettling silence, as its inhabitants fervently prayed for the first Hokage to emerge victorious. They were powerless to intervene. Whether they were jonin or elite jonin, the nature of such a battle was beyond their reach, leaving them with no option but to hope silently. Uchiha Fuyu, an elder of the Uchiha clan, was in his prime at that time. He sensed the fierce battle occurring miles away, and his emotions were a tumultuous mix of hope for the first Hokage's victory and sorrow for his former clan leader. Once revered as a symbol of their faith, Uchiha Madara. With Madara's departure, the clan had lost its soul, and with his defeat, their pride faded into oblivion. They were now a clan stripped of both spirit and dignity, their decline an inevitable fate. Uchiha Fuyu's pupils constricted, and unbeknownst to him, his Sharingan awakened, locking onto the bright black eyes of Shenlong. There was something extraordinary about those eyes. What was it? Uchiha Fuyu furrowed his brow, perplexed. This seemingly frail 5-year-old boy radiated an inexplicable aura. What made him so different? Was it the influence of those words and Lord Madara? No, it was something else. Lost in thought, his Sharingan emitted a heavy aura, causing even the fearless Uchiha Mikoto to refrain from interrupting him at that moment. After a long pause, he shook his head, dismissing his musings to inquire directly, "Where is your master? What is your father's name? Who permitted you to attend school a year early?" "I am alone in my family. My father is named Uchiha Haru." Uchiha Haru? Just a chunin, what accomplishments could his child possibly achieve? Uchiha Fuyu mused inwardly, fully aware that the Uchiha clan's legacy was rooted in bloodline. The son of a chunin was unlikely to become a jonin, as the likelihood of a single Tomo Sharingan bearer giving birth to a descendant with 2 or 3 Tomo was over 90%, a near certainty. However, upon meeting Shenlong's gaze once more, his perspective shifted. At your age, being able to maintain eye contact under my Sharingan for such an extended period is indeed remarkable. I shall endorse your nomination to the Jonin school. Uchiha Josie and Shenlong exchanged smiles, and he bowed earnestly to Uchiha Fuyu. Thank you. He had just learned of the many unwritten rules within the Ninja Academy. The disparity between being nominated by a Jonin and not was vast. If what Uchiha Fuyu said was true, such a nomination was indeed a form of patronage. Only someone in his position as an elder of the Uchiha clan could afford such privileges. In a lesser clan, only a clan leader could nominate 2 students at once. Don't celebrate too soon. Once you're at the Ninja Academy, you must ensure that Mikoto is well protected. If she suffers even the slightest indignity, I will hold you accountable. I don't need anyone's protection. Uchiha Mikoto retorted, her cheeks flushed as she dashed out. Mikoto? Uchiha Mikoto? Could she be Itachi and Sasuke's mother? Shenlong mused, suddenly taking note of the girl. Hey, what are you thinking, you little rascal? When I say protect her, I mean you should step in when someone bullies her, and you should also take action if she is the one bullying others. Don't get it twisted, Shenlong replied, somewhat exasperated. Bodyguard and enforcer, Uchiha Fuyu chuckled. By the way, keep an eye out for that little brat Uchiha Fugaku, who buzzes around Mikoto like a fly. If you have the ability, teach him a lesson. Grandfather, he hasn't even started school yet. How could he possibly be a match for Fugaku? Sending him to deal with that would only lead to him getting beaten up. Besides, if you have the capability, why not handle it yourself? Asking Shenlong to do it is just putting him in danger. Uchiha Josie pointed at Shengluan's frail figure, muttering under his breath. Uchiha Fuyu, hearing this, erupted in frustration. If he weren't the grandson of the great elder, I would have dealt with him myself long ago. Shengluan scratched his head awkwardly, finding it amusing to hear someone assert their indignation so confidently. After leaving the administrative office, Shengluan promptly sought out a noodle shop, ordering a large bowl of noodles and slurping it down. Despite his emaciated frame, he felt only half satiated after consuming the substantial bowl. Yet he resisted the urge to order more. His priority was to nourish his body rather than merely fill his stomach. After his meal, he casually purchased a bunch of bananas and a few apples from a fruit stand, along with 2 bottles of milk and some bread from a small shop. Before heading home, along the way, he remained vigilant, frequently glancing around to ensure he wasn't being followed, until he finally reached his courtyard. Upon arriving home, his first task was to secure several small scrolls on his person, then lock the doors and windows before stepping outside once more. He climbed a large tree several hundred meters away from his home, a tree he had previously ascended, which offered a view of his courtyard while remaining hidden from sight. Perched on the tree trunk, he began studying one of the sealing technique scrolls. Occasionally, he practiced the hand seals depicted within, acutely aware that mastering these seals was essential for any ninja. The speed of hand seals was of utmost importance. After all, Uchiha Itachi's astonishing speed allowed him to perform 6 seals in a mere second, a feat that had even left Kakashi, with over a decade of experience, astounded. Chapter 5. The anomaly of mental strength. The summer night was destined to be anything but tranquil, as the chorus of insects, the calls of night owls, and the rustling of small creatures echoed incessantly. Shengluan not only heard these sounds clearly, but could also perceive their source. He discovered that his senses were extraordinarily acute, able to detect even the moisture in the air that intensified with the deepening night. Initially, Shengluan thought it to be a result of his physical lineage, considering he was of the Uchiha clan, while in his previous life, he had been an ordinary person. Yet, upon examining his frail body, he dismissed that notion, realizing that this current physique was far weaker than what he had possessed at his previous age. It wasn't due to his body. Rather, it stemmed from the realm of the mind. Reflecting on the memories he had inherited from Uchiha Shengluan, he recognized that the confluence of 2 lifetimes' worth of mental energy within this fragile form caused his heightened senses to manifest. His intuition was correct, but there was even more to it. He possessed not only the mental strength of 2 lives, but also the unique experiences of 2 distinct deaths, one from his past life and the other from the memories of Uchiha Shengluan's demise. These extraordinary encounters with death had exponentially augmented his mental prowess. When compared to his peers, his current mental energy was at least several dozen times greater than that of an average 5-year-old. Although this disparity would diminish as he and his contemporaries grew, it was certain that within the future ninja world, no one of his age would be able to rival his mental strength. Of course, this was contingent upon him surviving until that time. It was precisely due to the formidable nature of his mental strength, coupled with the fragility of his physical form, that he exuded an aura that made Uchiha Fuyu perceive him as extraordinary and formidable. This sensation intensified significantly when Uchiha Fuyu activated his Sharingan. After all, the Sharingan embodies the essence of in release, allowing one to perceive the unseen spiritual energies to a certain extent. Indeed, there are benevolent individuals in the world who selflessly assist others, such as Josie and, in his youth, Obito. However, Uchiha Fugaku is certainly not one of them. Otherwise, he would not hold the esteemed position of an elder within the Uchiha clan. With his status as an elder, merely voicing a nomination holds little weight. Despite the late hour, Shengluan felt no drowsiness, nor did he sense any fatigue. This is one manifestation of mental fortitude. Another manifestation is his remarkable capacity for learning. In the darkness, most of Shengluan's focus was dedicated to the hand seals. 12 seals were exceedingly simple for him, to the point where he could perform them perfectly after a single observation. However, he needed to practice more to enhance his speed in executing the seals. Suddenly, in the midst of his practice, he paused and unexpectedly took out a banana to eat. His gaze fixed intently on a shadow that flitted across his yard several hundred meters away. Although the movement was swift, Shengluan had caught sight of it. He had maintained a portion of his attention there. And the reason he could not return home and had to endure the mosquitoes on summer nights was to guard against that very shadow. He had been contemplating for quite some time whether his existence held any significance for the Uchiha clan, or if anyone remembered him. After much reflection, he could only lament that the answer was no. In other words, the Uchiha clan would not notice his absence. They would remain oblivious to his existence. And if he were to perish in his home, no one would be aware of it. This, too, elucidates why it was so easy for Xingluan to acquire that compensation. Just as Uchiha Sho had inquired, "Do you dare to take it without fearing for your life?" He was not jesting. He was certain of the compensation from Xingluan's family. 12,000 ryo, neither an insignificant nor excessive sum. It could be considered the reward for a C-rank mission. Killing an inconsequential 5-year-old would yield the equivalent of a C-rank mission's payment, and undoubtedly, many ninjas would choose to take action. In this world, darkness far exceeds light, especially in the profession of a ninja who does not bear the weight of lives lost. After encountering the shadows of this world, how could Xingluan afford to be careless? His life, to others, was as light as a feather. All he could do was continuously add weight to that feather, making it so heavy that no one could wield it, so heavy that no one could shake it. Just wait. Your life is as good as mine. Greedy Chunin. Xingluan casually discarded the banana peel and settled into a slightly more comfortable position before drifting off to sleep. As the morning mist enveloped the surroundings, the dew dampened his hair, rousing him from slumber. 6 hours of sleep left him feeling rejuvenated. Had he slept more comfortably, 5 hours would have sufficed. Were he a few years older, perhaps 4 hours would be adequate. Glancing at his yard, he climbed down the large tree and departed without returning home. There was little of significance there, making his return inconsequential. After a brief workout, he sought out a section of the river for a refreshing bath, changed into clean clothes, and made his way to the marketplace of the clan. He had an extensive and varied shopping list: food, clothing, knives, steel forks, tents, traps for hunting, and various other supplies, necessitating a substantial quantity. He resolved to temporarily leave the Uchiha territory to evade Uchiha Sho. "Hey there, little brother, preparing so much gear. Where are you off to? You can't possibly carry all this, can you? Would you like my son to help deliver it to your destination?" "Free delivery," boomed the owner of a camping supply store, delighted by the rare sight of such a significant customer early in the morning. I've been reading a few books on wilderness survival and thought I might challenge myself." Xingluan replied. "Haha, I see. Truly, you are a child of the Uchiha clan, a real boy. Where are you headed? Uncle will have someone help you with that," the store owner exclaimed, patting Xingluan on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Where to? I haven't decided yet. Do you have a map of Konoha?" Xingluan asked earnestly. "We only deliver within the Uchiha territory." "Huh, a contradiction? I thought you offered free delivery. Do you think I'm an easy target just because I'm a child? Do you have no conscience?" Xingluan retorted, displeased. "I'll tell you, if you don't help me deliver today, I'll set up my tent in your yard, and not only that, I will spread the word that you run a black shop that bullies customers." The store owner, hearing this, was taken aback and then quickly retrieved a map of Konoha to hand to Xingluan. He was not afraid of Xingluan causing a ruckus, but simply found it troublesome. It was easier to avoid conflict than to engage in it. Moreover, he had initially forgotten to inform Xingluan that deliveries were restricted to the Uchiha territory. Upon receiving the map, Xingluan's demeanor returned to normal, quietly observing it as if nothing had occurred, much to the store owner's exasperation. He called for his son to take charge of Xingluan's belongings. A boy of around 13 grumbled, "Just when I finally have a day off from missions, you make me do this. Am I not allowed to live?" At that moment, Xingluan pointed out a suitable location to the boy. "Huh, kid. Do you realize that place is perilously close to the Forest of Death? It's far too dangerous for your little games." The Uchiha boy scoffed. Xingluan nodded, wishing to avoid further questions, and commanded, "Just deliver it there. You need not concern yourself with anything else. TCH, brat. Just don't end up so scared you wet yourself," the Uchiha boy huffed, rolling his eyes before producing a storage scroll, sealing all the items within. Xingluan gazed on with envy at this impressive feat. "Wow, your brother is a ninja?" Xingluan feigned astonishment, prompting the Uchiha boy to swell with pride. Though he had only recently graduated from the ninja academy, he casually adjusted the zipper on his collar, revealing the metallic sheen of the Konoha forehead protector. "Ah, impressive. You truly are a ninja. I admire you." "Ahem. Let us go." The Uchiha boy coughed lightly, yet his expression betrayed his enjoyment. Along the way, Xingluan posed numerous inquiries, to which the boy patiently responded, detailing the terrain near their destination, where wild beasts roamed, and suitable spots for camping. Upon reaching the site, the Uchiha boy cheerfully assisted Xingluan in setting up the tent before departing, displaying remarkable enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Shenluan watched the boy's retreating figure, feeling a surge of frustration. He had intended to flatter the boy into teaching him about chakra refinement methods, knowledge that would soon be accessible at the Ninja Academy, and thus not particularly secretive. Yet, that rascal had extorted 500 ryo from him. Ugh, the son of a greedy merchant is still a merchant. What a waste of half a day's effort. 500 ryo. That was more than the share of a D-rank mission completed by a genin, considering missions typically involved a team of 4, 1 jonin and 3 genin, meaning the payment would naturally be divided among them. Certainly, had it not been for his own impatience and eagerness to learn, he would not have fallen victim to extortion. Shenluan rummaged through his pocket, realizing that within a single day, nearly 3/4 of his money had vanished. However, this sacrifice had procured him supplies sufficient for 2.5 years of sustenance. Once he organized his cutlery and traps, he surveyed the camping area. It was tranquil, with few visitors. A river lay ahead, a few kilometers away from the Ninja Academy, while vast forests stretched behind him. Beyond those woods, formidable barbed wire fences marked the boundary of the so-called Death Forest, the very site where the Chunin exams were held in the original tale. Shenluan chose this location for its seclusion, allowing for unhindered movement while simultaneously evading the Uchiha hunt. Additionally, it was conveniently close to the Ninja Academy, merely a 20 to 30-minute journey. Lastly, the area offered ample hunting grounds and food sources. Gazing at the river, he mused that fishing could stave off hunger. Satisfied with his choice, Shenluan sought a shaded spot to commence his chakra refinement. Chakra is an energy born from the harmonious fusion of mental and physical energies. To harness this energy, one must extract physical energy from 130 trillion cells, one by one, and subsequently combine it with the mental energy accumulated through training and experience to create what is known as chakra. His mental energy was formidable, distinct from the ordinary, making its application relatively effortless. The challenge lay in extracting physical energy cell by cell. Soon enough, the efficacy of his potent mental energy became apparent, as Shenluan successfully extracted chakra within 3 minutes. Yet, after 30 minutes, the quantity remained scant, and even after 3 hours, he had garnered little. He began to sense the underlying issue. Indeed, without strengthening his body first, he could not expect substantial chakra production. Moreover, if he forcibly extracted chakra using his immense mental energy, he risked damaging his cells, rendering the effort counterproductive. While he focused on refining his physical energy, he started to perceive the strength and weakness of his cells. His current physical condition was still quite inadequate, and improvement would require time. There was no way to rush it. After 3 continuous hours of chakra refinement, he felt his physical energy nearing depletion and found himself quite hungry. He took out a large bottle of milk and drank deeply while nibbling on a piece of bread. With several traps and a cage in hand, Shenluan ventured deep into the forest. Upon nearing the barbed wire of the Death Forest, he halted and set up his traps, using fine ropes in conjunction with tree trunks to establish over a dozen snares. The bait was bountiful, including bread soaked in milk, apple cores, carrots, and even eggs. He had truly invested heavily. Having set the traps, Shenluan returned to his campsite. After filling his stomach, he engaged in various simple physical exercises, sometimes swimming and fishing in the river, other times practicing the precision of shuriken throwing or refining his chakra. His every moment was devoted to physical training, chakra refinement, and sustenance. Life was challenging, and the pursuit of strength even more so. All he could do was strive, persevere, and strive again. As night approached, Shenluan returned to the trap-laden area, hoping to procure some meat for a taste. Although it would have been preferable to check the traps the following day, he thought. What if there is something? After all, it had been more than half a day. He inspected many traps only to find them empty, feeling a tinge of disappointment until he reached the last trap, which contained a surprising catch. "Oh, what a magnificent snake!" he exclaimed, gazing at the unidentified python, its head struck by the trap. This trap was specifically designed for snakes, swift and powerful. Unfortunately, the egg bait had inevitably shattered. Nevertheless, among all his provisions, he had purchased the most eggs. 1 egg exchange for 20 pounds of snake meat was simply too advantageous. If he could achieve such results during the day, how much more could he expect at night? The prospect of future meat supplies looked promising. With that thought, Shenluan promptly added a few more snake traps and, with a joyful countenance, dragged the unidentified python back to camp. The 20 pounds of snake meat would suffice for 2 to 3 days. alleviating his food concerns and allowing him to devote more time and energy to physical training. As he immersed himself in chakra refinement, he gradually understood a critical truth. Due to his exceptionally powerful mental energy, the speed at which he refined chakra was astonishing, often inadvertently exhausting cellular energy and causing damage. This situation had both advantages and disadvantages. The optimal solution lay in either pausing or reducing his chakra refinement time until his body was stronger and healthier. All issues converged upon his youthful and frail physique, making it evident that only by strengthening his body could many problems be resolved. Shenlong recognized that haste would not yield results. He could only progress steadily, for a steady path was far superior to a rapid one. Sitting beside the campfire, under the luminous full moon, he gazed at the celestial body. This was not the moon of his homeland. Rather, it was merely a manifestation of a powerful sealing technique. "Father, Mother, how are you?" Shenlong's eyes, hollow with longing, rested upon the round moon, where the silhouettes of his parents seemed to materialize. Not only those from his previous life, but also the parents of Uchiha Shenlong. They all shared the same gentle, affectionate smiles, gazing quietly at him. In that moment, it felt as if he were Uchiha Shenlong, and Uchiha Shenlong was him. Their dual souls irrevocably intertwined. The barriers within his mental memories dissipated entirely, and his spirit became remarkably pure. The meager chakra he had refined today gradually coalesced in his eyes, where two jet-black tomo emerged from the crimson pupils. His Sharingan had awakened. Chapter 7. School. Upon sensing the transformation in his eyes, Shenlong hurried to the riverbank. By the moonlight reflecting off the water, he beheld his own eyes, two tomo Sharingan. His joy was tempered by a sense of normalcy. After all, the Sharingan was merely an embodiment of Yin release, which itself represented mental energy. At this juncture, his mental energy surged by 30% upon activating the Sharingan, and even without it, his mental energy increased by 10%. The darkness of night could no longer obscure his vision. The rustling of grass and wind hundreds of meters away appeared vividly clear to him. Within 2 minutes, his Sharingan automatically deactivated due to chakra depletion. Shenlong calmed himself and returned to the camp to rest. At merely 5 years old, he possessed the Sharingan with 2 tomo. If the Uchiha clan were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly spark seismic reactions. No, not only the Uchiha clan. The entirety of Konoha, and even the entire ninja world, would tremble. This was a being who far surpassed Uchiha Madara at the tender age of 5. Awakening with the astonishing dual tomo Sharingan, such a prodigious existence raised questions about who could dare claim they could not surpass Uchiha Madara in the future. Who would dare underestimate him? Contemplating the formidable Uchiha Madara, who could suffocate the vast ninja world with his presence alone, one cannot help but wonder how the emergence of a child with the potential to surpass him would be perceived. Who could remain indifferent? Who would dare to underestimate such a threat? Even now, if Shenlong were to return to the Uchiha clan and reveal the nature of his eyes to the clan's elders, it is estimated that 10% would wish for his demise, 70% would aspire to wield him as a weapon, and only a mere 20% might regard him as a beacon of hope to rejuvenate the Uchiha legacy. Perhaps Shenlong's Sharingan could sway many, yet it fails to influence him personally. He understands all too well that awakening his eyes early does not equate to possessing great potential. An early awakening does not inherently signify genius. Madara awakened his eyes at the age of 15, commanding respect across the ninja world. Who would dare to claim he was not a prodigy? Yet, his initial Sharingan was merely a single tomo. Therefore, Shenlong feels little pride in his current abilities. If there is anything to take pride in, it is perhaps the immense energy of his spirit. However, without a physique to match, even the mightiest spirit cannot realize its full potential. Most critically, he lacks a blood brother. Without such a bond, an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan remains unattainable, and ultimately, his vision will fade. Shenlong's daily life is monotonous. It consists solely of training and eating, followed by more training. He has discovered that over 90% of his recent captures consist of serpents. The area where he sets his traps is teeming with them. The stockpile of dried snake meat he has prepared is becoming excessive. Although this meat is tough and dense, making it difficult to chew, its high energy content makes it a reliable source of sustenance. One morning, after a busy start at camp, Shenlong decided to cook a pot of stew from a wild bird he had caught the previous night. He intended to savor a dragon and phoenix pot. Yet he soon realized that culinary talent was not among his gifts. After tasting the soup, he murmured in embarrassment about its lackluster flavor. After filling his stomach while pinching his nose, he made his way to the Ninja Academy. A week had passed since he registered, and today marked the beginning of classes. However, upon entering the classroom, he was intercepted by a figure. "Where have you been lately? I couldn't find you yesterday morning, and when I inquired at the school, I learned you had already registered to leave. Is that remote courtyard really your home?" A girl with black hair and strikingly fair skin pouted in dissatisfaction, her angry demeanor rendering her quite adorable. "Uchiha Makoto?" Shenlong hesitated, uncertainly asking. "Umph." Makoto turned her face away, letting out a soft huff. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of red. "Did you even look for me? Why would you seek me out?" Shenlong, perplexed, questioned her motives, as his home was quite distant and their acquaintance was minimal. "You idiot. If it weren't for Sister Josie asking me to find you so you wouldn't forget to register, do you think I would come? Your home is in such a terrible location. It took over an hour to travel back and forth, and I was exhausted. Not to mention, I was late for registration. And you dare ask why I looked for you?" Makoto gritted her teeth in frustration. "Ah, I appreciate your effort. But you needn't come again. I no longer reside there." Shenlong replied nonchalantly as he found his seat and awaited the teacher's arrival. Watching his indifferent demeanor, Makoto felt a surge of irritation, sensing her own grievances. Yet, sitting beside Shenlong only intensified her annoyance. How infuriating to be next to him. However, she couldn't help but notice his transformation over the past week. He had put on some weight. She recalled his wretched appearance when they first met, skinny and grimy, and marveled at the change. "Why are you staring at me like that? Am I handsome?" Shenlong quipped, curious about Makoto's intentions. "Ah, I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, having been raised with proper etiquette, knowing that staring was quite rude. After muttering a silent curse, she offered a sincere apology. On the first morning of class, Shenlong felt the weight of pressure. His first-grade class was filled with prodigies. Every student hailed from prominent families or had the endorsement of high-ranking ninjas. This was undoubtedly the most prestigious class in the first grade. Families such as the Yamashiro, Nara, Akimichi, Hyuga, and even the Senju clan were represented. The self-introductions in class allowed Shenlong to memorize the names of his classmates, recognizing them as the future pillars of Konoha. While he was astonished, he also found the experience intriguing. This cohort of prodigies seemed remarkably exceptional. However, one of the two children from the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed the scene through a crystal ball, puzzled. Next to him were not only the future Sannin, but also two advisors from Konoha. The actions of the first-grade students were displayed in the crystal ball, revealing their every move. This was his clairvoyant technique. These two children were recommended by the Uchiha clan's elder. "One is my granddaughter, but I am not entirely sure about the other. However, they appear rather ordinary, especially that boy," muttered Orochimaru, one of the Sannin and a proud disciple of the third Hokage. "That boy is looking around restlessly, not at all composed," Tsunade remarked, watching the crystal ball intently. "Indeed, he is rather unruly," Jiraiya added, his gaze lingering on Tsunade's assets rather than the crystal ball. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the room as Jiraiya's body collided with a wall, sending him flying. Tsunade calmly lowered her fist, and two Umbu emerged to repair the damage. An occurrence seemingly routine. Is the Uchiha clan being reckless, allowing these two youngsters into the prodigy class? What does Uchiha Fugaka think of the nominations for elite ninjas? One of Konoha's advisors, Tsunade's counterpart, voiced his concerns coldly. The atmosphere grew tense. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke the silence. "Let it be. There is no need to reject their nomination for the sake of two prodigy spots. Besides, the last Uchiha nominated, Fugaku, performed exceptionally well. If I recall correctly, he ranked first in his class." The advisor had no rebuttal. She merely wished to express her displeasure and find fault with the Uchiha clan. As most gazes in the room turned toward Shenlong, he abruptly turned to look at an empty corner of the wall. Chapter 8. The Promisum? Is this a coincidence? Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted as he regarded the scene with uncertainty. If this were not mere chance, it would be the first time his clairvoyant technique had been noticed by someone beneath the rank of Jonin, and this individual was merely a 5-year-old child. Such an occurrence defied logic and probability, even for a prodigy. This ninjutsu can only be perceived by those endowed with formidable mental prowess, individuals who typically reside at the rank of Jonin. The accumulation of spiritual energy is a protracted endeavor. It is not merely a matter of being a prodigy to possess a substantial amount of it. Time is essential for its accumulation. Fortunately, Shengluan, after a mere glance, returned to attentively listening to the lecture, which further convinced Sarutobi Hizashi that this was merely a coincidence. An intriguing little rascal. Orochimaru licked his lips, remaining nonchalant. While others might think this a remarkable coincidence, Orochimaru found himself deeply intrigued by such extraordinary phenomena. Was it an illusion? No. It was the voyeuristic ninjutsu of the third Hokage. After a moment of daze, Shengluan chose to ignore it and focused intently on the lecture. He discovered that the knowledge imparted by the instructor was rich in substance, precisely the foundational knowledge he currently required. These invaluable experiences, insights, and techniques captivated him utterly. Moreover, he noted that the majority of the students were earnestly engaged in the lecture, unlike Naruto's peers in the original anime, who were far more casual. Before he realized it, the bell signaling the end of class rang, transforming the once quiet classroom into a cacophony, with most children eager to meet and familiarize themselves with one another. Soon, they formed various groups of varying sizes. The two largest factions were led by Hinata Hizashi of the Hyuga clan and Senju Rope of the Senju clan. Notably, Senju Rope had already gathered several followers from his class alone, not to mention many from other classes who sought to align themselves with him, hinting at his burgeoning status as a leader, overshadowing Hinata Hizashi, the prince of the Hyuga clan. In this class, a few members of smaller clans, friendly with the Uchiha family, approached Shengluan to establish rapport, only to be met with his dismissive retort, "Go play in the sand." What nonsense! How could a man in his 20s converse with 5- or 6-year-old children? Uchiha Makoto, witnessing this scene, looked on with curiosity. However, Shengluan, biting into a piece of snake jerky and chewing laboriously, had no intention of acknowledging her. Uchiha Makoto, feeling somewhat foolish, produced a bento box, its sumptuous contents immediately capturing Shengluan's attention. Though he refrained from staring enviously, he couldn't help but occasionally cast furtive glances. It was simply too lavish. The aroma wafting through the air made Shengluan's heart ache, having endured a week of chewing on tough jerky. "This portion is for you," Uchiha Makoto said with a smile as she offered him a share of her bento. "Mine?" Shengluan was taken aback, just as he was about to decline. He heard her softly say, her cheeks slightly flushed, "I heard from my sister Josie that your family is no longer around. Although I don't know where they went. No one is likely cooking for you, so I asked the servants to prepare an extra bento." Shengluan fell silent, gazing into her bright black eyes without uttering a word. Uchiha Makoto, feeling shy under his gaze, quickly turned her head away. "Thank you. But please, no need to trouble yourself in the future. I have my own food." "Not a bother at all. My grandfather said you are my bodyguard, so it's only fitting to provide a bento for my bodyguard. Besides, I didn't make it myself." Uchiha Makoto replied cheerfully, wiping her chopsticks clean and preparing to eat. Feigning ferocity, Shengluan snatched her chopsticks, shot her a glare, and began to devour his meal. Makoto had previously asked her sister Josie why Shengluan looked so gaunt a week ago, skin stretched over bones, and her sister had informed her it was due to hunger. The gentle-hearted Makoto remembered this well. With a playful smile, she also began to eat her bento. After swallowing a piece of braised pork, Shengluan couldn't help but smile slightly. Truly, she epitomized the perfect wife and mother from the Naruto series, a kind and gentle soul. Before he could finish his meal, a throng of elementary students burst into the classroom, led by Uchiha Fugaku. Observing their aggressive approach, Shengluan quickly grabbed his bento and made a hasty exit. Makoto, witnessing this scene, was left in shock. Her grandfather had instructed her to have him stand up to Uchiha Fugaku to prevent him from constantly bothering her. Not only did he fail to confront him, but he also departed so abruptly. "He just left with my bento after having barely eaten? How could he be so shameless?" Makoto mumbled to herself, standing frozen in place, completely ignoring Fugaku's attempts at flattery. What a joke. How could I stand up to him? What could I possibly do? After just a week of training, you expect me to handle a group of elementary students? Especially second graders? Shengluan thought in silence as he squatted in a corner, consuming his bento. After finishing his meal, Shengluan let out a satisfied burp and headed back to his camp. Having spent the entire morning attending lectures, he intended to utilize the 2 to 3 hours of rest during lunch to continue strengthening his body. While others took breaks, he refused to rest. While others played, he trained. Having resolved to return to Earth, he needed to possess the strength to do so. He understood that in this ninja world, even the dead could be resurrected, and the moon was artificially created. Nothing was truly impossible. Although returning home was a daunting challenge, Shengluan would not yield. In the days that followed, Makoto did not speak a single word to Shengluan. Each time she saw him, she would pout in frustration and turn away, leaving Shengluan scratching his head and chuckling wryly. Even more amusing was that every day, she continued to prepare a bento for him, despite his failure to fulfill his duties as a bodyguard. While enjoying the bento she had prepared, Shengluan looked at the back of her head and said, "Just give me 20 more days, and I will help you get rid of that fly Fugaku." Upon hearing this, Makoto's whole body shuddered, and she finally turned to look at Shengluan. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, "Forget it. If you get beaten up, I can't help you, so it's best not to." Having heard Shengluan's words, she forgave him, as she was still a pure-hearted and kind child. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been angry yet still prepared bento for him. "What? You don't believe me?" Shengluan asked again with a smile. "Really?" "Absolutely. 20 days is ample time for me. With my extraordinary chakra refinement speed, precise kunai throwing accuracy, and exceptional reflexes, all stemming from my powerful mental strength, I will be ready." 20 days was merely a preparation period for him to ensure he could train his body sufficiently. At the very least, not to be weaker than his peers. Chapter 9. Conflict. 5 days after Shengluan made his promise, he walked up a towering tree using chakra infused in his feet. 6 days later, he stood upon the surface of the water, his immense mental strength granting him unparalleled control over chakra. 10 days later, upon encountering a terrified mouse, he mastered his first genjutsu since acquiring chakra, achieving this feat in under 2 hours. With his immense spiritual energy, he possessed an unprecedented advantage in chakra control and illusion techniques. 15 days later, standing on the grassy ground, he observed clusters of igniting flames before him. Having exhausted his chakra, he nodded in satisfaction, having mastered his first ninjutsu since acquiring chakra. These 2 techniques are a legacy left behind by his father, and they are among the 3 ninjutsu that only Uchiha Solen can master. The scroll his father bequeathed not only detailed the hand seal methods, but also included his own insights and experiences. For Solen, acquiring these techniques is not particularly challenging. However, the limited chakra at his disposal makes even a C-rank ninjutsu take several days to master completely. On the 20th day, Solen had no intention of learning the 3rd ninjutsu. Given his current chakra levels, even if he were to learn it, he would lack the necessary chakra to perform all 3 techniques consecutively. Particularly the 3rd ninjutsu, while immensely powerful, consumes a great deal of chakra and holds limited practical value in combat. After 20 days, he finally managed to replenish the nutrition he had previously lost, resulting in significant improvement to his physique. He could confidently assert that he was no longer weaker than his peers. His body had gained several pounds of firm muscle, transforming him from a frail skeleton into a more robust figure. Displaying his impressive biceps in front of Makoto, he elicited a blush from her, leaving her embarrassed and nearly unable to eat. Leisurely enjoying his bento, he observed a group of boisterous elementary students flooding into the classroom, and for once, he chose not to evade. Instead, he remained seated beside Makoto, leisurely savoring his meal. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku frowned, prompting a sycophant to approach and say, "Excuse me, could you eat elsewhere? Our leader has come to see Miss Makoto, and we would appreciate it if you could make some space." He was somewhat aware of what being in Class 1 entailed. All students in that class were backed by a jonin, and he dared not be overly audacious. "This is my seat. Why should I move?" Solen replied with a light chuckle, continuing to eat without pause, which instantly incited the ire of Fugaku's entourage. "What are you saying, you brat? How audacious! Have you never been taught a lesson?" The raucous shouts of his followers drew the attention of numerous onlookers, who, having just finished their meals, found themselves intrigued by the unfolding drama. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku scrutinized Solen, uncertainly inquiring, "Are you also an Uchiha?" Though Solen's black hair and eyes bore a striking resemblance to the Uchiha clan, it was perplexing that Fugaku would not recognize him, especially since Solen was a student in Class 1, a class that Fugaku would certainly be familiar with, despite Solen being a year younger. As the highest authority of the Uchiha clan and the grandson of the clan elder, Fugaku had established connections with most of the Jonin's offspring, making it improbable for him to overlook a peer in Class 1. "Uchiha Solen," he stated plainly. "Uchiha Solen." Fugaku furrowed his brow in contemplation, clearly having never heard that name before. Just then, a student from another class squeezed through the crowd, shouting, "Solen? Fugaku, I know which Solen it is." Upon hearing this, Fugaku waved the student forward. Emerging from the crowd, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, the student felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. The sensation of being the center of attention was exhilarating. He approached Solon, scrutinizing his face before confidently declaring, "It's him for sure. He looks just like his mother. His father is a chunin, and his mother used to work as a maid in my house." The student expressed with excitement. "A chunin? Just a chunin? The son of a maid? Enough with the pleasantries. Let's beat him up." As the crowd grew agitated, the student continued, "Indeed, he is the maid's son. My father dismissed her because she was sick and kept coughing. Once, I even saw her spit blood. My father was worried she might infect my sister, so he let her go. Her son is Solon, Uchiha Solon." Crack. Solon abruptly halted his eating, unknowingly snapping his chopsticks in half. It dawned on him. This was the last straw. Rising to his feet, his expression filled with sorrow and pain, he finally uttered a disjointed phrase that left the onlookers perplexed. Already frail and ailing, upon hearing the devastating news about her husband, losing her job, and facing Uchiha Shu's harassment, these compounding factors had ultimately overwhelmed the young and unfortunate mother. Unexpectedly, the student who revealed Solon's background could not continue. He let out a piercing scream as Solon's fist struck his mouth. The blow was forceful enough to send 2 of the student's teeth flying, leaving him bloodied, while Solon's knuckles were scraped. If not for his small stature and limited strength, the consequences would have been far more severe. He had poured all his might into that punch. Ignoring the shocked crowd, Solon delivered a kick to the student's abdomen, propelling him over 2 meters away without a hint of mercy. Before the student could recover, Uchiha Fugaku intervened, delivering a kick to Solon's chest, only to be met with Solon's defensive hand. The force reverberated through Solon's arm, forcing him to stagger back several steps as he regarded Fugaku with seriousness. "Indeed, my body still has its limitations," Solon thought, shaking off the pain in his arm. "Is it too much to ask that you refrain from using such lethal force against a fellow Uchiha?" Fugaku remarked coldly, observing the student writhing on the ground. His words garnered the favor of many Uchiha clan members present. Chapter 10. A confrontation of valor. Solon, devoid of the convoluted sentiments that Fugaku harbored, brushed off the dirt from his arm and stated flatly, "Given the manner in which he spoke of my mother, sparing him would be an act of kindness." His calm yet indifferent tone rendered the group opposite him hesitant to act. They had never encountered a peer who could strike so fiercely. The sight of Solon's bloodied fist suggested a true exchange of blows. The chilling demeanor of Solon instilled an air of trepidation among the onlookers, who collectively held their breath. "Makoto, come here." Solon softly beckoned the still-dazed Uchiha Makoto. Snapping back to reality, she looked at Solon, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could not fathom why the situation had escalated so drastically, and fear gripped her as she worried Solon might clash with Fugaku. Just as she contemplated intervening to prevent Fugaku from acting, Solon's commanding voice interrupted her thoughts. "Makoto, come here." Solon's voice turned grave. Upon hearing his repeated command, Makoto dared not linger in her thoughts. She sensed Solon's rare seriousness at that moment and felt compelled to obey. She was uncertain of the consequences of disobedience, but did not wish to test the waters, even if her compliance might aggravate Fugaku further, leading to a more severe situation. Her greater fear was inciting Solon's wrath. Lacking a clear reason, and finding it somewhat bewildering, she complied with Solon's request, overwhelmed by fear and uncertainty. "This matter does not concern you. It is mine alone. There is no need for you to feel guilty or saddened. I have no regard for this group of insignificant flies." After casting a glance at Makoto, who dared not cry out for fear of disturbing her beauty, Siren softly spoke after surveying the crowd before him. His voice was as calm as still water, and the strength of his confidence quelled Makoto's tears, allowing her to forget her sorrow as she gazed in a daze at this extraordinary boy before her. However, his words ignited a furious reaction from everyone opposite him, particularly Uchiha Fugaku's face turned an unsettling shade of pale after Makoto departed, but upon hearing Siren's statement, he instead broke into a smile. "You seek death. Attack him. If I do not leave him incapacitated, I shall not bear the Uchiha name." Among the crowd gathered outside, Senju Nagashi exclaimed in astonishment, "What audacity! Truly bold. After this confrontation, regardless of how beaten he may be, I shall undoubtedly recognize him as my leader." The first part of his statement prompted a nod of agreement from the Hyuga clan's heir, yet the latter part left him speechless as he cautioned. "But he is from the Uchiha clan. Are you certain you wish to acknowledge him as your leader? And what of the Uchiha clan? Have you not noticed that those seeking to confront him are also from the Uchiha family? Clearly, he is at odds with the other Uchiha, and he is different. Hyuga Hizashi rolled his eyes, his expression indifferent. I know. Senju Nagashi shouted in frustration. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was about to lead the charge, he froze in astonishment upon taking a single step forward. Is he forming hand seals? How is this possible? Witnessing Siren indeed performing hand seals, Uchiha Fugaku was struck with horror. He could not even warn those beside him and was left with no choice but to halt, adapting to the situation. Retreat was impossible, for those behind him were already nearly overtaking him. Siren swiftly formed hand seals. In less than 3 seconds, a C-rank area of effect ninjutsu was completed. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. With a whoosh, numerous fireballs, each the size of a fist, erupted from Siren's mouth, hurtling toward the approaching crowd. Ah, my face. What is this? Fire. Such intense flames. Ah, I'm on fire. Someone save me. Murder. Monster. Within the relatively confined classroom, the Phoenix fire technique exhibited its full potency, igniting over a dozen flames. It sparked the most severe stampede and panic incident in the history of the ninja school, as it occurred during lunchtime. The middle-ranking teachers were unable to arrive in time. Amidst the cacophony of cries, Siren maintained a calm demeanor as he observed the frightened students sprawled on the ground. The majority of onlookers fled in terror, leaving only a few brave scions of noble families, who gaped at the scene before them in disbelief. Is this ninjutsu? How impressive! Senju Nagashi exclaimed, eyes wide with envy. Hyuga Hizashi, astonished, quickly regained his composure and shouted to Nagashi, stop gawking and help the injured. Siren, observing the solitary figure of Uchiha Fugaku amidst the crowd, advanced step by step toward him. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku trembled, though only slightly singed. He was faced with an unprecedentedly malicious event that shattered his courage. With each step Siren took, Fugaku retreated, inching backward until he could retreat no further. At this juncture, Siren found himself beside the small student who had revealed his identity and halted. The cold, indifferent gaze from above left the boy's face contorted in fear. He lost control, his eyes rolling back as he fainted, an incident that would likely haunt him for a lifetime. The stench was unbearable. Siren wrinkled his brow and waved his hand vigorously, attempting to dissipate the nauseating odor. He then turned to face the cornered Uchiha Fugaku, slowly raising his hands. He was preparing to form hand seals. Stop! A loud voice bellowed from outside. The teachers had arrived. Observing Siren still forming hand seals, Uchiha Fugaku pressed his back against the wall, his heart racing with terror as he shouted, "How dare he? My grandfather is the elder of the Uchiha clan." No. In reality, Uchiha Fugaku completely lost the courage to resist, trembling as he pleaded for mercy. At such close range, if another ninjutsu were unleashed, Fugaku believed Siren intended to kill him. A wave of overwhelming fear enveloped him, extinguishing any desire to fight back. Siren observed Fugaku's pitiful state and frowned, hesitating over whether to cast the illusion technique. For it appeared Fugaku was already thoroughly frightened. However, considering the situation, he thought, now that the pants are down, I must not leave without doing something. Having already offended the Uchiha prince, I shall become the shadow within his heart, ensuring he stays far from Uchiha Mikoto. Fire style. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted sharply. Naraka path, Siren playfully declared. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku collapsed to the ground, completely fainted from fear, while Siren exhausted his chakra. This ninjutsu did not consume much chakra. It primarily relied on mental energy. The Phoenix fire technique had drained 3/4 of his chakra, while the Naraka path consumed the remaining quarter. As he gazed at the fallen Uchiha Fugaku, the middle-ranking teacher for Class 2, Shimada, rushed forward with a grim expression. Did you do all this? Why did you not heed my command to stop? Chapter 11. The troublemaking child who alarmed the Hokage. Looking at the wailing students of Class 2, his demeanor was icy. Although the students engulfed in flames had been extinguished by Hizashi and Nagashi, many bore significant burns that, if not treated promptly, could leave lifelong scars. Look at what you have done, you wretched child. Shimada shouted angrily, striding toward the silent Siren. Siren reached for his waist, where a kunai left by his father lay. Shimada was swift, but another figure matched his speed. Aoki, Siren's homeroom teacher for Class 1, stepped in to block Shimada's path. Shimada, calm down. How can I calm down? Look at the havoc he has wreaked, this heinous incident. Shimada shouted in fury but was abruptly cut off by Aoki. Silence. He is still just a child. Do you not have the demeanor of a teacher? Humph. You speak so eloquently. Yet these injured children are from my class. Be aware of whose class this is. If I were you, my focus would be on assisting the injured to receive treatment, Aoki stated calmly. Humph. I will report this to the Hokage, Shimada retorted, though he begrudgingly acknowledged Aoki's point. Indeed. Aoki nodded. This matter has escalated far too much. Both Class 1 and Class 2 will likely have their sessions suspended. The Hokage must be informed of these events. Uchiha Sirin must also be brought before the Hokage for judgment. Aoki looked at Sirin's composed expression, opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately refrained from asking further. I shall leave this to the Hokage. He bypassed Sirin and walked toward Mikoto, who stood motionless, clearly traumatized. With a sigh, Aoki took her hand and led her out of the classroom. Not long after, 3 figures appeared, hastily rushing to the scene upon receiving their orders. The Hokage regarded the affairs of the Ninja Academy with utmost seriousness. To him, the academy was of paramount importance and could not be allowed to falter. In his eyes, even the slightest imperfection was intolerable. Uchiha Shinluan had been apprehended. The 3 legendary ninjas acted swiftly, and he offered no resistance, being roughly lifted by Tsunade and brought before the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uncharacteristically, Hiruzen paused his smoking, his expression grave as he scrutinized Shinluan. After a long silence, he shook his head and gently inquired, Child, who taught you ninjutsu? Ninjutsu? Are you referring to the Fusenka technique? I learned it from my father's scroll. Shinluan replied with a proud smile. You little rascal, still laughing? Do you have any idea how serious your actions are? Huh. Tsunade, in a fit of rage, delivered a sharp knock to his head. Rubbing his head, Shinluan pouted. What's the big deal? A group of people came to attack me. Can I fight back? You're foolish. I'm not. What did you say? You brat. Tsunade angrily lifted Shinluan by his collar, scolding him furiously, yet she remarkably refrained from striking him, evidently believing that he had not committed a grave offense. The notion that he should not retaliate against his classmates, that classmates should be friendly, was something she could not bring herself to voice. They were ninjas, camaraderie was acceptable. But ninjas were bloodthirsty wolves, not docile sheep. It was absurd for a group of second-year students to blame a first-year for being overwhelmed. Although they did not believe Shinluan was in the wrong, they would not indulge him either. According to the second-year homeroom teacher, Shimada, Uchiha Fugaku had already ceased to resist, having been rendered powerless, yet he was still present to urge Shinluan to stop. Why did you continue to act? Orochimaru asked with a sinister smile, his voice raspy and unpleasant. I didn't act. I just glared at him. He fainted from fear. Is that my fault? Shinluan retorted. A mere glare? Surely it was more than that. From what I understand, he suffered significant psychological trauma, which was clearly caused by Jinjutsu, Orochimaru observed with a sense of glee. Silence descended upon everyone in the Hokage's office. After a lengthy pause, Tsunade erupted in anger once more. You little liar, will you not confess the truth? Resistance will be met with severity, while honesty will be met with leniency. Ahaha. I was just thinking about trying out the C-rank Jinjutsu I recently learned. Shinluan sheepishly scratched his nose, appearing adorably bashful. A sharp intake of breath echoed in the Hokage's office, and once again, silence enveloped them. They did not deem Shinluan to be lying or concealing anything. His words resonated with the thoughts of a child. The distinction lay in the fact that a child with such thoughts typically would not possess the capability for Shinluan's actions. For instance, one of the primary reasons the Ninja Academy refrains from teaching students ninjutsu beyond the basic transformation technique is their fear of incidents like Shinluan's. A child suddenly mastering a formidable ninjutsu and eagerly showcasing it to others, or employing it against rival classmates, was a scenario with a likelihood exceeding 95%. At that moment, a masked Umbu appeared, swiftly presenting a report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This document detailed Shinluan's personal information, including that of his parents. Hiruzen glanced at it before casually handing it to Orochimaru and then resumed smoking. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Aware that his teacher had relaxed and likely would not impose severe consequences on Uchiha Shinluan, he understood his teacher well. After the 3 legendary ninjas perused the report, it was passed to the 2 advisors and the shadowy figure in the room. Just as Orochimaru had predicted, the 3rd Hokage first sternly admonished Shinluan, then extolled the will of fire. Recalling Shunluan's father, Uchiha Izumi, the third praised him as a great ninja who embodied the will of fire. Selflessly dedicated and unafraid of sacrifice. He asserted that Shunluan's father named him Uchiha Shunluan in hopes that he would surpass his predecessor, inherit his unfinished legacy, and become an exceptional ninja. Furthermore, he declared that since Shunluan's parents were no longer present, he would personally compensate for the medical expenses of the injured students. Acknowledging Uchiha Izumi's selfless spirit in his sacrifice, he also stated that he would apologize on Shunluan's behalf to the injured students and their families. Faced with such a benevolent Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shunluan was naturally overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling remorseful and sorrowful, clinging to Tsunade's soft, delicate thigh as he wept inconsolably. Jiraiya watched, burning with a mixture of rage, envy, and jealousy. Observing Shunluan's tearful state, Tsunade felt a pang of sadness as well, not pushing him away. After all, he was merely a pitiful child who had lost his parents and felt guilty for his mistakes. He was only 5 years old. At that moment, another Umbu appeared, whispering something into Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear. The third nodded and instructed the Umbu before he vanished in an instant. Chapter 12. A prodigy after a prolonged silence. The third Hokage cleared his throat. Ahem. Child, your clan's third elder has come to see you. Do you wish to return with him? Shunluan wiped his nose and casually flicked it onto the envious Jiraiya. Ignoring Jiraiya's fiery gaze, he nodded at Sarutobi Hiruzen. With reddened eyes, Shunluan was led out of the room by Tsunade. Earlier, 2 individuals had descended the stairs, one harboring malicious intent to capture him, and the other seemingly wishing to protect him. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated flatly, one is a jonin sent by the Uchiha clan's elder, and the other is the third elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha-to. Teacher, what do you think? This child is a true genius, having learned a ninjutsu and a genjutsu solely from 2 scrolls. That is genjutsu, Jiraiya said solemnly, shedding his usual lewd demeanor. Everyone present discerned the weight of Jiraiya's words. A 5-year-old mastering 2 C-rank ninjutsu was not frightening and had occurred before. Sasuke learned the great fireball technique at 6, and it was not impossible. However, a 5-year-old mastering a C-rank genjutsu was exceedingly alarming and improbable. Imagine how much experience, how much energy a 5-year-old child could possess to execute a genjutsu. Mental energy does not simply materialize. In summary, within their understanding, a child of 5 could wield the chakra necessary for C-rank ninjutsu, but would undoubtedly lack the mental energy required for C-rank genjutsu. Shunluan was an extraordinary miracle. A true genius? No, such irrationality equates to a monstrosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his expression grave. A monstrosity? More so than Orochimaru? Jiraiya queried earnestly. Indeed, among his peers, he currently surpasses them all. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. He belongs to the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen, what do you propose? We cannot afford to have another Uchiha Madara emerge. Tsunade said, furrowing her brow. The Uchiha clan is also a part of Konoha, is it not? Moreover, it is evident that this child is being ostracized by others from his clan, which is a good sign, is it not? The man in the shadows remarked calmly. Tobirama, do not harbor any ill intentions. He is merely a 5-year-old child, and I shall not permit you to act recklessly, even if he belongs to the Uchiha clan. However, do not forget about Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly, referring to Kagami, who is also from the Uchiha family and is the closest friend of Tobirama. So, how do you intend to handle this? The Uchiha clan's elder is not to be trifled with, even by you, Lord Hokage. Tobirama closed his eyes and sneered coldly. There is no need for elaborate measures. Although Uchiha Fugaku holds little influence within the Uchiha clan, it is still possible to protect a child who has erred, especially since he has come personally. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette. You are truly cunning, Hiruzen. You pretend to be the good guy while making Uchiha Fugaku do the heavy lifting. Silence. Tobirama's fury erupted, and a terrifying chakra surged forth, causing the entire Hokage building to tremble slightly with the resonance of his voice. He was in the prime of his life, not the feeble old man he would later become. After exiting the Hokage building, the Jonin dispatched by the Uchiha elder had already departed, leaving only a frail old man with graying hair and a slight hunch. You little rascal, always causing me trouble. Uchiha Fugaku glared at Shinjin and strode away, while Shinjin bowed to Tsunade and quickly followed. Once they were out of sight, and not feeling the presence of the third Hokage's surveillance ninjutsu, He lifted his long dropped head. You performed quite well. Uchiha Fugaku smirked. What act? I do not know what you are speaking of. Did you not ask me to teach Uchiha Fugaku a lesson? Shinjin replied flatly, his demeanor far removed from the childish appearance in the Hokage office. Huh, you rascal. I asked you to give him a lesson. Not to be so heavy-handed. Uchiha Fugaku has sustained severe mental trauma. He is still bedridden and unable to awaken. In the original text, even Sakura, at the age of 10, was knocked out for a long time by a single Nara technique, and at that time, her mental fortitude was far superior to 6-year-old Fugaku's. There are also 6 or 7 Uchiha clan members with minor to moderate burns and 3 or 4 with trampling injuries. Your methods are exceedingly ruthless. Without a heavy hand, how can they be instilled with fear? Without a heavy hand, how can they be kept away from Mikoto? As for that group of useless fools, do they not feel ashamed? Uchiha Fugaku paused, turning serious. I am aware of the situation at school. In this matter, Mikoto is not to blame. The primary reason lies with your mother, does it not? Your situation is quite severe. Over a dozen clan members have reported you to the elder, demanding strict punishment. As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku turned his head aside and continued. Uchiha Fugaku is the elder's most beloved grandson. I saw him squinting his Sharingan, and I know him. He harbors murderous intent towards you. Upon hearing this, Shinjin halted. He closed his eyes and spoke without a hint of fear. Your coming to seek me signifies that the matter is still within your control, is it not? You are quite confident, but you are mistaken. I have come to seek you solely out of respect for Joza and Mikoto. I merely wish for the elder to show leniency due to my presence, and whether he will grant me this favor remains uncertain. Uchiha Fugaku sighed and confided in Shinjin. What he could do was indeed limited to this. You will help me, Shinjin asserted with unwavering resolve. Uchiha Fugaku frowned, contemplating denying Shinjin's request. However, as he turned his head, he was startled by an astonishing sight. How could this be? He witnessed an incredible scene that completely shattered his understanding. A pair of crimson double tomo glimmered ominously under the setting sun. The frail and diminutive figure, at that moment, overshadowed the dying rays of the sun, reflecting in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Recalling the first words spoken a month prior during their initial encounter, the Jonin is not my endpoint. He saw it. This was a child of terrifying potential, the youngest known Uchiha to awaken his eyes. Remarkably, he had awakened the fearsome double tomo. This fundamentally altered his understanding formed over decades. After all, his youngest son awakened the double tomo in his 20s. A 5-year-old with double tomo Sharingan, and possessing Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu. Who would believe such a tale? Uchiha Fugaku initially disbelieved it, until he felt the ocular power emanating from Shinjin's eyes. He could no longer deny it. You are truly formidable, Uchiha Fugaku said warily as his own 3-tomo Sharingan unconsciously activated. You are the Uchiha member most likely to become the second Madara I have ever encountered, perhaps even surpass him. I will shoulder the matter with the elder for you. Chapter 13. Value Shinjin was too astonishing, far surpassing his peers in both talent and mindset. Such an existence compelled Uchiha Fugaku to place a second significant bet in his life. The first occurred 20 years prior when he had to choose between clan leader Uchiha Madara and elder Uchiha Zone. On that occasion, he relinquished faith and pride, opting for stability and wealth. At that time, Uchiha Madara was excessively radical, arrogant, and sought to extricate himself from the land of fire and Konoha, aspiring to stand independently among the 5 great nations. He believed that the Uchiha clan required no allies, as they could dominate the shinobi world through their clan's strength alone. He wished to lead his clansmen away from Konoha, but was halted by a few probing questions from the elder. Leader, under your leadership, the Uchiha clan can indeed stand proudly in the shinobi world at present, but what about the future? The Mangekyo Sharingan is exceedingly difficult to awaken in hundreds of years. Only you and the late Izuna have awakened it. What if, in the future, you are no longer with us? Without the power of the Mangekyo, can the Uchiha clan continue to stand tall in the shinobi world? Consider the vast 5 great shinobi villages. Our power not only instills fear, but also breeds greed within them. In that case, will our eyes still belong to us? Our lives, the lives of our parents and children, the lives of our brothers, what will guarantee them? Relying on the heavens to bestow another pair of Mangekyo? Rather than becoming a lost soul, wandering among the great nations, it is better to rely on Konoha and become a tiger that all fear. Leader, have you considered the future of the Uchiha? Have you heard the Uchiha's yearning for stability? The Uchiha is currently, and will always be, the foremost clan of Konoha. Will it not? Faced with Elder Uchiha Zong's inquiries, Uchiha Madara scoffed disdainfully, his laughter tinged with unmistakable mockery. A tiger lurking in the shade of Konoha? The foremost clan of Konoha? Ha ha. As Uchiha Madara laughed, his expression gradually turned serious, his eternal Mangekyo coldly surveying all the clansmen. You? Does no one wish to leave? Does no one wish to follow me? Wherever Uchiha Madara's gaze fell, the clansmen lowered their heads, too fearful to meet his eyes. Only a handful were willing to follow in his footsteps, but they were rejected by the proud Uchiha Madara. Ha ha, this is fine. I do not need anyone standing behind me. Uchiha Madara's expression turned despondent. Kiana, I find myself unable to fulfill the promise I made to safeguard the Uchiha clan. The very kin I wish to protect have lost their trust in me. Uchiha Fugaku, at the time, aligned himself with the words of the elder Uchiha Soju. And events have proven that his choice was indeed the correct one. Just look at the recent annihilation of the Uzumaki clan and reflect upon the Uzumaki of the Warring States period. The Uzumaki clan was not only endowed with formidable physical prowess, an astonishing vitality, and an impressive chakra capacity, but their members were also remarkably long-lived. Their sealing techniques were unparalleled, and most importantly, they maintained an exceptionally low profile, largely avoiding conflict and rarely engaging in the affairs of the shinobi world. Yet, they too could not escape the fate of destruction. This reality underscores the difficulty of surviving in the shinobi world solely through the strength of one clan. When the news of the Uzumaki clan's demise reached him, Uchiha Fugaku found himself relieved by his earlier decision. However, in recent years, he has discerned that the Uchiha clan is also teetering on the brink of peril. This is not an exaggeration. He has observed the signs. He sees the Uchiha clan's gradual decline, and perhaps the descent into oblivion is not far off. He notes that not only has the Uzumaki clan perished, but even their longtime adversaries, the Senju clan, have also fallen into decline. The proud, blindly arrogant Uchiha, devoid of soul and faith, suffering from severe internal decay and facing significant exclusion and oppression from the higher echelons of Konoha. How far are they from annihilation? What must be done to save the Uchiha? Uchiha Fugaku believes that the most effective solution is to cultivate a new Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha desperately need a hero, a figure of inspiration, and a shared belief. Presently, the Uchiha leadership is too fragmented, with 6 elders competing for power, engaged in both overt and covert struggles. Despite their numbers, the Uchiha have yet to achieve true unity. Fugaku feels that the Uchiha clan needs but a single voice. Perhaps Uchiha Shinjin could become the master of that voice. Provided he grows successfully and does not meet an untimely end, the future Uchiha clan will surely have its own place in the world. Fugaku is resolute in this belief. You haven't returned to the clan for a month, have you? Shinjin nodded. It's too remote and inconvenient. He had no intention of revealing the matter of Uchiha hunting to Fugaku. He desired to handle it personally. He believed that dealing with a Chunin possessing the Sharingan should not take long. 1 to 2 years would suffice. Very well, Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Do you have any other requests? Upon hearing this, Shinjin grinned. It seemed the third elder of the Uchiha clan had recognized his worth and was determined to invest in him. Could you lend me 100 to 200,000 ryo to spend? Shinjin asked with a cheeky grin. Are you robbing me? Or do you think I operate a moneylender? Fugaku exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before scolding him. You're just a child. What do you need so much money for? Although he managed finances and properties within the clan and possessed considerable wealth, the audacity of Shinjin's request astonished him. Shinjin fell silent. Although he could now support himself through hunting, the time spent butchering prey, cooking, and preparing jerky was too great. If possible, he wished to dedicate that time to training. I must have owed you something in my past life. You've come to collect. Observing Shinjin's silence, Fugaku rubbed his temples in frustration, then shot him a fierce glare before departing. As Fugaku's figure disappeared, Shinjin bowed deeply and called out, "Thank you." After parting ways with Fugaku, he returned to his camp, hastily consumed some food, and resumed his nighttime training. He felt that while his physical condition was on par with his peers, it still fell significantly short of someone like Fugaku, a prodigy. The reason Fugaku and the others had suffered such a crushing defeat today primarily stemmed from their mindset. After all, they were merely a group of 5 to 6-year-olds, easily manageable. Of course, had he not learned the Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Relying solely on hand-to-hand combat would have led to his utter defeat. Even Uchiha Fugaku alone could have easily bested him. Currently, he lacked any knowledge of physical techniques, only engaging in basic strength-building exercises. In combat, he relied solely on the sharp reflexes afforded by his formidable mental acuity. Physical techniques require a mentor and are honed through countless battles. According to Shinjin's memories from his past life, the two most representative physical techniques in Konoha are Gentle Fist and Strong Fist. The former, Gentle Fist, necessitates the Byakugan's assistance and focuses on attacking meridians and organs, with the Hyuga clan being its most notable practitioners. The latter, Strong Fist, aims to inflict fractures or surface damage, with Tsunade being a prominent figure. As for my guy, he had yet to be born. He wondered whether the old man Dai had mastered the 8 gates by this time. He should seek him out, perhaps to forge a connection, or even to become his disciple. Shinjin mused, feeling envious of the Might family's 8 gates technique, even though the conditions and costs for employing it are exceptionally stringent. While Shinjin pondered these matters during his training, an Uchiha ninja approached him. This was a jonin. This is from the third elder, containing 100,000 ryo. The newcomer handed over a bulging pouch of money, and Shinjin nodded in acceptance. Thank you. What should I call you? Uchiha Izumi, the ninja replied with a strained smile before explaining his purpose. I have been tasked by the third elder to oversee and guide your growth and ensure your safety. Shinjin was taken aback by this news, feeling a surge of joy, and slightly bowed, saying, Then I shall rely on you from now on, Teacher Izumi. He ardently wished for someone to guide his training. The knowledge imparted at the Ninja Academy was far too simplistic for someone with an adult consciousness like Shinjin. To have a jonin dedicated to mentoring him was beyond his wildest dreams. You're too kind, Shinjin-kun. The third elder has informed me of your situation, and it is my honor to guide a prodigy like you. Uchiha Izumi said with a smile, believing that he should not treat Shinjin as just a child. Shinjin's demeanor and speech felt more akin to that of a peer, which both surprised Izumi and dispelled any lingering doubts he had regarding the third elder's judgment. After all, according to the third elder's description, Shinjin was astonishingly talented in ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, and at the tender age of 5. He could best a group of 6 or 7-year-old Uchiha elite students. When had an Uchiha child ever been so thoroughly bested, given their renowned talents? Was there any Uchiha child who was not celebrated as a top student in their class? If not for the fact that Shinjin was also a member of their clan, this group of children would find it difficult to hold their heads high in the Uchiha family. The Uchiha clan is on the brink of becoming a laughingstock in the entirety of Konoha. The pride and dignity of the Uchiha family will be utterly obliterated. Such a notion has sent shivers down the spines of the foresight upper echelons. They even find themselves relieved that Xingluan is still a member of the Uchiha family. Despite having severely harmed his own kin, he remains one of them, bearing the Uchiha name. Thus, while many perceive Xingluan's actions as gravely erroneous, he is merely a 5-year-old child. Although there are numerous clan members who cherish talent, few have stepped forward to speak in his defense. To assault a group is one thing, but to mercilessly torment the beloved young Lord Fugaku, reducing him to a state of near death, is quite another. To this day, he lies in bed, unable to awaken. The elder, being the true power within the Uchiha clan, wields enough authority to rival the other 5 elders combined. It can be said that he commands over half of the clan's power. This reality is a significant factor in the reluctance of anyone to advocate for this remarkable prodigy. Yet, amidst the pervasive atmosphere of silence, the third elder, Uchiha Fong, defied the somber countenance of the elder and boldly stood to speak a word of fairness for Xingluan. He resolutely dismissed the elder's recent verdict regarding Xingluan's punishment. Initially, the elder had accused Xingluan of maliciously harming his own kin without regard for familial bonds. However, considering Xingluan's tender age of 5, the elder astonishingly pardoned him, opting not to pursue his transgressions. Yet, the 6th elder, a close ally of the elder, suddenly proposed a chilling notion. A child who can inflict such harm at a young age may pose an even greater threat as he matures. He suggested that rather than allowing such an unstable presence to continue, they should sever his chakra pathways and allow him a chance to live as an ordinary person, providing closure for the families of the victims and upholding the dignity of the law while eliminating a potential source of instability within the clan. Upon hearing the 6th elder's suggestion, the elder sighed deeply and unsurprisingly agreed with his proposal, planning to orchestrate a dramatic spectacle of tears shed for a fallen genius. However, This time, the third elder, an elderly gentleman with a heart for talent, firmly rejected the suggestion. He vociferously condemned the sixth elder for his proposal, even denouncing him as a wretched beast unworthy of respect. Many within the clan understood that Shengluan did not belong to the third elder's faction and had never heard of any prior interaction between them. The third elder's staunch support for Shengluan was perceived by 99% of the clan members as merely an expression of an elderly gentleman's compassion for talent. Observing the elderly man, with his white hair and fervent indignation, many clan members sincerely urged him to take care of his health. Most were not blind. They understood that the third elder's actions would undoubtedly sow discord with the elder. Yet, he remained steadfast, which speaks volumes. He no longer cared for power. He acted solely to preserve a true genius of the Uchiha clan. This is the noble spirit that a great clan like the Uchiha should embody. By vehemently condemning the elder's sycophants during this incident, he garnered the respect of over 80% of the clan members. A 5-year-old child and an elderly man. These two figures inherently symbolize the virtues of respecting the elderly and nurturing the young. Numerous qualified shinobi participated in the clan assembly, advocating for reconciliation, and fundamentally, they did not endorse the sixth elder's proposal. Even the immensely powerful elder could only yield under the weight of public opinion and moral righteousness. He was not a fool. He could clearly perceive the sentiments of the clan members. Consequently, even when Uchiha Fong slighted him, he could do nothing but simmer in resentment. After all, Uchiha Fong stood on a moral high ground, criticizing the sixth elder. The elder, begrudgingly forgiving Shengluan's transgressions, clenched his teeth and feigned generosity by allowing the mild penalties suggested by the third elder. Uchiha Fong, the eldest among the 6 elders, was indeed the first to grasp the wisdom of the old or seasoned. In Uchiha Izumi's view, a 5-year-old child could only inflict minor injuries, warranting no adult intervention. Yet, Shengluan emerged as a prodigy, shattering the elder's pride and plunging the Uchiha family's little genius into a state of mental turmoil, leaving him unconscious. The other children also sustained significant injuries, leading him to find this utterly astonishing. However, if that were the extent of it, it would merely elicit his admiration for a true genius. Yet, the Uchiha clan has never been devoid of talent. This is a universally acknowledged fact among every clan member, recognized even by Konoha and the broader shinobi world. What truly astonished Uchiha Izumi was that this child, who had stirred waves within the clan, this genuine prodigy that captivated everyone's curiosity, was also concealing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 15. Specialized guidance aside from himself and the third elder. It is unlikely that anyone else would become privy to this matter. Let this child be regarded as a genius in the eyes of others. Geniuses have never been scarce in the shinobi world. While I cannot ascertain whether this child will one day stand atop the shinobi realm, I am confident that he can indeed shield the Uchiha clan from the shadows. I hold this belief with unwavering conviction, with a solemn tone and an assured assessment. To believe without doubt in a mere 5-year-old child? Uchiha Izumi thought that his most respected third elder had lost his senses, until he beheld Shengluan. Training diligently by the soft glow of the campfire in the night, he realized that this was indeed an extraordinary individual. Teacher Izumi, you may simply call me Shengluan from now on, he said, scratching his head with a smile. Adding a suffix felt strangely awkward. Uchiha Izumi was momentarily taken aback by his words, but he nodded in agreement, though he found Shengluan's request peculiar and did not inquire further. I noticed you were doing push-ups earlier. Are you training your body? Shengluan nodded, responding, yes, since I am unfamiliar with any martial arts. I can only do these basic exercises to strengthen my physique. Teacher Izumi, do you have any effective training methods? Something that yields quick results. Effective and quick training methods? Uchiha Izumi shook his head. I do not possess such methods. The path of cultivation should be gradual, step by step. One must not harbor dreams of immediate success, lest they ruin their foundations, leaving only hidden injuries for the future, resulting in irreparable regret. After sternly advising him, he curiously inquired, how much time do you dedicate to training each day? He sought to understand Shengluan's training regimen. After some contemplation, Shengluan answered, excluding 7 hours for school, 4 hours for chores and meals, and 5 hours for sleep. I only have a mere 8 hours left for training. In just a fleeting span of 8 hours. Uchiha Izumi was taken aback. How could this child, merely 5 years of age, possess such fervent ambition? Shouldn't he allow himself some time to indulge in the innocent games of childhood? According to the calculations of Ceylon, Uchiha Izumi realized that aside from meals, sleep, and missions, the remaining time for training barely amounted to an hour each day. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "What drives your relentless efforts? You are merely 5 years old." Uchiha Izumi could not fathom the motives behind Ceylan's tireless pursuit. What could possibly compel such an intense dedication? He refused to believe that a child of 5 would engage in such strenuous training without substantial reason. Was it merely a matter of maturity? At over 20 years old himself, he hardly considered his own dedication sufficient, often training for just an hour each day, frequently exhausted from missions, with little inclination towards further practice. Ceylon fell silent at this. He diverted his gaze from Uchiha Izumi, lifting his eyes to the starry sky, softly murmuring, "The aspirations I hold are formidable. Even if I were to attain the ultimate power of this world, it may not suffice. Nonetheless, I shall endeavor to pursue them. I must." Ceylon then turned his gaze back to Uchiha Izumi. "Teacher Izumi, I require your assistance." Uchiha Izumi had many questions lingering in his mind, such as what exactly Ceylon wished to accomplish and the nature of the ultimate power he spoke of. However, all his inquiries coalesced into a simple response, "At your service." Suppressing his curiosity, Uchiha Izumi earnestly asked, "With so much time dedicated to training each day and so little for rest, do you not awaken each morning feeling fatigued and stiff?" Though his words were framed as a question, his tone was decidedly assertive. Having experienced the rigors of training himself, he knew well the potential pitfalls and risks of such a grueling regimen. However, Ceylan's response left him feeling awkward. "Not at all. When I rise each morning, I do not experience the symptoms you describe, Teacher Izumi. In fact, I feel quite well, just particularly hungry. Every morning, I wake up feeling exceptionally ravenous." "Hungry? Are you certain that such minimal sleep suffices to compensate for your rigorous daily exertions? You do not feel weary?" Uchiha Izumi suspected that Ceylon was merely putting on a brave front. Such a lifestyle seemed utterly exhausting, likely to accumulate hidden ailments over time. Fatigue, after all, could build up and manifest as serious issues, ultimately impacting one's future strength and achievements. Ceylon, taken aback momentarily, then smiled and explained, "I understand your concerns, Teacher Izumi, but I genuinely do not feel tired. I divide my training into 3 segments: morning exercises upon waking, training during my midday break, and evening workouts after dinner. These 3 segments total 8 hours, but they are not continuous. Thus, I do not feel overwhelmed." "Then you are using your class time to rest? That would be a grave mistake, resulting in a loss greater than the gain. The knowledge and experience imparted in ninja school are invaluable, particularly in your class. You must take it seriously," Uchiha Izumi stated with gravity. Yet, Ceylan's next words shattered his preconceptions once more. "How could I possibly sleep during class? The material we cover is indeed significant, but the volume of knowledge presented daily is overly limited, and there is an abundance of superfluous information." "Superfluous?" Uchiha Izumi questioned, puzzled. "Yes, there's too much triviality, such as camaraderie, harmonious education, the will of fire, and principles of conduct," Ceylon remarked with a frown, critiquing the near brainwashing nature of the education at ninja school. The overwhelming majority of the curriculum focused on loyalty to Konoha and emotional bonds, while the truly beneficial knowledge was lamentably scarce. For the sake of that meager fraction of genuine substance, Ceylon bore with the excess. "Oh, so this is what you refer to as superfluous?" Uchiha Izumi, having grasped Ceylan's meaning, refrained from reprimanding him for his discontent with the education system. Instead, he laughed heartily, praising Ceylan's distinct perspective, declaring, "Your description of superfluous is indeed apt. In comparison to the ninja knowledge and experience imparted by the school, this emotionally charged indoctrination was, for a mature-minded individual like Ceylon, merely futile, superfluous education." However, as laughter filled the air, Uchiha Izumi found himself momentarily lost in thought. "Curse it, that was not my intention. I sought to question you about the mental toll of your training. Even if your physical training is not compounded, your mind requires rest. How can you maintain such a vibrant mental state with merely 5 hours of sleep to sustain you through classes, training, and the demands of 19 hours of daily activity? Especially at your age, how is this possible?" Uchiha Izumi voiced his confusions, his 2 decades of understanding unwilling to be so easily dismantled. "Impossible?" Ceylon countered with a smile. Just as Uchiha Izumi was about to exclaim absolutely impossible, the words of the elder echoed in his mind. A 5-year-old child with a double tomo, skilled in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. The double tomo. Mastery of jinjutsu. Uchiha Izumi whispered to himself. The Sharingan represented in release, the embodiment of mental prowess. Jinjutsu, a mental assault fueled by chakra. All signs indicated that Sei-Lon indeed possessed a mental strength far beyond his peers. Very well, I understand now. Uchiha Izumi inhaled deeply, setting aside his intention to caution Sei-Lon about the importance of balance. I shall dedicate an hour each day to instruct you. We can establish a consistent time. After contemplating, Sei-Lon suggested, let it be at the same hour we meet. Uchiha Izumi nodded in agreement. In the coming days, I will guide you in physical training. Your current physical condition is rather poor. Sei-Lon acknowledged this with a nod, aligning with Uchiha Izumi's sentiments. Uchiha Izumi was secretly astonished by how easygoing Sei-Lon was. Devoid of any peculiar notions, and lacking the childish arrogance often found in others his age. Had he been dealing with another child of the same age, Uchiha Izumi was certain that most would clamor for the pursuit of formidable ninjutsu, or at the very least, the so-called taijutsu. It was improbable that anyone would exhibit the patience to refine their fundamentals as Sei-Lon did, recognizing the essence of physical prowess as foundational. Taijutsu, the essence of the body. Only with a strong physique can one execute techniques. In truth, what was elegantly termed taijutsu was merely a synthesis of physical strength, speed, and reflexes, augmented by some specialized techniques. This was the essence of taijutsu. Uchiha Izumi commenced his teaching by outlining the fundamentals of taijutsu, aiming to impart the notion that physical strength is paramount, and one should not become overly fixated on techniques. Sei-Lon absorbed this knowledge like a sponge. Captivated by the information, his earnest attitude earning Uchiha Izumi's quiet admiration. The delightful exchange continued long into the night, far exceeding the planned hour. As Sei-Lon lay in his tent, eyes wide open, he reflected on the teachings imparted by Uchiha Izumi, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The path ahead now possessed a clearer direction. Chapter 16. Might Guy. At the break of dawn, before the sun had fully risen, Sei-Lon completed his morning routine, stretching and engaging in simple warm-up exercises, before clenching his fists and commencing his run. 100 laps around Konoha. He let out a loud shout, setting himself a modest goal of 100 million. However, at his current pace, even running for 10 days might not see him complete 100 laps. The cool breeze of the early morning was quite refreshing. As he ran, Shenlong observed the architecture of Konoha, some of which felt alien while others struck a chord of familiarity, particularly the Hokage building and the cliff adorned with the carved faces of past Hokages. While he was engrossed in his surroundings, his ears perked up slightly, prompting him to slow his pace. He heard footsteps approaching from behind. It seemed the other person was also out for a morning jog. Curiosity piqued, he turned around. In that instant, he froze, his face lighting up with overwhelming joy, causing the middle-aged man who was running energetically to come to a halt. The man he had longed to meet since his arrival in this world, the one he often thought about, was now standing right before him, dressed in a green spandex suit, with thick, bushy eyebrows and a ruggedly handsome, yet slightly disheveled face. Shenlong recognized him instantly despite this being their first encounter. He was none other than the legendary Might Guy, the father of Might Dai. Guy was the master of the 8 Gates technique, the only person who had learned this formidable skill. In the later stages of the Naruto saga, conventional ninjutsu and jinjutsu became utterly ineffective against the super-powerful beings, rendering even the tailed beast bomb merely a larger firecracker, incapable of inflicting real harm, with the exception of the Ten Tails. The entire narrative of Naruto essentially chronicles the conflicts of the Otsutsuki clan. Without the bloodline and ocular prowess of the Otsutsuki, it is exceedingly difficult to achieve prominence. If one were to ponder what other formidable powers exist aside from the Otsutsuki clan, it would likely be the renowned 8 Gates technique, which surpasses even the sage arts from the 3 great training sanctuaries. In the climactic battles against Uchiha Madara, aside from the duo of Naruto and Sasuke wielding Yin-Yang release, only Might Guy, who opened the 8th Gate of Death, proved capable of standing against him. Shenlong did not wish to rely on the Sharingan as his trump card. Rather, he sought to master the 8 Gates technique as his ultimate power. However, this was contingent upon his ability to learn this forbidden art from Might Dai. Hey there. Out for a morning jog? Shenlong approached him, speaking casually as if they were old friends, a silly grin plastered on his face, leaving Dai momentarily perplexed. Although they were strangers meeting for the first time, the earnestness of Shenlong's smile prompted a friendly response from Dai. Indeed, young one. Are you jogging alone? He felt concerned for Shenlong, a mere child, running off alone. Haha. The fire of youth knows no bounds, regardless of age or gender. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a kid. Let us embrace youth and ignite our spirits together, Dai? Shenlong became too immersed in his role, inadvertently calling him Dai in a manner that raised Dai's suspicion. How could this stranger know his name? Realizing this, Shenlong felt a chill run down his spine. This could complicate things. He had intended to cultivate a friendly rapport under the banner of youth, but now Dai would likely become wary of him. However, Dai thought nothing of it. Instead, he trembled with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he embraced Shenlong, exclaiming, "You understand. You too feel the fire of youth. My soulmate is a child. Oh, youth." In truth, Dai had often been underestimated due to his sole focus on taijutsu and his overly exuberant personality, which led to social exclusion. Few chose to befriend him, and his concept of youth was seldom acknowledged until he earned the recognition of the White Fang. Though that acknowledgement was more a private remark to Kakashi than a public validation of his youthful spirit. Dai, could you please let me down? Watch out for your snot. It's about to get on me." Struggling to escape the embrace due to their height difference, Shenlong patted Dai's thigh instead, saying, "Real men don't shed tears easily, Dai." In an attempt to lighten the mood and prevent another bout of tears, Shenlong offered a sardonic remark. Upon hearing it, Dai wiped his eyes and broke into a beaming smile that nearly blinded Shenlong's Sharingan. "You're right, little brother. Let us cherish our youth." Suddenly, Dai swept Shenlong up and began sprinting excitedly. "Let our youth burn brightly." Ignoring Shenlong's bewildered expression, he whisked him off the ground as they flew through the air. "First, let us run 10 laps around Konoha. If you can't finish, you'll do 10,000 push-ups." Dai's enthusiastic shout nearly made Shenlong faint. As he trudged towards school, Shenlong felt lightheaded, but his spirits soared despite the physical exertion. Dai was surprisingly easy to talk to, and Shenlong seized the moment to formally acknowledge their brotherhood, promising to continue their camaraderie in future mornings. After revealing his surname and name, Dai was taken aback, finally taking note of Shenlong's appearance. With his black hair and eyes, he certainly bore the mark of the Uchiha clan. If anyone had ridiculed or looked down upon Dai the most, it was undoubtedly the Uchiha, known for their arrogance and tendency to belittle the weak to elevate themselves, stemming from a deep-seated sense of inferiority. Nonetheless, Dai remained unfazed. He found a positive impression of Shenlong, a bright and cheerful young man who did not seem to care about his lineage. "First, I'll solidify my bond with Dai, and then I'll find a way to coax him into teaching me the 8 gates technique." Just as Shenlong was lost in his thoughts, chuckling to himself, he noticed that upon entering the school, most students had turned their gazes toward him. What was going on? Confused, he suddenly heard a loud voice. "Boss." Senju Narikes came running over, calling out "boss," which only added to Shenlong's bewilderment. "Are you calling me? When did I become your boss?" "From the moment you defeated the Uchiha heir, you became my boss. From now on, I'll follow you, boss." Narikes grinned widely, and his companions echoed the sentiment, calling Shenlong boss. As their words resonated, murmurs spread through the crowd, eyes filled with admiration, fear, and even hatred from some Uchiha clan members who glared at Shenlong. Shenlong was initially taken aback, but then he chuckled softly, ruffling Narikes' hair before giving him a gentle push, sending him stumbling aside. "Go play in the sand. And you lot, off you go too. I don't have time to babysit." What a joke, with everyone calling him boss. He had no intention of playing the role of a child king. He silently lamented, waving them off like pesky flies. Shenlong made his way to the classroom and headed straight for his seat. He glanced at the Uchiha Makoto, who was sitting with her head down, and took a seat beside her. Chapter 17, Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Meichin blushed as she spoke softly, her self-reproachful demeanor utterly adorable. At this moment, her face bore a striking resemblance to that of Naruto's mother during her childhood, both sporting the same cherubic roundness. Shenlong gazed at her in confusion, remaining silent. "Aren't you afraid?" Shenlong inquired curiously, recalling how Uchiha Meichin had appeared utterly stunned. "I was worried about you getting beaten up by all those people. I just didn't expect you to be so formidable. No wonder your grandfather chose you as my bodyguard." Observing Uchiha Meichin's dawning realization, Shenlong, without a second thought, extended his mischievous hands. He playfully pinched Meichin's fair cheeks, tugging them gently, and then leaned closer, teasingly saying, "So you really think of me as your bodyguard?" His actions were affectionate, lacking any force, but Meichin, blushing fiercely, managed to wriggle free. "Remember to bring double portions for the next bento, and don't forget the dessert. That's your protection fee." Shenlong shot her a fierce glare. Meichin, taken aback for a moment, then grinned cunningly. "I have no money. You're so shameless. Expecting so much for a free meal. You definitely lack funds, but your grandfather has plenty. Just ask him and say it's from me." Shenlong replied confidently, showing no sign of embarrassment. "I don't believe you. Your grandfather was furious about you yesterday. How could he possibly listen to you?" Meichin remarked disdainfully. "Ha ha," Shenlong chuckled, his smile mischievous, before uttering something Meichin couldn't comprehend. "Just tell the old man, if I don't get enough to eat, I might just have to feast on you." "Feast on me? You're not a fox. How could you eat a person?" Meichin asked innocently, laughter dancing in her eyes. "Of course, I'm not a fox. I am a wolf, a big bad wolf," Shenlong replied with a wicked grin, his gaze roving over Meichin as if contemplating how to take a bite. Initially, Meichin found his declaration amusing, but as his gaze swept over her, an inexplicable sensation arose within her. She shivered slightly, feeling an odd vulnerability, as if she were unclothed. Her laughter abruptly ceased, her face flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze, unable to meet Shenlong's eyes, yet the strange feeling lingered. Observing her quail like a quail, Shenlong chuckled lightly and withdrew his gaze. "Humph, can I not handle a mere little girl?" He practiced hand signs, waiting for class to commence. Finally, when class began, he discovered today's subject was literacy, and Shenlong found it profoundly dull. Although he needed to learn the local script, his adult consciousness made the lessons feel simplistic and tedious. As the bell rang, Meichin dashed out, and Shenlong stretched lazily before exiting the classroom, intending to stroll aimlessly. However, upon stepping into the playground, he instantly became the center of attention, with numerous eyes fixated on him, chattering excitedly about his astonishing actions from the previous day. This scrutiny extinguished his desire to continue wandering. Had it not involved his mother, he would never have escalated matters so dramatically. After all, he was still a weakling and did not wish to draw such attention, which was not his intention at all. He believed that one should remain humble when lacking absolute strength. Just as he prepared to return to class, a blond boy in the playground caught his attention. After a brief mental comparison, he surmised the boy's identity. Could it really be him? The future fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. Shenlong was taken aback for a moment before approaching him. "Namake's Minato?" Shenlong smiled warmly, uncertainly inquiring. The blond boy appeared momentarily startled before returning a friendly smile and nodding. "Hello, who are you?" Minato asked, puzzled. Confirming the boy's identity, Shenlong extended his palm and said, "I am Uchiha Shenlong. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Hello," Minato replied. Though slightly bewildered, he politely shook Shenlong's hand. They exchanged sunny smiles, solidifying a simple yet genuine bond of friendship between them. "What grade are you in?" "Which class?" Shenlong inquired with a smile. The ninja academy was somewhat akin to elementary school in his previous life, with a 6-year system. Besides teaching basic knowledge, it also imparted ninja skills, with each grade containing about 7 or 8 classes, each filled with 20 to 30 students. The academy was much larger than Shenlong had envisioned. The anime had only revealed a glimpse. "I am in class 2 of year 1. I look forward to your guidance." Minato responded amicably. "Class 2 of year 1. Shenlong momentarily paused, then realized that in the original story, Minato's classmates, aside from Uzumaki Kushina, were not prominent clan members. Minato hailed from a common background, and it was entirely plausible he and T entered the advanced class during his first year. Perhaps next year, he would be part of class 1. After all, he was destined to be a leader among the younger generation. The so-called clan heirs would ultimately find themselves overshadowed by this golden brilliance. How polite. Shenlong was just about to engage further with the future luminary when a loud voice suddenly interrupted. He turned to see Senju Rope Tree, who had excitedly dashed to his side. Shenlong, exasperated, delivered a swift kick, sending Rope Tree tumbling aside. "I don't have time now." Before Shenlong could express his irritation, he was struck by an unsettling sensation of being watched, abruptly silencing his words. Changing his expression like a magician, he hurried over to assist Rope Tree, feigning concern as he helped him to his feet and brushed the dust off. How clumsy. Did you hurt yourself? Get up. Shenglong spoke gently, as if his previous actions were merely a figment of imagination. Those around them were utterly baffled by the scene. Rope tree, Minato, bystanders. Ignoring their bewildered expressions, Shenglong patted Rope Tree's head softly, saying, "Be careful when walking next time." With that, he nodded at the still dazed Minato and turned to leave the playground, returning to his classroom to resume his studies. After a while, once the sensation of being watched dissipated, he finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 18. The guy training method. Damn it. It's that old pervert's telescope technique again. Why does he spend his days spying on women bathing and watching me at school? Shenglong grumbled through clenched teeth, already feeling the presence of someone surveilling him. Undoubtedly that voyeuristic old man. He wondered if his earlier encounter with Rope Tree had been witnessed, and whether Tsunade had been present. Given her protective instincts towards her younger brother, if she had seen Shenglong's earlier actions, he might emerge unscathed, but would certainly incur her wrath. In the Hokage office, the robust third Hokage, along with his 3 prized disciples, gathered around a crystal ball, observing Shenglong as he tenderly helped the fallen Rope Tree to his feet. Showing genuine concern, Tsunade nodded approvingly, unable to suppress a smile. This little rascal is quite impressive, distinctly different from the others in the Uchiha clan. His demeanor mirrors that of the late Uncle Kagami. He could be considered for special training. Her simple statement could directly influence Shenglong's future. Humph, compared to Jing, he falls far behind the third. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he smirked dismissively, not opposing Tsunade's subsequent remarks. It is too early to make such declarations. Whether he is a dragon or a worm remains uncertain. Orochimaru chuckled, his words resonating with practicality and aligning with the third's thoughts, even as he harbored a keen interest in Shenglong. As for Jiraiya, his attention was not directed toward a mere child like Shenglong. His focus remained on other women. Aside from Tsunade, regardless of whether they are geniuses or failures, as long as they do not bring me trouble in the Ninja Academy, even a dragon must submit to me. The third Hokage declared confidently, his strength peak, nearly reaching the pinnacle of a Kage level. How is Kushina's placement progressing? It has been arranged well. She is living with her grandmother, and they are getting along splendidly as members of the Uzumaki clan. Should we enroll her in the Ninja Academy? Tsunade responded to the third's inquiry. After a moment of silence, the third replied, "Let us wait a bit. Allow her to find a feeling of home in this unfamiliar place first. I entrust this aspect of work to Lord Mido." Tsunade, upon hearing this, disdainfully remarked, "You need not say it. My grandmother is aware. She is my kin." With that, Tsunade turned to leave. Just as she departed, Jiraiya followed suit, not forgetting to mock the third as he left. "Who are you trying to impress, old man?" The third, watching their retreating figures, was momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. "You 2 rascals, how am I putting on airs? Unruly brats who do not understand respect for their teacher." Orochimaru shook his head with a chuckle, ignoring the fuming third as he turned to leave, while the third's face darkened at Orochimaru's back. "Orochimaru, how did I end up with such reckless disciples?" As night fell, Uchiha Izumi arrived punctually, imparting knowledge about the Sharingan's applications while specifically advising Shenglong not to excessively refine chakra to avoid hindering his physical development. Additionally, he imparted a wealth of ninja knowledge, in just 2 hours surpassing what Shenglong learned in a day at school. Acknowledging Shenglong's desire to graduate early, he supported the notion. A fulfilling day concluded, with Shenglong diligently thriving. The next morning, Shenglong arrived as promised at the street where he had encountered Might Dai the previous day. Old Dai was doing push-ups, awaiting Shenglong's arrival. "Good morning, Old Dai. I'm late." Shenglong greeted with a smile, feeling inexplicably cheerful upon seeing Old Dai. "Good morning, my young brother. I just got here as well. Without further ado, let us begin. Youth must not be wasted." Old Dai beamed with a vibrant smile. Inspired by Old Dai's spirited demeanor, Shenglong nodded enthusiastically and shouted, "I'm ready." However, his excitement was short-lived as Old Dai extinguished it swiftly. "Great. We ran a lap around Konoha yesterday, so we shall not run today. Instead, we will walk on our hands to the back mountain of Konoha, followed by 1,000 squats." Without further ado, Old Dai flipped upside down, leaving Shenglong in a cold sweat. "But I've never practiced walking on my hands. I fear I will fall after just a few steps, not to mention the long distance to the back mountain." Shenglong retreated a few steps, acknowledging the truth in his statement. He could not meet Old Dai's training standards. "What is the matter? My brother, I've thought it through. I'll assist you. Old Dai enthusiastically patted Xingluan's small shoulder. Before Xingluan could inquire how he would assist, he was abruptly lifted and inverted. Startled, Xingluan quickly braced himself with his hands on the ground, as Old Dai's voice rang out. See, this works, doesn't it? Let us go. Hearing Old Dai's words, Xingluan froze, feeling utterly foolish. As for Old Dai, he was always the one acting foolishly. From the street where they met to the far end of another street, the number of early risers buying vegetables gradually increased, with Xingluan being hoisted by his feet. Hands pressed to the ground, moving like a lifeless body, expressionless. Countless passers-by gazed at Xingluan with pity, while Old Dai remained oblivious, earnestly saying to Xingluan, "Today we'll practice like this. Once you get used to walking on your hands, you won't need my help anymore." Xingluan numbly nodded, unable to see the gazes of others, only observing Old Dai's large feet and the legs of those around him. Fortunately, it was Sunday, and Xingluan did not have school. This handstand walk lasted nearly half the morning, exhausting both Xingluan and Old Dai. Due to Xingluan's short stature, Old Dai struggled to lift him properly, needing to bend over, which was no easy feat, yet he persisted in carrying Xingluan the entire distance. Even though most of the weight of Xingluan's body during the handstand walk rested on Old Dai, Xingluan's wrists were now swollen significantly. He lay on the ground, his prolonged inversion causing oxygen deprivation to his brain, leaving his thoughts muddled, as if his consciousness had not fully returned to his body. After regaining a semblance of composure, Old Dai pulled Xingluan up and declared, "All right, young brother, we've finished training our arms. Now let us work on our legs, starting with 1,000 squats." Xingluan lay motionless like a corpse, expressionless as he replied, "Brother, I feel like my hands are useless." He felt not only that his hands were useless, but also feared that if he continued training with Old Dai like this, he would eventually become entirely useless himself. "Don't worry, my little brother. Such minor injuries are nothing," Old Dai proclaimed boldly, suddenly glancing around conspiratorially, whispering to Xingluan, "I have a traditional medicinal wine for injuries. A family secret, which works wonders." Xingluan was taken aback, suddenly revitalized. Could this be the reason why in the original story, Guy and Li could endure such hellish training without repercussions, emerging even stronger and healthier? Indeed, according to the original story's training methods, they should have been exhausted by now. How could they be so lively every day, their bodies growing stronger? They are neither Jinchuriki nor possess any special bloodline traits. How could they sustain such high-intensity training from dawn till dusk? Contemplating this, Xingluan leaped up, tugging at Old Dai's clothing, signaling him to crouch down, as he was currently too short, and whispered eagerly, "Brother, quickly tell me, aside from the ancestral medicinal wine, do you have any ancestral methods for body refinement? Perhaps something like medicinal baths?" Xingluan inquired anxiously, having read many fantasy novels in his past life. He was aware of such practices and wondered if Old Dai's family possessed any. Suddenly, Old Dai looked at Xingluan in shock, exclaiming, "How did you know my family has that kind of thing?" "Indeed, it really exists," Xingluan exclaimed, his voice rising considerably. Old Dai hurriedly covered his mouth, whispering, "In 3 days, come to my house, and I'll prepare a medicinal bath for you. But this is just between us brothers. It mustn't be known by others." "Perfect. Let us continue our training, for youth is not to be squandered, and the goals we set must not be easily abandoned," Victory Blue proclaimed after a brief silence. Driven by the desire to meet Might Dai's expectations, to pursue the enigmatic medicinal bath, and to grow stronger, he exerted himself to the utmost. As he squatted up and down, fervently muttering about becoming stronger, he disregarded the piercing pain in his wrists, mechanically repeating the same motion. Just shy of 300 squats, he was nearly exhausted, collapsing onto the grass, gasping for breath, his limbs trembling uncontrollably, having exhausted all his strength to stand. "Is this truly your best effort? How weak?" Old Dai shook his head, perceiving Victory Blue as overly inexperienced, oblivious to the boy's tender age. "I feel I have reached my limit," Victory Blue panted. At this moment, he could neither feel his hands nor feet, as they had gone numb. "No, you have not. Youth knows no limits," Old Dai suddenly stated with gravity, having finished with limbs. "We shall now focus on the waist. 500 sit-ups." Upon uttering this, he pressed down on Victory Blue's calf. Hearing Old Dai's words, Victory Blue felt darkness cloud his vision. Chapter 19. Enlightenment. Just as Victory Blue contemplated taking a break, He raised his gaze to find old Dai's serious expression and earnest demeanor, leading him to a sudden realization. Wasn't he striving for power? The extraordinary power to transcend this realm, the strength to return home. How could he even consider giving up when he had yet to attain such power? If he could not endure this minor hardship, how could he aspire to be strong? Desiring the 8 gates of Duinjia formation, did he possess the qualifications to wield it? Recently, after defeating Uchiha Fugaku and awakening his double Sharingan, he felt a surge of arrogance. I am ultimately just a weakling. Victory Blue understood this truth, and at that moment, he saw himself clearly, feeling an overwhelming sense of trepidation. It was not terrifying to be weak. The true fear lay in the frailty of the spirit. Lately, all training concerns had focused on the body, and now, having encountered a master of physical cultivation, he resolved to heed his guidance, believing that perseverance would eventually lead to success. In that instant, Victory Blue looked at old Dai earnestly and said, I apologize, Brother Dai. I should not succumb to lethargy. You are correct. Youth should have no limits, for limits exist only to be surpassed. With those words, he exerted every ounce of strength to perform sit-ups, one after another, each becoming slower and more arduous. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Old Dai remained silent, nodding at Victory Blue. In that moment, he felt an impulse to take on an apprentice, perceiving a certain quality in the boy, a familiar trait, a characteristic of the strong, one that those who had mastered the 8 gates of Duinjia possessed. It was a trait that demanded one to be unwavering in their pursuit, for without madness, one cannot survive. Just like the forbidden technique of the 8 gates, every practitioner knew the risks of bodily harm or even death. Yet none feared the side effects of this technique. Only the strong could wield such divine arts. The prerequisite for mastering this forbidden technique was not physical prowess, but rather the courage to open the gates, the tenacity to endure, and an unwavering will. Victory Blue possessed this quality, qualifying him to learn the 8 gates of Duinjia. Old Dai thought to himself, considering this a test of the boy's resolve and his own willingness to continue this journey together. Do not assume that a mere mention of youth would open old Dai's heart, nor that a call of brother would forge a bond of brotherhood. They had only known each other for a brief time. Though Victory Blue was still young, evoking no sense of wariness, it did not mean old Dai was obliged to indulge him or accompany him on his training. At that moment, old Dai realized the seriousness of this little fellow. What drove a 5-year-old child to train so hard? Observing Victory Blue grit his teeth through the effort, drenched in sweat, old Dai inquired earnestly, Why do you wish to grow stronger? I see urgency and desire in your eyes. You yearn for power. Upon hearing this, Victory Blue paused, for the first time realizing that he had underestimated Might Dai. The man before him possessed strength not only in physical prowess, but also in the ability to perceive the hearts of others. Victory Blue, approaching old Dai with intent, discovered that the man had been cautious all along, simply refraining from asking. Although Victory Blue indeed had undisclosed motives, old Dai sensed no malice. Rather, he felt a sense of warmth, for he perceived deep respect and an unspoken admiration in Victory Blue's eyes. It was admiration directed toward him. Oh, I merely wish to return home, he murmured softly, and in that moment, the world faded to black as he lost consciousness. Old Dai initially froze, then chuckled lightly, misinterpreting Victory Blue's words as a simple desire to return home. Reaching into his ninja tool pouch, old Dai retrieved a bottle of brownish-yellow medicinal liquid, pouring a small amount into his palm and rubbing it together before evenly applying it to Victory Blue's swollen wrist. With a firm yet gentle motion, he rubbed it, causing Victory Blue to awaken with a start from the pain. Ah! Victory Blue cried out, glancing at his wrist and asking, What is this? This is a family heirloom of my household, a remedy for bruises. How does it feel, young one? Old Dai inquired. It feels prickly and cool, quite soothing. Victory Blue exclaimed in surprise, realizing old Dai had indeed spoken truthfully. Casually handing over the remaining half-bottle of medicinal liquor, old Dai proclaimed, Consider it a gift. Oh, thank you. Victory Blue rejoiced. A series of gurgling sounds emanated from his stomach, filling him with embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Come, brother, let me treat you to a meal. Old Dai laughed heartily, patting Victory Blue on the back, and then lifted him up. Noticing Victory Blue's unsteady gait, he bent down and offered his back. Victory Blue quickly declined. His legs were quite sore, and he could only grasp old Dai's hand to walk. The two figures, a large and a small, setting off in search of sustenance. The reason he hesitated to let old Dai carry him was due to the age and size difference, which made Victory Blue feel as though he would be seen as a son to old Dai. Unbeknownst to him, to passers-by, they appeared as a father and son duo, both with dark hair and eyes, the only noticeable difference being the elder's remarkably thick eyebrows and eccentric attire. The two ambled into a high-end barbecue restaurant. Initially, old Dai was quite resistant, feigning a refusal, not for any other reason than his inability to afford such a meal. As a low-ranking ninja with no familial ties, all his expenses came from mission earnings, predominantly D-rank tasks, leaving him perpetually strapped for cash and unable to indulge in such lavish dining. However, after much persuasion from Victory Blue, they finally settled into a booth. "Brother, without a doubt, this meal is on me. Do you have money?" Old Dai hesitated, for he truly lacked sufficient funds for a barbecue meal, and sitting in the restaurant made him uncomfortable. He did not believe that a small child like Victory Blue possessed much money, thinking the boy was unaware of the prices, especially since this was the renowned barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan in Konoha. "Do not worry, my brother. I have a bit of pocket money, so feel free to indulge. Shall we have a drink today?" Shenlong declared, waving his hand grandly before summoning the waiter to place an order. "Let us start with 10 servings of barbecue and 4 jugs of fine wine." 10 servings? That is far too much. Old Dai stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Excuse me, young sir," the cheerful waitress from the Akimichi clan interjected. "It is against the law in Konoha for anyone under 16 to consume alcohol, and restaurants are prohibited from selling it. My elder brother is the one requesting it, so please prepare it promptly." "Very well. Would you prefer sake or fruit wine?" "Currently, we only serve these 2 types, but if you desire something else, we can assist you in procuring it." The stout waitress inquired of old Dai. 2 jugs each of sake and fruit wine, Shenlong replied. The waitress appeared momentarily perplexed, but soon nodded with a smile. "Please wait a moment." Before long, the table was laden with an abundance of wine and meat. The attentive waitress even brought an extra jug of sake for the 2 of them, then discreetly set up screens to shield them from view. It was clear she was concerned about anyone witnessing Shenlong, a child, consuming alcohol. It was evident that this little glutton intended to sneak a drink under the guise of his older brother's name. Despite the strict prohibition in Konoha, business was business, and few would turn down money. Noticing old Dai's discomfort and uncertainty, Shenlong sighed and called the waitress back. "Excuse me, could you please check how many servings of barbecue this amount of money can buy?" The waitress paused for a moment before accepting Shenlong's wallet, counting the money before saying, "With this, you could afford approximately 30 meals of this nature." Old Dai, having just taken a sip of sake, choked violently at her words. "Wait, are you saying this meal costs nearly 3,000? He mused that in his previous life, it would likely exceed 3,000 yuan. However, upon reflection, he recalled that the average beef hot pot cost around 100 per person, making this price reasonable considering they were ordering for 10. "See, brother, why do you doubt my financial means? This is merely my allowance, and I receive this amount every month, so eat without worry," Shenlong declared, causing the stout waitress to look utterly astonished. "Wow, have I stumbled upon a wealthy second generation?" After her moment of surprise, she smiled and added, "Hey, little brother, are you in need of a girlfriend? I could introduce you to my daughter. She is absolutely adorable." Rolling his eyes, Shenlong chuckled, "Sure. But this meal has to be on you, Annie. That is quite impossible." The stout woman chuckled lightly, well aware of his jest. "I'm not fond of robust women." Shenlong waved his hand dismissively, aware that the Akimichi clan preferred not to be referred to as fat. The waitress huffed lightly, but did not take offense. Having witnessed Shenlong's financial prowess, old Dai began to devour the food voraciously. The allure of barbecue was too tempting, and he was not one to be overly picky. Indecision was the bane of his straightforward nature. After consuming several servings of barbecue and 2 jugs of wine, old Dai's face flushed red, and he relaxed, his voice growing louder. Shenlong, leisurely sipping on the fruit wine, found it akin to juice and believed he could drink it endlessly without inebriation. Initially, he suspected the barbecue joint was attempting to deceive him, but upon inquiry, old Dai informed him that the fruit wine, much like the sake, was mild and not comparable to the alcoholic beverages of his previous life. Observing old Dai in a slightly tipsy state, Shenlong curiously inquired about the practice of body training. "Brother, why do we engage in this peculiar practice of walking on our hands? It feels rather odd." His thoughts almost conveyed that such behavior was rather embarrassing. What began as a casual question prompted old Dai to pause, wipe the grease from his mouth, and lean in to whisper conspiratorially, "I learned this from the Hyuga clan, which you should know is a renowned lineage of physical training and the pioneers of the gentle fist style." "Is that so?" Shenglan exclaimed in surprise. "So, you've been secretly learning techniques from the Hyuga clan." The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan was less about traditional punching and more about striking with the palms and using pressure points, often not requiring fists at all. Walking on one's hands indeed served to strengthen the wrists and palms, honing one's palm power. With this realization, Shenglan's cheeks flushed, uncertain whether it was from the alcohol or his embarrassment for questioning old Dai's methods. From that moment on, he would never again doubt old Dai's training guidance, nor would he feel the slightest shame regarding such practices. Chapter 20. Enduring the hawk or enduring myself. As night fell, Shenglan swayed a half bottle of medicinal wine given to him by old Dai, marveling at its miraculous properties. It was akin to a supercharged version of the soothing wine used in his past life. Not only was its efficacy magnitudes greater, but according to old Dai, it appeared to have no side effects. The sole drawback was the relatively high cost of the ingredients, but this was of little concern for Shenglan, as he had a benefactor to support him. He awaited the arrival of Uchiha Izumi in quiet anticipation. This evening, she brought along a small creature, a slightly plump ninja hawk. Unlike other hawks, this ninja hawk was not only fiercer but also possessed keen, penetrating eyes. Small in stature, yet brimming with ferocity. "Izumi-sensei, what is this?" Shenglan asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. With a gentle smile, Uchiha Izumi replied, "This is a precious ninja beast specially trained by our Uchiha clan to enhance our eyesight and assist us in gathering intelligence. It is our clan's exclusive ninja beast. Oh, and it can also serve as a means of transport when necessary, though we must wait for it to mature." Reflecting on the original story, where Sasuke summoned a ninja hawk, Shenglan had once wondered why Sasuke, who had a contract with the giant snake from the dragon cave, could also summon a hawk. His curiosity was now met with an answer that left him momentarily stunned. Who told you that one can only form a contract with one type of summoning beast? After a brief moment of awkwardness, Uchiha Izumi chuckled lightly while explaining some knowledge about summoning beasts. Not all wild animals can serve as summoning beasts. Only those that possess chakra, can be tamed, comprehend human language, and exhibit a certain level of intelligence can qualify as summoning beasts. Some more intelligent summoning beasts even have their own civilizations and can engage in dialogue with humans. Shenglan nodded in understanding, recalling that the three great sanctuaries in the Naruto world were all under the dominion of summoning beasts. Mayaboka Mountain, Shikatsu Forest, and the Dragon Cave. Each was replete with abundant natural energy, yet they were all ruled by different summoning beast clans. Regarding the secrets of summoning beasts, Shenglan knew far more than Uchiha Izumi, such as the sage arts controlled by the three great sanctuaries, and the ancient conflicts instigated by the summoning beast Gamabunta that led to the rift between the Sage of Six Paths and his mother. While he possessed greater knowledge than Uchiha Izumi, he remained unaware of the specific details, thus he quietly committed to memory the teachings imparted by Uchiha Izumi. As Uchiha Izumi introduced the small, fierce hawk before Shenglan, he remarked, "Do not be deceived by its diminutive size. This creature possesses considerable wildness. Your task is not to forge a contract with it, but rather to endure, to battle, and to dominate it." Endure the hawk. Shenglan tilted his head in confusion. This is not the traditional interpretation of enduring a hawk. It does not involve depriving it of sleep. It is widely acknowledged that hawks are proud and difficult to tame. Thus, the practice of keeping them awake serves to diminish their pride and will, ultimately achieving the goal of dominance. What you must do is make this fledgling hawk submit, all while ensuring its physical and mental well-being. To begin, you should give it a gentle tap. Is this request meant to be accomplished through force? Shenglan paused, gazing at the adorable, somewhat foolish fledgling hawk, and playfully tapped its head. Yikes! The innocent fledgling cried out, its eyes widening in surprise, feathers bristling, resembling a fluffy combat chicken, which brought amusement to Shenglan. Haha, he chuckled, poking the spherical fledgling's belly and shamelessly plucking a feather. The back of his hand received a few pecks from the beak and scratches from its claws, but it hardly hurt. The fledgling's resistance only fueled Shenglan's playful spirit. He pressed down on the fledgling's head, regardless of its struggles, determined to teach it about the darkness of the world and what it means to wield power. This particular hawk holds grudges, Uchiha Izumi grinned. Haha. Shenlong laughed lightly, as if to ask, what of it? This little creature? Look, I have it pinned to the ground. It is merely a matter of rubbing it against the surface. The little creature struggled fiercely, attempting to regain control of its head. Shenlong chuckled softly and released it, having applied only gentle pressure, fearing he might inadvertently harm it. As it yanked its head back with excessive force, the small creature rolled twice on the ground, its angry appearance eliciting a mischievous grin from Shenlong. Is it fun? Uchiha Izumi asked, his face filled with mischief. Unfortunately, Shenlong did not glance at his expression, engrossed as he was in teasing the little one, responding, indeed, fun. It will be your companion from now on, assisting you in honing your vision for a while. Huh. Shenlong's face transformed into a myriad of question marks as he doubted his own hearing. You heard correctly. This fledgling will supervise your training for the foreseeable future. Without allowing Shenlong to inquire further, Uchiha Izumi continued, as I mentioned. This is a unique ninja beast belonging to our Uchiha clan, endowed with remarkable abilities. It holds grudges. Every creature that has bullied it will be firmly etched in its memory. It will watch you with piercing eyes, harboring animosity. When you retreat, it will advance. When you falter, it will attack. Your task is to maintain eye contact with it, compelling it to yield through your vision and will. During this process, you must refrain from using your Sharingan, ensuring the fledgling's health, preventing it from suffering hunger or fatigue, and ceasing any form of mistreatment. Shenlong stood in stunned silence for a moment, then earnestly asked, Teacher Izumi, is this about enduring the hawk or enduring me? He found this perplexing training to be utterly devoid of purpose. Do not dismiss this as a mere game. It is one of the vital methods through which our Uchiha clan cultivates vision, sharpens focus, and fortifies resolve. It is an essential secret tradition, known to few within the clan, and even fewer are granted access to such a ninja hawk. In the realm of ninjas, techniques for enhancing vision are exceedingly rare, developed through the wisdom of our ancestors. This ninja beast has been meticulously bred over centuries specifically to cultivate our clan's visual prowess. Uchiha Izumi stated, albeit somewhat reluctantly, as he was only aware of the fledgling's vengeful nature, the rest being knowledge imparted to him. Should you succeed in this phase of vision training, not only will your eyesight improve, but your focus and observational skills will also undergo a marked enhancement. There exists a common understanding in the ninja world. When engaging the Uchiha clan in battle, it is prudent to avoid eye contact. This is not solely due to our Sharingan, which instills fear of our Jinjutsu, but rather a deeper fear of our extraordinary visual acuity. Legend has it that decades ago, Uchiha Madara's vision reached its pinnacle. Enemies who met his gaze would falter before the battle even commenced, knowing his formidable strength. More so, they were intimidated by his terrifying vision. Upon hearing this, Shenlong was astounded. Recalling the original narrative, he remembered the Ninja Alliance, comprised of tens of thousands, facing the reincarnated Uchiha Madara. Even before engaging in combat, the atmosphere was saturated with fear. Few dared to underestimate him. Even the most arrogant and prideful ninjas were drenched in sweat. Had it not been for their overwhelming numbers and the roar of battle to bolster their courage, it is likely that few would have dared to charge at him. In the later chapters, Sakura, whose strength rivaled Tsunade's and was undoubtedly a formidable leader, found herself nearly devoid of the courage to confront Uchiha Madara, retreating several steps merely from a glance into his eyes. At that moment, Madara had not even acknowledged her. Otherwise, she would have never so easily regained her composure. Madara's vision instilled fear even in seasoned warriors like Kakashi, as they comprehended Sakura's paralyzing trepidation upon merely meeting his gaze. Such was the terrifying sharpness of Madara's vision. Thus, for this period, you shall engage in vision training, maintaining close eye contact with this fledgling for a minimum of 10 minutes, all while striving not to blink, evade, or show fear. This is the key to this training method. Just as one instinctively flinches or closes their eyes when faced with an oncoming threat, you must conquer that instinct and overcome your fear. Fear? Will I be fearful of it? Shenlong scoffed lightly, dismissing the notion. However, he would soon learn the price of his arrogance. Very well, let us begin. You must summon your spirit, fix your gaze upon it, treating it as an adversary. And remember, do not cheat by activating your Sharingan. Do you truly underestimate this little creature? Shenlong scoffed again, inching closer to the fledgling hawk, fixing it with a fierce and intimidating stare. Uchiha Izumi suddenly pressed down on the back of Shenlong's head, reiterating, "Remember, you cannot evade. If you do, while you may not be harmed, you will lose the confrontation. If this persists, you will never become a competent warrior. A person who harbors fear is destined for failure and weakness." Humph. Shenlong grew serious, feeling that Uchiha Izumi underestimated him, treating him like a child. With a fierce countenance, he sought to intimidate the fledgling hawk, yet it remained defiant, resembling a combat chicken, showing no sign of fear towards Shenlong's feigned ferocity. As a minute passed, nothing transpired. The fledgling's gaze remained sharp, unwavering, fixated on Shenlong with a primal intensity, glaring at the human who had bullied it. 3 minutes elapsed, and Shenlong's eyes began to ache, his fierce expression faltering, yet he still fixated on the hawk. 5 minutes elapsed, and Shenlong began to weep, his eyelids trembling as he struggled to maintain his unwavering gaze. Observing this, the fledgling eagle suddenly assumed an aggressive posture, its dark eyes slightly swaying before narrowing ever so slightly. Shenlong, locked in a stare with it, scrutinized its every move. While one might endure prolonged periods without blinking, he recalled a Chinese girl who managed to do so for 2 hours. Even applying for the Guinness World Record, Shenlong firmly believed she could not maintain such a focused gaze for over 5 minutes. Even with the enhancement of his Sharingan, he found it excruciating. Though he had not activated it, his ocular condition was still far beyond that of an ordinary person. The eyes of the Uchiha clan were their greatest innate gift. After 7 torturous minutes, Shenlong was in immense discomfort. His eyes were marred by a network of blood vessels, and he felt as though his eyeballs might burst forth, a burning pain beginning to arise, escalating into a sensation akin to fire. Realizing he could not sustain his unblinking stare, he resolved to simply fixate on the eagle without blinking. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the young eagle's head retract sharply, its beak slightly raised. Alarm surged within him. At such a close distance, a mere peck could render his eye irreparably damaged. In a panic, he instinctively sought to retreat, only to discover that Uchiha Izumi had firmly grasped the back of his head. At that moment, Shenlong no longer perceived the fledgling eagle as a mere insignificant creature. Instead, he felt as if he were a helpless prey beneath the shadow of a great eagle, a worm caught in the clutches of a ruthless predator. A primal fear surged within him. Suddenly, the faint sound of a peck echoed. "Ah!" A heart-wrenching scream erupted as Shenlong clutched his eye and sank to the ground. The hubris he had once displayed was now replaced by agony. Chapter 21. Forging the Eye. Forging the heart. After a lengthy silence, Uchiha Izumi's gaze softened slightly, yet her voice remained cold as it pierced Shenlong's ears. "Get up. The eyes of our Uchiha clan are not as fragile as you imagine. They will not be blinded." Enduring excruciating pain, Shenlong struggled to his feet. One hand pressed against his left eye, his expression contorted in discomfort, tears and snot streaming down his face, not from crying, but due to the side effects of the relentless stimuli on his eyeball. "Are you afraid?" Uchiha Izumi asked, her tone serious and icy. "And no," he stammered, pointing at the fledgling eagle as he spoke. "Say it again," Uchiha Izumi commanded coldly. "No," Shenlong declared, his resolve unwavering, disregarding the intense pain coursing through his injured eye as he fixed his gaze upon the young eagle. "In the days to come, you must repeatedly engage in this training until it submits. Rest assured, our eyes are powerful. Today, you were pecked in the left eye. Tomorrow, it will be the right. This cycle will continue until you complete your training. However, your time is limited, for it is still a young bird, and it will grow rapidly. This means that if you fail to complete your task, the pecks will become increasingly severe. Furthermore, the third elder has decreed that if you cannot fulfill this training, he will abandon you. In our clan, failure to complete this training disqualifies one from becoming a jounin, and one's accomplishments in life will be limited, rendering you unworthy of cultivation." At these words, Shenlong shuddered, then fell silent for a moment before asking, "Has Izumi-sensei also undergone this ocular training?" "Of course," Uchiha Izumi replied without hesitation. Shenlong bowed his head, lost in thought for a long while. Observing his lack of response, Uchiha Izumi suddenly scoffed. "Do you not wish to continue? Are you afraid?" Shenlong did not answer, merely shaking his head in denial. "Weakling. A waste. Those who begin but do not persist will never achieve greatness, nor will they be entitled to wield power." Uchiha Izumi trampled upon Shenlong's ambitions and aspirations, her demeanor shifting from gentle to chillingly indifferent, employing the most piercing words to strike at his heart. In fact, She even activated her own Mangekyo Sharingan, an invisible pressure bearing down mercilessly upon Shenlong's psyche. The atmosphere grew heavy, almost charged with tension. Shenlong bowed his head, his eyes reddening. When he lifted his gaze, his own newly awakened Sharingan appeared involuntarily, the two tomo revolving slowly. Uchiha Izumi had struck a nerve. This pain was more intense than the injury to his left eye. In her eyes, the bloodshot Mangekyo Sharingan brimmed with ferocity and rage, resembling the gaze of a feral beast. Despite the terror emanating from those eyes, what shocked Uchiha Izumi even more was the fact that the swirling tomo clearly indicated a potential breakthrough to the third tomo. How could this be possible? She gasped. Her exclamation seemed to awaken Shenlong from a trance, and he suddenly closed his eyes, retracting his Sharingan and reverting to his normal black pupils. If others can achieve it, so can I. His voice was soft yet imbued with unwavering conviction. Uchiha Izumi, regaining her composure, gazed into Shenlong's black eyes, realizing that she had misinterpreted his earlier display. He had not broken through to the third tomo after all. Very well, this is the special medicinal liquid required for your training. It will not only heal your peck wounds, but also confer numerous benefits to your eyes, which you will experience shortly. I will not be present for a while as I have tasks to attend to outside the village. You should continue your training with this little creature each night. Remember, you may only engage in this kind of training once a day. While our eyes are powerful, they are ultimately fragile and must not be overexerted. Moreover, this training is not merely about engaging in a staring contest, nor is it a test of endurance. It is about instilling fear in it, making it wary, so it dares not strike at you lightly. Beasts instinctively understand how to avoid danger. For instance, when faced with a carnivorous predator of similar size in the wild, the more you run, the closer death approaches. The correct approach is to confront them directly. The firmer your resolve, the more they will hesitate, and danger will recede. Even a slight movement from you may send them fleeing with their tails tucked between their legs. Listening attentively to Uchiha Izumi's words, Shenlong nodded earnestly. Having encountered similar survival knowledge in his past life, he grasped the essence of her message. Uchiha Izumi, observing Shenlong's contemplative nod, pointed at the little eagle with satisfaction. The determination in your eyes will elicit a corresponding reaction from it. As I mentioned, it is a unique kind of ninja beast, capable of perceiving your spirit. Fear cannot conceal itself before it. I have finished imparting my wisdom for now. There is no further theory to teach you. Your primary focus remains on physical training, which you have excelled at. But do remember that physical training must also be tempered with caution. He was not afraid of Shenlong's lack of effort. He feared the little creature might overexert itself and suffer irreversible damage. Shenlong nodded in response. Very well, then. I shall conclude for tonight. I must take my leave. Without waiting for Shenluan's response, Uchiha Izumi executed a standard body flicker technique and vanished. Shenluan stared at the empty space for a long while, lost in thought, murmuring, Uchiha Izumi has not undergone such training, and it has not appeared in the original work. What should I do? He was certain that Uchiha Izumi's previous answer was a fabrication, for anyone who has experienced such a unique training method, along with the pain akin to being pecked in the eye, would find it impossible to forget, at the very least. They would reflect upon it before responding without a second thought. Yet, he realized that dwelling on this was futile. If such training exists, then it must possess its significance and value. Uchiha Izumi would not harm himself, nor would he have any worth for others to conspire against him. Thus, he resolved to trust him. If Uchiha Madara could achieve it, then Shenluan believed he could as well. Several kilometers away, Uchiha Izumi walked alongside Elder Uchiha Toyoshi. Izumi inquired, Elder, does this training method truly exist? How come I am unaware of it? He felt that Shenluan had been led astray. Was there any meaning in grappling with a beast? It indeed exists, and it was painstakingly developed by our Uchiha ancestors. However, it is normal for you not to know about it, Elder Toyoshi replied. Izumi found the elder's words somewhat contradictory. If this training method truly existed, how could he be oblivious to it? Could it be that his authority was simply too limited? The reason you are unaware is that this training method has been discarded due to excessive restrictions, high risks, and overwhelming difficulty, Toyoshi explained. It was none other than Lord Madara who deemed it obsolete. Chapter 22. Vision and will Uchiha Madara? Could it be that he truly underwent such training? Uchiha Izumi was astonished. He had thought that the tasks Elder Toyoshi had assigned him to relay to Shenluan were mere deceptions. He indeed practiced it, twice in fact. The first time was around the age of 10, during which he was subjected to such relentless pecking that he questioned his very existence. After several attempts, his eyes were nearly ruined, and it was said that he was left with blood-filled eyes that time. That ninja hawk was subsequently cooked by the old clan leader. The second time occurred shortly after he became the clan leader, facing his summoning beast, the adult ninja hawk. After enduring a period of torment and locking eyes with it, he successfully completed the training with a mere glance. I suspect he undertook this training again to remedy the psychological scars from his childhood. Simply a glance, and he succeeded? Uchiha Izumi exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, I recall his words. The key to this training comprises 3 elements: unwavering will, a cold indifference surpassing that of beasts, and the lethal intent akin to an eagle hunting its prey. The fusion of these 3 aspects creates a vision that compels the ninja hawk to submit and instills terror in enemies. Elder Toyoshi observed the horizon. Then why discard such a valuable training method? It is a rarity. Izumi questioned. Because it is deemed meaningless. Toyoshi replied. Why would it be meaningless? Izumi pressed. Lord Madara asserts that will is forged through hardship. He does not believe one can cultivate it through such means. The bloodlust is born from the battlefield and bears no relation to this training, Toyoshi clarified. Lord Madara not only abolished this harsh training method, but also criticized the ancestors for creating such a foolish practice. Izumi fell silent, pondering Toyoshi's words. They indeed held merit, and he found himself unable to counter them. Then, Elder, why do you still wish for that young lad to pursue this training? Moreover, he has likely never seen blood. How can one speak of indifference and killing intent without having experienced combat? He is hardly capable of mastering that ninja hawk. Izumi felt the elder's decision was misguided. Sending Xingluan to undertake an impossible training task seemed utterly pointless. While he may not currently possess the ability, he can gain much more. You are correct. Lord Madara's assertions are valid, yet they are somewhat dogmatic, which aligns with his character, Toyoshi remarked. Why do you say that? Izumi found himself increasingly confounded by the elder's reasoning. Because I have also practiced that training method. Ignoring Uchiha Izumi's astonishment, Elder Toyoshi continued. That training is indeed useful and follows a gradual progression. To utilize that peculiar ninja hawk solely as a summoning beast would be exceedingly foolish. Lord Madara's words are accurate. Yet he fails to fully grasp the true meaning and value left by our ancestors regarding this ninja hawk and training method. He is perpetually arrogant. This training does indeed consist of 3 steps. The first step, as Lord Madara articulated, requires unwavering will. Should one accomplish this initial phase, the ninja hawk will no longer inflict harm. However, that is merely the beginning. Should one's resolve falter, then alas, punishment shall ensue. I see. So that 10-minute limit you mentioned earlier is employed in this manner. Why did you not clarify this more explicitly? I could have advised that young lad, sparing him some suffering. Uchiha Izumi first struck his palm, a look of enlightenment dawning upon him, before rolling his eyes. There is no need for such detailed explanation. He is more astute than we imagine. Elder Toyoshi asserted confidently, reflecting on Xingluan's unwavering will when he opened his double Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Izumi affirmed. The first step will not be difficult for him, for he has already demonstrated his resolve. However, the impact of that earlier moment paled in comparison to the impending breakthrough of his Sharingan into the 3-Tomo stage. Izumi dismissed his earlier notion of the rotating phenomenon of Xingluan's 2-Tomo as merely an illusion and chose not to mention it. I understand. This is the crux of the first step, yet it does not signify its reward. You, like Lord Madara, have fallen into a misconception. This is a training of the eyes, not merely of will. The purpose of this training is to embody will within the eyes. Every gaze reflects one's resolve. Observing Uchiha Izumi rendered speechless by astonishment, Elder Toyoshi continued. Although this training strictly prohibits the use of the Sharingan, its true manifestation and effects will indeed apply to the Sharingan, which is the most profound aspect of this training method. You may not realize, but this training period is most suitable for Xingluan's age. For instance, Lord Madara and we ourselves, by the age of 20, have lost the significance of this training method. However, for Xingluan, an unwavering will serves as the foundation of his path to strength. Although he is indeed exceptional, he remains quite young, filled with youthful arrogance and lacking restraint. Over time, his resolve may inevitably wane and become complacent. Thus, undertaking such training at this juncture is exceedingly crucial. Ultimately, he had underestimated Xingluan. His greatest fear was that Shengluan's so-called effort was merely a fleeting whim of a 5-year-old child, a mere game. Should he invest so much in Shengluan, he might find it difficult to reap any satisfactory returns. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Elder Toyoshi was not one to act without expectation of reward. Every action he undertook was guided by his own thoughts and objectives. As Elder Toyoshi elucidated the significance of this training, Uchiha Izumi nodded repeatedly, internally lamenting that the elder indeed possessed great foresight, with far greater vision than himself. Moreover, you should also be aware that much of a ninja's knowledge must be ingrained through action. No amount of theoretical learning guarantees practical application. Currently, his primary focus must remain on physical training. In summary, Elder Toyoshi succinctly articulated the crux, aligning perfectly with Uchiha Izumi's perspective. At present, there is little left to teach. One cannot overindulge and expect to digest it all. Thus, why not engage in a game of staring with that little chick for a while? Within the camp, Shengluan closes his eyes, doing push-ups. The earlier peck has left his eyes still burning with pain, yet he refrains from retaliating against the fledgling eagle. Focusing instead on strengthening his own physique, he avoids glancing at the small creature, fearing he might lose his temper and crush it. However, his avoidance does not deter the little one, whose eyes remain fixed on Shengluan. Its head bobs up and down in rhythm with Shengluan's movements, creating a rather comical sight. Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Feng and Uchiha Quan have returned to their clan's territory. Uchiha Feng dismissed his companion and ventured alone into the courtyard of the elder's residence. After the guards announced his arrival, Uchiha Feng was granted entry and found the elder Uchiha Zong awaiting him in the room. Chapter 23. The old deceiver Uchiha Zong knelt on the ground, his demeanor stern and unsmiling, exuding the aura of someone long accustomed to authority. His eyes closed in meditation. He radiated the gravitas of a leader. Uchiha Feng, unhurried and composed, knelt across from him, his movements slow and deliberate, resembling a weary elder himself. A maid entered, carefully placing tea upon the low table between them. After a brief silence, Uchiha Feng lifted the cup and took a sip, then, observing Uchiha Zong's cold demeanor, softly inquired, "Elder, do you perhaps find my actions inappropriate?" His question was direct, addressing the previous conflict without any circumlocution. With a scoff, Uchiha Zong coldly chuckled at Uchiha Feng's forthrightness, but chose not to immediately confront him, as he was puzzled by the elder's intent for tonight's visit. It seemed he was not there to plead for mercy. "It appears you have misunderstood my position. Do you not consider that Fugaku is rather lacking? What exactly are you implying?" Uchiha Zong's eyes widened in sudden anger. His grandson was of utmost importance to him, and he could not believe that this old man would so bluntly criticize him. He had already lost face once, and now it felt as though the old fool was intent on humiliating him again. If he did not clarify his stance, it would be difficult for him to leave unscathed tonight. "Please, elder, allow me to explain," Uchiha Feng's slow and aged voice interrupted. Uchiha Zong's impatience grew. Chuckling softly, Uchiha Feng continued, "You must know that knocking out that lad Fugaku was no small feat. He is indeed a remarkable talent, even younger than Fugaku himself. Are you suggesting my grandson is inferior?" Uchiha Zong's expression darkened ominously, on the verge of an explosive outburst. Currently, he indeed does not measure up. Before Uchiha Zong could erupt, Uchiha Feng hastily added, "Do you not think it necessary to present Fugaku with a rival?" Uchiha Zong paused, contemplating Uchiha Feng's assertion. "That boy. I recall him. He is rather reclusive yet industrious, possessing the potential to become a jonin. But Fugaku, while he has exceptional talent, he has been too lax in his training, preferring to frolic with his peers. It is only a matter of time before he faces hardships. Rather than allowing him to stumble severely later on, should we not let him experience some hardship now? After all, children at play rarely come to serious harm. If he continues down this path without change, he may struggle to shoulder great responsibilities in the future. Moreover, that wild boy, no matter how exceptional, is still a member of the Uchiha clan and will ultimately heed its commands. He is a fine blade in the making, with proper honing. He can become a weapon for the Uchiha, perhaps even in Fugaku's hands. Surely, you would not wish for your grandson to be without a sword in the future? A fine sword should not be broken but polished." Uchiha Zong fell silent for a long while, nodding slightly, seemingly in agreement with Uchiha Feng's perspective. While Fugaku had indeed suffered no lasting harm, having merely fainted for a day, it was still a minor setback. Seeing that Uchiha Zong remained silent, Uchiha Feng pressed on. You are aware that your boy often casts covetous glances at my granddaughter. I would prefer that she does not marry a weakling, no matter how powerful he may be. In advocating for Shinluan, Uchiha Fong even dragged in his most cherished granddaughter, displaying a blatant willingness to appease. Coughing, Uchiha Zong nearly choked on his tea upon hearing this. With such overt goodwill from Uchiha Fong, he could no longer remain silent. How could that be? The third elder speaks wisely. I have indeed been too indulgent with Fugaku, allowing him to become unruly and negligent in his training. I shall ensure that someone is assigned to monitor his progress. As for that boy, I bear him no ill will. He is merely a child. Surely, the third elder is being too harsh on me. Indeed, I have been overly concerned, Uchiha Fong quickly clarified. Then I can rest easy and sleep soundly, Uchiha Zong replied, nodding. Uchiha Fong, trembling, rose to his feet. Elder, you should retire early. I bid you farewell. The elderly tire easily, even before night has fully descended. Take care of yourself, third elder. Someone, please see the third elder out. Uchiha Zong stood as a mark of respect, offering his arm to assist Uchiha Fong and summoning a maid. At this moment, Uchiha Fong had accomplished several objectives, ensuring that Fugaku would now maintain a distance from his granddaughter, thus providing the boy with a taste of hardship. Safeguarding Shinluan from potential familial troubles, and placating Uchiha Zong to prevent him from oppressing his branch of the family. Once Uchiha Fong had departed, Uchiha Zong turned to the empty room and inquired, "What do you believe was the purpose of Uchiha Feng's visit tonight? Please, offer your insights." As soon as he posed the question, two elite jonin emerged from a hidden sliding door beside him. They were his trusted guards and advisors. Given his advancing age and declining strength, he required protection, and in dealing with complex issues, he often sought their counsel. After a moment of silence, one of them spoke. Analyzing the third elder's words, it seems he is concerned for Master Fugaku. However, from an objective viewpoint, he is here to protect that boy. Perhaps the third elder intends to forge that wild child into a weapon for himself? Uchiha Zong furrowed his brow, his expression darkening, but the thought began to resonate, leading him to reconsider the implications. At this moment, another jonin among the two spoke. Yuan Fong, do not perceive Elder San in such a sinister light. Have you considered that at his age, by the time the sword can be unsheathed, he may no longer be present to witness it? Even if he were, he would undoubtedly be incapable of action. I believe we have truly misunderstood Elder San. He is indeed considering Master Fugaku's future and strategizing for it. Everything he does is likely for Miss Meichin's future as well. We all know that Master Fugaku enjoys being around Miss Meichin, a fact that is evident to Elder San as well. From the last words Elder San uttered, it is clear he did not interfere with their plans. He merely seemed somewhat skeptical of Master Fugaku. Perhaps he fears that Master Fugaku will not be able to protect his precious granddaughter in the future. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Given my affection for Fugaku, shouldn't he also be concerned about Meichin's future? Yuan Fong, whose name is Uchiha Yuan Fong, bowed in acknowledgement of his misjudgment. Had Uchiha Fugue been present, he would have surely expressed his gratitude to the jonin who defended him. Little did he know that he had sacrificed even his most cherished granddaughter tonight, merely to secure time for the rise of Siren. In his heart, Siren was incomparably superior to Fugaku, and he had wagered everything on him. Chapter 24. 3 Tomo. The night deepened, and Siren lay exhausted within the tent. Reaching into his pocket to retrieve the medicinal liquid given to him by Uchiha Izumi that evening, dropping a drop into each eye, the coolness was astonishing, providing immense relief to his sore eyes, alleviating the pain in his injured eye, and replacing it with a soothing, tingling sensation that sent shivers down his spine. He examined the small, exquisitely crafted vial of medication. Its value must be considerable. No wonder the Sharingan in the original text was so casually exchanged, with such miraculous elixirs. It is no surprise the Sharingan could endure so much. Lost in thought, Siren reflected on the rarity of this eye solution. A tiny vial was worth no less than 10,000 ryo. And such a commodity was not available on the market. It was specially developed by the Uchiha clan to treat blindness. Although it could not restore sight, its healing properties were remarkable, and the effects were exceedingly gentle. Why do eyes go blind? Aside from the blindness caused by excessive use of the Mangekyo, the primary cause is Izanagi. This remedy was originally designed to heal the blindness induced by Izanagi, but unfortunately, it could only alleviate the pain caused by the forbidden technique without restoring vision. Otherwise, Izanagi would not be a strictly forbidden technique. With one hand gripping the azurite drops, and the other holding half a bottle of amber-colored medicinal wine, Siren smiled, satisfied and grounded by the changes he experienced each day. Although the world appeared serene on the surface, war would soon descend. And the only thing I can rely on is strength. Siren recalled that the Second Shinobi World War began around 30 years after the founding of Konoha, which meant he needed to acquire sufficient strength to face this brutal conflict within a few years. This war was the longest among the 4 world wars and had the most significant impact, with its brutality surpassing even that of the Fourth War. At least in the Fourth War, children under 12 were not required to take part in battle. In the Second War, Konoha fought to the extent that even children from the Ninja Academy were sent to the battlefield, highlighting the tremendous hardships Konoha endured, having wagered everything. Time flew by, and over the course of more than half a month, Siren dedicated himself to intense training. In his confrontations with the little ninja hawk, he finally grasped the precious nature of this practice. Initially, after enduring 3 or 4 painful lessons, Siren began to comprehend the nebulous concept of willpower. He tentatively identified a phenomenon. When his resolve was unwavering, the little ninja hawk would refrain from attacking him. However, it would feign an attack. And when Siren perceived its pretense, his will would momentarily waver, prompting the hawk's feigned assault to transform into a genuine one. Due to this tactic of false aggression, Siren had endured relentless pecking for half a month, suffering greatly because of his insufficient resolve. The little hawk grew rapidly, doubling in size over the fortnight, and its pecks became increasingly forceful, leaving Siren feeling helpless, almost on the verge of abandoning his training. It was not out of fear or wavering, rather, his eyes were nearing their limit. With each increasingly forceful peck, his eyeball was nearly drawn to blood, even prompting Uchiha Izumi to intervene. Realizing Siren had reached a breaking point, after the 15th peck, Siren clutched his bloodied left eye, his expression twisted in pain. With a fierce determination in his right eye, he fixed his gaze upon the ninja hawk, choosing to confront it once more. He could not afford to wait another day. After prolonged confrontation, Siren's right eye became bloodshot, and coupled with his fearsome visage, it resembled the eye of a demon. With unyielding ferocity and a resolute spirit of progress, he remained unmoving, not even blinking. Despite the hawk's attempts to intimidate him, 5 minutes passed, and the ninja hawk ceased its posturing. 10 minutes later, it retracted its inflated feathers. 12 minutes elapsed before the hawk finally blinked. This indicated its concession. Siren's initial endeavor in eye training had been successfully completed. However, Siren did not close his eyes upon the hawk's concession. Instead, he entered a peculiar state, as two tomo emerged uncontrollably within his blood-red pupil, causing the hawk to close its large eyes in terror. As soon as the two tomo appeared, they began to rotate slowly, gradually speeding up. After a brief period of rapid motion, a third tomo unexpectedly manifested, aligning itself neatly around the pupil. The moment the 3 tomo converged, Siren felt a sudden surge of mental energy, plunging him into darkness as he fainted. The next day, after hours of unconsciousness, Siren slowly awakened. His face and exposed limbs covered in swollen mosquito bites, his body dampened by dew, leaving him both itchy and uncomfortable. Swatting away a greedy mosquito, Siren hurriedly rose. Approaching a small stream not far from the camp, he stripped off his clothes and jumped in, the icy water sending a shiver through him, invigorating his senses. After changing into clean, dry garments, Siren gazed at his reflection in the stream and activated his Sharingan. Activate the Sharingan. A pair of enchanting blood-red eyes appeared within Siren's gaze, adorned by 3 black tomo arranged symmetrically around the pupil. 3 tomo. Feeling the substantial enhancement in ocular power granted by the 3 tomo Sharingan, his already formidable mental energy surged significantly. His senses, particularly his visual acuity, experienced a remarkable elevation. The darkness of night was as clear as daylight to him, and the thick fog in the forest posed no obstruction to his sight. How could he have broken through so quickly? Siren himself found it hard to believe. After all, how much time had passed since his arrival in this world? In the realm of Naruto fanfiction, one might wonder if those who traverse dimensions and possess cheat systems could ever match such speed. Could it be attributed to their rigorous training? The absolute willpower merged within the eyes serves as the key to unlocking the 3 tomo Sharingan. Shang Lan's eyes widened as he instinctively gazed at the little hawk, their gazes colliding once more in the darkness. In truth, his assumption was not entirely unfounded. The emergence of his three-tomo Sharingan was indeed influenced by his confrontation with the ninja hawk, though it accounted for only a fraction of the reason. The primary factor lay within his remarkably vast mental strength. During the clash with the ninja hawk, his willpower channeled his mental energy, concentrating it within his eyes, thus effortlessly giving birth to the three-tomo Sharingan. That little creature is quite the rascal. Does it not require sleep? Observing the hawk's keen eyes, Sheng Lan smiled slightly. Unbeknownst to him, the little hawk had awakened due to Sheng Lan's own awakening. Recently, Sheng Lan had been in a fit of rage over his failed training, often taking out his frustrations on the bird, which had rendered it a veritable skittish creature. Stretching and engaging in some light exercise, Sheng Lan ventured into the dense forest. Retrieving a few small snakes from traps, crushing their heads, he tossed them towards the little hawk, disregarding the frightened creature that had transformed into a battle-ready chicken. He jogged away from the camp, embarking on a new day of training. Lately, he had been spending time with old Dai, who prepared a medicinal bath for him, which, while termed a bath, was essentially a diluted version of medicinal liquor. Immersed in the concoction, Sheng Lan felt as if his entire body were ablaze. The flow of his blood and chakra surged violently. Any injuries he sustained from overtraining were suddenly revealed by the rapid flow of chakra, and astonishingly, they were healed by the medicinal properties coursing through his bloodstream. Given his limited resources, Sheng Lan took it upon himself to cover old Dai's meals, or rather, every time they dined together, he paid for their food. As a low-ranking ninja, old Dai's finances were not particularly ample, especially considering the expense of the medicinal liquor. Sheng Lan had a hearty appetite, but old Dai's was even greater, leading to a rapid depletion of Sheng Lan's funds. To maintain his image as a wealthy heir in old Dai's eyes, he sought a loan from Elder San of the Uchiha clan. With earnest enthusiasm, old Dai diligently guided Sheng Lan's physical training, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Chapter 25. The Gaze of Death. Half a year later, within the classroom. What? You want me to visit Grandpa again? How many times has it been? My grandpa said he has no money. Uchiha Makoto scoffed loudly at Sheng Lan, who was engrossed in his meal. Your grandfather, a respected elder of the clan, cannot possibly be without funds. Do as I say and simply go collect it. No. How much have you borrowed from him already? He has made it abundantly clear that even if he sold you, you could not repay him. Every time I visit, he erupts in fury. I dare not ask again. Makoto rolled her eyes dramatically. Will you go or not? Sheng Lan paused his eating, his eyes scrutinizing her intensely. That gaze again made Makoto's face flush. It was a disconcerting look that filled her with an inexplicable sense of shame. I want to go. She struggled to escape the classroom, terrified of Sheng Lan's penetrating gaze. Seizing her arm, Sheng Lan silently lamented how Makoto's resistance had grown stronger. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly declared, Tell Grandpa I wish to see him. Feeling the warmth of his powerful hand, Makoto's cheeks turned crimson as she hurriedly nodded in agreement, fleeing the classroom. Scooping a generous spoonful of rice into his mouth, Sheng Lan mumbled indistinctly, This rice is delightful. Boss, what is delightful? Senju Shoju approached with a skip in his step. Nothing much. Have you collected this week's fees? Sheng Lan asked with an air of arrogance, picking at his teeth. Not yet. Shoju's demeanor shifted as he observed Sheng Lan's swagger. We're almost done collecting, but because that rascal Nikaritsu is leading a rebellion, many of his followers have refused to pay. I was just thinking of taking my brothers to deal with him. Nikaritsu is leading a rebellion? Seeking death. Sheng Lan snapped his fingers, sending a toothpick flying, slamming his hand on the table with a fierce expression. Shoju jumped, then quickly became animated, eagerly fanning the flames. Boss, you have no idea how despicable he is. He even reported me to the teacher, and I was berated mercilessly and punished with toilet duty. You didn't T-cell me out, did you? Sheng Lan inquired, alarmed. Of course not. I took the heat myself. Shoju replied hastily, pleased by his loyalty. Sheng Lan patted his shoulder, offering praise. Good brother. Lead the way. I'll back you up. Yes, boss. Shoju trembled with excitement, hastily guiding Sheng Lan to confront Nikaritsu. During this time, Shoju, not one to shy away from trouble, rallied a group of his minions, and they marched toward Nikaritsu with great fervor. Nikaritsu was previously occupied with his own group when he noticed the approaching crowd and immediately halted. Shoju, acting as a sycophant, rushed up and snatched the soccer ball, placing it before Sheng Lan. Sheng Lan cast an appreciative glance at him, recognizing Shoju's undeniable talent for servitude. channeling his chakra to flow beneath his feet. He kicked the soccer ball with a force that sent it soaring. Whoosh! Bang! The ball, propelled by extraordinary speed and power, narrowly missed Nikaritsu's hair and crashed into a tree trunk as thick as an adult's leg. Boom! The ball exploded on impact, causing the tree to snap in two. The display of sheer might from Shenlong left the surrounding elementary students gasping in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. In fact, among Nikaritsu's group, a 6-year-old suddenly burst into tears. The crowd dispersed in panic, leaving only a pale-faced Nikaritsu, who forced himself to maintain composure, and the terrified Nichihara hiding behind him. Step by step, Shenlong advanced toward the two brothers. Each footfall felt like a weight on Nikaritsu's heart, his face paling with every step Shenlong took. Coming to a halt just inches from Nikaritsu, Shenlong spoke calmly. It was I who instructed Shoju to collect. Anyone who refuses is crossing me. Shoju, blushing and overwhelmed, found himself inadvertently echoing, "That's right, they are crossing me too." Nikaritsu's expression faltered, then flushed with anger. "Why should I bow to you?" he shouted, mustering all his courage to defy Shenlong. "Because I am Uchiha Shenlong," he replied softly, yet his voice resonated powerfully, captivating the attention of all present. His eyes widened slightly, the power of his will coalescing within them. Gazing into those unblinking, tranquil eyes, Nikaritsu felt a palpable sense of brutality and indifference. He sensed himself being hunted by a beast, fear surging from his heart as his legs trembled involuntarily, retreating. It is absolutely futile to confront him. As long as Shenlong does not initiate any aggression, Rizuko will certainly refrain from striking first. However, the pressure exerted by Shenlong is far more discomforting than a mere physical assault. With each retreat, Rizuko instinctively seeks to distance himself from Shenlong. Yet, those penetrating eyes remain fixated on him, their unwavering calmness foreboding like a predator preparing to pounce. The sensation intensifies as Rizuko takes yet another step back. "All right, we will give you whatever you need." At that moment, it is Rizuko who stands firm against the mounting pressure, pushing back against the incessant retreat while shouting aloud. In response, Shenlong nods, casting a meaningful glance at the pale-faced Rizuko, and softly remarks, "You have a commendable younger brother. He possesses more courage and responsibility than you." Having said this, Shenlong disregards the fluctuating expressions of Rizuko and turns to walk back to his classroom. However, halfway there, his voice resounds once more. The Hinata brothers must pay the equivalent of 4 people's expenses. Upon hearing this, the Hinata brothers collapse onto the ground. Not for any other reason than their family's considerable wealth, which far surpasses even that of the Hokage. How many branch families serve the main family? The main family directly controls everything, including finances and even the lives of the branch families. As the heir of the Hinata clan, can one expect his monthly allowance to be meager? In truth, it is Rizuko who is the genuine heir of affluence. "How dashing," a young girl in elementary school murmurs. The onlookers, regardless of gender, suddenly nod in unison, enchanted by the overwhelming aura of dominance. Rizuko is utterly unable to withstand this. Minato Namikaze expresses, noting his good rapport with Shenlong, and seizes the rare opportunity to voice his thoughts. "Who is that? So arrogant?" A girl with long crimson hair and a round face exclaims. Though her tone seems dismissive, her eyes betray an admiration for Shenlong. Those nearby, upon overhearing her inquiry, instinctively distance themselves from her, wary of being caught in the crossfire. His name is Uchiha Shenlong, a classmate and a remarkable person. He is also my friend. Minato shyly introduces him to the girl. "Just you? A boy so domineering would befriend someone like you?" The girl retorts with skepticism. Minato, feeling embarrassed, does not take offense, as he has grown accustomed to her jibes. He wonders what he had done to earn her disdain. "He's a rogue, a scoundrel." "Yes, a scoundrel," comes the response from Mikoto Uchiha, who had also been captivated by Shenlong, but has now come to her senses and playfully chides him. Her voice carries, drawing attention from many, including Shoju, who, upon realizing who it was, quickly suppresses his anger and greets Mikoto with deference before scurrying off to praise Shenlong. "Ah, a scoundrel? Mikoto, do you know him?" the girl exclaims in surprise. Minato, exuding a sense of frustration, interjects, "They are both from the Uchiha clan and are in the same class, sharing a desk." Despite Shenlong's earlier self-introduction, the girl seems oblivious until Minato clarifies. "Ah, Mikoto, you have such a connection with him." She gasps. "What connection?" Kushina, don't speak nonsense. There's nothing between us. Mikoto quickly protests, her face flushed. Nothing between you? I merely remarked on your relationship. Why are you blushing? Could it be of that nature? Kushina questions with feigned suspicion, followed by a look of shock. Ah, are you looking for a fight? Mikoto, now thoroughly embarrassed, reaches for Kushina's waist, prompting a playful chase as they giggle and flee from one another. Chapter 26. No loans allowed after a class. Hinata Rizuko presents 800 ryo in notes to Shinlon, who nods in acknowledgement, stating, "From now on, just hand it to Shoju. He will collect it for me." Understood. Rizuko, timid and honest by nature, hastily departs after settling the payment. Hee, a little pocket money. Shinlon beams with delight. Haha, enough to purchase the special chili smoke bombs. Shoju chuckles, knowing he will receive his share of the profit, 30% for him, 70% for Shinlon. Originally, Shoju should have received 240 ryo, but Shinlon, employing a rounding method, deducted 40 ryo as change. Holding 600 ryo, Shinlon smiles, knowing all the students in their class are from prominent families. Lacking for nothing in terms of pocket money, he takes advantage of this fact, unashamedly collecting 200 ryo from each. Entrusting the collection to Shoju is primarily to alleviate any pressure from the teachers, as he is the heir of the Senju clan. The teachers would dare only to give a few scoldings before imposing a token punishment, aware they cannot afford to cross Shoju. Nevertheless, even without Shoju, Shinlon would not face any repercussions. Every child in their class is backing, making them not easily intimidated by the school faculty. Thus, Shoju bears the burden of the teacher's expectations, while Shinlon shoulders the pressures from his peers. They had previously agreed that anyone who dares to challenge them should report it to Shinlon. Seeking trouble? They would face Shinlon. That night, Mikoto, accompanied by Uchiha Toru, arrives at Shinlon's camp. You brat, doesn't your clan provide you with proper accommodation? Why must you live in such a shabby place? It tarnishes the Uchiha name. Uchiha Toru scolds Shinlon. Tarnish? What dignity does the Uchiha clan possess to be tarnished? Any dignity they have is already soiled, except for teacher Izumi and sister Joko, Shinlon retorts, rolling his eyes. However, upon noticing Mikoto's intense expression, he quickly adds, of course. That does not include you, Mikoto. You look particularly enchanting tonight. Mikoto, upon hearing this, pouts with a playful smile that reflects a mix of pride and charm. Shinlon, seeing this, leans closer for a better look and, with a hint of mischief, comments, "You've dressed up so adorably. Have you perhaps donned some perfume? What intentions do you harbor?" Just as Shinlon finishes teasing Mikoto, he notices Uchiha Toru, teeth clenched, staring intently at his own hand. Observing him extend one hand flat, while gripping his wrist with the other, Shinlon grows wary. Furrowing his brow, he inquires, "What are you doing?" Uchiha Toru replies earnestly, "I'm controlling myself. I fear I might lose control and strike you dead." Sweat beads on Shinlon's forehead as he awkwardly chuckles. "You brat. Why did you call me here? Let me be clear, no borrowing money." Uchiha Toru states bluntly, "Grandfather, you mustn't always berate him. Didn't you say we are an ancient clan in the ninja world and should uphold etiquette? It is improper to use such foul language." Mikoto chastises, frowning at her grandfather, sensing his animosity towards Shinlon. Certainly, she had little understanding of money when she grew up and learned how much Shinlun had borrowed from her grandfather, and that it was a debt without repayment. She would comprehend why her grandfather was so incensed. She playfully winked at Meichin, then turned her gaze to the somber-faced Uchiha Foam, hastily declaring, "Well, I believe I possess the strength of a genin now, and I think I am ready to graduate." "What did you say?" Uchiha Foam inquired, uncertain. Had he not just started school a little over half a year ago, and now he wished to graduate? Despite knowing Shinlun was an exceptional talent, hearing him express the desire to graduate stirred a mix of astonishment and concern within him. The mere thought of Shinlun potentially becoming the youngest genin in the history of Konoha, shattering the record for the youngest to graduate from the Ninja Academy, caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. He did not doubt Shinlun's capabilities. After all, with a pair of Sharingan and mastery of two jutsu, he already exhibited the prowess of a chunin. In truth, one merely needed to master the body flicker technique to qualify as a genin. In the original story, Naruto's cohort graduated at the age of 12 after merely passing a simple clone technique exam, indicating that becoming a genin was not particularly challenging. Were it not for the multitude of knowledge that needed to be learned within the Ninja Academy, many would likely choose to graduate early. Although Xingluan undoubtedly possessed the ability to graduate, Uchiha Feng could not permit it. Talents like Xingluan were most vulnerable to notoriety. Excessive fame often led to premature demise. Konoha was a cradle of genius, and within its confines, spies from various ninja villages operated covertly. Among their most crucial tasks was gathering intelligence on Genin and below from Konoha. Some villages even formed assassination squads specifically to eliminate the talents of other villages, ensuring that they could not rise to threaten their own nations. Should Xingluan's prowess be revealed, Uchiha Feng was certain that he would not need to worry about outside ninja. Many from his own village would likely be unable to tolerate his existence. No, merely exposing his Sharingan would hinder Xingluan's growth. Within Konoha, no elder wished to witness another Uchiha Madara emerge from the Uchiha clan. Hearing Xingluan's response again, Uchiha Feng neither agreed nor refused. Instead, he raised his hand and said, "Come, show me your skills. Let me see if you qualify as a genin." "This might not be appropriate, considering your age." Xingluan feigned hesitation. "Hurry up, you little brat. Stop dawdling." Uchiha Feng snapped, irked by the disrespect of being belittled by a child. When had he ever been looked down upon in such a manner? Though his strength had undeniably waned, he had once been an elite jonin in his youth. His current capabilities might only amount to a chunin level, but his decades of combat experience were incomparable to that of an ordinary chunin. After all, he was one of the few remaining witnesses to the end of the Warring States period. A more precise estimation would place him at an elite chunin level, but when utilizing his Sharingan, he could still maintain a semblance of special jonin level for a brief period. At his age, his eyes had already become clouded, and the enhancement provided by the 3 Tomo was negligible. "Teacher Izumi, what brings you here?" Xingluan exclaimed, glancing behind Uchiha Feng in surprise. Whoosh! Uchiha Feng barely had time to glance back before a powerful fist rushed toward his face. Chapter 27. Confrontation with Uchiha Feng Devious. He could only curse under his breath as he marveled at Xingluan's speed. So fast. The fist narrowly grazed Uchiha Feng's face, but he swiftly seized Xingluan's wrist, using his momentum to hurl him toward an empty space. Xingluan performed a somersault midair and landed gracefully, dashing toward Uchiha Feng at full speed. Konoha Whirlwind. Xingluan leapt and delivered a fierce kick to Uchiha Feng's head. Bang! Uchiha Feng raised his hand to block, his stance unwavering, as he attempted to grasp Xingluan's ankle. However, Konoha Whirlwind was a 2-kick technique. After the first was blocked, Xingluan quickly followed up with a second kick, deflecting Uchiha Feng's grasp. Konoha Rock Rising. Just as he landed, Xingluan unleashed an elbow strike aimed at Uchiha Feng's chin. Uchiha Feng stepped back, countering with a powerful fist that met Xingluan's blow. Xingluan grunted, retreating swiftly as searing pain flushed his face. Seizing the opportunity presented by Xingluan's momentary vulnerability, Uchiha Feng launched a relentless assault, sending Xingluan flying with a powerful kick. Luckily, Xingluan's quick reflexes and superior speed allowed him to evade a more serious injury. "Not bad," Uchiha Feng scoffed. Xingluan fell silent. Understanding the old man's implication, his strength was indeed still lacking, constrained by his youthful physique and age, leaving him powerless to change that. "Such thick skin." Xingluan suddenly chuckled, playfully tapping his right cheek in mockery. Feeling a slight sting on his right cheek, Uchiha Feng grimaced. "Mei-chin, step back." As he glanced at the astonished Mei-chin, Xingluan chuckled lightly. "Mei-chin, stay back. Don't worry. I'm just sparring with your grandfather. I won't truly harm him." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Feng's expression twitched. After ensuring Mei-chin had distanced herself, he could no longer contain himself. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. A signature jutsu from the Uchiha clan erupted from his mouth. Xingluan's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected the old man to be so serious. "Aren't you afraid of hurting me? I'm only 5. He silently cursed, gathering his strength and rolling on the ground in a manner that was awkward yet effective, relying on his speed to evade Uchiha Feng's great fireball. With a thunderous roar, the massive fireball soared past him. Before Xingluan could stabilize himself and rise, he heard the sound of a projectile slicing through the air, a stone hurtling toward him. Bang! Without looking, Xingluan swiftly drew a kunai, sensing the direction of the incoming stone. With a precise flick of his wrist, he knocked the stone aside, a testament to his formidable sensory abilities and heightened awareness. His keen perception rivaled the 360-degree visual acuity of the Byakugan. Indeed, his mental awareness provided comprehensive sensory information. albeit currently limited to a radius of 3 meters. Beyond that, visual confirmation was necessary. As Uchiha Fong realized his initial attempt had failed, he launched 3 shuriken and rapidly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Watching as the 3 shuriken multiplied exponentially, a swarm of shuriken rained down upon Shengluan. After deflecting the foremost shuriken with his kunai, Shengluan infused his feet with chakra and scurried behind a large tree, rolling and crawling to evade the onslaught. Damn it! Old man, are you serious? Shengluan shouted, not waiting for Uchiha Fong's response. As soon as the shuriken fell harmlessly to the ground, Shengluan swiftly emerged, charging towards Uchiha Fong. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. A barrage of small fireballs erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Shengluan, who had no means of evading this assault. Just as Uchiha Feng's face lit up with satisfaction, he suddenly realized that the Shengluan who had taken the hit had transformed into a piece of wood. Substitution technique. When did he? Uchiha Fong marveled, but in an instant, he understood that Shengluan remained hidden behind the tree. Casting his technique with a delayed activation, a common yet effective maneuver for adept users of the substitution technique. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. A fireball, slightly smaller than the one previously cast by Uchiha Fong, barreled towards him, marking the moment when Shengluan decided to unleash his full power. Following the rapidly advancing fireball, Shengluan pursued, expertly launching 2 kunai to the left and right, with 2 more shurikens appearing in his hands, intent on blocking Uchiha Feng's escape routes. Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow at the precision of Shengluan's kunai throwing. His chakra reserves were dwindling, though he sensed Shengluan's strategy to exhaust him. Uchiha Fong continued to form hand seals with remarkable speed. Water style, Water Barrier. Every wielder of the 3 Tomo Sharingan was recognized as a master of ninjutsu, and the ability to replicate jutsu was a unique capability of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Despite lacking water affinity chakra, he could still perform water-style techniques, albeit at a diminished potency and with greater chakra expenditure. Nonetheless, this water jutsu was more than sufficient to counter Shengluan's great fireball. With a resounding crash, the 2 elements clashed, their opposing forces neutralizing each other and releasing billowing steam into the air. From within the haze, small fireballs broke through, hurtling towards Uchiha Fong as Shengluan's voice echoed ominously. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. This time, it was Uchiha Fong who found himself in a frantic retreat. Taking refuge behind a large tree, Uchiha Fong gasped for breath. The duration of their battle, neither short nor long, had begun to take its toll on him. After all, he was indeed aging, having not engaged in genuine combat for over a decade. At his age and status, he had little need to fight personally, as he had subordinates and juniors to carry out his commands. It was astonishing. This child was barely 5.5 years old. Such combat experience and skill in ninjutsu. Who had trained him? Moreover, how could he possess such a vast reservoir of chakra? Uchiha Fong felt incredulous. Uchiha Izumi, who he had dispatched to mentor Shengluan, had never actually sparred with him. They all recognized Shengluan's formidable talent, yet subconsciously viewed him as merely a child unworthy of practical instruction. This mindset had led to a lack of rigorous training, as Uchiha Izumi had focused on imparting theoretical knowledge and techniques rather than engaging in practical exercises. Was it that lower-ranked ninja, Might Dai, who had guided him? That seemed unlikely. He had heard that the lower-ranked ninja specialized solely in taijutsu. Uchiha Fong dismissed the thought. Despite his keen interest in Shengluan, he was unaware of the intricate details of the latter's training. In truth, he was correct. Shengluan's combat prowess was indeed bolstered by the guidance of Might Dai. In Dai's eyes, Shengluan was not merely a child. They were comrades, treated as equals. Sparring and combat had become recent training tasks mandated by Dai. Dai's formidable taijutsu had left Shengluan severely outmatched, unable to even graze the hem of his garments. It was only through his adeptness in ninjutsu, the assistance of jinjutsu, and the shuriken throwing techniques learned from Uchiha Izumi that he managed to hold his ground for a time. Thus, through repeated encounters, Shengluan's combat experience steadily and quietly flourished. Listening to the sound of fireballs colliding with the tree trunks, Uchiha Fong leaned against the bark, panting as he attempted to recover some chakra. Yet Shengluan pressed on relentlessly, closing the distance with unyielding resolve. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. A thunderous roar echoed, causing Uchiha Feng's complexion to pale, without a moment's hesitation. He rolled away from his hiding spot, knowing that the tree would provide no shelter from the impending fireball. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, a whistling sound pierced the air. He had fallen for it. Shenglan's previous shout had been a mere ruse, and Uchiha Feng had been deceived once more. Yet, considering it, how could a child not yet 6 years old possess such an abundance of chakra? Furthermore, how could he continuously launch jutsu without pause? It was inconceivable. But Uchiha Feng dared not gamble. The fear of a true fireball was daunting. His small tree would offer no protection. Ultimately, he was still hesitant. Aging had made him value his life more than ever. The sound of the air whooshing past him indicated that evasion was now a challenge he could hardly manage. Chapter 28. The elder's wrathful strike. A small stone struck his chest with a soft thud. You have lost, Shenglan panted, recognizing that had this stone been a kunai, Uchiha Feng's fate would have been sealed. He had undeniably been defeated. His chakra reserves had barely sufficed for one great fireball technique and the Phoenix Fire technique. Utilizing the substitution technique had already been a stretch for him. After all, even though his chakra extraction speed was swift, his small frame could not accommodate a vast amount of chakra, which was why his reserves had remained relatively unchanged over the past 6 months. The limited capacity of his body could not be expanded at will. His ability to unleash 3 jutsu in succession was largely thanks to his daily water training. The persistence he had shown over the past 6 months, coupled with his formidable mental fortitude, had granted him commendable control over his chakra. Despicable. Uchiha Feng seethed with anger. Feeling that this young rascal had played him for a fool, his defeat all the more bitter. Losing to a child not yet 6 years old was an affront to his pride, igniting a flush of heat across his face. Being a ninja is not a glamorous profession. Do I really need to teach you that? Shenglan chuckled lightly, waving at Mei-chin in the distance. Uchiha Feng's expression shifted upon hearing those words, gradually transitioning to one of despondency. He lamented his own fading clarity while grappling with overwhelming shame and sorrow. I am truly aging. Not only can I not defeat a child, but my own spirit of strength has withered away. Politics and power had tainted his mind and body. You are incredible, Grandpa. Please tell me who won. Mei-chin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she beheld the first truly impressive and complete ninja duel she had ever witnessed. Astonished at Shenglan's prowess in holding his own against her formidable grandfather. It was well known that many powerful jonin within their clan held her grandfather in high esteem, even willing to heed his commands. I have lost. Though I only lost one exchange, I shall consider it a close defeat. Shenglan smiled back at her. My grandfather is a match for even the clan's jonin. Losing is quite normal, and you have done remarkably well. Mei-chin comforted him with her innocent, radiant smile. Uchiha Feng, overhearing this, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, yet his gaze towards Shenglan was unmistakably filled with admiration. The young lad possesses an astonishing maturity. Both his intelligence and emotional acumen far surpass those of his peers, making it hard to believe he is yet to reach the tender age of 6. It feels as though an ancient spirit has taken residence within the body of a child. Uchiha Feng suddenly thought this, then shook his head, scolding himself for such fanciful musings. Were Shenglan to catch wind of his thoughts, he would likely quip, truly, you are an astute old spirit. Your guesses are remarkably accurate. I shall not permit your graduation at this moment. Returning to the matter at hand, Uchiha Feng spoke plainly. He had anticipated some form of protest from Shenglan, yet was taken aback when Shenglan awkwardly scratched his head and replied, well, truth be told, I do not wish to graduate early either, but without graduation, I cannot earn money, and without money, survival becomes a challenge. After a lengthy discussion that night, it became clear that Shenglan's true motive was monetary gain. Nonsense. The funds I have provided you are sufficient for a decade of comfortable living. Why pretend to be destitute? Uchiha Feng exclaimed in frustration. I would prefer not to. But in the pursuit of cultivation, the rich are martial, and the expenses are substantial, Shenglan countered. Uchiha Feng could not help but inquire, where did you learn such phrases? Might Guy taught you? Rich in martial prowess and impoverished in literature. Such an apt description eludes me even after living half my life. Indeed, Teacher Dai mentioned that to build one's physique, meat is indispensable and one should indulge abundantly. Uchiha Feng, skeptical, retorted, do not deceive this old man. Even if you feasted on lavish meals daily, it would suffice for 3 to 5 years. You know well that Teacher Dai invests so much time and effort into my training. I cannot burden him with meals as well. A debt of gratitude must be honored. And I repay what I can, Shenglan said earnestly, aware that Uchiha Feng had arranged for his surveillance as a form of protection. Uchiha Feng instinctively nodded in agreement, acknowledging Shenglan's logic, but then grew momentarily perplexed. His irritation flared. What about my debts? What of my obligations? Shenglan chuckled nervously, quickly assuring, please, do not be angry. Considering my current level, it is entirely reasonable for me to become a jonin within 3 to 5 years. By then, any earnings from missions will merely be numbers. And as for your debts, rest assured, I will take good care of Mei-chin. Shenglan's foolish grin betrayed him. He mused that by the time he could repay Uchiha Feng, the elder might not live to see that day. Hence, caring for his granddaughter sufficed as a form of recompense. How dare you? Uchiha Feng could no longer contain his exasperation and delivered a powerful blow to Shenglan's face, rendering him unconscious. This strike was fueled by his pent-up fury. As Uchiha Feng prepared to vent further, he was halted by the intervention of his beloved granddaughter, Mei-chin. Grandfather, what are you doing? Please stop, she exclaimed, her youthful innocence not fully grasping their exchange. However, she felt delighted when Shenglan mentioned caring for her, leaving her puzzled at her grandfather's furious demeanor. That wretched boy, consuming my resources, wearing my clothes, yet coveting my granddaughter? Do I not have the capacity to care for Mei-chin myself? Is this repayment or a wish for my early demise? You shameless ingrate, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Uchiha Feng, still seething, delivered 2 more kicks to Shenglan's handsome visage before finally calming down, taking Mei-chin's hand as they stormed away. Shenglan. Mei-chin turned back multiple times. A hint of worry etched on her face as they departed. That night, the benevolent forest mosquitoes bestowed upon Shenglan a bounty of riches. The following morning, Uchiha Izumi presented Shenglan with a staggering sum of 200,000 silver notes. It seemed that his efforts from the previous day had borne fruit. Demonstrating sufficient value was essential for securing greater investments. Merely hiding one's capabilities was a foolish endeavor, while developing discreetly was prudent. Excessive caution risked stunted growth. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Izumi, Shenglan mused, I must continue to showcase my worth. Chapter 29. School matters resurface. Shenglan's recent expenditures were indeed tied to his training. The medicinal baths from the Dai family were of considerable value, and naturally, their price reflected that. He had become somewhat obsessed with physical conditioning, returning home each day utterly exhausted. Since his transmigration, he had scarcely ceased his physical training. Gradually, he grew dissatisfied with the diluted medicinal baths and approached Old Dai, offering a handsome sum for a full-strength version. Immersing himself in the potent concoction, he sought to mend his battered body. Although Old Dai disapproved of Shenglan's fervent approach, he had complete faith in his family's medicinal brews, which were a time-honored secret recipe proven to be remarkably effective. After each immersion, Old Dai would dilute the remaining potion with water before using it himself, as Shenglan's youthful form could not absorb excessive potency. Such valuable elixirs should not be wasted. Even after dilution, the potency of the remnants surpassed what Shenglan could typically concoct by 2 or 3-fold. Consequently, the majority of Shenglan's funds were funneled into their training. And having witnessed Shenglan's financial prowess, Old Dai remained convinced of his affluent background. No child could spend so extravagantly unless they hailed from wealth. Being a scion of the Uchiha clan, a prominent family, such spending habits were deemed entirely reasonable. Shenglan's generosity was notable. Meat? We shall indulge in the finest. Medicines? We shall procure the best. Of course, had Old Dai not consistently reminded him that further immersion in the full-strength bath would yield diminishing returns, Shenglan would not have allowed him to partake in the remnants. Daily training had become so routine that Old Dai no longer felt fatigued. Hence his reluctance to indulge in the complete bath. Overall, Shenglan's expenditure was justified over the past 6 months. His physical abilities had eclipsed those of the vast majority of his contemporaries. Had it not been for age constraints, his progress would have been even more remarkable, a testament to his relentless dedication. As Shenglan walked towards the academy, he contemplated his next steps. Given his intent to exhibit his worth, he would not limit his displays to Uchiha Feng alone. His current ambitions and goals were particularly focused on a certain voyeuristic individual. The campus chaos he had orchestrated was merely bait, awaiting the response of the scions of noble families and the opportunity to reel in a true prize. A part of him was also motivated by the desire to earn some quick cash, maintaining his facade of a wealthy heir before Old Dai. On that day at school, As soon as classes ended, an unexpected visitor approached him. Uchiha Fugaku. What brings him here? Shenlong pondered, scratching his head. The fellow, after being taught a lesson by his own illusion, remained unconscious for a day and recuperated for 3 days. Surprisingly, he neither sought revenge nor caused trouble for himself. Rather, he greeted each encounter with a smile, leaving Shenlong bewildered. He even pondered whether the illusion had inflicted such severe damage on Fuyue's psyche that it had affected his sanity. That shouldn't be the case, as the Nariku vision technique is merely a C-rank illusion. Despite my extraordinary mental prowess, it shouldn't have such an effect, he mused, struggling to comprehend Fuyue's behavior. Had he known that Uchiha Fuyue had visited his grandfather and what was discussed, his confusion would have dissipated. Fuyue, having heeded his grandfather's teachings, regarded Shenlong as his target, internalizing his grandfather's guidance. No matter how powerful he became, he could ultimately only serve as a sword in his hand. For he bore the Uchiha name. I, too, shall inevitably become the future head of the Uchiha clan. My vision must be broader, and my heart must be more expansive, Fuyue admonished himself. At that moment, Fuyue directly revealed his purpose. The Hinata branch, Nichizu, has sought the assistance of upperclassmen to trouble you. He came to inquire if Shenlong required help, intending to offer support in a time of need, thereby consolidating loyalty. Oh, how many have they gathered? Shenlong asked casually, intrigued. Nichizu, being from the main branch of the Hyuga clan, commands nearly all branch families in the school. There are about 21st-year students and some lesser branch members and commoners, so I estimate there will be no fewer than 50 in total. As Fuyue spoke, he trembled slightly, his voice tinged with excitement. Being the young prince of the Uchiha clan, he relished the prospect of gathering people for a brawl. 50. Shenlong's eyelids twitched at the revelation. Damn, I underestimated the Hyuga clan's influence. He was aware of Nichizu's resentment and anticipated retaliation. But he never imagined Nichizu could rally so many. 50 individuals? That was nearly equivalent to the number of 2 classes. Observing Shenlong's astonishment, Fuyue smirked inwardly while maintaining a cheerful facade, asking, Do you require my assistance? Absolutely not. Shenlong interjected bluntly before Fuyue could elaborate. His expression tightened, and he became utterly still. Shenlong's refusal was resolute and unmistakable. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over Shenlong, a feeling of being watched. Here it comes. Within a crystal ball, Shenlong's figure appeared distinctly. Surrounding the crystal ball were 3 ninjas, who at that time were not yet renowned. They could be considered capable jonin. They spent significant time learning alongside the 3rd Hokage, occasionally assisting him with tasks. Abruptly, Shenlong slammed his hand on the table, startling Fuyue beside him. This unexpected display captured the attention of the 3rd Hokage and the 3 ninjas. It's this little brat again, Tsunade remarked with a smile. Having a favorable impression of Shenlong, the others remained silent, yet their gazes were fixed on him, clearly intrigued by the young boy. In the classroom, Shenlong's brows furrowed as he exclaimed with indignation, I shall see what Nichizu dares to do. After uttering his fierce words, he stepped out of the classroom and encountered the bruised Shungtai rushing towards him. Boss, you're just in time. Nichizu is coming for you. I just got beaten up by him. Please stand up for me. Witnessing Shungtai's battered appearance, Shenlong silently lamented how perfectly correct he had been in choosing this little brother. Don't panic, Shenlong reassured, pulling Shungtai close and patting his shoulder. I will stand up for you. That brat Nichizu is doomed. Shenlong's bold proclamation instantly brought tears of gratitude to Shungtai's eyes, pledging unwavering loyalty to him. Boss is magnificent, Shungtai shouted, his face flushed with excitement. Feeling that being with Shenlong was exhilarating. The harmonious scene between the 2 friends was captivating for the 3rd Hokage and the 3 ninjas observing through the crystal ball. It seems my Shungtai has been beaten up. Tsunade furrowed her brows, speaking with irritation. Indeed, he has been beaten, but it seems he is about to seek help. Orochimaru grinned wickedly, a glint of interest sparking in his eyes. Did he seek that guy? Jiraiya suddenly interjected, his impression of Shenlong being exceptionally poor. Recalling the last incident when Shenlong had wiped his nose on him. At the classroom entrance, Shenlong inquired, Where's that Nichizu fellow? As soon as he spoke, a voice responded from a distance. I'm here, I was just looking for you. It was Nichizu of the Hinata clan. Surveying the scene, Shenlong noted a throng of students trailing behind Nichizu, flanked by 2 significantly taller members of the Hinata branch. Clearly, these were 6th-year students, fully qualified to graduate as genin. Among them was even a prodigious talent from the Hinata family, ranking among the top students in the school. With arms crossed and an expression of indifference, Shenlong queried, "Is this your source of confidence for provoking me?" Closing his eyes, he chuckled lightly, shaking his head in mockery, his demeanor exuding pride and elegance. The curve of his lips suggesting disdain. Nichizu's pride was deeply wounded by Shenlong's attitude, igniting a surge of inexplicable anger within him. "Shenlong, do not think your Uchiha clan is so impressive. You are merely a bunch of ruffians. What gives you the right to impose fees on everyone? What qualifies you to bully your classmates here? This is a school in Konoha, not your Uchiha estate," Nichizu proclaimed with righteous indignation, exhibiting the authoritative demeanor of a well-educated noble scion, prompting widespread discussion among the gathered students. "Exactly. What gives you the right to collect fees? Right? How can you charge us? You want 200 ryo from me, and my monthly allowance is only 300. Be arrogant? Go back to your Uchiha estate and be arrogant there. Down with the Uchiha." Nichizu's words incited a wave of outrage. Many from the first-year class joined in the condemnation, realizing they were not the only ones who had been extorted. Previously, everyone had silently endured, considering Shenlong too powerful to challenge. After all, he was a true ninja capable of using the fireball technique, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, and even second-year students were no match for him. The top student of the second-year class had even fainted from fear, which deterred them from opposing Shenlong. Moreover, he had targeted his own clan members. Who would dare provoke someone who would strike even their own? Most terrifying was that after causing such a ruckus, Shenlong returned to class the next day as if nothing had happened. The Uchiha prince showed no signs of retaliation. They are all scions of prominent families, each backed by formidable ninjas. They are not foolish. They are acutely aware of the complexities surrounding Shenlong. Hence, no one desires to be the first to expose themselves. The heir of the Uchiha clan has endured such humiliation and injury. How can we be reduced to paying $200? We endure. This sentiment resonates with nearly all the first-year students. Yet, it is the obstinate Hizashi who steps forward. As the heir of the main house, he has been pampered since childhood, and while he has never faced serious harm, the scornful gazes directed at him are intolerable. Money means little to him. He does not mind paying, but he cannot let Shenlong's torment go unpunished. Who is he? The heir of the main house, the absolute master of the Hyuga branch, commanding many under his influence. Even the prince of the Senju clan, like Nagasun, cannot rival his authority at school. Moreover, Nagasun's recent beating was largely self-inflicted. Due to protection fee issues, he has incurred the wrath of many, and numerous followers have abandoned him for Hizashi. Thus, he found himself battered, with those who struck him the hardest being his former subordinates. Of course, he is a victim, but the true instigator is his superior, Uchiha Shenlong. He is merely a pawn, doing whatever his boss commands. Being a mischievous child, he found thrill in such nefarious deeds, never anticipating the repercussions that would lead to his beating. He has always naively believed his boss would protect him, so he acted without hesitation. This aligns perfectly with the mentality and behavior of a 5-year-old mischief maker. He is indeed a loyal subordinate. As he surveyed the agitated crowd, Nagasun felt a pang of anxiety. At that moment, a strong hand rested on his shoulder. "Do not panic," Shenlong calmly reassured him, his demeanor betraying no sign of fear or regret for the impending chaos. "Who else wishes to resist me? Step forward." Shenlong suddenly raised his chin, asking with an air of arrogance. His voice may not have been loud, but the words emanated an unparalleled audacity. A true man. He truly is the leader of my Senju Nagasun. Witnessing Shenlong's unwavering composure in the face of impending conflict, Nagasun suddenly recalled a phrase. In that instant, he felt he had chosen the right ally. Even if he were to be beaten again, it would be worth it. "It's no big deal," he internally screamed. Shenlong's proclamation ignited the crowd. How audacious. Beat him. Yes, let us all unite and strike him. Charge. We are many. Are we afraid of him? Many shouted with fervor, yet none dared to advance, for no one wished to be the first to expose themselves. The true frontliner, Hizashi, had yet to act. At this juncture, Shenlong took a step forward, his eyes widening slightly as his dark gaze swept over the crowd. His vision, honed through rigorous training, remained sharp even without the enhancement of the Sharingan. This was the gaze of the Uchiha clan, unmatched in the ninja world. Furthermore, he had begun to master his will, and the resolute focus of his gaze could inadvertently shake the beliefs of those who met it. With that step and that look, The previously boisterous crowd fell silent, many retreating instinctively. Such is the nature of confrontational dynamics. One advances while the other yields. Clearly, Xingluan held the upper hand at this moment, although outnumbered. His opponents were still young, inexperienced, and filled with trepidation, making it difficult for them to match Xingluan's commanding presence. Hisashi, keenly aware of the shifting tide, quickly stepped forward, aiming to rally his allies and embolden them to confront this formidable adversary. Fear not. I, Hisashi Hyuga, shall lead the charge against the malevolent Uchiha Xingluan. From now on, we shall no longer suffer his tyranny. Hisashi's fervent cries grew increasingly impassioned, his face flushed with excitement. If he could lead the charge against Xingluan, he would undoubtedly secure dominance for the Hyuga clan in class. Moreover, this would serve as a blow to the Uchiha clan, greatly benefiting his own household in the future. After all, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan are both esteemed families of ocular jutsu, enmeshed in a perpetual rivalry. Imagine, a figure who has struck down the Uchiha heir, being subdued by him. This would clearly indicate that Uchiha Fugaku is inferior to him. He would have bested Uchiha Fugaku. And in the eyes of the various small clans, the question of allegiance would be moot. Most importantly, his opponent is the leader of the Senju heir. Does this not imply that even the Senju heir is beneath him? Who would dare disrespect Hisashi Hyuga after this? Contemplating these thoughts sent shivers of exhilaration through Hisashi. Today would be the day of his glorious rise. Chapter 31. Positions taken observing the tense standoff between the two opposing factions within the crystal ball. The third Hokage furrowed his brow with concern. It appears a confrontation is imminent. It is currently lunchtime, and the teachers are likely resting, so they may not arrive in time to intervene. Orochimaru, please go over. The Uchiha boy does not hold back. We cannot allow this situation to escalate and harm the children. The third Hokage was not particularly worried about the boy being beaten. Rather, he feared the potential for injury from ninjutsu. After all, similar incidents had occurred before, and that was merely against fellow clan members. This could escalate even further. As the third Hokage's words faded, Orochimaru vanished in an instant, accompanied by Tsunade, both racing towards the school at full speed. TCH. That kid is truly a destabilizing factor at school, Jiraiya remarked candidly. Indeed, the third Hokage chuckled in agreement. It might be better to let him graduate early to prevent him from wreaking havoc on his classmates. Jiraiya crossed his arms, rolling his eyes dismissively. Suddenly, the third Hokage's expression grew grave as he turned to Jiraiya, speaking earnestly. Allowing him to graduate now would be detrimental. Do not forget his age. He is still just a child who knows little. Jiraiya was suddenly taken aback, his flippant demeanor replaced by earnestness as he sincerely apologized to the third Hokage. My apologies. Sensei, I did not mean any harm. I spoke thoughtlessly. He felt shame for targeting a 5-year-old child and, recognizing his error, offered a sincere apology. Even though his words had been unintentional, clearly, he comprehended the gravity of the third Hokage's remarks. I understand, the third Hokage said, lighting a cigarette. He was well aware of Jiraiya's character and did not wish to escalate the situation. Suddenly, a shift in the unfolding scenario captured both of their attention within the crystal ball. At this moment, Shenlong suddenly withdrew his gaze, directing it towards a group of Uchiha clansmen who were a bit distant. Faike, it's time for you to step up. You promised to assist me. His words sent a jolt through everyone present. The support from the Uchiha clan would complicate the battle, as their overall strength surpassed that of the Hyuga clan. Instantly, all eyes turned to Uchiha Faike. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Faike fell into a moment of silence, rapidly weighing the pros and cons of offering his assistance. Initially, he intended to help Shenlong, believing that winning hearts required some investment. However, the abrupt rejection he faced from Shenlong, coupled with the latter's assertive demeanor now, ignited a wave of dissatisfaction within him. Aren't you quite capable? In the end, you still seek my help. Faike thought disdainfully, feeling a mix of contempt and secret satisfaction. Just as he was about to agree, the voice of Nichizu interjected. So, you plan to support him? Excellent. The Uchiha truly are cut from the same cloth. A clan that only bullies the weak. Haven't we all suffered at their hands during our time in school? To be honest, Uchiha clan members were the most arrogant and exclusive, their extreme nature pervasive among their ranks. Uchiha boys were quite popular among girls, not only due to their looks and charm, but also their aloof attitude. Naturally, this led to animosity from their male peers. As Nichizu stirred the crowd's emotions, students began to vocally condemn the Uchiha clan. Today, we gather under the banner of the Hyuga clan to collectively vanquish this evil clan. Let us strike down Uchiha Shenlong and remind them that this is the school of Konoha, our school, not merely the Uchihas. Witnessing Nichizu ignite the students' rebellious spirit, Shenlong smirked inwardly. Truly, the future head of the Hyuga clan, a renowned politician, had honed his rhetorical skills to such a refined level at a young age. It was no wonder he could later persuade his nephew to forsake deep-seated grudges and pledge unwavering loyalty to their clan. So how would Faik choose? He had no expectations of Faik actually standing up for him. He merely wished to gauge the Uchiha's stance, which would ultimately influence his perception of them. Though Shenlong remained unconcerned, this simple test was indeed necessary. Faik's expression shifted as he observed the swelling tide of sentiment among the students. Nichizu aims to isolate our Uchiha clan. Realizing the implications, he broke into a cold sweat. If he aided Shenlong this time, it would cement the Uchiha's reputation as an evil clan. Future ostracization and potential oppression loomed ominously. Although the Uchiha clan was powerful enough to contend with a single Hyuga, they could not withstand the collective might of all. That was close. He nearly fell into his trap. Nichizu was indeed cunning. Well, I despise that arrogant fool anyway. Last time, I was humiliated. Now is the perfect time for revenge. Faik's thoughts raced as he swiftly assessed the situation, halting the eager movements of his clansmen. Raising both hands, he addressed the agitated crowd. Everyone, Shenlong's situation has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. We are not an evil clan. We abhor such vile behavior. Do not allow Nichizu to manipulate your emotions and misinterpret the Uchiha. By directly naming Nichizu and branding him a schemer, Faik swiftly led the Uchiha clansmen towards the throng of onlookers. Ultimately, he remained a child at heart, unable to endure his emotions and unwilling to seek reconciliation with Shenlong. Clearly, the Uchiha clan had no intention of participating in this malicious conflict, disregarding his grandfather's counsel to mend ties with Shenlong. This display darkened Nichizu's expression. Faik's actions had solidified his position. He could no longer leverage the Uchiha clan without appearing as the petty manipulator Faik accused him of being. Such a child is unworthy of my company. A derisive snort escaped him, leaving the students bewildered, as they lacked Shenlong's knowledge to comprehend the remark. Of course, Shenlong had no expectation that they would understand. Among the crowd, only Shenlong retained his proud demeanor, while behind him, Shoju grew increasingly anxious. At that moment, Uchiha Meichin rushed forward, her eyes aflame with anger as she stood silently beside Shenlong. Shenlong rolled his eyes, ready to suggest Meichin keep her distance. When a timid civilian student with yellow hair approached hesitantly, "Do you need help?" he awkwardly inquired, sensing the situation had escalated too far. He couldn't stand by idly, especially since they had agreed to be friends. Seeing Namake's Minato step forward to support him took Shenlong by surprise, eliciting a smile from him. While he understood Meichin's willingness to stand up for him, Minato's unexpected bravery impressed him. The fourth Hokage must still be a child at this age, Shenlong mused internally. At 6 years old, Minato was still in a delicate, impressionable phase. Stepping forward now seemed akin to inviting trouble. Yet, his willingness to help signified that Shenlong had not misjudged their friendship. The fourth Hokage was indeed a charismatic figure, worthy of deep trust and camaraderie. Just as Shenlong's smile lingered, a voice cut through the air, freezing his expression in shock. A girl with fiery red hair boldly approached, hands on her hips. "You all are bullying him with such numbers. How shameless," she challenged. "If you have the guts, face him one-on-one." The girl, with her delicate features and fair complexion, stood out strikingly with her vibrant hair. Although she was undeniably cute, her words carried a defiant edge. Chapter 32. Battle, battle, battle. This girl swaggered over, standing beside Meichin, her large eyes observing Shenlong with an inexplicable intensity. The sudden appearance of this figure struck Shenlong as oddly familiar, though he couldn't immediately recall her identity. After she joined his side, a student aligned with Nichizu shouted at her, "This is Konoha's affair. It doesn't concern an outsider like you." "That's right. Transfer student, outsider. Get out of Konoha." Clearly, someone recognized the girl, and their harsh words flushed her face with anger. She stepped up largely to support Meichin, her only friend since arriving in Konoha. Due to her status as a transfer student, coupled with her striking crimson hair and her boisterous personality, she became an easy target for bullying at school. Not only the boys, But even the girls in her class held her in disdain, for they too feared her volatile nature. To them, this fiery-haired girl was an anomaly. Only the kind-hearted and compassionate Makoto dared to defy societal judgments, bravely rescuing this girl from the clutches of bullying by several boys, thus forging a deep bond of friendship between them. It was this very camaraderie that compelled her to stand up in support of Makoto now, which inadvertently also served as an endorsement for Siren. "Are you Uzumaki Kushina?" Siren's perplexed inquiry momentarily quelled Kushina's fury. She tilted her head, cast another glance at Siren, and then nodded emphatically. "Heh." Siren let out a soft chuckle, then turned to the direction of Hinata, saying, "I greatly appreciate your support, but please step aside for now. I alone can handle this rabble." His declaration ignited further outrage among the crowd, yet Hinata felt a foreboding sense of unease upon hearing his words. "However, there's no however. Listen to me, or I may become quite upset," Siren interjected, cutting off Makoto's worry. Her expression darkened at his simultaneously flippant and grave tone. Though they all harbored concerns for Siren's safety, the unwavering confidence radiating from him compelled several friends to ultimately place their trust in him. "Just don't get yourself killed, okay, big brother?" Kushina teased, pulling Makoto away while glancing back with a grin. "Trust me, my friends," Siren called out to Minato and Nagashi. "All right, good luck, boss. Take them down. I'll support you in spirit and stand by your side." The two eventually acquiesced, and Siren responded with a satisfied smile. This was merely a performance he had orchestrated, yet the unfolding events had exceeded his expectations, taking on an unexpected turn. The situation had escalated, yet it remained within his control. It was time to bring this farce to a close. In the Hokage office, Jiraiya gazed at Namake's Minato, his curiosity piqued. "What is the name of that golden-haired youth?" "It seems to be Namake's Minato." The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, providing a brief introduction. Though he himself was not well acquainted with the boy, yet he could accurately state the child's name. "Impressive. He dares to confront such a crowd, along with those two girls," Jiraiya remarked, realization dawning upon him. "Isn't that the little girl from the Uzumaki clan?" The third Hokage did not respond to his query. Instead, he leaned closer to the crystal ball, murmuring, "A fight has broken out, and that fellow made the first move." Outside the classroom, Siren hurled 3 purple smoke bombs into the crowd across from him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed, and the purple smoke quickly enveloped Hinata's group entirely. Confidence is one thing, but arrogance is another. He was not so conceited as to confront such a multitude of students head-on, even with his Chunin-level strength. He was certain that an open fight would lead to a crushing defeat, for not every student in the Ninja Academy was inept, and among the elite clans, many possessed formidable skills. To put it bluntly, merely being pelted with rocks could spell his doom, let alone the training weapons they wielded. Thus, to triumph over this unruly assembly of elementary students, he would need to employ unconventional tactics, such as obscuring their line of sight and engaging them in combat using his mental perception against these blind adversaries, aiming to defeat them one by one. Boom. Ah! A sudden scream pierced through the fog as Hinata cried out. The majority of the crowd coughed in panic. Some covered their mouths in apprehension, while a few outright fled the scene. Byakugan, activate. Several upperclassmen from the Hyuga clan simultaneously activated their Byakugan. In their sight, a figure with Chunin-level chakra was ruthlessly assaulting Hinata, and it was clear who that figure was. Uchiha Siren. One Hyuga exclaimed in alarm. They had no time to ponder the enormity of Siren's chakra as they rushed to intercept the assailant. The 3 of them were elite members of the Hyuga clan within the school, with the strongest among them, Hyuga Akifumi, taking the lead. He struck at Siren's head with a powerful palm, infused with chakra, knowing that if it landed, it would surely draw blood and leave no chance for retaliation. The gentle fist technique is known for its ability to block the enemy's chakra. If struck head-on, Uchiha Siren would undoubtedly face defeat. However, the outcome left the 3 of them astonished once more. Siren effortlessly dodged the attack, as if he had foreseen Hyuga Akifumi's move. It was important to note that he did not possess the Byakugan, and amidst such dense smoke, there was no logical reason for him to see. Even if he had the Sharingan, it would be impossible to perceive his attacks through such a fog. Hyuga Akifumi was stunned. Yet, the next scene compelled him to believe that Siren could indeed see through the smoke, anticipating every movement. Having evaded Akifumi's punch, Siren retaliated with a swift elbow to his chest, moving with astonishing speed. Akifumi barely had time to raise his hands in defense, and the collision sent him shrieking in agony. Ah! His elbow struck Akifumi's arm, leaving him severely wounded. Another upperclassman from the Hyuga clan rushed to assist, attacking Siren with a flurry of strikes. Inside the smoke, the sounds of fists and feet clashing echoed continuously. In terms of physical prowess, Siren had a clear advantage. Within a few exchanges, he exploited an opening and landed a kick, sending his opponent rolling on the ground, clutching his abdomen in pain. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 16 palms. A 5th-grade Hyuga, after a few exchanges with Siren, unleashed his ultimate technique. Though it consisted of only 16 palms, a foundational move of the Gentle Fist. He had previously triumphed over many peers with it. Faced with this formidable foe, he unleashed his secret weapon. However, after executing his grand technique, he was horrified to discover that all 16 of his strikes had been effortlessly blocked. Yet, it was not merely a matter of being blocked. What followed left him utterly dumbfounded. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 16 palms. Siren bellowed, striking a pose reminiscent of the Gentle Fist's initial stance. Chapter 33. One-sided battle. In the briefest of moments, the 5th-grade Hyuga found himself stunned as he endured all 16 strikes. Each blow landed with force, striking his face repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, he was rendered unconscious, and in his final moments of awareness, he heard his opponent's derisive remarks. Such speed in your punches. And you dare to challenge me? His Hyuga-style 8 trigrams had indeed been effective, but it was still too immature and lacked refinement. Now, facing Siren, who had mastered the swift style of Might Guy, coupled with his unique insight, the flaws in his technique were magnified manifold. What was once the 8 trigrams 16 palms appeared to Siren as if it were a mere child's clumsy flailing, and he could see through it clearly, even replicating its essence. Certainly, his 16 palms were merely a superficial imitation, lacking the essence to achieve the purpose of sealing chakra through acupoint strikes. He resolved another opponent, as Shenglong relentlessly continued his onslaught, striking anyone he encountered along the way. Indeed, he was an unstoppable force, with the vast majority of foes toppled by a single blow. Only the members of the Hyuga clan could perceive the fight and exchange a few moves with him. In his wake, anguished cries echoed from the fog-enshrouded area, leaving the onlookers outside in sheer disbelief at the unfolding battle. Byakugan, Hinata was left battered and bruised, yet as he regained his composure, he furiously activated his Byakugan, eager to discern the situation. However, despair soon washed over him as, the moment he activated it, a fist struck his eye, causing excruciating pain that elicited a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Before he could recover, another punch knocked out his front tooth. The assailant was merciless, and he could only manage a muffled groan before losing consciousness. Hinata Akifumi gritted his teeth and rushed to provide assistance. The clash of gentle fists against bold strikes resonating in the air. Konoha Hurricane. Shenglong leapt into the air, executing a leaf hurricane kick aimed at Hinata Akifumi. Regrettably, this move was swiftly countered. Akifumi's martial prowess was formidable, and his speed had significantly surpassed that of the previous 2 Hyuga fighters, nearly matching Shenglong's velocity. With each blow exchanged, neither could gain the upper hand, and Shenglong felt an inexplicable frustration. Despite his slight edge and speed, he was hesitant to confront Akifumi head-on and had to tread cautiously to avoid being struck by the Gentle Fist. A single hit from it would surely seal his defeat, as the chakra blockade was beyond his current capabilities to dispel. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Hinata Akifumi assumed the initial stance of the 8 trigrams fist, his Byakugan locking onto Shenglong. Retreating, Shenglong suddenly withdrew with all his might, employing every ounce of speed to evade Akifumi's attack range. He was acutely aware that he could not withstand the full force of Akifumi's 8 trigrams 32 palms. Having assessed Akifumi's capabilities during their earlier exchanges, he prudently retreated as Akifumi assumed his stance, swiftly creating a safe distance between them. As he fell back, Shenglong discerned Akifumi charging towards him. In his rapid retreat, he swiftly formed hand seals and escaped the fog-laden area, halting abruptly as he opened his eyes to the astonished gazes of the onlooking crowd. With hands moving swiftly, he feigned a gesture at his mouth, unleashing a torrent of fiery projectiles from his lips. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. The fireballs he expelled were larger and more numerous than those used against Fugaku and his companions. Their potency amplified several-fold as he consciously increased his chakra output. His intent was to eliminate all hostile entities concealed within the fog. Water release, water barrier. A wall of water materialized from thin air, effectively blocking the fireballs. Orochimaru's timely entrance was met with a sense of relief as Hinata Akifumi, with his Byakugan activated, breathed a sigh of relief, halting his advance. Had those fireballs not been intercepted, he would have likely sustained severe injuries. Is the teacher here? Hinata Akifumi pondered to himself. As Orochimaru appeared, another figure emerged, waving her hand to disperse the dissipating purple fog and white steam. Tsunade had arrived. With the complete elimination of the mist, all the students witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. Numerous individuals lay on the ground, groaning in pain from their injuries, while Hinata lay unconscious next to a 5th-grade student, a bloodied white tooth resting nearby. The renowned prodigy of the Hinata clan, Hinata Akifumi, also cradled his injured arm, his brow furrowed in evident pain. Shenlong's elbow strike had been devastating. Had his strength not been so underdeveloped, it could have easily shattered Akifumi's arm. This was the price of underestimating Shenlong. Had he realized earlier that Shenlong could see through the fog and possessed such speed, he would not have suffered such a significant setback. Despite not belittling the younger brother prior to their encounter, having learned from the experiences with Uchiha Fugaku, he had acknowledged that a student proficient in ninjutsu and jinjutsu was essentially a ninja, deserving of respect and serious consideration. Yet, after witnessing Shenlong's prowess, he was astounded by the strength of his martial arts. Is he truly only 6 years old? How terrifying. This singular thought occupied Hinata Akifumi's mind, as Shenlong's impact on him was profound and filled with disbelief. A genius? Perhaps, Hinata Akifumi murmured to himself, unable to find a term more fitting than genius to describe Shenlong. He believed that at this moment, Shenlong truly deserved the title, while his own so-called genius felt like a mere joke in comparison. Thus, he resolved to intensify his training. Is this really the end? Shinshu stammered, his expression one of disbelief. It seems to be over, Minato responded, equally incredulous. The two girls gazed at Shenlong with adoration, their eyes sparkling. What an intriguing little rascal. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, having arrived before Shenlong's intervention and having blocked the teachers from approaching, observing the unfolding events alongside Tsunade. After all, had the students not engaged, there would have been no need for their interference. They were eager to witness how Shenlong would contend with such overwhelming numbers, though the smoke had obscured their vision. Orochimaru recognized that this child possessed formidable martial skills, far surpassing the elite of the Hinata clan. His ninjutsu was equally impressive. The earlier Phoenix Fire technique showcased a remarkable mastery of fireballs in terms of size, quantity, and temperature, indicating his adeptness in the technique. What a mysterious child. The fact that he could achieve such feats at such a young age was simply unfathomable. Orochimaru felt an unsettling curiosity towards Shenlong, a desire to uncover the source of his uniqueness. As he sensed the unsettling, predatory gaze of Orochimaru upon him, Shenlong involuntarily shivered. It was a gaze filled with danger, sending chills down his spine, causing his muscles to tense and a sense of foreboding to rise within him. He instinctively retrieved a sharpened kunai, his pupils narrowing as he focused intently on Orochimaru's every movement. That gaze, it bore a striking resemblance to that of a colossal eagle hunting a great serpent outside the dragon cave. At this moment, Orochimaru, whose physique had begun to exhibit serpentine characteristics, felt an unsettling sense of unease confronting Shenlong, as if he had encountered a formidable adversary. Orochimaru's smile faltered, his brow furrowing, and murderous intent unconsciously emanating from him. Shenlong fixated on his every motion, his gaze seemingly purged of color, the surrounding spectators, even the world itself, fading into oblivion. In that instant, only Orochimaru remained in his sight, and as time passed, the ominous potential of his three-tomo Sharingan threatened to awaken involuntarily. Chapter 34, Detention. You have caused such a tremendous mess. At that moment, Tsunade's thunderous voice rang out, startling Orochimaru and bringing Shinluan, who had been intensely focused, back to reality. Orochimaru was indeed perilous. A vague sense of danger gripped Shinluan's heart. Although he could not articulate the source of this feeling, he chose to trust it. I'm speaking to you. Tsunade stepped forward and delivered a sharp rap to Shinluan's head, causing him to wince in pain, on the verge of tears. What did you say? Shinluan, clutching his head, hastily inquired, as his attention had been solely on Orochimaru, neglecting Tsunade's words, which incited the fury of this violent woman. I said, "You are in serious trouble this time." Oh. Witnessing Xingluan's nonchalant responses, Tsunade's anger flared once more. What kind of reaction is that? Tsunade's fingers crackled ominously as she leaned closer to Xingluan, demanding an explanation. Cold sweat instantly trickled down Xingluan's back, and he instinctively retreated several steps. He truly did not dare provoke such an oblivious, yet heavy-handed brute. "Sister, I'm here." Rope Tree dashed over to defend Xingluan. "You troublemaker. Do you intend to drive me to madness?" Tsunade affectionately tousled Rope Tree's hair, pretending to scold him. "Sister, you have no idea. Your brother nearly got killed just now. Look, my handsome face has been beaten to a pulp, and it was my boss who intervened to teach them a lesson." Rope Tree complained first, pointing at the unconscious Hisashi lying on the ground. "Boss?" Tsunade fixed a piercing gaze on Xingluan, who could only manage an awkward smile in response. "I don't care about the reasons. This matter is beyond my control. You must come with me, and let the teacher handle this mess." Tsunade addressed Xingluan earnestly, acknowledging her desire to protect the young lad, yet recognizing that the issue involved the Hyuga clan, which surpassed her jurisdiction. Despite being a princess of the Senju clan, many people would show her respect and address her as lady, but she had no authority to meddle excessively. It was best to leave this to the third Hokage. Thus, Xingluan found himself apprehended yet again, and the teachers emerged once more to clear the air. In the Hokage's office, Xingluan stood in punishment for what felt like an eternity, while the third Hokage focused on his paperwork, occasionally casting a sidelong glance at Xingluan without uttering a word, creating a rather heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, Orochimaru materialized, handing a report to the third Hokage, who scrutinized it before resuming his work. After a considerable wait, during which Xingluan's impatience grew, Jiraiya and Tsunade entered the office together. "Has Hisashi been returned home? What did the Hyuga say?" The third Hokage inquired without lifting his head from his work. "Yes, he has been sent home. The Hyuga clan leader is quite furious. He dispatched someone to reprimand the school teachers for their inadequate supervision and requested the names and whereabouts of the assailants," Jiraiya reported. The third Hokage paused his work, lifting his head slightly. "I answered his inquiries. He merely nodded, asked to have people escorted out, and did not say anything further," Tsunade added. The third Hokage's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening. The Hyuga clan leader was indeed a seasoned and astute figure. Unlike the swift response from the Uchiha clan elder when Fugaku was assaulted, the Hyuga leader's actions proved to be a greater headache for the third Hokage. He could no longer afford to overlook Xingluan's mischief. "Damn, had I known, I should not have intervened in this matter. Whoever takes the initiative finds themselves in trouble. I should have let the school inform the Hyuga leader," then feigned concern, confident that he wouldn't act recklessly, as he would likely be the one to handle it lightly. The third Hokage berated himself as he tapped his fingers on the desk, his expression shifting between gloom and clarity. The three ninjas, having followed him for years, recognized this as his typical response when confronted with troublesome situations. "Bring him in. Immediately charge Uchiha Xingluan with intentional injury and brawling. He is to be detained for 5 days." The third Hokage's voice reverberated, leaving everyone present, including Xingluan, momentarily stunned. He was utterly dumbfounded. "What kind of operation is this? I refuse to accept this. Why should I be locked up? They tried to beat me, and I merely defended myself. That is lawful behavior. On what grounds do you imprison me?" Xingluan protested vehemently. "Protests are futile. Execution must commence immediately." The third Hokage lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag while observing Xingluan, who was still struggling and causing a ruckus as Tsunade held onto his collar. A faint smile graced his face, easing his expression significantly. "Just because I am the Hokage. You mischievous little monkey, you must accept your fate." The third Hokage's words elicited stifled laughter from the three ninjas, all too aware that he had once been referred to as a monkey by the second Hokage. Now, he found himself labeling someone else as such. This seemed to signify his regard for Xingluan, prompting the three ninjas to ponder. "I refuse to accept this. I am only 5 years old. I am a child. A minor. You cannot do this." Suddenly, a white-haired Umbu Jonin appeared, seizing Xingluan's arm and leading him towards the office door. Xingluan abruptly ceased his antics. A shift in expression as he shot a glare at the third Hokage, declaring, "You will pay for this." After uttering a menacing remark, he obediently followed the Umbu out. Konoha White Fan, Kakashi Hitaki. Observing the Umbu's silver hair, the short blade strapped to his back, and the well-contained aura of menace, Xingluan recognized his identity. This realization was why he ceased his resistance and allowed himself to be led away. Watching them leave the office, the third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke, retrieving a report to hand to Jiraiya and Tsunade. The report meticulously chronicled Xingluan's every movement and interactions throughout most of his time, along with the Umbu's independent analysis. It detailed Xingluan's daily life, revealing that apart from training, he had no semblance of a childhood. He appeared solely devoted to his practice, other than eating and sleeping. He spent his days honing his physical abilities or training. This report, provided by the Umbu, was organized and observant, the result of prolonged surveillance. Although Xingluan resided in a somewhat remote area with few passersby, the Umbu ninjas could not have failed to notice a child establishing a camp nearby the school. Xingluan was acutely aware that he could not escape the Umbu's watchful eyes. Thus he resigned himself to their scrutiny. The report indicated that despite bearing the Uchiha surname, he had never returned to the Uchiha clan's territory, suggesting he was a child possibly exiled from the Uchiha family. The Umbu observed that a significant number of animal remains, predominantly snakes, were piled near the camp, and numerous hunting traps were set up in the nearby forest. Hence, they deduced that this child primarily sustained himself by capturing prey. Upon reaching this point, Tsunade felt a surge of emotion, her fingers unconsciously tightening. How could the Uchiha clan neglect such a pitiful child, one who was without family, money, or home, wandering alone at the tender age of 5? Tsunade exclaimed in anger, while among the three men, Orochimaru remained silent. Jiraiya sighed without a word, and the third Hokage continued to smoke in contemplative silence. The analysis by the Umbu reveals that although this child has been cast out, he possesses a remarkably complete set of daily necessities, suggesting he is in contact with an adult who provides for him. It is suspected he is a disciple of the lower-ranked shinobi, Might Guy, training together each morning. He appears to have mastered the body flicker technique, confirmed proficiency in fire-release ninjutsu, shuriken throwing, physical combat, and basic chakra control techniques such as tree climbing and water walking. Overall, his strength is above that of an average chunin. In summary, he is an anomaly devoid of a childhood, consumed solely by the fervor of training, a relentless practitioner of physical conditioning. The Umbu possess a detailed understanding of Xingluan's daily life. Yet he remains unaware that what he knows is merely what Xingluan permits them to see. Due to his surveillance, Uchiha Izumi has already informed Xingluan of his awareness. Chapter 35. The person behind it appears there exists a significant conflict between this child and the Uchiha clan. However, what connection does he have with the clan's elder? Jiraiya pondered, striving to comprehend this child. Xingluan was previously nominated for a jonin position by Uchiha Fugaku, a fact everyone should recall, thus clarifying his relationship with Xingluan. What manner of person is Uchiha Fugaku? Tsunade suddenly inquired of the third Hokage, keen to discern the elder's attitude towards Konoha. Just as the third was about to respond, an Umbu appeared before them, whispering something. After nodding in acknowledgement, the third smiled at Tsunade, saying, "The person you inquired about has arrived." Shortly thereafter, an elderly man entered the Hokage's office. The third and he exchanged nods and smiles before the third instructed Jiraiya to fetch a chair for the elder. Uchiha Fugaku seated himself with a calm demeanor, his movements deliberate and cautious. "Thank you, third Hokage," he replied with a smile, then openly scrutinized the young Sannin. "This must be the granddaughter of Lord Hashirama, Tsunadeheim," he remarked, disregarding two of the Sannin entirely as he focused on her. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement, but Fugaku sighed. "Time passes so swiftly. How you've all grown. Is the elder here regarding that troublesome child?" The third directly inquired. "Ah, indeed I have come for that rascal. I wonder if the third Hokage might grant me a favor?" The third nodded slightly, not refusing. "You're exaggerating, elder. It's merely a child's quarrel. If you wish to take him, you may do so at any time." Upon hearing this, the Sannin exchanged glances, but the third continued, "However, do ensure you properly discipline this unruly child, for he has struck the eldest son of the Hyuga clan, leaving him battered and unconscious, and even knocked out a tooth." Fugaku's expression shifted, secretly cursing his own reckless child for daring to lie to him. Meichin had informed him that Xingluan had been apprehended, and when he inquired about the reason, she merely stated that Xingluan had fought Hyuga Hizashi and emerged victorious before being captured. Initially, Fugaka thought it was a trivial matter, but upon Meichin's tearful insistence, he decided to visit the Hokage Tower. He wondered if the third Hokage had been too idle lately to intervene in children's disputes. Now, however, he realized the gravity of Shenglan's actions, which were not merely a schoolyard brawl but a declaration of enmity against the entire school, if not the village. Even the Hokage's family would not dare act in such a manner, and the boy's aggression was utterly excessive. Fugaka's face turned pale. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Where is he now?" "In Konoha's detention center," the third Hokage replied candidly. This shamelessness, while claiming it was just a minor childhood scuffle, he had the boy imprisoned. Despite harboring disdain for the third's hypocrisy, Fugaku refrained from criticizing his handling of the situation. Although he could take the troublesome child with him, the animosity with the Hyuga clan would fall upon him. No, I am too old to bear the grudge of this child. He has been too reckless lately, and indeed requires a thorough lesson. With a resigned sigh, Fugaku accepted the third's decision, allowing Shenglan to ponder his actions in confinement. As Fugaku prepared to depart, the third called out, "Wait, elder. I have something I wish to inquire of you." Hearing this, Fugaku returned to his seat. "You are aware that Shenglan has been living near the Forest of Death for quite some time, correct? I would like to understand the reason behind this. As the village leader, it is essential for me to investigate the matter of his encampment." Fugaku sighed before responding earnestly, "I am aware of this. I have urged him to return to the clan, but he insists on staying there, claiming it is closer to school. I could not dissuade him, so I let him be." "What connection does the elder have with him?" Tsunade suddenly interjected, prompting the third to cast her an approving glance. "None really. If there is a connection, it is merely that we are both Uchiha. Though he bears the Uchiha name, he is not of my direct lineage." Tsunade remained puzzled. Fugaku shook his head, sighing once more as he continued, "He is a pitiful child, having lost his parents at an age when he most needed care. Left alone in the clan with no relatives or friends. Perhaps this is why he refuses to return home. When I first encountered him, he was emaciated and in a dire state, having endured unknown hardships. Yet, this orphan approached me, seeking an opportunity to advance his education and expressing grand aspirations. At first, I dismissed it as a farce until I gazed into his eyes. Those striking eyes radiated a compelling brilliance." "Brilliance?" Orochimaru inquired, intrigued by this seldom discussed term regarding vision. "As an elder of the Uchiha clan, I have witnessed countless Sharingan. I can ascertain whether a child possesses the potential to awaken the Sharingan simply by observing their eyes' brilliance. That child's eyes shimmered with extraordinary intensity. I can assure you, they are destined to evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan." The third and the Sannin were taken aback. The Mangekyo Sharingan is the hallmark of elite Uchiha, recognized as a symbol of strength both within Konoha and throughout the shinobi world. "What exactly is this brilliance?" Orochimaru pressed further, captivated by the secrets of the Uchiha Sharingan. Interested, are you? I could teach you." Fugaku glanced at Orochimaru, then spoke earnestly. "Do not inquire too deeply into matters best left unasked," the third warned solemnly. Understanding that Orochimaru's questions delved into the Uchiha clan's hidden enigmas. Many families in Konoha possess their own legacies and secret techniques, which are not for outsiders or even the Hokage to question. Taking these covert warnings is tantamount to declaring war against them, a transgression that no family would tolerate. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru paused, realizing that his issues were intertwined with the Sharingan. Nevertheless, he exhibited no remorse, his gaze drifting elsewhere as he chose to remain silent. "Is this the reason you nominated him for a life position?" The third Hokage nodded, speaking once more to ease the atmosphere. "I am old, and my compassion runs rampant. I cannot bear to see the talents within our families go unnoticed, that is all." After Uchiha Fu spoke these words, he shakily rose and exited the Hokage's office. His relationship with Uchiha Sholen was evidently more profound than mere acquaintanceship. Jiraiya interjected, "I understand, but you must recognize that we are not interrogating him. The fact that he is willing to share this information is already a form of cooperation. There is no need to clarify everything." The third Hokage picked up his pipe. "Do you trust his words?" Jiraiya inquired again. "A simple investigation into his connections with Uchiha Sholen reveals he has no reason to deceive us. It would serve no purpose and lacks foundation. Hence his words are credible." Orochimaru responded on behalf of the third. "That old man holds that child in high regard. He is the one standing behind him," Tsunade asserted. Simultaneously, Jiraiya and Orochimaru rolled their eyes, as if to say, "Isn't that obvious? You hold that child in high regard too." The third Hokage suddenly exhaled a puff of smoke, smiling at Tsunade. "Are you truly considering confining him?" Tsunade shot a sidelong glance at the third, questioning. Let us confine him for a couple of days so he can reflect. This fellow is utterly unruly. Oh, and let us not forget your own Shoro. The third darkly reminded, having thoroughly investigated this incident, revealing Shoru's involvement as well. Shoru, that guy, if left unharmed for 3 days, would tear the roof off. Just wait until I return to discipline him. Tsunade's fingers cracked ominously, while the other three broke out in a sweat, caught between schadenfreude and silent prayers for Shoru. Chapter 36, Submissiveness. Bang. The heavy door closed with a resounding thud, leaving Sholen standing alone in the detention room. It was unexpected to find himself detained. He had never experienced such punishment in his previous life. Sholen quietly mocked himself, sitting on the only iron bed in the room, closing his eyes in silence, contemplating his next steps. He had already demonstrated his worth. Now it remained to be seen how Konoha would regard a prodigy like him. His reluctance to forge close ties with his classmates from the Uchiha clan, aside from Mikoto, stemmed from his desire to integrate into the Hokage's faction, or the Senju faction, if you will. His current predicament mirrored that of a young Uchiha Itachi, who was valued by both the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's faction, yet found himself at a crossroads, yearning for closeness with the Hokage's side, while also wishing to maintain ties with the Uchiha clan. This predicament left him in a precarious position, unable to fully gain the trust of the Hokage's faction, while his own clan misinterpreted his intentions. He reaped no benefits from either side, but bore the pressure from both, ultimately leading to a tragic downfall, patricide, matricide, and the slaughter of his entire clan in a desperate bid to protect his younger brother, culminating in an abysmally tragic fate. It must be said, he is indeed a tragic figure. The tragedy of Itachi would not be repeated in Sholen's life. He lacked Itachi's overly sympathetic heart and was far from the naivety of Uchiha Shursui. Between Uchiha and Konoha, he chose Konoha without hesitation. The thriving Konoha offered far more sustenance than the frail Uchiha clan. Of course, attempting to appease both factions was a desperate measure. He was still too weak and required the protection of a facade for the time being. Sholen's current strategy was to integrate himself into the Hokage's faction as much as possible. 2 days later, the third Hokage arrived at the detention room with the 3 Sannin. The 4 observed Sholen, drenched in sweat from his rigorous training, their expressions complex. Clearly, this child was precisely as described in the reports, a veritable training fanatic, unwavering in his dedication even during confinement. Such relentless effort left the Sannin feeling abashed. "Can you tell me? What drives your relentless pursuit?" The third Hokage inquired earnestly, his tone gentle. This was the third person to pose such a question. Sholen remained silent for a moment, then sat cross-legged on the floor, gradually regulating his breath and composure. "I need strength." The 4 were taken aback by his response. The third Hokage, disregarding decorum, squatted down to inquire once more. "Can you tell me what you need strength for?" This question would undoubtedly influence Sholen's future and perhaps even determine his fate for some time to come. "I do not know what my needed strength can achieve, but someone once told me that strength can change everything." The 4 fell silent, sensing that this child was akin to a pristine sheet of paper. "My father was taken from me by war. If I had possessed sufficient strength at that time, I could have changed everything. My mother would not have fallen ill because of it. I need strength to eradicate war. I need strength to protect my loved ones. But it is all too late." Bang! Sholen struck the ground fiercely with his fist. Despite his fingers bleeding profusely, his expression remained unfazed. His voice, laden with profound anguish, echoed in hollow whispers. "It is too late. I cannot return. Even if I gain strength, I cannot go back to that time. I cannot protect them. What is lost can never be regained. What, then, can the strength I strive so desperately for achieve?" Sholen gazed at his calloused hands, a look of confusion and despair clouding his features. The 4 looked upon his hands, so rough and unlike those of his peers. Their shock rendered them speechless. Tsunade turned her head away from the sight of this pitiful child, while Jiraiya bowed his head in silence, feeling deep sympathy for him. Orochimaru appeared lost in thought, the echoes of Sholen's words resonating in his mind. Indeed, what is lost can never be reclaimed, it cannot return. Evidently, Sholen's words struck a deep chord within Orochimaru. His own parents had also fallen victim to the ravages of war. Sholin's current confusion mirrored the very confusion that had plagued Orochimaru throughout his life. No, your efforts are not in vain. The third's voice resonated with conviction. You are still young. In the days to come, you will make many friends and companions. You will build your own family, find a wife, and have children of your own. You will have your own kin. You will need sufficient strength to protect them, to prevent them from suffering the ravages of war. You must shield them from the storms. You cannot allow your tragedy to replay in their lives. Your efforts will become a vital component of ensuring their safety. Your father sacrificed his life to protect Konoha. You must inherit his will and safeguard your loved ones, your companions, and Konoha. Your father's will, the will of the protector, is the very essence of Konoha's will of fire. The will of fire? Sholin gazed at the third Hokage in astonishment. Indeed, where the leaves dance, the fire shall endure. The flames will illuminate the village, bringing light and warmth to the great tree of Konoha, nurturing the new leaves to sprout and grow. You are one of those new leaves, and your father embodies that burning flame. This is the will of fire. The three shinobi were gradually enveloped by the indomitable spirit conveyed by the third Hokage's words, their breaths becoming increasingly labored. The profound belief in the unbroken legacy of the fire will left them profoundly shaken. So it was. Xingluan clenched his fists, his demeanor resolute, as if he too had succumbed to the influence of the will of fire. I realize my mistake. I should not have acted against my classmates. Please, let me go. The third Hokage smiled with satisfaction at his words, perceiving in his eyes the emergence of a legendary weapon, one that, with diligent honing, would serve its master well. He had already determined that Uchiha Xingluan would become the heir to the will of fire. As they passed through a dim corridor leading out of the detention center, Xingluan gazed at the third Hokage's back, and a pair of tomo quietly manifested in his eyes. Unbeknownst to the third Hokage and Tsunade, Orochimaru, who accompanied them, paused slightly and cast a fleeting glance at Xingluan. Noticing his calm expression, Orochimaru furrowed his brow before shaking his head lightly. Xingluan observed Orochimaru's subtly swaying head, and a flicker of profound darkness passed through his eyes. The weak always rely on sympathy and pity. I vow that from this day forth, I shall never resort to such means again. Chapter 37. 3 years later, night fell over the land of fire. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and the howling autumn wind drowned out the once lively sounds of birds and beasts in the forest. Outside a bandit hideout, Uchiha Izumi watched as Xingluan approached, cradling an infant in his arms. The hideout behind him was eerily silent, save for the whistling wind, and a strong scent of blood wafted into Izumi's nostrils as Xingluan stepped out. Such bandit hideouts were numerous within the land of fire. They were colloquially known as the lower ninja testing grounds. Recently, Uchiha Izumi had been taking Xingluan to clear these dens, wishing for him to witness bloodshed and adapt to the life of a ninja ahead of time. This evening marked the 5th bandit hideout they had raided, and Xingluan had taken the lives of no fewer than 100 bandits. Although these men were deserving of their fates, the weight of their lives weighed heavily on Xingluan's conscience. He felt like an executioner. His blood began to grow cold, his heart hardened with each encounter, and his strikes became increasingly precise as he sought to lessen the suffering of those he killed. From the initial tremors of his first kill to his current steadiness and proficiency, he was rapidly acclimating to this brutality. A chilling, numb, and violent aura began to envelop him, a presence befitting a slayer. That night, he intruded upon the bandit leader's quarters and dispatched the slumbering leader, inadvertently awakening a woman nearby. The woman claimed she had been abducted by the bandits, pleading for Xingluan to spare her. He offered no response, merely observing her. In her eyes, he perceived hatred. This woman sought to deceive him. After a prolonged silence, the woman, sensing Xingluan's resolve, implored him to spare her child, who was barely a month old, before she made the desperate choice to end her own life before him. As the warm blood sprayed upon him, his heart was shaken to its core. Gazing at the sleeping infant nearby, he ultimately found himself unable to act. One of the ninja's tenets is to eliminate threats entirely, leaving no future repercussions. Xingluan had transgressed this principle. You are not a qualified ninja, Uchiha Izumi stated, his voice devoid of reproach. But you are a good person, he added. Xingluan, drenched in crimson, first let out a self-deprecating chuckle, followed by an unrestrained laugh that echoed with sorrow and helplessness. Ha ha ha, Izumi-sensei, you have quite the sense of humor. Are there truly good people among ninjas? They are merely a cadre of shadowy executioners. He now fully grasped the reality of the ninja profession, recognizing that even the original protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, likely bore countless lives upon his hands. Only those who have tasted blood could be deemed true ninjas, a harsh reality ingrained in Konoha and the ninja world. Many things are not as they appear. The very essence of a ninja is that of an assassin dwelling in darkness, a slayer unseen by the light, a detestable existence. Though the anime had romanticized this vocation, villains often invert the grotesque and cold-blooded into something noble and passionate. Ninjas are like that, as are pirates in other tales. Shenluen mused at that moment. He felt an intense aversion towards the ninja profession. Despite his burgeoning resentment, he found himself ensnared within it. Realizing that only through relentless growth and the accumulation of strength could he transcend from a ninja to a true powerhouse. Izumi-sensei, could you assist me in finding an orphanage or a similar place to care for this child? Shenluen asked earnestly. Uchiha Izumi regarded him with a detached gaze before lifting the infant. This is a burden. You should not keep her. Such an existence is akin to a dim star, which may flicker out in the storm, yet there exists a slight possibility she could rise to become a ninja. Thus, this connection must be severed. Upon hearing this, Shenluen turned, heading toward the village of Konoha. I am the terminator of this bandit nest. I possess the power of life and death over them. To show compassion to the weak is the awareness of the strong. Have you ever seen a strong person fear or regard the weak with trepidation? Her mother sacrificed her life for her. She deserves to live. Therefore, I implore you, Izumi-sensei. Shenluen spoke over his shoulder. The woman's maternal radiance reminded him of his own mother in this life. All right, I shall comply, Uchiha Izumi replied lazily. Yet his gaze toward the infant remained devoid of warmth, filled instead with chilling indifference. This is my bottom line as a human being. Shenluen suddenly halted, turning back, his blood-red eyes manifesting as the tomo within them fixated on Uchiha Izumi, the pupils constricting ominously. This gaze bore his unwavering will. Rest assured, I shall ensure this matter is handled well. Uchiha Izumi quickly assured him, comprehending Shenluen's determination, the icy demeanor in his eyes dissipating entirely. Thank you. Shenluen gradually faded into the shadows. That fellow's gaze grows increasingly formidable, especially when infused with the intent to kill. Uchiha Izumi sighed in relief, speaking softly. To be honest, he felt a twinge of fear at Shenluen's eyes, and even more so at his terrifying rate of growth. Over the past 3 years, he had witnessed Shenluen's transformation, which was precisely why he felt an unwarranted trepidation towards the boy. As he looked at the infant in his arms, Uchiha Izumi frowned and sighed. What a hassle. He intended to fulfill his promise and locate a reliable orphanage to take in the orphan child. The following day at the Ninja Academy, as the bell rang, students poured out of the classrooms. Inside, Shenluen and Mikoto remained alone in the classroom. Observing Shenluen, who was deep in meditation, Mikoto's large eyes brimmed with curiosity. He was becoming increasingly unique. What was that terrifying aura surrounding him lately? What had he been doing at home? Mikoto pondered. Why are you staring at me? Shenluen opened his eyes and cast a sidelong glance. What? Am I not allowed to look at you? You consume my family's food and spend my grandfather's money. Yet I cannot even watch. Mekin inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shenluen's cold demeanor faltered slightly. After all, one cannot disdain those who feed them or those who provide for them. Despite his recent state of unease, he dared not show displeasure to Miss Mekin, for he was indebted to her in 2 ways. What have you been up to lately? Why do the Inuzuka family and their dogs avoid you? Mekin whispered. I saw that Inuzuka Maru fellow talking ill of you behind your back. It seems he warned others to keep their distance from you. Everyone seems to fear you more now. Unfazed, Shenluen leaned closer to Mekin, his curiosity piqued. Then why aren't you afraid of me? Why not keep your distance? As Shenluen positioned himself so near, Mekin's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Why should I fear you? Are you going to eat me? Shenluen chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 38. Shadow Clone Technique. Mekin, come play with us. Why are you always holed up in class? A loud voice broke through as a red-haired girl with a round face appeared at the classroom door. Kushina, wait for me. I'll be there in a moment. Mekin's composure faltered at Kushina's arrival. Come here, Shenluen suddenly beckoned. What do you want? Kushina blushed, unsure, yet obediently approached. The atmosphere grew oddly tense as Shenluen remained silent. Kushina looked down nervously, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, awaiting his next words. Why do you keep stealing glances at me? Both girls froze at his words. What did you say? Kushina asked uncertainly. I said, why do you always keep an eye on me? Shenlong reiterated, his gaze fixed on her. What nonsense are you spouting? Kushina stammered, her face aflame with embarrassment. Answer me. Recently, Kushina had frequently feigned visits to see Mekin while secretly observing Shenlong, and he had caught her several times. You rogue. Kushina suddenly swung a fist at him. Caught off guard and too close, Shenlong was unable to evade, and the punch transformed him into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. Both girls exclaimed in unison. Far from the school, in the death forest, Shenlong sat cross-legged beneath a waterfall, the heavy cascade pouring over him. A nearly transparent chakra energy shield enveloped him, providing scant protection from the relentless torrent. This was the advanced version of the water-walking chakra control method, a training technique of his own invention. The training involved stabilizing chakra output beneath one's feet to achieve the ability to stand on water, significantly enhancing chakra control. Shenlong's recent advanced version increased the difficulty exponentially. He aimed to release chakra evenly throughout his body to withstand the rushing waterfall, further honing his control. Moreover, this method also served to strengthen his physique. The waterfall's force was immense, and his chakra shield would dissipate quickly, allowing the water's impact to strike his flesh evenly, thereby achieving his physical training goals. Regrettably, his chakra was of fire and earth nature, lacking the lightning attribute of others in his clan, which would have allowed him to mimic the lightning release armor of the Raikage, enhancing both speed and attack power. He even entertained the idea of emulating the tailed beast cloak. Lost in thought, he suddenly received information transmitted from the dissolution of his shadow clone. Kushina, truly a fiery red pepper, quick to resort to violence. A flood of memories surged back into his mind, causing him to lose focus on his chakra shield. And the water once again enveloped him. Is this fatigue returning? He pondered. Why do I feel so weak and exhausted? Exiting the waterfall, he struggled to breathe, sensing that something was amiss with his body. Boom, boom, boom. Around him, his shadow clones, engaged in training, dissipated one after another, flooding him with memories. Shenlong groaned, his mental state feeling exceedingly weary. He had been utilizing shadow clones for training since 2 years prior, while he could not replace his physical training with clones. Techniques and proficiency had significantly benefited from this method. His progress over the past 3 years was immense, largely thanks to the shadow clones. He had unlocked a cheat. This was the shadow clone technique imparted by Kakashi to Naruto. Unlike the mental fatigue from a flood of memories, he sensed unseen serious issues arising within his body. Recently, he had felt a decline in his physical capabilities. His limbs felt slightly uncoordinated and weak, fatigue overwhelming him, and his reactions had begun to lag. At times, even with a clear mind issuing commands, his body would respond sluggishly. Why? My body feels healthy. My checkups show no issues. Why is this happening? Shenlong suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, an overwhelming sense of weakness washing over him. What is wrong? He was gripped by fear as he sensed a gradual decline in his physical state each day. This unknown influence left him anxious. For someone who desperately craved power and exerted every effort to obtain it, realizing a decline in strength was the hardest blow to endure. Medical issues? Tsunade. I need to find Tsunade. She is not only well-versed in various medical knowledge, but also skilled in medical ninjutsu. She is renowned as the legendary healer in the ninja world. Though her medical skills had not yet reached their peak, her reputation had become widely recognized throughout Konoha. By the time he located Tsunade, the sun had fully set, and he found her in a bar, where the legendary Sannin gathered to drink and share laughter, their camaraderie evident. Looking for me? Tsunade asked, momentarily taken aback by Shenlong's gaze. Sister Tsunade, I need to speak with you. What is it that requires my attention? Come, let us finish this drink first. Tsunade teased, pouring a drink and handing it to Shenlong. My body is experiencing problems, he stated earnestly, yet he accepted the drink and gulped it down. What issues could your body possibly have? I always thought you might encounter problems eventually. But you've shown consistent growth over the past 2 years. You truly are an anomaly, Tsunade remarked, tipsy, as she finished another cup of sake with a satisfied sigh. Your body is remarkably strong, far surpassing your peers, Orochimaru declared confidently. His serpentine-like sensitivity detected the vibrant energy emanating from Shenlong, indicating a robust body with no apparent issues. Younger brother Shenlong, what issues are you facing? Jiraiya, somewhat inebriated, asked with a mischievous glint in his eye. Sister Tsunade. Shenlong called out, his expression grave and serious. His large eyes fixated intently on her. Hee. Tsunade's smile gradually stiffened as a low voice startled Jiraiya, and Orochimaru also snapped back to attention. Tsunade suddenly wiped the smile from her face, gripping Xingluan's wrist to examine his physical condition. Everything appears normal. Tsunade frowned, her expression darkening as she gazed at Xingluan with an increasingly unfriendly demeanor. I can't discern what is wrong. My physical state has been deteriorating lately, and I can feel it acutely. I cannot articulate that sensation precisely, but if I must describe it, I feel as though my bodily functions are gradually failing, even starting to decline. What are you joking about? Jiraiya scoffed, finding the boy's words increasingly absurd and outrageous. Chapter 39. The invisible physical problem. Tsunade was about to reprimand him when she caught sight of his calm, clear eyes and halted her doubts. I believe his words. Xingluan glanced at Orochimaru, who was the first to place his faith in him. Orochimaru, with his discerning eye, recognized that Xingluan's gaze was not one of deceit, and thus his words were credible. There is indeed no issue. Tsunade conducted a meticulous examination once more, even employing her healing technique. Could it be some obscure illness? Jiraiya inquired. Tsunade shook her head. The likelihood is very low. Have you experienced any sudden headaches, drowsiness, fainting, or nosebleeds recently? Xingluan shook his head. None of those symptoms. My mind is quite clear. His mental state remains intact, and his senses are still sharp, a testament to his robust mental energy, which allows him to ascertain that the problem lies within his physical form. The body's protective mechanisms have shown no response, effectively ruling out disease as the cause. Tsunade reached a conclusion. Xingluan-kun, may I have a drop of your blood and a bit of skin tissue? I wish to conduct an analysis. Orochimaru's sudden request left Tsunade and Jiraiya momentarily stunned. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xingluan nodded. He retrieved a wine glass from the table, and with his right index finger, he lightly grazed his left palm, creating a small incision at the wrist, allowing the bright red blood to drip rapidly into the glass. Blood splattered across the table, and the sight of Xingluan's composed demeanor, so indifferent that it bordered on apathy, left the three ninjas utterly astonished. Would a normal person inflict such harm upon themselves? To do such a thing without flinching or batting an eye is truly the mark of a training fanatic. How much pain must he have endured to become so numb? This is a mindset befitting a child. They all thought in unison. Is this enough? Xingluan's query roused the three from their shock. Observing the glass brimming with fresh blood, Orochimaru licked his lips and replied, That will suffice, Xingluan-kun. Xingluan cast a deep glance at him, then extended his wrist towards Tsunade and said, I entrust this to you, Sister Tsunade. Everything is fine. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback before quickly utilizing her healing technique to mend Xingluan's wound. In no time, the injury miraculously healed, leaving no scar. Witnessing such a miraculous medical ninjutsu, Xingluan's eyes sparkled with wonder. Sister Tsunade, could you teach me this medical ninjutsu? He asked somewhat shyly. It was only then that Tsunade realized he was still a child. He still possesses childlike qualities. Tsunade inexplicably relaxed, unaware that her own tension had dissipated. You wish to learn medical ninjutsu? You are far from ready. We shall discuss it once you graduate. All right, once I graduate, you must keep your word. Xingluan eagerly nodded in agreement, knowing the significance of medical ninjutsu as a vital means of saving lives in critical moments. TCH. Tsunade scoffed disdainfully, just as she intended to pour another drink, only to lose her appetite at the sight of the overflowing glass of blood. I beg of you, Uncle Snake. Tsunade found herself unable to identify the issue and could only place her hopes on Orochimaru. At present, Orochimaru is likely still a good snake, not yet venomous. After leaving the tavern, Xingluan returned to the camp. No matter how fatigued or powerless his body felt, he gritted his teeth and persevered in his training. Fearing a further decline in his physical capabilities, terrified of that feeling of weakness, he felt as though he had returned to the frailty of his earlier days, afraid that all his efforts over the past 3 years would be in vain. 100, 491, 492 bang. After completing 500 push-ups, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His formidable willpower attempted to command his arms, yearning to grasp the bottle of body-refining elixir in his pocket. But as soon as he retrieved it, his arms ceased to obey. How uncomfortable. Why is this happening? He felt every cell in his body ache. a pain that pierced to the very marrow. He could not comprehend what was wrong with his body. Why is this occurring? Recently, every time he practiced body refinement, such sensations arose. He had clearly reduced the intensity of his training, yet his body still could not endure. He truly felt as though his body was on a downward trajectory. Where exactly lies the problem? Shengluan gritted his teeth, panting heavily, feeling utterly exhausted. Struggling to unscrew the cap of the body-refining elixir, he wiped his painfully sore hands and feet, then staggered back to his tent, collapsing onto his bed. His eyes appeared somewhat hollow. The following day, he rarely ceased his training. In fact, he had only slept 5 hours the previous night before remaining by the river near the camp, lost in thought, until Might Dai came looking for him. He did not attend morning practice, prompting Dai to come and check on him, knowing that Shengluan had never skipped his daily morning drills, even when he had tasks. The child never slacked off, sweating profusely and diligently training day after day. "Oh, little Shengluan, it seems you've taken my words to heart and recognized the need for rest." "Ah, Brother Dai, you're here. I forgot to inform you yesterday. Sorry to worry you." "Yes, I indeed wish to take a break for the next couple of days." Shengluan replied with a slightly stiff smile. "Haha, no worries, you are absolutely right. Balancing training with rest is essential." Old Dai chuckled heartily, patting Shengluan on the shoulder. He had always been concerned that Shengluan might overtrain and had reminded him multiple times to be mindful of rest. As a master of body refinement, he cherished his youth and had repeatedly urged Shengluan to take breaks, which illustrated just how fervently Shengluan pursued his training, bordering on the unhealthy. He had often told Shengluan that the body-refining elixir was not a panacea and should not be used indiscriminately, but his words had not resonated with Shengluan. He worried that this young lad might chase power to the detriment of his future direction. Watching old Dai leave, Shengluan sighed wearily. With his current condition, he could no longer continue his body refinement training. Chapter 40. The Study of New Techniques, Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. Shengluan formed hand seals, utilizing his daily enhancements. Although his physical level could not be temporarily elevated, he still needed to accumulate experience points. Even if physical training could no longer continue, he would not cease his pursuit of cultivation. After several shadow clones manifested, they were promptly assigned tasks by the main body. One practiced the speed of forming seals. Another honed chakra control. One focused on the skill of throwing shuriken, while two engaged in sparring to enhance combat techniques and identify vulnerabilities. One clone practiced taijutsu techniques using a robust tree, while two others trained their eyesight by observing falling leaves. As it was now the deep autumn season when leaves dropped at the slightest touch, these two shadow clones consumed the most of Shengluan's mental energy each day. Additionally, there was a clone holding a flame aloft with one hand, intending to investigate the properties of fire release and attempt to replicate high-output close-range jutsu akin to the Rasengan and Raikiri. Ideally, he aspired to perform these techniques without hand seals. Initially, he sought to replicate the Rasengan, an attribute-less jutsu, relying solely on memory. However, after extensive theoretical training in ninjutsu from Uchiha Izumi and the Ninja Academy, he realized that this jutsu was not suited to him. The reason being, he lacked wind attribute chakra. Although the Rasengan appeared to be unrelated to elemental attributes and merely required pure chakra, each training phase of this technique simulated the trajectory of wind, from the first phase of mimicking the rotation of the wind, to the second phase of chaotic multidirectional rotation and explosion, culminating in the third phase of integration and compression. The attribute that aligned most closely with these stages was indeed wind. This explains why Kakashi, despite having learned the Rasengan, chose to develop Chidori and Raikiri instead. Every jutsu's invention is tailored to its user. Even if learned by others, it may not yield significant results. In the hands of the fourth Hokage, the Rasengan transcended being merely an A-rank jutsu. Setting aside its silent and seal-less execution, almost everyone pressed by it would bear the mark of the Flying Thunder God, and their life or death would be firmly in his grasp. In the original narrative, Uchiha Obito bore the mark of the Flying Thunder God from Minato, and even over a decade later, that mark could still be utilized, catching Obito off guard. Thus, Shengluan did not intend to replicate the Rasengan, nor did he possess the ability to replicate Raikiri due to lacking lightning attributes. He aimed to develop a personalized handheld fire release technique. The development of this ninjutsu consumed a vast amount of his energy, and even after 2 years, he had yet to achieve success. Initially, he attempted to directly emulate the Rasengan's seal-less release but spent a month failing to ignite a flame from his palm, managing only to generate heat. Reluctantly, he opted to mimic Kakashi's Chidori seal release. From the initial 3 seals to generate a fireball to the single tiger seal for fire generation a year ago, and now to the seal-less release, he gradually comprehended the chakra's operational trajectory, sequentially reducing the hand seals. Finally, after 2 years of effort, his seal-less ninjutsu took on a rudimentary shape. The act of igniting flames from his palm was defined as the first stage of the technique. The second challenge was to prevent the flames from scorching his palm. Chidori remained the most valuable reference among jutsu. The Rasengan's reliance on rotation to evade damage held little value for his current training. Thus, a question arose. How did Kakashi manage to hold a lightning ball without harm? The clone experimenting with fire pondered seriously, stroking its chin. After a moment, it suddenly exclaimed, as if enlightenment had struck. I remember Kakashi experienced a tremendous speed boost when executing Chidori. Without the support of the Sharingan's dynamic vision, he could never have controlled that sudden burst of speed. I understand now. The clone called out excitedly, drawing the main body's attention. Kakashi achieved a release state that only expended chakra without drawing it back, aligning with the rules of lightning's high penetration. This was not difficult to accomplish. Even if a current occasionally overflowed from Chidori, it would stimulate Kakashi's body, invigorating his cells, explaining his sudden acceleration. How simple it was. I was influenced by the concept of Rasengan's form, mistakenly assuming Chidori required aggregation and compression. In truth, lightning is inherently an output form. Allowing it to explode directly suffices. There is no need for aggregation like with wind to inflict damage. The main body nodded, patting the clone on the shoulder and giving a thumbs up. Let us test it, increasing chakra output to mitigate damage. The shadow clone intensified the chakra output for the fireball, causing the flames in its palm to surge dramatically. In an instant, a great fireball erupted, scorching upward from its palm. The main body frowned at the sight, saying, "Stop." Flames differ significantly from lightning. Their form varies greatly, and fire's explosive damage is considerably lower than lightning's penetrating force. This is an undeniable fact. Chidori can only serve as a reference, not a model. While holding flames may enhance chakra output at the moment of impact, this technique holds little utility for Shenlong. Investing time here would be better spent wielding a kunai for greater damage. Perhaps we should consider bypassing the explosive stage entirely and directly enhance the nature transformation of the fire release. The main body observed the flames, narrowing his gaze. Are you suggesting? Precisely. Chidori can leap over the Rasengan's aggregation phase, so why can't our fire release skip the explosive phase and directly undergo nature transformation? And the nature transformation of fire is temperature. The clone affirmed confidently. Indeed, sometimes simplicity leads to greater efficiency, just as the seemingly simple shadow clone technique, when mastered, becomes Madara's Rinne rebirth, and the substitution technique culminates in Sasuke's heaven-shaking force, space exchange technique. Shenlong lectured his clone. What about transformation techniques? The clone scoffed dismissively at the main body, recognizing that it had gone off track, as Rinne rebirth and heaven-shaking force are techniques of the 6 paths, entirely unrelated to shadow or substitution techniques. Upon hearing this, the main body smiled at him, saying, "Is that even a question? Of course, it's Naruto's sexy jutsu." Even the immortal powerhouse Kagaya Otsutsuki, at the pinnacle of the 6 paths, fell for it. How could it not be powerful enough? The clone stepped aside, unwilling to remain too close to the main body, as it still had important tasks to fulfill. Bro, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Shenlong suddenly realized that conversing with himself was rather amusing. It wasn't he that he particularly enjoyed this. He was simply feeling a bit too idle today. Having neither trained nor planned to attend school, he thought he might take a break. Naturally, while the main body could take a break, the shadow clones had no such luxury and needed to continue their work. Chapter 41. Cells in long-term overdraft time flew swiftly, and soon afternoon approached. After a simple lunch, Tsunade and Orochimaru arrived together. Shenlong spread a clean large cloth on the lawn and brought out a small tea table, enthusiastically preparing tea. Although his camp was rudimentary and chaotic, his living arrangements were quite comprehensive. Receiving guests with tea is a social etiquette imparted to him by his parents in a past life. He is always prepared with the necessary tea utensils for such occasions. Occasionally, he shares a few pots of tea with old Dai, engaging in casual conversation while inquiring about the recent happenings in Konoha and the whispers of the ninja world. Sister Tsunade, Uncle Snake, please take a seat. Shenlong gestured for both of them to sit down at the tea table. The two exchanged curious glances before kneeling opposite Shenlong. Shenlong is truly a remarkable man. Your posture, your thoughts, and every motion seem entirely unrelated to that of a 9-year-old child, Orochimaru remarked with a raspy laugh. Your curiosity remains ever so vibrant, Uncle Snake, he added, surprised at how well Shenlong seemed to understand him. Ah, just a smidgen of understanding. In the eyes of others. Aren't you also quite extraordinary? Shenlong replied with a chuckle. Yet you are more reclusive and unconventional than I. Orochimaru grinned widely. Shenlong smiled in response, but offered no further comment, his hands deftly preparing tea. Before long, 3 small cups were filled with freshly brewed tea, which he distributed before them. Is there a particular significance to this manner of tea drinking? Orochimaru asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed Shenlong's meticulous movements, feeling an inexplicable sense of profundity. Indeed, this is a form of the tea ceremony, said to have been created by ancient sages. Mortals comprehend merely its form, yet fail to grasp its essence. The sages refer to it as the way of tea, while common folk merely pour tea. Ultimately, I am but a mortal. Orochimaru, captivated yet baffled, could not fully comprehend Shenlong's words, but sensed an air of sophistication. Have you encountered sages, Shenlong? Orochimaru suddenly inquired, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Hee, Uncle Snake. Have you not seen them? Shenlong feigned an enigmatic smile, believing that maintaining an air of mystery would grant him leverage in his dealings with Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression turned serious, his eyes narrowing like a serpent's as he focused intently on Shenlong. He had indeed encountered the Sage of Snakes during his visit to the Dragon Cave. But how could Shenlong possibly know of this? Ignoring Orochimaru's peculiar demeanor, Shenlong turned to Tsunade, who seemed lost in thought. Sister Tsunade, the tea is getting cold. Tsunade snapped back to reality, lifting her cup and downing the tea in one gulp, her expression a mix of complexity as she regarded Shenlong. Their eyes met briefly before Shenlong poured 3 more cups of tea. Sister Tsunade and Uncle Snake must have come to discuss my health issues, I presume? Orochimaru leisurely lifted his cup, while Tsunade remained silent. Let me speak, Shenlong said, sensing the impending gravity of the conversation. Shenlong, it appears you may no longer engage in high-intensity training, Orochimaru stated. What? Shenlong's eyelids flickered, pausing his drinking. From your somatic and hematopoietic cells, I discovered that the cellular division rate in your body is significantly higher than that of an average person. In other words, the more rapidly your cells divide, the shorter your potential lifespan. The cup in Shenlong's hand shattered into several pieces, stunned by Orochimaru's revelation. Your body is peculiar. It appears robust and healthy outwardly, yet internally, it has already begun to decline. Given your current age, this is both astonishing and highly unusual. As for the cause of this change, considering the unique essence within you, I suspect you have excessively utilized a certain substance, depleting your body in the process. Shenlong felt a jolt of realization. Recalling old Dai's admonition, the body refinement elixir is not a panacea. It cannot be relied upon excessively, nor should it be used without restraint. Striving for progress is commendable, yet one must not constantly push beyond limits. Balance between work and rest is the most suitable approach for your age. His complexion paled as he retrieved a small half-bottle of the body refinement elixir from his pocket and handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru opened the bottle, inhaled its scent, and then passed it to Tsunade. She mirrored his actions, but bore a quizzical expression. This scent seems familiar. I feel like I've encountered it before. Hee, the watermelon-headed one. With the bushy brows, Orochimaru teased. Oh, yes, that would be Might Dai, right? Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. Did he give you this elixir? It is for body refinement, correct? Orochimaru inquired. Shenlong nodded silently. No wonder. I wondered how you could train so intensely without incident. It turns out you were using this elixir, Tsunade remarked. Both she and Orochimaru seemingly aware of the substance's existence. Are you familiar with this elixir? Shenlong asked, feeling a mix of anxiety and curiosity. To some extent. It is an exclusive secret of the Might family. I have studied and analyzed this elixir, but unfortunately, I can only grasp the general components, not the specific ratios. Orochimaru replied with a smile. Konoha has records of this body refinement elixir. It possesses excellent blood circulation properties and also provides substantial restorative effects. However, its only side effect is its potency, which can easily lead to the overexertion of hematopoietic cells. In the short term, it is excellent for body refinement or treating injuries. But prolonged use accelerates aging and significantly increases the rate of cellular division. Orochimaru continued, his tone grave. The number of times human cells can divide is finite. If division is hastened over an extended period, one's lifespan will inevitably be drastically shortened. This practice amounts to an early withdrawal of potential. You see Might die every day, yet you must realize he is only 20 years old this year, Tsunade stated, holding her forehead. At 20, Might die appears to be in his 30s, a consequence of long-term use of this body refinement elixir. Shenlong was taken aback. I seem to have forgotten to inquire about this. I swear, I only just learned of old Dai's age. He had been so consumed with frenzied training that he had neglected to consider the matter, even losing track of his own age. Was he 8, 9, or 10? Moreover, his perception of old Dai was always tinged with memories from his past life, where Might Dai had appeared quite aged, and he thought nothing strange of it. Now, reflecting on it, he realized that Might Dai had not even been born yet old Dai already bore the appearance of a middle-aged man. It dawned on him that old Dai must have indulged in that elixir quite often. Due to Shenlong's financial support, he appeared even older than in the original narrative, though he was also stronger than before. This substance, which prematurely drains potential, must not be permitted for old Dai's use any longer, he resolved. The events had transpired. Shenlong did not blame Might Dai, but regretted ignoring old Dai's counsel. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Is there a remedy?" After a moment of silence, both Orochimaru and Tsunade shook their heads in unison. Shenlong closed his eyes in despair. You must immediately cease high-intensity training and discontinue the use of this elixir, Tsunade declared. Shenlong need not succumb to despair, for the human body possesses remarkable self-healing capabilities. Although you have exhausted your potential and diminished your lifespan, your youth still grants you the opportunity for growth, as long as you refrain from exceeding your limits through excessive training and combat. There remains a possibility for your physical condition to improve, and even a slight enhancement is conceivable. So, what you mean to say is that my physique can no longer progress? Sheng Lan's expression darkened, a sense of unwillingness etched upon his face as he inquired. I understand now, he uttered with a grim smile upon seeing Orochimaru nod. In any realm, the body is the quintessential source of strength. Without a robust physique, one lacks a vessel capable of containing power. His current form resembles a leaky water jug, unable to hold much at all. It seems he may never return to his former self. With this thought, his heart turned to ashes, and he numbly collapsed onto the ground. Disregarding the presence of the two individuals nearby, his disheveled appearance evoked feelings of sympathy and lamentation in Tsunade and Orochimaru. During this time, he vaguely heard Tsunade speak to him repeatedly, offering comfort, yet his mind was clouded, and the buzzing in his ears rendered her words unintelligible. Orochimaru, slightly irritated, interjected, "Let him be for a moment." After his statement, he rose to leave, and Tsunade sighed before following suit, leaving behind a youth whose vacant gaze and lifeless demeanor resembled that of a corpse. Chapter 42, Despondency Night. Lying on the grassy expanse of the camp, Shenlong stared blankly at the moon overhead. In truth, he had been motionless for nearly 7 to 8 hours since noon. For over 3 years, he had tirelessly trained day and night, never daring to slacken his efforts, even when his body was too weary to move. Yet, through sheer willpower and the aid of Might Guy's physical enhancement elixir, he persevered. His frenzied pursuit of strength was fueled solely by an unwavering devotion to his desires and aspirations. "Father, mother, how have you fared in my absence? I miss you dearly." In his previous life, he was an only child, cherished by parents who treated him with utmost care, showering him with affection. Every recollection of those days filled him with longing and restlessness. He yearned for the day he could return, even if merely to catch a glimpse of them once more. Yet, the depth of his yearning was matched only by his fear of losing his way home, fear that time would elapse too quickly, depleting his parents' lifespans before he could reunite with them. Though he was aware that the impure world reincarnation technique could bring the deceased back to life, he dreaded the possibility that he might lose the chance to employ it. No matter how hard he toiled, no matter how fervently he strove, what was it all for? Ultimately, was it not merely a dream? He chuckled bitterly, laughter mingling with tears as they streamed down his face. He loathed his own weakness, resented his impotence. The drastic changes in his body left him in a state of turmoil. After years of steadfast dedication, it seemed that hope had been extinguished, and the path ahead lay in ruins. The emotions he had suppressed for over 3 years finally erupted. He wept like a child, his tear-streaked eyes brimming with solitude and helplessness. As he sobbed alone, 2 melodious voices approached from afar. "Makoto, is he residing here?" "Indeed. I cannot fathom why he would choose to stay in such a place. Such audacity." Uchiha Makoto had come alongside Uzumaki Kushina to visit Shenglan. He had not attended school that day, prompting the teacher to assign Makoto, a fellow Uchiha, to check on him. Given that he had scarcely ever skipped class, and the two shared a close bond, due to Shenglan's despondency and dazed demeanor, he was entirely oblivious to the presence of the 2 girls. Makoto and Kushina stood frozen, staring at the boy with tears streaming down his face. What has happened to him? Makoto pondered in shock. Oh my, he is actually crying. And in such a manner? Kushina's mouth hung agape, unable to close. In their minds, Uchiha Shenglan was a resilient and diligent young man, excelling in academics, strength, and perseverance, an unparalleled figure in the school. To them, he was the indisputable embodiment of a perfect idol. Yet now, their idol was weeping, and so heartbreakingly at that. Both girls found themselves at a loss in the face of this scene. After what felt like an eternity, Makoto and Kushina mustered the courage to ask, "What is wrong? Are you all right?" They felt it was impolite to stand before him while he cried, so they knelt beside him, waiting in silence. For a long while, Shenglan remained unresponsive, his eyes filled with tears, reflecting profound sorrow and emptiness. Makoto, in a flurry of concern, gently wiped his tears and snot, her actions tender and meticulous. Beside her, Kushina furrowed her brow, radiating worry. The 2 girls lingered by his side for quite some time. Gradually, they sensed something was amiss with Shenglan, prompting Kushina to softly inquire, "Makoto, do you have any idea what is going on with him? It has been over an hour, and he remains unchanged." "I am uncertain. He seemed fine just yesterday," Makoto replied, her brow furrowed. Suddenly, with newfound boldness, Kushina poked his face with her finger. When he still failed to respond, she pinched him with force. Makoto, witnessing the spectacle, was left utterly astonished. "Hey, are you all right?" Kushina shouted loudly into Shenglan's ear, her voice echoing with intensity. Even Makoto was startled by the volume. In an instant, it seemed as though Shenglan was awakened by the sound. The vacant gaze in his eyes flickered with life once more. He glanced at the 2 girls, a mixture of complexity and helplessness crossing his features, before rising and retreating into his tent. The girls exchanged bewildered looks, uncertain whether to follow him or leave. Makoto approached the tent, softly asking, "What is troubling you? Can you share it with us? Perhaps we can help. If not, I can seek my grandfather. He would surely assist you." Inside the tent, Shenglan remained silent for a long time before finally murmuring, "You should leave. Do not trouble me." He was simply not in the mood to discuss his feelings with the 2 young girls. Makoto stood rooted in place, taken aback by his response. Seeing this, Kushina's expression darkened as she clenched her fists and boldly stormed into the tent. However, as fate would have it, she stumbled, tripping over her own feet and landing directly atop Shenglan. The tent was small, merely a space for him to rest. He had just entered and laid down, causing his feet to rest at the entrance. The falling tent flap obscured Kushina's view, and in the dim light of the camp, she inadvertently collapsed onto Shenglan. Her shocked expression and wide-eyed gaze were so close that they could feel each other's breath. In the face of this unexpected turn of events, overwhelmed by the scent of the girl, Shenglan found himself at a loss for how to react. "Could you perhaps get off me?" "Oh." Kushina suddenly let out a loud scream and hurriedly rose to exit the tent. Upon her departure, she did not greet Makoto, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she fled. Makoto, momentarily stunned by the scene, quickly pursued Kushina. Meanwhile, looking up at the tent's ceiling and feeling the surrounding silence return, the loneliness and anxiety within Shenglan surged once more. Yet in the next instant, he clenched his fists tightly, the joints cracking audibly, with 3 tomos swirling around his pupils. An indomitable spirit was rising within him, and a fierce anger blazed brightly. "I cannot succumb to fate so easily, nor can I abandon my ambitions without a fight. There must be another way." Chapter 43. Early graduation. The following day, Shenglan went to school and directly approached his mentor to apply for early graduation. He no longer wished to waste time at the academy, even though he had, for an extended period, relied on shadow clones to attend classes in his stead. His mentor, Aoki, a chunin, looked at him in astonishment and asked, "You wish to graduate early? Are you certain?" Shengluan nodded, his expression calm and resolute. "I understand. The Ninja Academy has regulations. I must report this to Lord Hokage, and only with the approval of the third Hokage can you receive your headband and graduate smoothly." Aoki explained the procedures to him and subsequently detailed the requirements for early graduation. To graduate early, one must achieve a top 5 theoretical exam score, a top 10 practical exam score, and a shuriken throwing accuracy rate of over 90%. You meet these criteria, but you must also master the 3 body techniques. Upon hearing this, Shengluan promptly demonstrated the clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. "Very well, you have passed my assessment. Next, once Lord Hokage gives his approval and signs, you will obtain the Konoha headband and officially become a ninja." Shengluan nodded, expressed his gratitude, and departed. Today, he came to school in his true form. Having left his shadow clones to work at the camp, he took a meticulous tour of the campus once more before stopping at the entrance to Class 401. At that moment, the class was engaged in a moral education lesson, and Shengluan's arrival drew the attention of all the students. In this class, every student was either a powerful scion of a prominent clan or a remarkably gifted prodigy among the elite of the Ninja Academy. The identities among these students included Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju, Namikaze, Inazuka, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and more. Each advancement within this class would filter out underperformers, retaining only the elite and integrating exceptionally talented scions from smaller clans or commoners. Thus, every cohort experienced a degree of fluctuation in its members. The strong remained, while the weak were eliminated. This cruel system was not disclosed in the original narrative. These individuals would ultimately become the pillars of Konoha's future, and the village devoted immense resources to their development, which was the primary reason Shengluan endured an additional 3 years in school. Over 3 years of campus life, Shengluan maintained a rather indifferent relationship with most of his peers, with only 4 individuals enjoying a closer camaraderie: Uchiha Mikoto, Senju Shoju, Namikaze Minato, and the frequently visiting Uzumaki Kushina from another class. Shengluan's reputation at school was somewhat unfavorable, as most harbored varying degrees of trepidation towards him. These 4 were among the few who managed to befriend him. In the eyes of others, Shengluan was a mysterious and reclusive figure, his strength a universally acknowledged fact among students. Indeed, some well-intentioned individuals even conferred upon him the title of the strongest in the school. As a result, he faced countless challenges, though he emerged victorious each time. The frequency of such encounters left him profoundly exasperated. He established a rule that any aspiring challenger must first defeat the well-meaning instigator and subsequently best the Hyuga's Hinata and the Uchiha's Fugaku before they could challenge him. Since then, Shengluan was seldom bothered, while the instigator soon announced his withdrawal from the academy. Although Hinata and Fugaku endured considerable trouble due to Shengluan's stipulations, they also basked in the glory of being the strongest underlings, experiencing a bittersweet existence. Thus, the title of the strongest in the school became indisputable, and he became the target of everyone's aspirations. Yet, despite being a goal for many, they instinctively kept their distance from him. His formidable prowess was not the sole reason for their fear. Rather, it was the aloof and unapproachable demeanor he exuded that made friendship elusive. He was generally courteous in his interactions, certainly more polite than most of the Uchiha clan, yet to others, he embodied a fundamental difference from his kin. While many perceived the Uchiha as outwardly cold and somewhat flawed, they were, in truth, rather easy to get along with. In contrast, Shengluan, despite his polite exterior and graceful demeanor, harbored an indefinable chill in his gaze. To the discerning, it was apparent that he was a man of profound pride. Unlike the external arrogance of the Uchiha, he possessed an intrinsic coldness and an air of detachment that kept others at bay. It was no wonder they viewed him this way, for Shengluan often regarded them as mere children, treating even Mikoto and the others with an occasional paternal affection. "Apologies for my tardiness," he said. "No worries. Take a seat," the teacher remarked kindly. Shengluan sat beside Mikoto, disregarding the gazes of his classmates, and closed his eyes to meditate. After class, he beckoned Mikoto, Shoju, Minato, and the tardy Kushina. "I intend to graduate early." The 4 were taken aback. Shoju exclaimed loudly, "Boss, you can't be joking. What do you think? Why the early graduation?" There's still 2 years left, Kushina abruptly queried. Yet as soon as the words left her mouth, she instinctively lowered her head, her hands gripping the hem of her clothing tightly. Have you thought this through? Once you become a ninja, life won't be so leisurely. You'll have missions to undertake daily. Minato spoke softly. Yes, I've thought it through. The Chunin exams are in 10 days, and graduating now would still allow me to participate, Xingluan affirmed, articulating his thoughts. The four were astounded, genuinely impressed by Xingluan's decisiveness and courage. Ah, boss, I want to graduate too. I want to take the Chunin exams. I want to become a Chunin. Shoju shouted excitedly. All right, if your sister agrees, you can go and apply to teacher Aoki, Xingluan replied without contesting his enthusiasm. Ah, my sister will definitely disagree, Shoju lamented. Isn't that a bit hasty? Participating in the Chunin exams right after graduation, will the adults approve? Minato inquired with concern, though he quickly reconsidered Xingluan's strength and reassured himself. It's just the Chunin exams. I don't regard it as a challenge. As for whether the third Hokage approves, it's merely a formality. He has no reason to refuse. Xingluan stated calmly, his words imbued with unwavering confidence. Great. I'll come to watch you during the exams. Minato beamed with a sunny smile. Boss, at that time, I'll also come to watch your exam. I'll cheer for you. I will certainly go too. Kushina, seeing Xingluan's resolve, hurriedly added. Mikoto remained silent, her head bowed, lost in her thoughts. In the second lesson, the students returned to their seats collectively. Shenlong quietly inquired about the glum Meichin. What troubles you? Meichin turned her head away and muttered, Nothing. Do you miss me? No. Don't say such things. Meichin replied, her face flushed with urgency. You claim I speak nonsense. Yet your face reveals the truth. Be quiet. Meichin shot him a glare, feigning annoyance. Though I graduated early, you can still come to find me, Shenlong added, but hesitated momentarily. Yes, come to play with me, he finished. Meichin was initially taken aback, then burst into a soft giggle. You said that yourself. She replied, her cheeks aglow. Chapter 44, Rules and Destiny. In the afternoon, Shenlong was summoned to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a puff of his pipe and regarded him. Are you certain about this decision? I do not agree with your early graduation. There is still much for you to learn. My mind is made up, Shenlong replied firmly. Stubborn little brat. The third Hokage tapped the ash from his pipe, exasperated. He then retrieved a slightly worn headband adorned with the leaf symbol from his desk drawer and handed it to Shenlong. As Shenlong accepted the headband, he cast a perplexed glance at the third Hokage. Hiruzen, this is your headband. You actually gave it to him, exclaimed Tsunade, the Hokage's advisor and secretary. Humph. It seems you hold this brat in high regard. Another advisor, Mito Minyin, added. Shenlong observed the two, then turned to the third Hokage, his expression a mix of amusement and contemplation. Huh, do you truly think I am an ignorant child? Shenlong chuckled inwardly, certain that this deliberately aged headband was one of many stowed away beneath that desk. Watching the trio's theatrical performance, Shenlong felt no resentment. Rather, he found it entertaining and was struck by the high-level manipulation at play within the Leaf's leadership. Feeling inspired by their antics, he raised a hand to gently caress the old headband, a glimmer of emotion in his eyes, before carefully placing it upon his forehead. Everything was conveyed without words. The three watched his expression and actions, completely convinced that he was yet another inheritor of the will of fire. This child is indeed valuable, they thought in unison. I wish to participate in the Chunin exam in 10 days, Shenlong declared suddenly, his words straightforward and direct. No. The trio was momentarily taken aback, and Tsunade quickly objected. Your mission record is non-existent. You are not qualified to become a Chunin. With arms crossed over his chest, Shenlong cast a sidelong glance at her. The Leaf has no such regulations. A Genin does not need to provide a mission record to advance to Chunin. There are no specific hard criteria at present. The two advisors fell silent. Shenlong's argument was impeccable, and indeed, the Leaf had yet to establish such a rule. He then turned to the third Hokage with a playful smile. Isn't that right, Lord Third? It seems you are well prepared. Quite confident, aren't you? The third Hokage chuckled in response. Of course, Shenlong replied nonchalantly, tilting his head back. What a prideful little brat, Tsunade thought to herself, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction with his arrogance. I hope you truly possess the capability, the third Hokage remarked, his gaze fixed upon him, finding the boy's brashness somewhat endearing. When he spoke those words, it was tantamount to granting approval for Shenlong's Chunin exam application. As you wish, Shenglan said as he turned to leave. Hiruzen, this is against the rules, Mito Minion stated, his expression serious. The third Hokage leaned back in his chair, stretching leisurely. The leaf has indeed not yet established such rules. Then let us wait until after this Chunin exam to formalize them, Tsunade suggested, her intention clear. We cannot allow that little brat to underestimate the third. The Hokage chuckled, glancing at her. Tsunade and Mito Minion exchanged looks of exasperation but did not voice further opposition. As Shenglan descended the steps of the Hokage building, he was surprised to encounter Might Guy. At that moment, Guy was bowing deeply to the gate guards, pleading, "Please, let me see the Hokage one more time. Return. Your request has already been conveyed to the third Hokage. However, rules are rules. The regulations set by the second Hokage cannot be easily altered. The third has already made an exception for you to become a genin. Do not trouble him further." One of the guards sighed helplessly. Shenglan overheard their conversation and approached Guy. "What happened, Brother Dai?" Guy looked stunned to see Shenglan emerge from the Hokage building. "Little brother, what are you doing here? And that on your head?" he exclaimed, pointing at Shenglan's headband in astonishment. "I just graduated. I am now a genin." "Is that so? Congratulations." Might Guy beamed, genuinely happier than Shenglan himself that he had successfully become a ninja. "Brother Dai, why are you here? What do you need to see the third for?" Upon hearing Shenglan mention the third Hokage, the gate guard's expression soured. "You should advise him. Someone who cannot even perform the three-body technique, relying solely on taijutsu. Becoming a ninja is already a considerable favor from the third Hokage. To think he wishes to participate in the Chunin exam. The leaf has established clear rules. Those without ninjutsu talent are forbidden from advancing to Chunin. This is the rule set by the second Hokage. Is this about that?" Shenglan asked, surprised, recalling from the original story that Might Guy was indeed a perennial genin. Might Guy nodded dejectedly, his demeanor particularly disheartened. Observing his expression, Shenglan silently turned back, resolute in seeking out the third Hokage to discuss the matter. The guard did not impede Shenglan from ascending the stairs, as he had just come down moments before. Walking through the corridor, Shenglan clenched his fists tightly. He had initially intended to find Might Guy and inform him of the side effects of that medicinal wine, urging him to refrain from using it again. However, he reconsidered. Life is not easy for anyone. Such is the lament of the little people, Shenglan reflected. Perhaps Might Guy was already aware of the side effects. Yet he had no other choices. Without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, if taijutsu were also ineffective, could he still be considered a ninja? The ninja world does not accommodate the weak, and the leaf is no exception. The medicinal wine and hard work were the foundation of Might Guy's strength, both interdependent and indispensable. Arriving before the office door, Shenglan instinctively prepared to barge in, but abruptly halted his advance. He realized he did not yet possess the qualifications to do so. His strength was insufficient to warrant such an act. Gritting his teeth in determination, he steadied his mindset and pushed the door open. Upon witnessing Shenglan's return, the third Hokage displayed a look of perplexity. Before he could inquire, Shenglan coldly questioned, "Why can't Might Guy be promoted to Chunin? You must know his strength is not lacking." Chapter 45. Self-destruction of one's future. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment before sighing and explaining. "This is a rule set by the second Hokage. Every ninja must abide by it. I cannot make exceptions for him. Is that truly your reason? The rules established by our predecessors may have been suitable for their time and circumstances, yet they may not necessarily apply to our present situation, correct?" The third Hokage, who has witnessed 3 generations, would he be content to merely be a lackluster successor, rather than aspire to be a pioneer like those before him? The third was taken aback, struggling to fathom how a child not yet 10 could articulate such profound thoughts, as they encompass a long-term vision that transcends time. How audacious! What do you know, you little brat? Do you think mastering a few combat techniques qualifies you as a ninja? If that were the case, samurai would not have been eclipsed by ninjas. This world is not as simple as you imagine, lacking skills beyond physical techniques. Even claiming the title of ninja is a stretch for him. Becoming a genin is already his utmost limit and indeed a stroke of luck. The third Hokage has shown him considerable mercy. Junshin Xiaochun retorted coldly. Konoha could afford to lose a few chunin, or even jounin, but it would not tolerate those with singular abilities and simplistic minds. Chunin are expected to possess both strength and a degree of comprehensive prowess, while jounin must additionally have leadership capabilities. Young one, merely having strength does not entitle you to become a chunin or jounin. Might Guy lacks the prerequisites for promotion to Chunin. Mizukijin took over Juinxian Xiaochun's argument, articulating the main reason the third would not allow Might Guy to advance. Strictly speaking, Might Guy does not even possess the qualifications to be a ninja, as he cannot even master the three-body technique. To call him a ninja is already an overstatement. Shenlong could no longer suppress his fury and asked in a deep voice, "Is it so that those who specialize in physical techniques are deemed so contemptible in your eyes? What right do you have to look down upon others, to feel superior, based on your abilities?" The two gasped in disbelief and angrily rebuked him. "Preposterous. Humph. How dare you, at such a tender age, challenge your elders? When we gained our renown, your father was still unaccounted for. Do you think you have the right to question our strength?" Upon hearing personal attacks, Shenlong did not hold back. "How renowned? If one person's ascent equates to elevating the entire clan, then indeed, you hold great fame." Shenlong's nonchalant remarks left the two esteemed advisors incredulous, subsequently igniting their fury. "You insolent little brat. How dare you speak such disrespectful words? Do you have the audacity to repeat that?" The atmosphere in the office became unbearably tense, as the chakra emanating from the two advisors hinted at an impending attack. Shenlong's words not only turned their faces pale with rage, but also caused the third to frown deeply, revealing his displeasure. "Do you wish to resort to violence? To commit murder before the Hokage?" Shenlong once again provoked their nerves, making them wish to strike immediately. Enough. Although the third understood that Shenlong's nature was not malevolent, as his disrespect stemmed from Might Guy's neglect, it did not mean the third would remain indifferent to Shenlong's insolence. "The matter concerning Might Guy does not require your meddling. You may leave." The third's expression was stern, his tone cold. He no longer wished to see this troublesome troublemaker. "You will regret your decision today. Leave," the third shouted, his terrifying chakra radiating throughout the small room, filling it with immense pressure. This was the authority of a Hokage, a lesson Shenlong would learn. It was so overwhelming that it left him breathless, sending chills down his spine. He exchanged a glance with the third, then turned to the furious advisors, silently departing the office. "Risen, are you truly going to let this wretch challenge authority?" Behind him, the two advisors unleashed a torrent of wrath upon the third, their venomous words igniting a surge of murderous intent within Shenlong. Yet, despite this, he remained resolute, leaving the office without a backward glance. Shenlong understood that his performance before the third today would inevitably affect future developments. He would surely face backlash from the two advisors, but he harbored no regrets. The path ahead is undoubtedly important, but if one can remain indifferent to the disdain shown toward their mentor, how are they any different from a heartless beast? What right would he have to face Might Guy afterward? To hell with the Hokage. I refuse to play your games any longer. Without the support of the Hokage's faction, Uchiha Shenlong could still rise. If all else fails, he could simply defect. After all, he was alone and could go wherever he pleased. Especially since he had the capability to protect himself, making escape from Konoha far from difficult. A bird must face the sky upon death. Why endure indignities while alive? After bidding farewell to Old Guy, Shenlong paused on his way home, as a flood of invisible memories and insights surged into his mind. The time for the shadow clone technique had expired, and his chakra was depleted. The overwhelming influx of information left his appearance haggard, a side effect of extensive use of the shadow clone technique. While the shadow clone is an excellent training tool for acquiring experience, it also carries significant drawbacks. Throughout the entirety of Naruto, it is only Naruto who truly utilizes the shadow clone for training. Why is that others cannot? Kakashi is well aware of the benefits of this technique for training. Why do they not incorporate it into their daily practice? Even Naruto rarely does. After an excessive use of the shadow clone for training, Shenlong finally understood the reason. Indeed, mental fatigue can be life-threatening. That was his first time using the shadow clone technique, and he had created a staggering 20 clones. At that time, he naively believed he had reserved some energy. However, when that batch of clones dispersed, his consciousness nearly shattered, and the suffocating sensation of darkness invading his mind felt eerily reminiscent of the onset of death. Thus, he realized why the multi-shadow clone technique was classified as a forbidden jutsu, and why so few in the original work employed it for training. Shenlong had often wondered why Naruto could manage it. What allowed him to succeed? Was it the protagonist's halo? Or perhaps due to his status as the inheritor of Ashura? Strictly speaking, Naruto is also a dual soul entity, possessing a mental strength akin to Shenlong's. It is entirely plausible. Although the original work defines the soul as chakra, the primary reason must still be that he possesses the protagonist's halo. Chapter 46. Night Visit to Orochimaru. In the dead of night, clad in black, Shenlong evaded the patrolling Umbu and entered a dimly lit building. The atmosphere was dark and silent, imbued with a damp, oppressive aura. It was a two-story house situated far from the clamor, in close proximity to Konoha's cemetery. Standing in the courtyard of the house, feeling the chill emanating from the direction of the cemetery, Shenlong felt a shiver run down his spine. Suddenly, a series of hissing sounds erupted from a shadowy corner, followed by a cacophony of dragging noises across the ground. In his perceptive line of sight, a considerable number of vividly colored poisonous snakes surged from the corners of the house, charging directly toward him in the courtyard. Shenlong furrowed his brow, drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch as he faced the oncoming snake horde. Within mere minutes, the poisonous snakes were decimated. A thin layer of pale blue chakra enveloped him, shielding him from the splattering toxic blood, and he stood unscathed, pristine in his place. As he eradicated the poisonous snakes in the courtyard, he suddenly noticed an even greater swarm of them emerging from within the house, dense and numerous. At that moment, he felt as if he were in the midst of a snake's den, a horde of venomous serpents, their gazes filled with malice and fangs bared, surged towards him with alarming speed, as if compelled by an unseen directive, heedless of their own mortality. Witnessing this scene, Shenlong furrowed his brow and sighed towards a room within the building. Is this how you treat your guests, Orochimaru? His words elicited no response. With a cold snort, Shenlong swiftly formed hand seals. Just as he was about to unleash a fire technique, he heard a soft chuckle emanating from within. The serpents suddenly halted, their bodies freezing in place before vanishing into the shadows. Breaking into someone's abode at such an hour and attempting to set it ablaze. What kind of guest does that make you? Came a hoarse voice from the dim room. For you, day is night, and night is day. My visit during the day surely qualifies me as a guest. As for setting fire, it is merely an act of self-defense. Shenlong's voice was steady and powerful, as though he were stating an undeniable truth. His words provoked laughter from the unseen occupant, who then adopted a more courteous tone, inviting, come in, Shenlong-kun. Seeing the lights illuminate the second floor and the window swing open, Shenlong leaped effortlessly into the room. Orochimaru, clad in a white kimono, sat smiling on a tatami mat. Shenlong-kun, you truly lack patience. You've come seeking me after just one day? Orochimaru remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm, seemingly having anticipated his visit. I never would have guessed you possessed such a knack for dry humor. I had thought you to be a man of few words. But let us dispense with pleasantries. Will you assist me in resolving my physical ailments? Shenlong inquired bluntly. This is not a matter of willingness. It is simply beyond my capabilities. Your body is fundamentally damaged, not merely afflicted by illness or injury. There is no remedy that can cure it, nor is it something that can be healed, Orochimaru replied with a calm demeanor. He spoke the truth, indifferent to whether Shenlong believed him. The life of a mere child held no significance for him. Unfazed by the response, Shenlong maintained his stoic expression and posed a question that caused Orochimaru's countenance to shift dramatically. Could the cells of the first Hokage heal my body? The question startled Orochimaru, causing him to rise abruptly, coldly demanding, what do you know? Shouldn't you be questioning what the first Hokage's cells are? Such an incredible inquiry. And you appear unfazed. It seems you indeed possess the ability to aid in my restoration. Shenlong chuckled lightly. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had let his guard down, having unwittingly fallen into a trap. Yet, despite this, he remained astounded by Shenlong's question. How could he possibly know about the cells of Hashirama? At his age, it seemed impossible for him to possess such knowledge. Could someone be guiding him? Did they know of Orochimaru's intentions regarding the cells? Had they deliberately sent this child to extract information from him? Orochimaru's mind raced in confusion, grappling with the implications, yet he could not fathom how anyone could perceive his thoughts, especially since he had only just begun to contemplate extracting the cells from the first remains. Why should I assist you? He retorted coldly. You are clearly interested in the remains of the first Hokage. I doubt you would want such matters to be common knowledge, especially to the third Hokage and Tsunade. Seeking death, Orochimaru scoffed, his hand thrusting down towards Shenlong's head with lethal intent. Shenlong deftly rolled backward, narrowly evading the strike, only to be ensnared by a flurry of colorful serpents that swiftly coiled around him, tightening their grip. This was Orochimaru's secret technique, the hidden shadow snake hands. Executed without hand seals and at lightning speed, leaving little room for defense. As the serpents constricted around him, Shenlong displayed no signs of panic. It was as if the one ensnared was not he, but rather Orochimaru. Observing the completely subdued boy, Orochimaru smirked. I must commend your courage. Even with your life hanging in the balance, you remain unflustered. I am curious how you came to know my intentions. I cannot fathom how you acquired such knowledge. And your arrogance, aside from leading to your own demise, poses no threat to me. Do you truly believe that Konoha and Tsunade would simply overlook your revelations? Orochimaru derided. Yet Shenlong's gaze remained unwavering, as calm as still waters. Do you not understand? Our goals are aligned. We are essentially of the same ilk. We can collaborate. I believe you need me, but at this moment, I require your assistance even more. Of course, I've said my piece. Should you remain indifferent, do not blame me for the consequences. What initially seemed like a plea for mercy was quickly transformed into a blatant threat, leaving Orochimaru to find amusement in Shenlong's futile bravado. Indeed, to Orochimaru, the boy's demeanor appeared to fit that of a naive, untamed child, a stark contrast to the enigmatic figure he had previously perceived him to be. Despite the evident flaws in Shenlong's reasoning, Orochimaru lacked the patience for this game of deception. If he could not extract useful information, he would not hesitate to eliminate the boy. However, before he could voice another inquiry, he was struck by the sight of the youth, head bowed yet laughing, a deep, mocking sound that reverberated through the air. Ha 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 ha. The laughter drew a frown from Orochimaru, who tightened his grip on the serpents, questioning coldly, "What is so amusing? I laugh at your ignorance. You think such rudimentary ninjutsu can defeat me? Before my eyes, your efforts are nothing but futile." Shenlong's voice resonated, as Orochimaru glared at the boy, now nearly submerged in serpents, only his head visible. Just as he contemplated resorting to violence, a terrifying moment unfolded before him. The boy suddenly lifted his head, revealing a pair of crimson Sharingan, their sinister allure locked onto him. He even observed as the three tomos seemed to rotate, drawing focus upon him. In that instant, Orochimaru felt a jolt of alarm and instinctively averted his gaze, but it was too late. Shenlong's ocular technique had been successfully activated. The moment Orochimaru beheld those Sharingan, his consciousness was suddenly dragged into a realm of illusion. What is this? As he felt his limbs ensnared by strange wedges, the agony coursing through him deepened Orochimaru's grimace. He realized he could no longer sense his chakra, and his limbs had become completely immobilized. Even now, he is utterly incapable of biting his tongue to stimulate himself and break free from the illusion. What manner of illusion is this? Orochimaru's astonishment swiftly morphed into horror. He realized that the vast array of ninjutsu he had mastered throughout his life, his proud secret techniques, and summoning arts had, in this moment, become utterly futile. The stability of this illusionary realm indicated that his opponent's mental prowess far surpassed his own. I have told you, your pride holds no value before my gaze. Should I desire your demise, a mere flick of a kunai outside would suffice to extinguish your life. As he beheld Uchiha Shenlong standing before him, unscathed, for the first time, fear flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He appeared somewhat naive at this moment, lacking the cunning and stratagems that would come decades later, devoid of that calm demeanor often displayed in the face of crisis. After several fruitless attempts, Orochimaru understood that he could not extricate himself from this illusion alone. The helplessness of being at the mercy of another instilled a sense of despair within him, rendering his complexion pale, especially upon witnessing the expressionless shake of the youth's head. Wait, we can collaborate. I can resolve your physical afflictions. Orochimaru hastily interjected, desperate not to meet his end here. At his core, he remained a man fearful of death. To stave off aging and demise, he had unhesitatingly forsaken his corporeal form, risking the integrity of his soul to perpetually employ the impure world reincarnation technique, all in the pursuit of survival and the continued exploration of various forbidden arts. Orochimaru's panic was evident to Shenlong, yet he remained unmoved, his blood-red Sharingan fixated intently on Orochimaru. Gazing into those eerily tranquil eyes, a sense of foreboding gripped Orochimaru's heart, and he became thoroughly unnerved. Just as he contemplated further attempts at submission, Shenlong's icy voice preempted him. Remember your words. With those words, Orochimaru felt a blur before his eyes, and he was thrust back into the realm of reality. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinluin had already freed himself from the Shadow Snake hand, retracting the sharp kunai that had hovered perilously close to his neck, feeling a warm droplet of blood escape. These stark realities affirmed that he indeed possessed the capacity to slay him. As he watched Shinluin's retreating figure, Orochimaru, with a pale countenance, forced a smile, exclaiming, "A 9-year-old with the 3-tomo Sharingan. No, it might even be earlier. This is utterly unfathomable. How did you come to possess the 3-tomo Sharingan? And why conceal and feign weakness? Throughout the annals of ninja history, there has never been a 3-tomo Sharingan user under the age of 10. Who are you, and what do you intend to achieve? I see in you a stifling ambition. Youthful and innocent, this is merely a facade and disguise." The thought of how he had gained the trust of the third Hokage and Tsunade sent a chill down his spine. Even Orochimaru himself had misjudged this individual. He could not fathom that someone with such cunning could be merely 9 years old. This was a child who had been possessed, and Orochimaru held steadfastly to this conviction. Following this incident, Orochimaru's true mastery of the impure world reincarnation would surely emerge ahead of schedule. "Fulfill your promised obligations, and I shall present you with a pair of Sharingan as your due reward," Shinluin stated, his back turned to Orochimaru. The weight of Shinluin's words visibly shook Orochimaru, his expression shifting to one of astonished delight. He was well aware that Sharingan was a priceless treasure, each pair immensely precious, and attempting to seize it through conventional assassination methods was nearly impossible. The difficulty was staggering, fraught with peril, and any misstep could lead to exposure. After all, Uchiha clan members on missions were always accompanied by Jonin for protection, and attempting to snatch away such power meant engaging in combat with Jonin, particularly in one-on-one scenarios, making it exceedingly difficult to capture anyone who wished to flee. Although the Uchiha clan lacked the Hyuga clan's caged bird curse mark, their Jonin were numerous, and leading a squad of clan members on missions was entirely feasible. This exclusionary nature of the Uchiha clan was a significant factor in their growing estrangement from Konoha. In the original narrative, Obito could associate with Kakashi because he initially held no value, being at the bottom of the hierarchy. Unawakened clan members had the freedom to move about as they pleased, but once the Sharingan was activated, especially the double tomo, they had to report to the clan before leaving the village and obtain consent, just as Konoha ninjas needed to report before departing. Uchiha clan members who awakened their Sharingan, except for Jonin, also had to notify the clan, and non-Jonin Sharingan users had the right to request protection when leaving the village, especially for missions of higher danger that necessitated Jonin protection. These protocols were implemented to safeguard the Sharingan security. Even Konoha would not interfere with the Uchiha clan's decisions, as the Sharingan constituted the core of their strength, and providing a degree of protection was an obligation and responsibility of the clan. "I wish for tonight's events to remain a secret from any third party." Shinluin did not clarify Orochimaru's confusion, leaving behind this remark before vanishing into thin air. Watching Shinluin's departure, Orochimaru's serpentine pupils constricted sharply. Body Flicker Technique. Chapter 48. The sacred water of the sage nourishing the essence. The body flicker technique was indeed a hallmark of Jonin-level ninjutsu. A 9-year-old Jonin. A 9-year-old with the 3-tomo Sharingan. What further surprises could you possibly bestow upon me? To offer a pair of Sharingan as my reward is quite a grand gesture. You must have perceived my desires. Haha, what a formidable individual. Having departed from Orochimaru's abode, Shinluin released a deep sigh of relief. The burdens inflicted by the body flicker technique left him in pain, and employing the binding technique had further drained his mental state. He was still too weak. Even against this phase of Orochimaru, he had to reveal all his cards, and even after defeating him, he had to make a promise to provide him with a pair of Sharingan as a reward, while he feared that Orochimaru might betray him. Was he not also acting out of necessity? Tonight, it was through an element of surprise that he had ensnared Orochimaru in his illusion. Facing him head-on would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Yet, even in victory, he would have to consider Orochimaru's attitude. Should he reveal tonight's events to the third Hokage, Shinluin would likely find himself in grave peril. No one would dare underestimate such a dangerously ambitious individual. Uchiha Shinluin's fiery will may well be a mere facade. Such a cunning opportunist must harbor ulterior motives, likely posing a threat to Konoha. Eliminating this unpredictable element would be the wisest course of action for Konoha. Shinluin was gambling, wagering that Orochimaru would keep tonight's events confidential and agree to a collaboration. In the original tale, Orochimaru had formed a series of alliances with the ambitious Danzo Shimura while maintaining silence. There was no reason to believe that he would be unable to do so with Shinluin, although he lacked the leverage that Danzo possessed at this moment. Orochimaru's reputation in the original narrative was still quite commendable, which was the primary reason Shinluin dared to gamble with his life. He was betting that Orochimaru would collaborate with him and remain tight-lipped, that he would be satisfied with the reward, and that he could assist him in remedying his damaged essence. On the night of the following day, Shinluin, fatigued, leapt down from a towering tree, his heart finally at ease. The entire day had passed without incident, indicating that Orochimaru had indeed kept his word. Shinluin had won the first round of his gamble. 5 days later, Orochimaru approached him, with merely 4 days remaining until the Chunin exams. "So, have you found a solution?" Before Orochimaru could speak, Shinluin inquired proactively. Orochimaru smiled, neither confirming nor denying, and his reaction caused Shinluin's brow to furrow in concern. "In recent days, I have delved into a plethora of medical materials and texts, yet I have been unable to uncover a definitive cure for the underlying ailment. In pursuit of answers, I even conducted an experiment." "What experiment?" Shenlong inquired, his tone gravely serious. "I sought to determine whether primordial cells could serve as a remedy for your condition. However, the outcome revealed that, at this juncture, those primordial cells would act as poison to you. The disparity between your cells and theirs is far too great, posing a significant risk of catastrophic failure. Is that all you came here to tell me?" Shenlan's countenance darkened at the lack of favorable results. Do not be so hasty, Lord Shenlong." Orochimaru replied with a hint of excitement. "I have not returned empty-handed. Yesterday, while perusing a tome of ancient travelogues, I stumbled upon some particularly intriguing legends. It is said that within the distant realm of summoning, there exist 3 sacred sites: Mayaboku Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wet Bone Forest. Each of these sanctuaries boasts unparalleled natural energies, and within the sacred Mayaboku Mountain, it is rumored that there lies a holy water capable of nurturing the very essence of life, a miraculous elixir that can resurrect the dead." "Mayaboku Mountain? That is impossible," Shenlong exclaimed, his shock evident. Orochimaru furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "How do you know it is impossible?" Shenlong remained silent, yet internally he was torn. Was there not a mention of such a miraculous elixir in the original text? Moreover, neither Naruto nor Jiraiya had encountered it during their training there. Nevertheless, the scant descriptions of these sacred sites did not provide enough certainty. It was known that their histories predated that of the Sage of 6 Paths, and their abundant natural energies made them ideal for mastering sage techniques. Naturally, it would not be surprising if such treasures existed within the sacred realms. After all, in the original narrative, the Toad Sage had granted the Sage of 6 Paths a talisman capable of healing all wounds. With a resigned sigh, Shenlong asked, "Is that the only information you have? Is there nothing else?" Orochimaru, observing Shenlong's demeanor, shook his head slightly and chuckled, "Fear not. My information is not worth the price of a pair of Sharingan eyes, at least not until its authenticity is confirmed." Shenlong's eyes sparkled with interest as he inquired, "Do you have a way to validate it?" Orochimaru grinned, "How about a trip to Mayaboku Mountain? The truth shall reveal itself. And I am quite intrigued by that substance as well." "I would be delighted." With Shenlong's agreement, Orochimaru produced a small vial containing fresh blood. "This is Jiraiya's blood, which I procured while he was inebriated. He has signed a summoning contract with Mayaboku Mountain. We can use his blood to summon a toad from there. You can then utilize your Sharingan to control the summoned creature and guide it back to Mayaboku Mountain." After outlining the plan, Orochimaru poured nearly half of the blood into his palm, shaping it into a thin line. Swiftly, he formed hand seals and slammed his palm against the ground. Summoning technique. A flurry of intricate symbols spread like tadpoles, and a dense cloud of smoke enveloped the area. As the smoke dissipated, a massive toad, nearly 5 meters tall, materialized before them. It was an immature Mayaboku mountain toad. Orochimaru had not expended much chakra, as he had no intention of summoning a fully mature toad like Fukasaku, which would certainly cause significant complications. As the bewildered toad regained its senses and surveyed its surroundings, it was met with a sight that instilled terror within it. Shenlong stood before it, one hand forming a seal, his crimson Sharingan fixated intently on the enormous toad. In an instant, the toad's pupils morphed into a pair of massive Sharingan eyes. Control successful. Shenlong marveled at the ease with which he had accomplished this feat. This spectacle ignited a sense of greed within Orochimaru, who mistakenly attributed the simplicity of the control to the prowess of the Sharingan, unaware that such effortless manipulation required a formidable mental fortitude. What are our next steps? Shenlong inquired. Command it to open its mouth. We shall enter, and then we can release the summoning technique. But how do we return? Shenlong pressed further, concerned about the possibility of being trapped. Do not fret. Orochimaru reassured him with a smile as he whistled to summon an Umbu operative. Orochimaru then made a small incision on the toad and dropped a single drop of its blood into the remaining vial. Ignoring Shenlong's questioning gaze, he instructed the Umbu. In 1 hour, use this vial as a medium to perform the summoning technique. Upon receiving the order, the Umbu nodded in compliance, and Orochimaru expressed satisfaction. By merging the blood of this creature with Jiraiya's, the summoning technique will also be effective on it. We will then use it to return. After hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Shenlong could not help but admire. Your understanding and application of the summoning technique are truly unparalleled. Indeed, I increasingly realize that your comprehension of me is quite thorough, almost as if you know me inside out, Orochimaru remarked with curiosity, realizing he had been too casual in his praise. Shenlong recognized that dealing with someone of Orochimaru's intellect was no simple task. As Shenlong refrained from further elaboration, Orochimaru did not press the matter and instead leaped into the mouth of the large toad. Shenlong followed suit, and the two nestled within the toad's maw. With Shenlong guiding the toad, it closed its mouth, and upon seeing this, Orochimaru promptly released the summoning technique. With a resounding thud and a jolt, everything fell silent once more. Though only a few seconds had passed, Orochimaru's voice broke the stillness. Let it open its mouth. We have arrived at Mangekyo Mountain. Surprised by the swiftness of their journey, Shenlong marveled at Orochimaru's audacity to speak in such an odorous environment. He silently commended him. Truly, Orochimaru is remarkable. As the toad opened its mouth, the two leapt out in an instant. Is this Mangekyo Mountain? Shenlong exclaimed in astonishment. Although he had seen scenes from the anime, he was nonetheless captivated by the breathtaking beauty of the place. Indeed, it is no wonder that this is one of the 3 sacred sites, Orochimaru mused. He then shared a secret that Shenlong had not previously known. Now I understand why the Snake Clan has persistently attacked Mangekyo Mountain. Shenlong, intrigued, urged him to continue, but unfortunately, Orochimaru chose to remain silent, perhaps out of ignorance or a desire to withhold information. As they drew closer to the heart of Mangekyo Mountain, the number of toads around them increased significantly. The two proceeded cautiously, making every effort to avoid detection. With deft movements and the use of transformation techniques for concealment, they managed to remain unnoticed by the toads, for this was Mangekyo Mountain, a place seldom intruded upon by humans or other races. Even the Snake Clan from the Dragon Cave would find it impossible to infiltrate such a location. Unaware that Shenlong and Orochimaru had arrived via the summoning technique, perched atop a mountain peak, 2 figures were entirely coated in yellow mud, blending seamlessly with the surrounding terrain. Orochimaru, with a grave expression, cautioned, "We cannot proceed any further. I sense a terrifying presence within that palace ahead. It is prudent for us to halt here." Shenlong nodded in agreement, his own demeanor equally somber, for he too had sensed it. The palpable fluctuations of natural energy being consumed in vast quantities, a clear indication of a force nearly rivaling the tailed beasts. It might even surpass them in sheer terror. "It is that ancient toad that has lived for a millennium," Shenlong remarked quietly. His words caused Orochimaru's pupils to constrict sharply. "What ancient toad? What do you know?" Faced with Orochimaru's inquiry, Shenlong fell silent once more. Initially, he had intended to keep Orochimaru in the dark, but upon reflection, revealing this information could prove beneficial. After all, he needed Orochimaru's assistance, and disclosing certain secrets could instill a sense of trepidation in him, thereby affirming Shenlong's own capabilities as a worthy collaborator. At the very least, he had made it clear to Orochimaru, "Do not underestimate me as merely a 9-year-old child. My depths are unfathomable to you. That ancient toad is the sovereign of Mangekyo Mountain and the master of the Sage of 6 Paths, who once imparted sage techniques to him." "What?" Orochimaru gasped in disbelief, the revelation staggering him. How could you possibly know this? Shinluan feigned profundity, closing his eyes and shaking his head meaningfully. Orochimaru, some truths are beyond your comprehension, no matter how long you live. Your perspective, your capacity, your understanding are far too limited. You are not qualified to reach higher realms. Although Shinluan's words were harsh, surprisingly, Orochimaru did not react with anger. Instead, he was left with profound shock and a burgeoning doubt about himself. You must have encountered the white snake sage of the Dragon Cave, correct? Mangekyo Mountain has a similar toad sage. However, whether it be the white snake sage or the toad sage, they are mere descendants of that ancient toad. Shinluan had intended to reveal the name of the ancient toad, but upon seeing Orochimaru's astonished expression, he decided against further provoking him. Orochimaru now firmly believed one undeniable fact. Uchiha Shinluan had indeed been possessed, and the entity inhabiting his body was likely an ancient monster. It was inconceivable that a mere child could possess such knowledge unless he was centuries old. Orochimaru struggled to regain his composure, while Shinluan was not inclined to linger any longer. Do you see that yellowish-brown waterfall in the distance? Come, let us approach it, Shinluan urged, recognizing it from his memory as the source of Mangekyo Mountain's toad oil. The toad oil of Mangekyo Mountain was infused with an exceptionally rich natural energy, a product of concentrated nature itself. This was the very essence that Orochimaru had described as the coveted senzu. Observing Shinluan vanish in an instant, Orochimaru hesitated momentarily before following suit. He did not fully support Shinluan's actions, for the structure lay perilously close to the waterfall, and Orochimaru's instincts screamed at him to retreat from the ominous presence within. Hiding behind a cliff, the two gazed down at the waterfall, astonished by the scene unfolding before them. They are shedding their skin. Before their eyes, numerous small toads bathed in the toad oil, layers of old skin being shed from their bodies. It was no wonder the snake clan coveted Mangekyo Mountain so desperately. With such spring water, they could more easily successfully molt, potentially growing larger and stronger, even transforming into dragons. I need this toad oil for my research, Orochimaru said eagerly, licking his lips. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. Shinluan nodded in silence, compelled to comply with Orochimaru's request, for it pertained to his own body. The three tomo of his Sharingan manifested in his eyes as he observed the molting toads before swiftly disappearing from view. Before long, a juvenile toad, at adult size and in the midst of shedding its skin, came into Orochimaru's line of sight. He watched as the toad cast a glance his way before leaping directly toward the toad spring. The control of the Sharingan is truly formidable, Orochimaru marveled, realizing the toad had been completely manipulated. Shinluan, not far off, guided the toad into the oil, imitating the other toad's molting process without raising suspicion, even from a powerful blue toad at the spring's edge. This special blue toad clearly acted as a supervisor, which was the primary reason Shinluan exercised extreme caution while manipulating the toads. His toad occasionally submerged into the spring to thoroughly explore the enigmatic area. Hey, you over there. Don't get too carried away. Finish shedding your skin and leave quickly. Soaking too long isn't good, especially for someone your age, the blue toad suddenly admonished, its voice resonant enough that even Shinluan, hidden at a distance, could hear it clearly. The toad under Shinluan's control paused momentarily and then obediently complied. Ribbit. Humph. Yet another one that cannot speak? Why are the young toads so slow to awaken their intelligence this year? Before Shinluan's toad could respond, a similarly aged toad nearby chimed in. Who says we can't talk? Ribbit. I'll tell you, don't underestimate a toad just because it's poor, Ribbit. Huh. You better straighten your tongue before you speak, you little brat. Seizing the moment while the others argued, Shinluan's toad discreetly gulped a generous mouthful of toad oil and prepared to leave. But before it could hop away, it sensed a sudden surge of natural energy from the waterfall, causing the previously yellowish-brown toad oil to appear somewhat clearer. You're in luck. You've encountered a surge in the water vein. The life-giving water of the spring is overflowing. This only happens once every decade. The blue toad's words left Shinluan astounded. He couldn't believe that the legendary treasures documented in ancient texts truly existed. This spring water, capable of being labeled as life-giving, had the potential to heal his body. Just the thought of it made Shinluan impatient, and in the next moment, he directed the young toad to leap toward the waterfall. However, before it could travel far, a long tongue snatched it back. Turning to look, he found the tongue belonged to the blue toad. You little rascal, that's south the place where adults shed their skin. What are you doing up there? There's also a sealing barrier around the spring. If you accidentally enter, you'll meet a gruesome fate. It's very dangerous, the blue toad warned sternly, still oblivious to the unusual nature of the young toad. Upon hearing this, Shengluan's toad hesitated momentarily, shook its head, and jumped back into the toad oil. After gulping down another mouthful of the precious oil, Shengluan directed the toad to leave the toad spring. The blue toad gazed at its retreating figure and scoffed, "Another fool." In a secluded area, Shengluan and Orochimaru had gathered. Orochimaru procured a large lotus leaf and received the toad oil expelled by the toad, then, with a swift motion, crushed the creature's head. Shengluan frowned at the sight but heard Orochimaru dismissively remark, "Do not underestimate this toad." Taken aback, Shengluan decided not to dwell on it. After all, he was not a virtuous person himself. "It is time for us to depart," Orochimaru declared, striking the ground with one hand. The earth slowly transformed into a marsh, and the deceased toad quickly sank beneath the surface. Moments later, the ground returned to its original state. After completing this task, the two retraced their steps to the side of the juvenile toad, rendering it unconscious and hiding it before their departure. At this moment, it remained oblivious to its surroundings. With great effort, they pried open its massive mouth and, together with Orochimaru, leaped inside. Shortly thereafter, even though the toad was unconscious, it was summoned by a ninja from the hidden leaf. The familiar jolt surged briefly before dissipating, prompting the two to widen the toad's mouth, revealing a familiar place. And they sprang forth. "I have just received a highly valuable lead," Shengluan exclaimed eagerly as they exited Mangekyo Mountain. Orochimaru instructed the waiting ninja to leave. "What could have you so exhilarated? Have you uncovered a lead on that object?" Shengluan suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, truly, nothing escapes your notice. I have indeed gathered information." They found an izakaya where Shengluan directly shared the intel with Orochimaru, having no intention of concealing it, for he recognized that relying solely on himself would lead to failure. At this stage, he still needed Orochimaru, at least until his body returned to normal. This reliance on another was uncomfortable, yet Shengluan felt compelled to proceed, acknowledging that his own strength was still inadequate. "There truly exists such a thing," Orochimaru remarked in astonishment. "According to your account, that water vein must be the source of Mangekyo Mountain's vast energy, with the sage spring at its core. Such a location undoubtedly possesses rigorous defenses. Infiltrating it to obtain that life-giving water seems nearly impossible." Suddenly, a cold splash extinguished Shengluan's enthusiasm. The hope of obtaining the life-giving water appeared exceedingly bleak. Given their current capabilities, they could not contend with Mangekyo Mountain, nor could they forcibly seize the life-giving water. In fact, they lacked the conditions even to attempt theft. Firstly, they were unaware of the specifics of the area, and they had yet to ascertain the strength of its guardians. Secondly, they did not know the precise level of the sealing barrier, but it was unlikely to be a simple seal, being the core of Mangekyo Mountain, a legacy steeped in millennia of depth beyond imagination. "For now, let us investigate this toad oil and see if it can heal your body." Shengluan nodded in agreement, temporarily quelling his greedy thoughts. He understood that overthinking such matters was futile. If it could not be done, it could not be done. Forcing a plan could even cost him his life. "I can only hope this toad oil proves beneficial." Chapter 51. Revenge must be served. Observing Shengluan's dejected demeanor, Orochimaru offered rare comfort. "There is no need for you to be overly anxious, Shengluan. Although your body is afflicted, it will not cause significant issues in the short term. As long as you do not overexert yourself, you should be fine for the next few years. Moreover, the Chunin exam is just around the corner. It would be best for you to adjust your mindset accordingly." The use of the term cope by Orochimaru indicated that he believed Shengluan's advancement to Chunin was an unquestionable certainty. "Understood," Shengluan replied with a resigned nod, raising the sake poured for him by Orochimaru and downing it in one gulp. In the dead of night, as a gentle breeze wafted through and insects chirped, most of the Uchiha clan had long since retired, leaving the clan grounds unusually quiet. In an unfamiliar courtyard, a shadow appeared like a ghost, silently manifesting. As the clouds obscured the moonlight, a pair of subtly glowing red Sharingan eyes materialized in the darkness. The owner of this courtyard was named Uchiha Katsu, while the possessor of those Sharingan was Uchiha Shengluan, who had come this night to settle a debt. "Let us first collect some interest," he murmured softly, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he faded back into the shadows. Inside, Uchiha Katsu slept soundly. His innate talent had allowed him to awaken his Sharingan at an early age, achieving the double Tomo level, making him a prime candidate for the family's focused training. Unfortunately, due to a mission, he had lost 4 fingers from one hand, and his disability forced him into early retirement, relegated to a mundane office job within the clan. Waiting for the end. At this moment, he was within the clan grounds, having cast aside the vigilance expected of a ninja. His perception was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, Shenlong remained cautious, holding his breath as he stealthily approached the slumbering Uchiha Katsu. He sleeps so soundly, Shenlong thought with a smirk. The Japanese typically do not prefer sleeping on beds. Uchiha Katsu and his spouse lay on the floor in the center of their room, while Shenlong found himself positioned just above them. In the darkness, he observed Uchiha Katsu for quite some time, the ferocity and hatred in his eyes openly revealed through the Sharingan. The couple seemed to sense a chilling presence and instinctively drew closer to one another, but such a gesture proved futile as the malevolent gaze lingered above them. For Uchiha Katsu, it felt as if he were trapped in the depths of winter, with the warmth of their tightly wrapped bodies and blankets offering no solace. After a long moment, as Shenlong grinned, a sound akin to a coconut cracking reverberated, startling Uchiha Katsu awake. Realizing the cold presence hovering above him, he was struck with terror, instinctively activating his double Tomo Sharingan. But before he could comprehend his surroundings, he felt an excruciating pain in his eyes. Within an instant, his eyeballs were brutally extracted. From the sound to the extraction, the entire ordeal took less than 2 seconds. The intense agony sent Uchiha Katsu into a panic, causing him to scream in a manner that resembled a beast rather than a human. Blood poured freely from his eye sockets as the assailant was merciless, even tearing off the eyelids along with the eyeballs. Agonized, terrified, incredulous, and despairing, he let out a howl of anguish, awakening every clan member within a kilometer radius. A patrol team of clan soldiers quickly rushed to the scene. After the successful operation, Shenlong placed the 2 Sharingan into a prepared saline bottle and, cloaked by the night, slipped out of the clan grounds, returning to his camp. Given his current strength, avoiding the family's patrols was not difficult. Moreover, no warning barriers were set within the clan, allowing him to infiltrate less significant areas with ease. Tonight, chaos reigned within the Uchiha clan. One fateful night, a couple from the Uchiha clan was brutally attacked in their slumber. One young woman had her skull shattered by a single strike, while the owner of a pair of hooked jade Sharingan had his eyes mercilessly gouged out. Such heinous and audacious acts ignited a profound fury and panic within the Uchiha clan. The clan members were roused from their sleep, and the clan's guards began a thorough investigation of suspicious individuals in every household. This egregious crime had even reached the ears of the Hokage. The elder of the Uchiha clan sought information regarding the patrols of the Konoha Anbu, requiring the Hokage's authorization, as the clan's guards had found no suspicious persons or locations. A number of guards assigned to the night watch were unjustly imprisoned due to the elder's wrath. 6 elders of the Uchiha clan convened urgently and arrived at the residence of Uchiha Katsu. They endeavored to comfort the distraught Uchiha Katsu, while the clan's medical ninjas rushed to administer first aid. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and the profound trauma inflicted upon him had driven him to the brink of insanity. Uchiha Katsu was utterly unable to maintain his composure, rendering the elder incapable of extracting any information about the assailants from him. At present, it remained unclear whether the perpetrators were from within the clan or external intruders. However, after the initial investigation, the likelihood of an internal betrayal appeared slim, suggesting that the crime was likely committed by outsiders. Therefore, I have reported this incident to the Hokage, and I require information from the Konoha Anbu this evening. After the elder concluded his statement, he glanced at the other 5 elders before fixing his gaze on Uchiha Toyo. Third elder, Katsu is from your branch and works at the registry office. Do you possess any information that could be of assistance? For instance, does he have any enemies? Uchiha Toyo furrowed his brow in contemplation, but after a lengthy pause, he sighed in resignation. Katsu is a headstrong and willful child, fond of drink and gambling. He does have enemies, but I cannot pinpoint who they are. It is futile to rush. We must await his calmness to ascertain the situation. The Uchiha clan is rife with internal discord, and Uchiha Toyo, at his age, hardly had the leisure to concern himself with the petty grievances of a younger member. He would rather spend that time with his beloved granddaughter. At present, we must enhance the patrols of the clan guards. Once Uchiha Katsu stabilizes, we should extract intelligence from him immediately. Additionally, I propose the establishment of a specialized investigation team to thoroughly examine this case, ensuring the swift alleviation of the clan's panic and outrage. This incident is exceedingly grave and terrifying. We must ensure that the perpetrators face justice, regardless of their identity. The second elder of the Uchiha clan, the clan's second-in-command, presented a rigorous and pragmatic resolution, which garnered unanimous approval from the other elders. In this moment, the Uchiha clan exhibited a rare sense of unity. Meanwhile, the perpetrator who had instilled such dread within the Uchiha clan was presently nestled comfortably in his tent, soundly asleep. Days swiftly passed, and the heinous acts committed by Sholen went undetected, yet one individual marveled at his audacity: Orochimaru, who had received the Sharingan. When news of the incident reached him through the Hokage, Orochimaru was almost certain that Sholen was the perpetrator, as he had not forgotten the promise of a pair of Sharingan that Sholen had made to him. The audacity of such a crime, breaking into the Uchiha territory, committing murder, and gouging out eyes, sent chills down Orochimaru's spine. It was an act so ruthless that even he would hesitate to undertake it. Did Sholen not comprehend the magnitude of the consequences that such actions would provoke? As Orochimaru beheld the pair of double-hooked jade Sharingan presented by Sholen, he hesitated momentarily before stating, "There is no need for such extravagance, Sholen. I have yet to assist you with your physical afflictions. No merit is gained without labor." Sholen shook his head, his expression devoid of emotion. "Consider this payment in advance. The owner of these eyes has a blood feud with me. I have refrained from seeking retribution for 3 years. These eyes shall serve as the interest on his debt." Orochimaru was taken aback, not anticipating such a motive. This individual certainly possesses a wealth of stories, he mused privately, nodding in acknowledgement. "Since you have stated it so, I shall not feign modesty. However, may I ask you a rather impertinent question?" Sholen, having turned to leave, paused at Orochimaru's inquiry and regarded him intently. "Ask away." Orochimaru, feeling as though Sholen's gaze bore into him, instinctively averted his eyes, his heart tightening at the memory of his previous encounter with Sholen's enigmatic Genjutsu. He wished to avoid a second experience. "I am curious as to why other Uchiha members resent outsiders encroaching upon their bloodline limit and prying into their eyes, while you seem entirely indifferent." As Orochimaru spoke, a grave expression overtook him. Sholen, maintaining his composure, remained unfazed by the surprising question. Gradually, he turned his back on Orochimaru and spoke in a low voice. "You are correct. I do require you to comprehend our clan's eyes. Orochimaru, you are an exceptional talent in research, and you must acquire greater knowledge and broader horizons. Engage, understand, and study the Sharingan. Afterward, I shall reveal more secrets and stories to you." At that moment, Orochimaru was still rather young and inexperienced. Sholen's ability to secure his assistance was limited, which is why he dared to take the risk of forcibly obtaining a pair of Sharingan. 3 years had elapsed since the awakening of the 3-hooked jade Sharingan, yet there had been no sign of the Mangekyo Sharingan's awakening. Moreover, the issues of impending blindness and the research into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan loomed over Sholen as significant troubles. He yearned for Orochimaru to address these challenges, intending for him to overcome the numerous obstacles associated with the Sharingan. The awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan is contingent upon the loss of a beloved, be it a close kin or dear friend. Sholen felt he had little left to lose, as nothing seemed to provoke within him a sense of intense hatred. Thus, it appeared he lacked the necessary conditions for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, if he were to eliminate all of his companions and those who had shown him kindness, perhaps he could unlock his own Mangekyo Sharingan. However, such thoughts had never crossed his mind, nor would he ever act upon them. By allowing Orochimaru early access to the Sharingan, perhaps he could derive some insights. Sholen's trust in Orochimaru stemmed not only from his current desperation, but also from his understanding of Orochimaru's character. Orochimaru coveted the power of the Sharingan, intrigued by its potential. Yet, through his studies, he would eventually discover that he was ill-suited for the transplantation of such power. Subsequently, he would abandon his physical form and focus on the research of the forbidden technique, intent on seizing Uchiha Sasuke's body. Ultimately, his pursuit was still anchored in the desire to obtain the power of the Sharingan. Sholen was acutely aware of Orochimaru's ambitions and did not intend to stifle his aspirations. as he required Orochimaru's research outcomes and intellect. "I eagerly anticipate your story, Sholan," Orochimaru remarked, a sinister smile gracing his lips, concealing his discontent and ire from Sholan's view. He was no longer perplexed as to why Uchiha Sholan possessed such extensive knowledge. However, being repeatedly told that his perspective was limited left him feeling unexpectedly irked. At this moment, he retained his humanity, his emotions not deviating significantly from those of an ordinary person. Orochimaru, at this juncture, still embodied a semblance of humanity, yet had not yet transformed into a lethal serpent. "Let us discuss this after the Chunin exam," Sholan stated before departing, leaving Orochimaru to clutch the bottle in his hand, gazing at the two bloodied eyeballs within as if they were priceless treasures. In the days that followed, the Uchiha clan frantically sought the perpetrator, with numerous clan members gathering information on the victim, Uchiha Katsu. Fortunately, Sholan remained untouched by any repercussions. The reasoning was simple. Uchiha Katsu had too many enemies, and he himself could hardly fathom that Sholan could be involved. After all, how could a scrawny, abandoned child possibly pose a threat? A mere 9-year-old student could not possibly commit such heinous acts. Even if he dared to assert otherwise, no one would believe him. Moreover, Sholan's situation was entangled with his own misdeeds regarding embezzled compensation funds, making him reluctant to expose his own faults while the circumstances remained ambiguous. Thus, when Uchiha Katsu regained his composure and inquired about Sholan, he chose to conceal their enmity. To be frank, he had nearly forgotten the shameful incident from 3 years prior. In that time, he had committed numerous misdeeds himself. Given that any one of these could lead to vendettas, he was, in fact, a profoundly twisted individual. Coupled with his various acts of concealment and forgetfulness, the Uchiha clan's investigation was destined to yield no results. As time passed, Sholan found himself back at the Ninja Academy. Alone. Today, classes were suspended, as the first round of the Chunin exam was being held in the Academy's classrooms. The Chunin exam at this time was markedly different from that depicted in later narratives. The ninja system had yet to solidify, lacking the structured 1 leader, 3 subordinates format. The current regulations permitted genin to undertake missions independently, as pairs, or in groups of 3 or 4, but tasks could only correspond to their respective ranks. Konoha forbade ninjas from undertaking higher-ranked missions. Furthermore, the number of jonin in Konoha was limited. They were preoccupied with their own tasks and reluctant to waste time mentoring lower-ranking ninjas. However, this situation would not persist for long, as reforms were on the horizon. And the third Hokage had accepted Tsunade's proposal to incorporate medical ninjas into team formations, thus solidifying the 1 leader, 3 subordinate structure. Sholan, unfortunately, would not benefit from these reforms. He stood alone, lacking suitable companions and guidance from a supervising instructor, even submitting his own application for the Chunin exam. This unfolding scenario was a result of the urgency of time. The third Hokage was unaware that Sholan would graduate ahead of schedule, nor did he anticipate that Sholan would immediately apply for the exam afterward. His current mindset was one of indifference. "You're free to cause a stir. If you pass the exam, I'll acknowledge you. If not, consider it a lesson learned for next time." Thus, he offered a brief reminder to Sholan to find a teammate, and then promptly withdrew his attention. At present, Konoha had not implemented any joint examinations. Each Chunin exam exclusively featured Konoha's own ninjas, resulting in a relatively small pool of candidates. Nevertheless, despite this, the large classroom was filled to capacity. Sholan, although intent on maintaining a low profile and seated in a corner, still attracted considerable attention. Chapter 53. The Chunin exam commences. He was the smallest and most conspicuous newcomer in the entire classroom. While awaiting the arrival of the proctor, Sholan became the subject of much speculation. "What? Is this little brat a recent graduate? He looks like he hasn't even weaned yet." A bystander jeered. Though Sholan was indeed the shortest, it did not mean he resembled a mere child. He was slightly taller than Sasuke had been upon graduation, attributed to his prolonged use of body-enhancing elixirs, which had rendered him taller and somewhat more mature than his peers. He appeared far older than his 9 years. At this moment, he resembled a 14 or 15-year-old youth. Although shorter than the others, he did not attract excessive scrutiny. However, a subsequent voice astonished those present. "Uchiha Sholan, 9 years old, 4th grader at the Ninja Academy, and has ranked first in the annual assessments for 3 consecutive years, excelling in nearly all evaluation categories." Though reluctant to concede it, his achievements made it evident that he was the strongest student in the academy, reputed to possess combat capabilities on par with Chunin. Who would have thought he would choose to graduate at this time? The grave and serious tone commanded everyone's attention, including Shalon's. It belonged to a female genin from the Hyuga clan, her Byakugan features catching Shalon off guard. He could not recall where he had seen her before, though she appeared to recognize him. As if to address the confusion in Shalon's eyes, the Hyuga girl introduced herself. I am Hinata Akiyuki, sister of Hinata Akafuyu. Upon hearing her introduction, Shalon remained puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the names. The perplexed expression on his face made Hinata Akiyuki blush, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You broke my brother's hand, she asserted. Ah, so this little girl is Hinata Akiyuki? Quite charming. Keep it down. Your brother, Hinata Akafuyu, was the top of the last Chunin exam. A master of gentle fist techniques. Be careful not to provoke his sister. What? Is that the crux of the matter? Did you not hear? This kid shattered the bones of the last exam as champion. And the most critical point is that he is only 9 years old. A ponytailed youth stated gravely, leaving the blonde boy and the chubby one beside him momentarily speechless. 3 years ago, you injured my brother. I will reclaim his honor. The fierce declaration from Hinata Akiyuki compelled Shalon to regard her with newfound seriousness. Hinata Akafuyu, you say? Now that you mention it, I do recall him. He was quite formidable. I nearly fell to him myself. He dismissed her threat lightly, casually acknowledging that he had indeed faced Hinata Akafuyu during his first year, where he had been bested and nearly found himself at a disadvantage. Unexpectedly encountering the sister of someone he had fought against took him aback. But compared to Hinata Akiyuki's surprise, the trio of boys nearby rendered him utterly speechless, gazing at the ponytailed youth, the blonde boy, and the chubby one. A realization dawned upon him. Inoshikicho? Shalon muttered, just as the proctor for the Chunin exam entered, interrupting the commotion. Cough, cough. Silence, everyone. Unlike the original narrative's proctor, who was more abrasive, this one maintained a much gentler demeanor, alleviating the pressure in the room. The examination commenced, beginning with a written test, designed to assess the student's knowledge and information-gathering capabilities. Any overt cheating would result in disqualification, and scoring below half would yield the same fate. The scenario in which Naruto passed by submitting a blank paper could not possibly occur in the present context. After a cursory glance at the 10 questions, Shenlong realized he could only solve 3, which might be attributed to his early graduation that left him devoid of further knowledge. It could also be the case that the remaining questions necessitated unscrupulous means to answer. Shaking his head, a faint smile graced his lips. Why concern himself with such matters? As he closed his eyes, a formidable mental energy radiated from him, and every movement within the classroom materialized in his mind's eye. In the next moment, he began writing fervently, completing the first exam in the span of his closed eyelids. Throughout, he noted the astonishment and confusion of several proctors at his performance, and felt the familiar sensation of surveillance, an echo of the third Hokage's voyeuristic ninjutsu. Perhaps, in their professional careers, they were witnessing an extraordinary occurrence for the first time. Someone finishing the written portion of the Chunin exam with their eyes shut. Curiosity, disbelief, and a sense of the supernatural filled the hearts of the proctors, to the extent that they overlooked numerous candidates employing clumsy methods of cheating. The time allotted for the first exam was brief, and the proctors swiftly began collecting the papers, grading them on the spot, as there were many examiners present. Expediting the process, those who needed to be eliminated were dismissed, and those who were to advance moved on to the second round, quickly reducing the number of participants by half. Of course, Uchiha Shenlong was assuredly among those advancing, though he had no intention of concerning himself with his exam results. The second exam was set in the vicinity of Shenlong's home, camp, specifically, the familiar expanse of the Forest of Death. He had ventured into this forest numerous times, procuring various rare delicacies from its depths, and regarding the so-called survival challenge of the second exam, he maintained a dismissive attitude. What truly piqued his interest in the second exam was the element of confrontation. He intended to make the third Hokage and the 2 esteemed advisors acutely aware of the wrath of a warrior. He would demonstrate that even with only physical prowess, one could ascend to the rank of Chunin. He aimed to vindicate Might Guy from the so-called disgrace of being a perennial genin. Arriving at the iron gate of the Forest of Death, Shenlong casually seated himself on a patch of grass, ignoring the noisy students and the proctor explaining the rules of the second exam, lost in his own thoughts as he gazed towards his camp. In his previous life, he had been a quintessential recluse, and the situation of passing by his home without entering slightly unsettled him. However, he was soon presented with a compact scroll inscribed with the character for heaven. The proctor then announced loudly, "Candidates who receive the scroll must possess the corresponding half." Shenlong paid little heed to the rules, merely catching the gist, and then surveyed his fellow candidates. Approximately 40 participants were vying in the second stage of the Chunin exam, and he recalled that the original story indicated there were over 20 pairs, multiplied by 3. Excluding those from other villages, the numbers were roughly equivalent. According to the current regulations of Konohagakure, the true reform of 3-person teams had yet to be implemented. Thus, the Chunin exam primarily assessed individual combat capabilities. Each candidate possessed one scroll and required a corresponding partner scroll, meaning that even if one formed a team, they would still need an equal number of scrolls. For instance, a trio would need to collectively acquire 3 pairs of Heaven and Earth scrolls to advance together. Typically, Konohagakure would provide cooperating teams with identical scrolls, similar to the Inuzuka, Nara, and a Kimichi trio, who each held the same Earth scrolls, needing to secure 3 Heaven scrolls to progress collectively. Furthermore, members of the same clan could only possess matching scrolls, indicating that Konohagakure had taken measures to eliminate any potential for favoritism. After elaborating on the rules for a considerable duration, the proctor succinctly summarized, "To advance, one must seize the corresponding scroll and reach the central tower of the Forest of Death within 3 days." Hinata Akisui murmured, "So, only 20 candidates can advance in the second exam." As her voice faded, the other candidates exchanged wary glances. Soon, the proctors led the candidates, opening the gates of the Forest of Death, marking the official commencement of the second stage of the Chunin exam. Shenlong was brought to an iron gate, where a nondescript proctor lightly patted his shoulder, feigning a foreboding tone, "Don't perish in there, kid." Initially, Shenlong intended to disregard him, but the proctor's next statement carried a note of genuine concern. "If you encounter a lethal threat, find a hiding spot and open your scroll. Someone will come to rescue you." Without turning back, Shenlong entered the Forest of Death, his expression unreadable. He waved his hand dismissively, prompting the proctor to shake his head with a chuckle. Entering the familiar, shadowy forest, Shenlong wandered with purpose, making a beeline for the central tower upon his entry. His singular thought was to safeguard his crystal tower and await the arrival of adversaries willing to deliver themselves to him. Standing at the sole entrance of the tower, Shenlong peered inside to find only 2 Chunin, their astonished gazes betraying their shock at his swift completion of the exam. Ignoring them, he began setting traps around the tower. While the 2 were surprised, they quickly grasped his intentions. "This kid has some audacity, laying an ambush at the finish line, and it seems he is alone," one Chunin remarked. "Indeed, it appears this boy is overly clever. Does he truly believe the first to gather the scrolls will survive these traps? He may not even comprehend his demise." The other Chunin chuckled. "Typically, those who complete the Chunin exam first are formidable. This boy is in for a rude awakening." The Forest of Death was vast, and it took Shenlong approximately an hour to traverse from the entrance to the tower, 5 hours to set the traps. And then he waited for over 3 hours. Night fell. After a full 10 hours, the arrival of a female ninja accompanied by a large wolf finally ended his monotonous meditation. "Ah, at last, she has come." The newcomer's ghastly makeup, revealing canine teeth, and the presence of her wolf signified her identity. She was a kunoichi from the Inuzuka clan. This woman, outwardly exuberant and sunny, was, in reality, a scheming vixen. Before the second exam, she would approach anyone, engaging in casual conversation, leading one to believe she was simply being friendly. However, in truth, this cunning individual was marked with dog urine, leaving a trace on anyone she touched, indicating who should be avoided and who could be hunted. Upon entering the forest, she could discern the general situation with a mere sniff. She attempted to pat Shenlong on the shoulder with her contaminated hand, but he deftly evaded her and firmly rebuffed her. His heightened senses were extraordinary. Although his olfactory capabilities might not rival those of the Inuzuka clan, they were certainly comparable. How could Inuzuka Rant's methods escape his notice? While Shenlong was unperturbed by such petty tactics, who would willingly allow someone to smear dog urine on their clothes? Her swift completion of the second exam attested to her exceptional skills. She had initially leveraged her scent marking method to locate a hapless candidate and seized his scroll, fortuitously discovering that it matched her own. However, at this moment, She unexpectedly encountered Uchiha Siren at the finish line. Here you are? Observing Siren roasting snake eggs, bird eggs, and large sweet potatoes over an open fire, Inuzuka Ran was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a radiant smile. She casually settled beside the campfire, her gaze fixated on the large, perfectly roasted snake egg, causing her to unconsciously swallow hard. Siren chuckled softly and picked up a stick to poke at one of the snake eggs. One rolled towards Inuzuka Ran, while another rolled toward the large wolf dog. Without regard for the heat, Ran picked up the snake egg, peeled off the shell, and handed it to the wolf dog beside her. Then reached for another egg to prepare. You have many dogs, don't you? Indeed, probably more than the members of your Uchiha clan, Siren replied, momentarily taken aback but not angered, as he understood that the Inuzuka family members resembled their canine companions. Could you give me one? Siren asked earnestly. Inuzuka Ran paused her chewing, casting him a surprised glance. Sure, what kind of dog do you want? What breed? After pondering for a moment, Siren inquired. Do you have any Chinese rural dogs? Ran blinked in confusion before responding, no. Noticing Siren's slight disappointment, Ran placed her hands on her hips and remarked, I've never even heard of this Chinese rural dog. Based on my knowledge of dog breeds, it doesn't exist among the 5 major domestic breeds. Can you describe its characteristics more specifically? Characteristics? Certainly. This dog is predominantly yellow, with a yellow body, black snout, and white underbelly, commonly referred to as the big yellow. In adulthood, it stands about 30 to 60 centimeters tall, with a very endearing appearance and an intelligent demeanor. Wait, a dog that stands 30 to 60 centimeters tall dares to call itself big yellow? Ran interrupted, bursting into laughter. Siren remained silent, stirring the campfire until Ran had finished laughing. Then continued, this breed has slightly short and robust limbs, giving it a very steady gait. Their temperament is generally timid and gentle. Yet they are fierce protectors of their owners, making them excellent guardians. They possess a resilient spirit, requiring only scraps and water to survive. And they also enjoy forming packs to engage in scuffles. You're describing an Akita, right? Ran ventured. No, it merely resembles an Akita in size and appearance. But it is definitely not an Akita. Siren's firm reply left Ran astonished once more. However, after a brief moment, she casually stated, the dog you describe holds little value for us. I could easily find one. You simply want a little mongrel. I'll bring you one another day. Siren merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to say more. Perhaps he was just making casual conversation, and Ran was merely responding in kind. As time passed, the atmosphere gradually became heavy. In Siren's dark eyes, the blazing campfire burned brightly. You consumed my food. Repay me with a pair of heavenly scrolls. Siren's voice echoed softly in the tranquil night. Heh, you little brat, such audacity. I only ate a few of your snake eggs, not your precious jewels. And you expect me to repay you with scrolls? Have you eaten too many sweet potatoes? Ran retorted boisterously, simultaneously signaling her wolf dog with a gesture. Stubborn and reckless. Unaware of your own demise. Both of them shouted simultaneously, and in an instant, the large wolf dog lunged at him. Siren stood his ground, timing his strike perfectly to deliver a palm strike that caused the dog's gaping maw to snap shut again. A pained howl and the sound of rushing wind filling his ears. Siren deftly evaded the ambush from Ran, then calmly watched the ensuing confrontation between the girl and the dog. The wolf dog was now bloodied, likely injured by its own teeth. Siren had not struck with malice. Otherwise, that palm could have easily ended its life. Ran's face twisted in fury, clearly enraged by her beloved dog's injury, and the wolf dog, undeterred by its pain, lowered its body to charge again. Siren, unfazed, extended his hand towards the duo, stating flatly, "Bring the dog here." As the girl and dog charged, Siren effortlessly absorbed the dual assault and retaliated with a punch to Ran's jaw and a kick to the wolf dog's ribs. Thud, thud. Both yelped in pain as they crashed to the ground. "Wolfmaru," Ran shouted as she struggled to rise, rushing to check on her dog's injuries. Siren did not impede her, remaining in place, clearly not intending to take advantage of her vulnerability, having already established the vast disparity between them during their brief encounter. Watching the struggling, winded Wolfmaru, Ran, filled with concern, chose to retaliate against Siren. Ninjutsu, Tongue of the Wolf. A technique resembling a tornado charged directly at Siren. This jutsu was intended to be used in conjunction with a ninja dog, but with Wolfmaru incapacitated, Ran disregarded the strategy and charged headlong. Siren lightly leaped aside, effortlessly evading her furious strike. Despite being the aggressor, Ran found herself utterly exhausted, her chakra nearly depleted. Dodging and hiding. Is that what makes a man? If you have the guts, don't hide. Initially expressing frustration, she had not anticipated her words would provoke him to abandon evasion. Fine, if you insist on not dodging. I shall see if you can withstand my next strike, Ran quickly proclaimed. After a brief moment of gathering her strength, Ran's fingernails lengthened once more, channeling all her remaining chakra in preparation for a decisive blow. Ninjutsu Wolf Fang. As the colossal wind vortex surged towards him, Siren's expression turned serious. He retreated to a sturdy tree, kicked it down, and grasped the trunk, preparing to counter the impending attack. Boom! With a resounding crash, Siren was pushed back several meters by the overwhelming force of the jutsu, the tree slipping from his grasp. Ran, upon impact, felt an immense force collide with her, sending her flying over 10 meters away, her own technique unable to cease, crashing violently against the hard ground. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Siren calmly approached the unconscious Ran, only to find the wolf dog standing protectively in front of her, barking fiercely. Sighing softly, Siren remarked, "Wolfmaru, is it? Hand over those 2 scrolls and take your owner to the tower for treatment." Ran's arm appeared somewhat disfigured, her fingers bloodied, with multiple abrasions on her body and head. Looking quite pitiful, however, within Siren's perception, her vital signs remained stable, indicating she was not in life-threatening danger. Woof, woof, woof. The wolf dog, still baring its teeth and barking ferociously, caused Siren's expression to grow increasingly grim. "If you continue to disobey, I shall roast you alive." The words of Shenlong resonated in Langwan's ears, and he felt the palpable aura of menace, accompanied by the blazing campfire. In an instant, he wilted, turning to bite down on Inuzuka Land's ninja tool pouch. Lowering his body and tucking his tail between his legs in a gesture of submission, he cautiously approached, step by step, delivering the pouch to Shenlong. Observing the trembling giant wolf dog and the stream of urine trickling down from fear, Shenlong maintained a cold demeanor throughout. The instincts of beasts are exceedingly acute. While they cannot discern the truth of Shenlong's words, they can certainly sense his murderous intent, which filled them with dread. Were it not for his master being unconscious and immobile, he would have fled at once. Shenlong glanced at the pair of man and dog, noting how the wolf dog obediently hoisted Inuzuka Lan and made its way towards the distant tower. Suppressing his disgust, he opened the pouch, reeking of dog urine, and upon seeing the scrolls within, he promptly kicked the pouch towards the nearby fire. The roaring flames instantly engulfed the pouch, and shortly thereafter, the 2 scrolls were reduced to ashes. In this round of the Chunin exam, no one could progress smoothly, including myself. During his leisure, Shenlong inquired about the examination rules from the 2 Chunin proctors in the tower, one of which explicitly stated that any candidate entering the tower without the scrolls would be immediately disqualified. This was precisely why he had ordered Langwan to carry Inuzuka Lan into the tower, to avoid any further complications from her. Returning to his place by the campfire, Shenlong resumed his meditation. He had been diligently focusing his mind lately, seeking to attune to the natural energies that permeate the world. In the realm of ninjas, chakra can be broadly categorized into 3 types. The self-cultivated chakra, which is the most common, the tailed beast chakra, derived from the 10 tails, and the sage chakra, a fusion of spiritual, physical, and natural energies. Among these, sage chakra is the most potent, followed by tailed beast chakra, and then self-cultivated chakra. It can be said that sage chakra represents the highest power in this world. In the climactic battles of the later stages of Naruto, if one lacks mastery of sage techniques, even standing still one may find it difficult to inflict any damage. For instance, when several Hokage teamed up against Obito Uchiha, their fierce onslaught barely registered a dent, as he was immune to all chakra except for sage techniques. Shenlong harbored a deep yearning for sage techniques, but with no mentor to guide him, he could only persistently experiment and contemplate, believing that through his efforts, success might someday be within reach. Despite possessing the strength of a jonin, he alone understood that such power was scarcely sufficient for self-preservation. Although the ninja world appeared tranquil at present, he dreaded the inevitable storms that might arise, fearing he would be unable to endure the onslaught. This night, the Death Forest seemed unusually serene. One would expect it to be filled with the sounds of insects, yet within 1,000 meters of Shenlong, not a single chirp could be heard. as if he were in a forbidden zone for insects. After watching the spectacle for some time, he pondered if the hidden figure would emerge. In Shenlong's perception, a ninja cloaked in shadows lurked within the grass a mere dozen meters ahead. This was a true lone wolf among the candidates. Arriving at the tower not much later than Inuzuka Lawn, he was cautious, cunning, and possessed immense patience and strength, having acquired his scroll through sheer prowess. Devoid of any underhanded tactics like those employed by Inuzuka Lawn, this individual lingered behind her, clearly capable of reaching the tower before her. Yet he chose not to chase the hollow glory of being first, instead opting to shadow her, intending to let Inuzuka Lawn trigger any traps ahead. Of course, a significant reason for his following was to leverage Inuzuka Land's keen sense of smell to evade the formidable beasts of the Death Forest. However, he had not anticipated the emergence of a formidable obstacle that not only blocked the tower entrance, but also incinerated a pair of scrolls. He witnessed her dismal defeat and was stunned by Shenlong's actions, unable to fathom his intentions. His cautious nature forbade him from acting recklessly. Thus he chose to remain hidden in the shadows. Even when Shenlong called out, he had no intention of revealing himself. How shameless! Shenlong rose, furrowing his brow as he scolded, and as his words fell, a shuriken was swiftly unleashed. Thud! Before the sound of the shuriken embedding itself in the tree resonated, he produced 3 more shuriken, throwing them in a triangular formation. Clank! 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 The sounds of metal clashing echoed, and a figure stealthily emerged. Why not evade? As he regarded the figure stepping forth, Shenlong recognized his identity. Is that the Yuno clan? He chuckled. You are indeed quite sinister. Chapter 56. The second lone wolf to be eliminated. Shenlong remarked to the fire with a detached tone. The newcomer, however, remained unfazed, advancing towards Shenlong without pause. As he approached within a meter of Shenlong, he suddenly halted, standing eerily still. Shenlong's expression remained impassive as he launched a swift punch toward the intruder's abdomen, moving with astonishing speed, seemingly catching the other off guard. Yet, an astonishing and bizarre scene unfolded. Shenlong's fist pierced through the man's body. Yet he displayed no sign of pain, and his abdomen bore no wounds, revealing instead a mass of black insects. The figure immediately transformed into a swarm of flying insects, aiming to envelop Shenlong. Unfazed, Shenlong opened his clenched fist, revealing a half-ignited explosive tag. Before the explosion, he activated a body flicker technique, teleporting a dozen meters away. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout much of the Death Forest, with the mass of black insects caught at the epicenter, 99 of them obliterated. Damn it! My painstakingly cultivated illusionary parasitic insects. Yuno Shurching in the grass seethed inwardly, realizing that Shenlong had seen through his illusionary insects. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Ordinarily, aside from the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, it was nearly impossible for anyone below Jonin rank to discern his insect clones. He had not anticipated that this young Uchiha would not only see through his insect clone, but do so with such finesse. Humph. I had intended to use this as a trump card, but since you've uncovered it, allow me to show you my might. Yuno Shurching tore open his shirt, and a mass of blue insects emerged from within his abdomen, their numbers overwhelming and as small as pinpricks, spreading out in all directions, nearly invisible to the naked eye, particularly as their bodies blended with the grass, especially in the dark of night. Yuno Shurching was confident that even Jonin would find themselves at a loss against his insects in such an environment. Shenlong warily observed Yuno Shurching, deliberating whether to charge forward. But just as he resolved to pursue, his keen instincts detected an anomaly. In the air, all around, countless tiny blue insects floated, having completely surrounded him. Even with Shenlong's keen sight, it was difficult to discern their encroaching formation, and by the time he realized, it was already a moment too late. He had underestimated the clans of Konoha, intending to employ the body flicker technique to escape once more. Yet, before he could make a move, a strange sensation coursed through him, signaling impending danger. A diminutive azure insect had somehow crawled up to his ankle, and before he could react, it detonated. A drop of its viscous blue fluid clung to his skin, and Shenlong instantly sensed something was amiss. Huh, I can't move. Shenlong's eyes widened in disbelief. He strained to channel his chakra and summoned his physical strength, attempting to break free from the paralysis enveloping his body. Just 2 more seconds. He furrowed his brow, calculating his control over his body. He realized that the fluid from the burst insect caused a brief paralysis upon contact, even with his prowess. He endured a solid 3 seconds of immobility. 3 seconds is ample time in a ninja confrontation, and now, the swarm of azure flying insects had fully coalesced, detonating one after another before his astonished gaze. As the swarm disintegrated, Shenlong found himself enveloped in green insect fluid, standing frozen in place, when suddenly, a figure emerged from the underbrush. Uchiha Shenlong, the astonishing new generation prodigy. Too bad you encountered me. Noticing Shenlong's silence, Oil Girl Shiqing smiled slightly, saying, "No need to worry. The fluid from the blue silk bug is not lethal. However, with the dosage on your body, there will indeed be side effects. Endure the discomfort for about 10 days, and consider it a punishment for destroying my illusion-type insects." "I believe you are mistaken," Shenlong replied, his voice low. "You rodent. Dare you boast with such trifles? I have been waiting for you to reveal yourself." Upon hearing Shenlong's words, Oil Girl Shiqing felt a chill run down his spine. But before he could react, he saw a blur, and Uchiha Shenlong had almost teleported directly in front of him, his pitch-black eyes striking terror into his heart. In his shock, Oil Girl Shiqing hastily drew a kunai, but Shenlong's movements were as swift as lightning, landing a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him flying several meters away, rolling on the ground for 5 or 6 turns. After taking a direct hit from Shenlong, Oil Girl Shiqing felt his insides churn. A sweet taste surged in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vision began to darken, and just before his consciousness faded, he bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain momentarily halting his impending unconsciousness. Struggling, he looked at Shenlong, bewildered as to why his opponent was still capable of movement. How could one move so swiftly after being struck by that amount of bug fluid? Oil Girl Shiqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Shenlong approach him step by step, the azure garments about him shifting slightly. A thin layer of pale blue chakra manifested around Shenlong, effectively repelling the blue insect fluid, which never touched him. As Shenlong manipulated his chakra, the layer of insect fluid peeled away and fell to the ground. Yet this scene was lost on Oil Girl Shiqing. Seeing Shenlong advance towards him unimpeded, he felt darkness engulf him, and he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Gazing at the unconscious Oil Girl Shiqing, Shenlong expressionlessly retrieved 2 scrolls from his possession, then seized his ankle and dragged him step by step toward the central tower. Mere meters from the entrance, Shenlong nonchalantly discarded him like refuse into the tower. "Find a medical ninja to tend to him." Ignoring the astonished looks of the 2 chunin inside, Shenlong returned to his original position. "What on earth are you doing? You've already collected the scrolls. Why engage in such behavior? You are severely disrupting the exams for others." One of the chunin instructors scolded loudly. "I am a candidate. Of course, I must influence the exams of others. If I do not eliminate the weak, how can I advance?" Stirring the campfire, Shenlong replied calmly. "But you have already collected the scrolls. You cannot impede others' normal progression. You should enter the tower immediately." The chunin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Are you some fool trying to instruct me? Is there a rule that states one must enter the tower after collecting the scrolls? Is there a rule forbidding us from acting against others?" The instructor was left speechless, his face turning pale, and he was about to rush out of the tower to confront Shenlong when another chunin nearby hastily grabbed him, saying, "You cannot go. That would only disrupt the examination further." But he is right. He has not violated any examination rules, though I am uncertain of his intentions. I believe we must report to the Hokage immediately. He cannot be allowed to continue this way. How about this? I will remain here, and you go notify the medical ninja while also visiting the Hokage. It was deep into the night, and finding the Hokage would require a direct visit, which could lead to a scolding. Yet given the unusual circumstances, the chunin reluctantly agreed to this plan. The other chunin nodded in agreement, seeing the sense of responsibility in his colleague, and offered a reassuring pat on the shoulder. 2 hours later, the chunin returned, looking sheepish. He had indeed endured a scolding from the Hokage. When the Hokage opened the door in the middle of the night and saw the chunin, his first reaction was to ask, "Is someone dead?" After all, a death could potentially be the greatest hassle during the chunin exams, but even if someone had perished, there was no need to disturb their rest for such a trivial matter. Would he, the Hokage, really need to rush out at night for the death of a mere genin? With such thoughts, the third Hokage's expression darkened. The chunin quickly clarified that it was not a death, but rather that candidate Uchiha Shenlong was blocking the entrance to the tower. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage immediately became furious. Such a trivial matter requires a nighttime report? What issue could arise from him blocking the entrance and seizing scrolls? You come here to report such insignificant nonsense? What use are you all? It is not that he eliminated 2 candidates. He collected the scrolls but refused to enter the tower, and we have observed him disrupting the normal progression of others in the exam. The Chunin instructor hastily explained. Did he violate any examination rules? The third Hokage, suppressing his fatigue, asked impatiently. No, he did not, the Chunin instructor admitted awkwardly. Then let him be dealt with once he violates the rules. How many can he possibly defeat? Is this the extent of your ability to manage the examination? Return and continue monitoring. Any further issues must wait until dawn to report. The third Hokage barked in annoyance. The Chunin instructor, startled, swiftly complied. Racing back toward the forest of death, the guarding Chunin, upon seeing him return, promptly inquired about the situation, and upon learning of the Hokage's orders, they decided not to intervene with Uchiha Shenlong. The crackling campfire popped and crackled. The sounds of insects filled the forest, while Shenlong remained immobile, meditating in silence. Although he could not yet perceive the formless and intangible natural energy, he felt a subtle unity of spirit and focus beginning to take shape, amplifying his sensory perception significantly. Gradually, as time passed, a figure appeared within his range of perception. Tonight, only lone wolves had come. They operated independently, only needing to seize a single scroll, which allowed them to act with remarkable speed, especially individuals like Oil Girl Shirching, who thrived alone. The duo and trio teams, needing to gather 2 or even 3 pairs of scrolls to complete the examination, found their pace considerably slowed. After all, they first had to seek out teams of equal numbers or recruit several lone wanderers for collection, and they had to see if the scrolls were suitable. Thus, those truly capable candidates often scorned the idea of forming teams, as such elites were precisely what Konoha desperately needed. The newcomer appeared confident in his abilities, unlike Yamanaka Shikamaru, who was cautious, or Inuzuka Kiba, who was brash. He maintained a distance while curiously observing the rising Sholen. What shall I call you? Sholen inquired, feeling discomfort from the aura emanating from the newcomer, whose sharp presence rendered his expression grave. Hyuga Masahiro, the newcomer, introduced himself. Sholen was taken aback. He had not anticipated this individual to be the father of the character from the original narrative. However, upon closer inspection, Sholen felt a twinge of confusion and asked, "At your age, you shouldn't be participating in the Chunin exams now. You must have graduated long ago, correct?" Masahiro, surprised, nodded and sat by the campfire, gesturing for Sholen to join him. "You are Uchiha Sholen, right? Only 9 years old this year, as I heard in the classroom." "Indeed. The Uchiha clan is renowned for nurturing geniuses. Their legacy is truly astonishing. You are quite knowledgeable about the Uchiha clan?" Sholen resumed his place, intrigued by Masahiro, who seemed in no hurry to enter the tower. He remembered that Masahiro had perished during the Ninetales invasion, falling before the 4th Hokage sealed the beast. A figure of great sacrifice. "I know a little," Masahiro replied. "You still haven't answered my question," Sholen pressed. "I graduated 3 years ago. The reason I waited until now to participate in the Chunin exams is due to my training outside." "Training outside? As a newly graduated genin, where could you possibly train? Does Konoha allow such freedom? And for 3 years at that? Do you fancy yourself a second-generation Hokage like Naruto, able to roam with Jiraiya?" "Ah, the Rain Village." Masahiro pondered, deeming it inconsequential to disclose. Sholen was astounded. He couldn't believe Masahiro had ventured to such a place. At that time, the Rain Village was a battleground for the great nations, embroiled in endless conflict, with tangled power struggles leading to frequent clashes. Its unique geographical position resembled that of Afghanistan on Earth, making it a coveted territory among military strategists. Masahiro's father was a command officer responsible for stabilizing the situation in the Rain Village. After Masahiro's graduation, he had gone there to train under his father's protection, adapting early to the realities of war and slaughter. The battlefield serves as an excellent crucible for shaping individuals, having endured the fires of combat. Masahiro had developed a maturity and strength beyond his peers. He was the heir to the Hyuga clan and the hope for its revival. This Chunin exam was his opportunity to shine and showcase the brilliance of the Hyuga. Unlike Inuzuka or Yamanaka, Masahiro had recently encountered a trio of candidates. defeating them in a 1 versus 3 battle to seize their scrolls. Though he hurried toward the central tower, he had faced numerous formidable beasts along the way, which delayed his progress compared to Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shikamaru. Are you blocking the way here with the intent to seize scrolls? Masahiro asked with a smile. Seeing Sholen nod, he chuckled. The first candidate to reach the tower will not easily part with their belongings. Masahiro believed he was the first to arrive at the tower, observing Sholen's position as a gatekeeper. If he won, he could directly enter the tower, and Sholen did not appear to be a defeated candidate. Thus, Masahiro surmised he had successfully gathered his scrolls first. Chapter 58. A fearsome opponent. Oh, it's not difficult to seize, Sholen replied with a smile, finding Inuzuka Kiba's scroll indeed easy pickings. His words caused Masahiro to frown, interpreting it as disdain for his own capabilities. In the next moment, he sheathed his smile and drew his blade. Sholen was taken aback, unsure why Masahiro suddenly turned hostile. Yet, he felt no need to question further. Combat was inevitable. The two gradually rose, Sholen producing a kunai as they both assumed combat stances. Masahiro did not underestimate Sholen due to his age. He was a man who had faced life and death trials, and Sholen's aura sent a shiver down his spine, as if he were confronting a jonin, especially when Sholen became serious. His terrifying gaze, dark eyes radiating his will, created an unknown sense of pressure that left Masahiro's heart racing. That was the intangible product of the fusion of mental strength, willpower, and ocular prowess, unconsciously influencing Masahiro's mindset. Noticing the mounting pressure, Masahiro took the initiative, though he could not fathom why he felt apprehensive toward someone younger. Still, he understood the principle of advancing fearlessly. Masahiro took several swift steps forward, launching a powerful downward strike with his blade. Relying on his age advantage, he assumed Sholen would be unable to withstand his blow. If Sholen dodged, he believed the pressure would dissipate instantly. Clang! To Masahiro's surprise, a sharp sound echoed through the night as Uchiha Sholen met his strike head-on. Watching the kunai nearly cleaved in twain and Sholen retreating 2 paces, both were taken aback. Sholen was astonished by the force of Masahiro's blow and the sharpness of his blade, while Masahiro marveled at Sholen's ability to withstand his strike. This technique emphasized raw power, and few below the rank of jonin could endure such an assault, especially not someone of Sholen's age, who displayed surprising strength. Masahiro's expression darkened. Sholen's talent left him shaken. Yet he had no time for further contemplation as the mental pressure, though diminished, still lingered. Fixating on Sholen's eyes, Masahiro exerted force through his blade once more. With the surge of power, Sholen was compelled to retreat yet again, his kunai on the verge of breaking. Frowning, Masahiro resolved to procure a more suitable weapon post-examination, reluctantly opting to evade. Abandoning his nearly shattered kunai, Sholen sidestepped Masahiro's diagonal slash, then executed several backflips to create distance. Masahiro, glancing at the broken kunai and considering Sholen's age, felt a flush of heat on his face. He sheathed his sword and stated, "I apologize. I should not have relied on my weapon to gain an advantage over you. There's no need for such courtesy. You may fight with all your might." Sholen interjected decisively. "I certainly will not hold back," Masahiro replied. Yet seeing that he still had no intention of drawing his sword, Sholen grew impatient and charged forward. So swift. Observing Sholen's near-instantaneous speed, Masahiro was once again astonished. Leaf Whirlwind. Victory Blue initiated the assault on the upper lane, and upon noticing the evasive maneuvers of Sunset True Red, he swiftly redirected his attack to the lower lane. At this moment, his speed was astonishingly rapid, far surpassing that of the original character, Shaoli, and there was no possibility of countering his moves as seen in the original work. In fact, with Sunset True Red's agility, it was impossible to evade this strike. With a resounding thud, Sunset True Red experienced the might of Victory Blue, who left a small crater in his wake from the force of the impact. The arm that braced against the blow was left tingling with pain. Utilizing the slight depression in the ground, Sunset True Red engaged in a fierce melee with Victory Blue, both warriors following the path of raw strength, resulting in a brutal exchange where every collision of fists and feet resonated deeply with both combatants. Victory Blue, having trained under Might Guy, was somewhat accustomed to such close-quarters combat and had nearly grown numb to the pain. Sunset True Red, on the other hand, found himself struggling. Although his strength exceeded that of Victory Blue, he often found himself pushing to his limits, attempting to overpower his opponent, only to discover that Victory Blue's martial prowess allowed him to effortlessly counter and absorb the force. Additionally, his own agility lagged behind that of his adversary, causing Sunset True Red to gradually find himself at a disadvantage. Although he possessed superior strength, his lack of speed and technique made it evident that without a desperate effort, defeat was inevitable. Realizing his martial technique was faltering, Sunset True Red swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a simple wind release technique. Wind release, blade of wind. With a swift motion, a blade of wind surged toward Victory Blue, forcing him to retreat momentarily, allowing Sunset True Red to create distance and catch his breath while preparing for his next move. Jinjutsu, binding technique. As Sunset True Red uttered these words, a vine materialized from behind Victory Blue, ensnaring him in an instant. Observing the rapidly advancing Sunset True Red, Victory Blue smirked, his eyes widening slightly, pupils narrowing as he prepared for the next move. Uchiha Genjutsu Rebound. Suddenly, Sunset True Red found his vision blurring, horrified to realize that their positions had swapped. He was now ensnared by the vine, while Victory Blue charged toward him with a kunai in hand. In a moment of panic, Sunset True Red bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain allowing him to break free from the binding. As the kunai approached, he had no time for hesitation, instinctively drawing his blade to block. Clang! With his strike thwarted, Victory Blue retaliated with a kick aimed at Sunset True Red's abdomen. Caught off guard, Sunset True Red was propelled several meters away. Victory Blue made no attempt to advance further, calmly awaiting his opponent's next move. Sensing that Sunset True Red had more to offer than what he had displayed thus far, coughing, Sunset True Red acknowledged, "Uchiha Victory Blue, you are indeed a formidable opponent. However, I have my own reasons for not losing. Allow me to demonstrate the profound techniques of my clan." After a brief moment of struggle, he rose to his feet, clutching his abdomen. He had pushed himself to the brink, realizing that Victory Blue still retained some stamina. He knew he had to give it his all, not just for himself, but to honor his father's expectations. Having left home at a young age, bidding farewell to family and friends, he spent 3 years honing his skills in chaotic territories, enduring countless battles and relentless training. He could not allow this minor Chunin exam to be his downfall. He bore the responsibility of revitalizing his clan, with many relatives watching him as the hope of the Sunset family. He could not falter here. Phantom Blade Technique. Sunset True Red declared, gripping his sword tightly. A colossal crimson sun materialized behind him, and upon witnessing this, Victory Blue was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed by the brilliance of the glowing orb that pierced his eyes, forcing him to instinctively turn his head away and shut his eyes tight. Flash! In an instant, Sunset True Red lunged forward as if teleporting, delivering a lethal strike with his blade, its white edge radiating a menacing glimmer. In Victory Blue's moment of blindness, he barely registered the ferocious attack. He raised his right hand, positioning the kunai to intercept the incoming strike, while his left hand formed seals, activating the body flicker technique in a split second. Clang! A sharp sound resonated as Victory Blue's kunai was cleaved in two. Yet with the momentum of his evasive maneuver, he managed to shift his position by a meter, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow from Sunset True Red. Feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder, Victory Blue slowly opened his eyes, only to be confronted with the sight of blood streaming from his left shoulder. His expression darkened as he activated his Sharingan, realizing that despite his timely evasion and the application of the body flicker technique, he had still been struck. I intended to rely solely on my physical prowess to secure victory in this Chunin exam, yet I did not foresee the emergence of such a remarkable individual. Victory Blue remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Sunset True Red. As he raised his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback, closing his Sharingan again. Sunset True Red was collapsing forward, and Victory Blue hastily grasped the back of his shirt, ensuring he did not fall onto his own blade. Sunset True Red had clearly lost consciousness, having reached his limits. This Phantom Blade technique was extraordinarily powerful, so much so that even Victory Blue could not withstand its full force, forcing him to evade. The sheer might of this technique was evident. He felt fortunate for his quick reflexes. Otherwise, the injury he sustained would have been far worse. The steel-crafted kunai had been effortlessly severed, and as Victory Blue reflected on the encounter, a chill of apprehension coursed through him. This technique combined illusion, physical combat, and swordsmanship. Representing the pinnacle of the Sunset Clan's secret arts, demanding immense mental and physical strength. It was said to be a technique specifically designed to counter those with ocular powers. A legacy crafted by an ancestor of the Sunset clan to rival the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. With my ocular abilities, even I find such illusions blinding and nearly impossible to confront. Though transient, the essence of this technique is utterly incomprehensible. No, the radiant red sun is but an illusion. The true nature of the attack lies in its psychological assault. It employs intangible spiritual energy to strike the enemy, delivering a fatal blow in the moment of disorientation. The creator of this technique undoubtedly possessed strength rivaling that of a Kage, and the Sunset clan, along with every family in Konoha, should not be underestimated. Victory Blue had underestimated the prowess of the younger generation, nearly falling victim to the blade of a mere clan member. He chastised himself for being overly complacent. That strike could have easily proven fatal, as Sunset True Red had mastered lethal techniques during his training in the Land of Rain, and in battle, he had no intention of holding back. With a deadly intent and lethal skills at his disposal, this was the battlefield awareness imparted to him by his father. Victory Blue bore no ill will towards him. In fact, he found this fierce opponent somewhat likable, certainly more so than the abrasive Inazuka Kiba or the sinister Aburame Shino. Retrieving bandages from his pouch, Victory Blue skillfully wrapped his wound. Although the injury was deep and bleeding profusely, it did not affect his combat capabilities. Once his injury was tended to, he approached Sunset True Red, retrieving his scroll before unceremoniously tossing him into the nearby tower. With these tasks completed, dawn began to break, and he leaped onto a sturdy tree nearby, preparing to rest for a while, as the battle with Sunset True Red had taken a considerable toll on his energy, especially that technique of instantaneous lateral movement, which is several times more challenging than ordinary teleportation and inflicts significant damage on the body. A mere lateral shift of 1 meter resulted in muscle strains, and the body that had shown slight improvement now seemed to exhibit signs of relapse. He trembled with fatigue. His muscles began to rebel against him. Cursed be the fate. He must acquire the life-giving water of Myobokuzen before his body completely crumbles. For 3 to 4 hours, no one approached the tall tower, and Shengluan had essentially regained his composure. He chose a robust, leafy tree to lie in ambush, and suddenly, 3 figures appeared simultaneously in his perception. Within less than a day, he had gathered 3 pairs of scrolls. Such speed indicated that it was indeed the original team. The trio of boars, deer, and butterflies. Lying in wait, he murmured gravely. As his chakra began to flow steadily within him, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching trio. 50 meters, 30 meters, until just over 10 meters remained. Shengluan took the initiative and launched a vigorous assault against the 3, causing the branch beneath his feet to dent. Utilizing the powerful rebound from the side branch, his speed surged to a terrifying level in the next moment. The 3 individuals, upon witnessing the fierce figure charging towards them, involuntarily displayed expressions of shock. Nara Shikaku appeared particularly horrified. Upon hearing the commotion, he immediately formed a hand sign. He had just received a warning from Yamanaka and Noichi about an ambush ahead, yet he did not expect the adversary to strike with such ferocity. His shadow imitation technique seemed too late to deploy. Moreover, the initial target was himself. Watching the incoming fist, Nara Shikaku instinctively stepped back. "Be careful," Yamanaka and Noichi shouted loudly. Boom. Just as the fist was about to collide with Nara Shikaku, a corpulent figure quickly intervened, blocking the blow. Although the newcomer appeared bloated and overweight, his reactions were surprisingly agile and swift. Seeing the hefty figure obstruct the target, Shengluan's eyes narrowed, and all his strength surged in that instant. He unleashed his full power. "Ah!" A scream echoed as Akimichi Choza felt excruciating pain in his arm, and both he and Nara Shikaku were sent flying a dozen meters by the tremendous force. "Choza!" Nara Shikaku cried out as he crawled to his side, but before he could assess Akimichi Choza's injuries, Yamanaka and Noichi roared, "Shikaku, be careful!" Without hesitation, Nara Shikaku formed hand signs. Shadow Binding Technique. This binding technique is arguably the fastest among the Shadow series' secret arts. As Shengluan was just a meter away, the shadow binding ensnared him, but the adversary's fist was exceedingly fierce, nearly breaking free at that moment. Shadow binding technique successful. Nara Shikaku let out a sigh of relief. Feeling the rush of wind from the punch, he widened his eyes, grateful that he managed to intervene. Otherwise, being struck by that fist could have cost him dearly. Chapter 60. The terror of the boars, deer, and butterflies. Such ferocity, such brutality. Nara Shikaku was astonished by Xingluan's ruthlessness, and the hand signs in his grasp shifted. Ninja art, shadow strangulation. Xingluan found himself bound by an inexplicable force, and then felt a soft, boneless arm swiftly encircle his neck. Humph! Xingluan snorted coldly, his chakra erupting in an instant, suppressing the hand that gripped his neck to his chest, even causing it to sink further. Kunoichi! Nara Shikaku exclaimed in terror, witnessing his shadow strangulation technique being so easily and brutally countered for the first time. Ninja art, mind turn technique. The hand signs directed at the ensnared Xingluan activated the mind turn technique, causing Yamanaka Inoichi to collapse weakly in place. This was the reaction following the activation of the secret art. In an instant, Xingluan felt a consciousness forcefully invading his mental space, seeking to replace him and control his body. In the dim, formless recesses of his consciousness, Yamanaka Inoichi skillfully unleashed his mental power, intent on seizing control of Xingluan's body. Ichem! Yamanaka Inoichi let out a soft grunt, realizing that the surrounding environment began to brighten gradually. Within this void of nothingness, he not only perceived the space becoming luminous, but also sensed that his mental domain was slowly expanding, his emitted mental power seemingly waning, and his control diminishing. The space began to slip from his grasp. Alarmed, Yamanaka Inoichi hastily intensified his mental power release, striving to stabilize his control. However, as he amplified his mental energy, an unexpected shift occurred. He found his body shrinking several dozen times in an instant. How could this be? No, it wasn't my body that shrank, but rather this mental space abruptly expanded exponentially. This is bad. Yamanaka Inoichi felt a wave of dread. This anomaly exceeded his understanding. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon within another's consciousness space, and he could not rationalize the situation. Attempting to control Xingluan's body had become utterly unrealistic. With this thought, Yamanaka Inoichi resolutely decided to withdraw. Yet, before he could dispel his technique, he noticed violent fluctuations at the highest point of the space. And two massive blood-red suns appeared out of nowhere, their radiance blinding and compelling him to shield his eyes. Blood-red suns? Could it be? Yamanaka Inoichi's mind was shaken, making a bold conjecture. As if affirming his thoughts, a resounding voice echoed throughout the realm at that moment. Found you. Ah. Yamanaka Inoichi stumbled back in fright, his hair standing on end as he felt an overwhelming terror fixated upon him. Those two enormous suns transformed into colossal Sharingan, and an eerie, malevolent aura seeped from them. Sharingan, that oppressive crimson light capable of subduing consciousness and binding souls, was its formidable ocular power. Ah! Yamanaka Inoichi was struck with astonishment, realizing he was ensnared by an invisible force, rendered incapable of dispelling his ninjutsu. Moreover, it was not merely restraint. He sensed the entire space being manipulated, the surrounding void compressing around him, compelling him to involuntarily draw in his limbs, his body standing upright in a rigid I shape. The intense pressure gradually suffocating him, his eyes involuntarily rolling back. Yet, just before he could be crushed, the compressive sensation suddenly dissipated, and he gasped for breath, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve. Did your master not inform you that forcibly intruding into another's consciousness space with a vast disparity in mental power is an exceptionally foolish endeavor? While gasping for air, Yamanaka Inoichi suddenly noticed Uchiha Xingluan standing before him, his words causing Yamanaka Inoichi to shudder, instantly awakening him to the gravity of his mistake. Xingluan's words echoed his father's admonition. Inoichi, remember, the mind-turn technique should not be used recklessly. It must be applied judiciously, especially against those with formidable mental strength and unwavering will. Employing the mind-turn technique in circumstances where the disparity in mental power is vast is an exceedingly foolish and perilous act. He recalls, in a state of naive inquiry, "Father, how shall I discern such individuals? Can the heart-turn technique be effective against peers? Of course it can, my foolish son. Do you think our family's secret arts are so inadequate? My only warning pertains to the possibility that your opponent holds an overwhelming strength. As for the ability to discern the potency of their mental power, you will naturally come to understand this as you mature. So essentially, this technique renders one invincible among peers. Is that correct, father?" Observing the eager and proud gaze of his son, the clan leader of the mountains, Hachi's father, chuckled, and nodded. Barring unforeseen circumstances, once ensnared, there is no escape. Now, recalling these past events, Yamashita Hachi felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent today. It was evident that Uchiha Siren's mental prowess could easily overpower him. It was said that the other party was merely 9 years old this year. What a monster! Yamashita Hachi managed to utter, his face pale with fear. What do you want? I concede. If you desire the scroll, I can provide it. Just let me go back. Yamashita Hachi resignedly stated, having lost the courage to confront Siren after witnessing his terrors. Moreover, given the current circumstances, he could not afford to ponder further. He merely wished to return to his own body and distance himself from this creature. Considering you have invaded my consciousness space, and given that you have seen things you ought not to have, I must teach you a lesson. As Siren's voice fell, Yamashita Hachi felt his limbs involuntarily stretch out, his entire being suspended in midair like a letter T. Farewell, Uchiha Siren, as he watched the dark eyes emit 2 slender beams of white light. At the moment of their appearance, they burgeoned into 2 white swords of light, piercing through the void and, in the blink of an eye, impaled his feet. Ah! Yamashita Hachi screamed in anguish, a searing pain coursing through him, causing his very soul to tremble. I saw nothing. Please, spare me. He cried out desperately. Knowing that the events of today would haunt him for eternity, Siren might very well become his nightmare. Siren, unfazed by Hachi's pleas, regarded him with cold indifference. And the white light in his eyes flickered once more, manifesting 2 additional swords of light that pierced through Hachi's hands. These swords, forged from ocular power and propelled by illusionary techniques, magnified Hachi's agony tenfold. Ah! Yamashita Hachi shrieked again, his eyes bulging, in his state of consciousness. Unless he was forcefully shattered, he could only endure, unable to faint. Witnessing Hachi's soul convulsing, resembling a spirit in severe instability, Siren furrowed his brow, reflecting on the frailty of his opponent's endurance. This wasn't surprising, for he remained oblivious to the vast chasm of mental disparity between himself and Hachi, especially as he currently resided within his consciousness space, wherein his mental power was heightened to its zenith. A mere ocular technique was a soul-shattering assault that far exceeded what Yamashita Hachi could withstand. Withdrawing the white swords of ocular power embedded in Hachi's limbs, Siren observed him quietly. Everything within the consciousness space remained hidden from the outside world, and the temporal difference within was immense compared to the external flow of time. From the moment Yamashita Hachi collapsed to Siren's action took merely 10 seconds. Riku, withdraw the shadow. Uchiha Siren is now under my control. Siren suddenly spoke in Hachi's voice, instructing Nara Riku with a light-hearted smile. Upon hearing this, Nara Riku visibly relaxed, exhaling a deep breath. The oppressive aura from Uchiha Siren was incredibly weighty, a sensation he had never experienced among his peers. Such a humanoid dragon was terrifying. He had nearly been annihilated. Thankfully, his teammate was reliable. Nara Riku chuckled, signaling for the shadow to be retracted. With the restraints dissipated, Siren's lips curled into a cold smirk. Yet, before he could react, the shadow, which had been withdrawn by 90%, extended once more, binding his body anew. Riku, what are you doing? Siren, with Hachi's voice, inquired in confusion, while Akimichi Doza, who was aware of the situation, gazed at Nara Riku with equal bewilderment. What kind of monster are you? Nara Riku asked, his face contorted in horror, his hands forming seals trembling violently. You're spouting nonsense, Siren, in Hachi's voice, retorted with displeasure. You are not Hachi. You are still Uchiha Siren, imitating Hachi's voice. Nara Riku shouted, interrupting, while Akimichi Doza's expression drastically changed, his body covered in goosebumps. Doza, unleash your full power quickly. Nara Riku bellowed once more, executing the shadow binding technique with all his might. Without time to question further, Doza, being Riku's close partner, instinctively trusted him in battle, responding without hesitation. Double technique, meatball tank. As Akimichi Doza formed hand seals, his body suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal meatball, with his limbs and head retracting within. Chakra surging forth as the rapidly spinning and powerfully enhanced meatball charged towards the bound Uchiha Siren. Upon witnessing the impending meatball assault, Siren was momentarily taken aback, then snorted coldly as his chakra erupted like a volcano, breaking free from the shadow's grip almost instantaneously. having just escaped confinement. He could only raise his arm to shield himself in the split second before impact. Bang! Siren was sent flying several meters by the collision, rolling multiple times before finally halting against a large tree. Observing the motionless Uchiha Siren on the ground, Akimichi Doza hesitantly inquired, "Did we win?" "Don't worry about him. Let us check on Hachi first." "All right." Upon uncovering Yamashita Hachi, face down and unconscious, the two were horrified to discover that he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. His breath faint. "Hachi!" They both cried out simultaneously. "Do you think such an attack could defeat me?" A chilling voice emerged from behind Nara Riku, as Uchiha Siren was nearly pressed against his back. "When did he?" Nara Riku's eyes widened in terror, frozen in place, unable even to breathe deeply, his chest feeling as if it were engulfed in flames. "Stay calm. You merely seek the scroll, right? I can give it to you. Just spare us." Nara Riku, drenched in cold sweat, pleaded, aware that Uchiha Siren could eliminate him in an instant, with Doza unable to assist in time. "Haha," Siren chuckled coldly. Nara Riku dared not move. He could not see Siren's expression but interpreted his laughter as an agreement. "How did you discern that I am not Yamashita Hachi?" Siren suddenly asked, puzzled. "Just as my shadow technique alerts them upon success, Hachi's technique does the same. He would inform us when the heart turn technique was successful." Nara Riku sighed, explaining. "So it was that simple." Shenlong nodded, secretly amazed that the other party was indeed the father of Nara Shikamaru. The intelligence and reflexes of both father and son were truly remarkable. "Which type of scroll do you lack? Heaven or earth?" Nara Shikaku inquired. Drip, drip. The sound of liquid falling onto the grass echoed, a faint metallic scent of blood wafting into Nara Shikaku's nostrils, yet the figure behind him remained utterly unresponsive. After a long while, as Nara Shikaku grew increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow and his body tensed to the point of numbness. The person behind him finally sighed softly. "I'm sorry." "Why?" Nara Shikaku's eyes widened, but before he could pose another question, a sharp pain struck at the nape of his neck, sending him flying several meters away, plunging him into unconsciousness. "Partial multiplication technique," Akimichi Choza exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. One hand rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive palm that came crashing down toward Shenlong. Boom. Huh. Akimichi Choza was horrified, the peculiar sensation from his palm causing him to panic. He witnessed Shenlong propelling himself upward, forcefully resisting the descending giant hand, half of his lower leg sinking into the ground under the immense pressure. Shenlong gazed expressionlessly at Akimichi Choza, then swiftly evaded, allowing the giant hand to fall harmlessly to the ground. Konoha's gale force. Before Akimichi Choza could retract his hand, Shenlong appeared in front of him, delivering a kick that sent him flying over 10 meters. The colossal hand, along with its wielder, scraped against the ground, tearing up a patch of grass. And Akimichi Choza fell unconscious. After retrieving the scroll, Shenlong casually took a pouch of medicine from Nara Shikaku and tossed them all into the high tower. Teacher Izumi? What brings you here?" Shenlong exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Uchiha Izumi inside the tower. "I'm on break, but Elder 3 caught me and asked me to check in." Uchiha Izumi replied, a hint of embarrassment in her smile. "Is he worried I won't make it to Chunin?" Shenlong rolled his eyes. "Not at all. But could you please tend to that wound on your shoulder first?" Acknowledging her concern with a nod, Shenlong understood that Uchiha Izumi was referring to the injury inflicted by Akimichi Choza after being struck by Yuhi Kurinai's attack. His entire arm was drenched in blood, nearly staining half his body red. He retrieved a bottle of healing ointment from Nara Shikaku's medical pouch, applied it painfully to the wound, then wrapped it with fresh bandages. Once Shenlong completed this, Uchiha Izumi teased, "You look rather haggard. Your opponent must be quite formidable." I encountered a tough opponent. It stung." Shenlong replied with a smile. "Haha, so did you lose?" "No, I won," Shenlong said with a hint of pride. "Then why aren't you going into the tower?" Uchiha Izumi asked, astonished. Even now, Shenlong remained outside the tower conversing with her, showing no intention of entering. The rules of this Chunin exam had not changed. Why was he not opting to advance? Shenlong shook his head. "I'll wait for the 3rd Hokage to arrive first." "The 3rd Hokage?" Uchiha Izumi exclaimed, glancing around in surprise. "He's coming? What for?" Shenlong did not elaborate, merely pointing towards a Chunin who was anxiously departing, nodding mysteriously. Half an hour later, Uchiha Izumi learned the actual circumstances through the Chunin guarding the tower. if it weren't for Konoha's strict regulations prohibiting interference in the exam. Uchiha Izumi would have rushed out to confront Shenlong about his intentions. Not advancing is one thing, but why eliminate others? Isn't that just creating enmity? Especially when those eliminated have strong backing and formidable connections. Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Yuhi were one matter, but the Inoshikacho trio was a legitimate heirloom combination, with the three designated successors from their respective prominent clans. This was no secret in Konoha. Every Konoha ninja sought to avoid antagonizing them, yet today, they were all taken out by Uchiha Shenlong. The thought of this left Uchiha Izumi restless. He was eager to ascertain Shenlong's motives. He called out Shenlong's name multiple times within the tower, yet received no response. Unable to venture outside for fear of disrupting the exam and risking Shenlong's disqualification, he felt frantic. Chapter 62. The Hokage's compromise. An hour later, the Hokage and the three legendary ninjas arrived in quick succession. Upon seeing the 6 unconscious participants inside the tower, the third Hokage was both shocked and furious. He immediately instructed Tsunade to treat them personally, his expression dark as he stepped out of the tower in search of the culprit, Uchiha Shenlong. Noticing the third Hokage's grim demeanor, Tsunade signaled to Jiraiya and Orochimaru to follow her, while she remained behind to assess the injuries of Yamanaka and Oichi. The third Hokage, initially filled with rage, felt a pang of compassion upon seeing Shenlong's bloodied state. Suppressing his anger, he sighed helplessly. Why did you do this? For no particular reason. I merely wish to convey to everyone that even if one solely relies on physical techniques, it does not preclude one from becoming a Chunin or even a Jonin. You've already proven yourself. Why not enter the tower? The third Hokage inquired, clearly realizing the reason behind Shenlong's actions, standing up for that lower-ranked ninja who relied solely on physical skills. Proving is one matter. Entering the tower is another. Shenlong replied with a grin, leaving Jiraiya and Orochimaru puzzled by his words. Was he not just a youth eager to prove himself? The third Hokage's face darkened as he sternly questioned, what do you mean by that? Simply put, if I can clear a path for my brother, then others can find their way as well. If you obstruct my brother's advancement, I shall obstruct the paths of others. Shenlong stood resolutely before the third Hokage, his expression serious as he laid his cards on the table. Who do you think you are? How many more can you hold back in your current state? The third Hokage scoffed. The strongest have already been eliminated. The remaining weaklings I can handle with a mere gesture. Would you like to see? Shenlong's complexion was somewhat pale, yet his words brimmed with audacity, instilling discomfort in the third Hokage. Preposterous. The confrontational atmosphere left Jiraiya and Orochimaru astonished, their jaws dropping. They were unaware of the situation but were taken aback by Uchiha Shenlong's audacity. At some point, it had become common to proclaim the third Hokage as the strongest of all Hokages. While this was merely flattery, nearly everyone believed that, at this juncture, the Hokage possessed the greatest strength and authority within Konoha, an undeniable truth. Unexpectedly, this 9-year-old child dared to confront the Hokage's might without a hint of fear. The audacity of youth knows no bounds. Jiraiya thought to himself, admiring the boy's courage. Are you threatening me? The third Hokage asked, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile. In response, Shenlong merely lowered his gaze in silence, settling back against a stone as he sat on the ground. Did you come here to forcibly revoke my qualification for the exam? The third Hokage's expression shifted, staring intently at Shenlong without offering a reply. He was wary of the Uchiha clan and even more so of public opinion. Even as Hokage, he could not act recklessly. It seems not. I didn't expect the Hokage to adhere to the rules as well. What is it that you truly desire? The third Hokage demanded, having no time to entertain Shenlong's jesting. Let my elder brother have the opportunity for promotion to a Jonin and nothing more. Shenlong stated with closed eyes. He chose his brother over his future. This decision would undoubtedly leave a profoundly negative impression on the third Hokage, yet he harbored no regrets. Minutes passed as the third Hokage stood motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Shenlong, his expression grave, lost in thought. Within the confines of the rules, if I can obstruct one selection, I can obstruct a second. Unless the Hokage wishes to disregard the regulations. Enough. The third Hokage thundered once more, cutting off Shenlong's threats. I can agree to your request, but it must wait until the next selection, and you must gain the understanding of the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Sarutobi, and the other clans, including the Akimichi. Furthermore, You are prohibited from participating in the Chunin exams for the next decade. I detest being threatened. The third Hokage finally relented, though he imposed numerous stipulations alongside his concession. That is only fitting. I am not unreasonable. As for what you perceive as a threat, very well, I accept it. Shenlong suddenly rose, laughing heartily, before striding into the high tower. Thus, Uchiha Shenlong was also placed on the list of eliminations. The third Hokage remained silent, observing Shenlong's retreating figure, his expression shifting from somber to stormy, clearly insulted by Shenlong's derision of his narrow-mindedness. This fellow is becoming increasingly audacious. Although reason told him that Uchiha Shenlong was not inherently malevolent, he could not accept the boy's demeanor, a young lad lacking reverence. Gifted with exceptional talent, yet resistant to authority, such a person is difficult to entrust with significant responsibilities and is hardly a valuable asset. The third Hokage pondered, unsure how to handle Shenlong. Given his youth, the Hokage decided to observe him a bit longer. Perhaps in a few years, circumstances might change. After all, he is still but a child. With a sigh, the third Hokage turned to leave. An hour later, he issued a decree, announcing the invalidation of the second round of the Chunin exams, compelling all participants to exit the Forest of Death. The reason given by a Jonin proctor was that a formidable beast had been discovered within the forest, and fearing for lives, the Hokage mandated the cancellation of the examination, which would be rescheduled in 10 days. Reactions were mixed. Some rejoiced while others seethed, and the candidates were left in chaos as the Jonin, seeing the disorder, swiftly departed. As night fell, Uchiha Fugaku summoned Shenlong, unleashing a torrent of scolding upon him. Shenlong, with a thick skin, remained silent, while his cousin, Mikoto, noticing her grandfather's fatigue from the lengthy tirade, kindly prepared him a cup of fine tea. Uchiha Fugaku praised her for her thoughtfulness, and after wetting his throat, he resumed his scolding. Shenlong shot a glare at Mikoto, reigniting Fugaku's ire. This scene was familiar to Mikoto. She had once attempted to intervene, but as it became a frequent occurrence, she found amusement in Shenlong's chastisement and ceased her efforts. She understood her grandfather meant no harm. Her father had endured similar reprimands in his youth. Why on earth did you choose to act in such a manner? This serves you no advantage and has offended so many, including the Hokage. Speak. Uchiha Fugaku bellowed. I merely wished to demonstrate my strength, Shenlong replied candidly. Foolish. Utterly foolish. Fugaku roared again. Seeing his grandfather's face redden with anger, Shenlong quickly nodded and spoke submissively. Yes, I regret it. I should not have acted so arrogantly. I promise it will not happen again. Please, calm down. Noticing Shenlong's humble demeanor, Fugaku softened slightly, momentarily halting his tirade. Who did this to you? Uchiha Fugaku inquired after taking a sip of tea. From the Yuhi clan. I was injured by their ultimate technique. I cannot blame them, as I lacked a suitable weapon. Otherwise, they would not have been able to harm me, Shenlong replied truthfully. Yuhi? Ultimate technique? How do you know this, old man? Shenlong asked, realizing the question was unnecessary. The Yuhi clan, like the Hitaki clan, is a small and scarce lineage. Although they are considered a second-rate clan due to their limited numbers, their heritage is impressive, particularly their illusionary blade technique, which is said to be lethal. I did not expect you to withstand it, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, it is powerful, but had I possessed a suitable weapon, a fine blade, Shenlong's voice trailed off, leaving an awkward silence. Even a fool can see you are clearly seeking a weapon. Uchiha Fugaku shot him a sidelong glance, but remained silent, calmly sipping his tea. Grandfather, I wish to discuss some matters with you. Shenlong began. No talk of borrowing money. Fugaku interrupted. This time, I do not seek money. I wish to borrow people. Shenlong clarified. What do you need them for? Mischief? Fugaku queried. No mischief. First, I want to ask if you know what news is. Shenlong responded. News. Fugaku echoed. News is a form of writing. It is a medium for information dissemination, encompassing recording, feedback, transmission, and guidance. Shenlong explained. And then? Fugaku prompted. I aspire to establish a media organization, Shenlong declared. Why this sudden interest? Aren't you one who believes solely in the supremacy of power? Uchiha Fugaku questioned, implying that such frivolous pursuits were beneath Shenlong's usual priorities. Shenlong sighed, realizing that the elder did not yet grasp the power of public opinion. It is an invisible force capable of destruction. Without absolute, overwhelming strength, few can withstand it. Even one as formidable as the Konoha White Fang, Kakashi Hitaki, could falter under public scrutiny. Furthermore, Konoha currently lacks a fully developed media institution. Information dissemination still relies on postings, and most news is shared through word of mouth. This moment presents a prime opportunity to develop a media organization. Shenlong understood that the earlier one establishes such an entity, the greater the advantage. Early development would also enhance credibility. Of course, he must first ensure the authenticity of the news and uphold its integrity. Shenlong passionately articulated the significance of media to the elder, elaborating for over an hour until he was parched and drenched in sweat, ultimately making Uchiha Fugaku recognize the importance of media news. Mastering the media means mastering public opinion. Mastering public opinion leads to winning hearts. Winning hearts equates to wielding power. Shenlong concluded, his words leaving Fugaku astounded. How did you conceive of such ideas? No, with your experience and knowledge, you could not have arrived at this conclusion alone. What is your true intention? Fugaku pressed. Grandfather, do not overthink it. It was merely a sudden inspiration. Sometimes, a fleeting thought, upon further contemplation, can reveal a broad avenue ahead, cannot it? Shenlong replied. And how do you plan to proceed? Fugaku inquired. First, I need to recruit some intelligence agents to gather stories. Preferably intriguing gossip news. We shall start with gossip, then enlist a few intellectuals to write articles, followed by printing, publishing, and selling them. That is the general idea. Specific details can be discussed later. Oh, and we must ensure to hire trustworthy individuals for this endeavor, keeping our clan uninvolved in the media operations, or at least minimizing their involvement. We should merely serve as the organization as support. And what profit can we expect from this? Fugaku asked. Upon hearing the words, Shenlong smiled and replied, of course, there is a time to raise an army for a moment's use. The blade may be polished countless times, yet it is merely for that one decisive strike. Sometimes, a single piece of insider information or a subtle inducement is sufficient to sway people's hearts. Furthermore, the prerequisite for undertaking such actions lies in possessing credibility, which must be continuously cultivated and accumulated. Hence, let us not regard it merely as a tool for profit. The elder and the youth conspired throughout the night, consuming an unknown number of cups of tea. With the extent of their clandestine dealings perhaps known only to the tea-serving maid, Uchiha Mikoto. That same night, within the Konoha hospital, Yamanaka Hachi abruptly awoke in the dead of night, his eyes bloodshot, his countenance both haggard and ghastly, as he cried out in anguish. Beside him were two beds, occupied by his companions, Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza, who gazed at Yamanaka Hachi with concern etched upon their faces. Hachi had already awakened several times that night. Nara Shikaku turned to the three elders in the ward, expressing his worries. These elders were the fathers of the trio and the current clan leaders of the Inoshikacho, three formidable powers within Konoha, deeply trusted by the Hokage, and fiercely loyal to him. Tsunade remarked that Hachi had suffered a mental blow, likely due to an illusion technique, and that a few days of rest should suffice. The Nara clan had offered further reassurance to the group. According to Choza's account, Hachi had employed the mind-body switch technique, suggesting that his mental strength had faltered against his opponent, resulting in a forced return to consciousness that caused him harm. Whether that is true or not, we shall soon ascertain, the Yamanaka clan leader said calmly. 20 minutes later, two middle-aged men from the Yamanaka clan entered the ward. Gentlemen, I wish to delve into my son's memories. Please safeguard his consciousness and soothe his spirit, the clan leader requested earnestly. Both men nodded in solemn agreement. Rest assured. Clan leader, Hachi's mental stability will be entrusted to us. I will protect my nephew's consciousness. You may proceed with your inquiry. The Yamanaka clan leader nodded, refraining from idle chatter, and placed one hand upon Yamanaka Hachi's forehead, while the other two positioned their hands against his temples, their palms almost simultaneously enveloping his entire head. The Nara and Akimichi fathers held their breath, daring not to exhale, fearful of disturbing the four members of the Yamanaka clan. With closed eyes, the Yamanaka clan leader's consciousness gradually descended. Moments later, he ventured into Hachi's mental realm, floating within the space before darting towards the area where memories were stored. Soon, he arrived at his destination, beholding a colossal scroll that contained all of Yamanaka Hachi's memories. He extended his hand, and the scroll seemed to respond to his will, unfurling with a swift motion. Thus began the perusal. Chapter 64. The visit. The Yamanaka clan leader extracted nearby memories, and after more than 10 minutes of examination, He swiftly pinpointed a specific moment. At dawn, an ambush occurred, a confrontation ensued, employing the mind-body switch technique, followed by images within the consciousness. At this moment, the Yamanaka clan leader seemed to embody Hachi. What Hachi perceived, he too could see. That surging mental landscape, the massive blood-red eye, the malevolent ocular power that surged forth, the overwhelming mental pressure, the white light swords piercing through limbs, the cold utterances, and those calm, abyssal black eyes. What a terrifying individual. When did the Uchiha clan produce such a prodigy? It is a pity I could not discern how many Tomo were in those Sharingan. Withdraw. The Yamanaka clan leader whispered in the realm of reality. The three retracted their hands and opened their eyes simultaneously. What did you see? A Kimichi clan leader inquired hastily, noticing the Yamanaka clan leader's drenched brow upon his exit. Nothing of significance. Hachi was indeed harmed by an illusion technique. I appreciate your efforts, especially at this late hour. Such sentiments are unwarranted, clan leader. The two replied politely before taking their leave from the ward. What is the situation? Nara clan leader asked with a furrowed brow, sensing that matters were more complex than they appeared. From Choza's description, it seemed the mind-body switch had been countered, yet he had not witnessed any illusion techniques being cast. Upon hearing this, the Yamanaka clan leader sighed and placed his palm on the foreheads of the Akimichi and Nara clan leaders. The two were momentarily taken aback, but soon closed their eyes and concentrated. This was the Yamanaka clan's secret technique for sharing memories. After more than 10 minutes, both the Kimichi and Nara clan leaders opened their eyes wide, drenched in sweat. I understand the drawbacks of the mind-body switch technique. Yet I never imagined that someone could forcibly detain a consciousness. The Yamanaka clan leader spoke first, his voice grave. It was those two Tomo in the Sharingan. Hachi was controlled by those eyes, exclaimed the Akimichi clan leader in shock. This was an unequal spiritual confrontation. The opponent's mental strength could easily crush Hachi, and possessing the Sharingan only exacerbated the situation. Hachi's defeat was an inevitable outcome. The Nara clan leader stated incisively. The adversary had held back. Had they desired Hachi's life, it would have been all too simple. The Yamanaka clan leader nodded unconsciously, pausing for a moment before quietly inquiring. Should I classify the mind-body switch as a forbidden technique? That is unnecessary. Such means of countering are beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Even an elite jonin from the Uchiha clan with 3 Tomo would struggle to decipher the mind-body switch technique you employ, the Nara clan leader rationally responded, understanding that the Yamanaka clan leader's perspective stemmed from the humiliation of witnessing his clan's secret art being overpowered. Old dear is correct. You are overly sensitive. Uchiha Shunlan is not an ordinary person. You need not concern yourself so. This individual likely possesses strength on par with a jonin. Furthermore, with the awakening of the Sharingan, this was an uneven battle. The children's defeat is not unwarranted. The portly Akimichi clan leader comforted the assembly. Indeed, that individual possesses the prowess of a jonin. It is difficult to fathom that such a formidable being is merely 9 years old. One might speculate that even the legendary Uchiha Madara did not exhibit such strength or charisma at that age. The Nara clan leader lamented fervently. A 9-year-old jonin is simply unbelievable. The Uchiha clan may very well be on the cusp of producing another extraordinary figure. The 3 clan leaders sighed in unison. Acknowledging this reality, Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza, stunned by the elder's discourse, gained a renewed understanding of Uchiha Shunlan's might. It seems even their fathers regard him with trepidation. Considering his current age, his physical capabilities have yet to fully manifest. His period of rapid growth may not have arrived. If granted another 20 years to reach his pinnacle, to what terrifying extent might his power ascend? On the following day, at around 8 in the morning, Shunlan hurriedly purchased 6 carnations on his way to the hospital. He had several patients to visit, having successively called upon Inuzuka Ran and Aburame Shurching. Shunlan expressed his apologies to them. They did not make things difficult for him, though their interaction remained rather lukewarm. Shunlan, intending to depart after leaving the flowers, remarked, I have friends awaiting my visit in the hospital. I shall not disturb your rest. How many people were ultimately eliminated by this cursed event? After bidding farewell to the 2 individuals, he arrived at the hospital room of the setting sun, unexpectedly finding that the lightly injured individual had been in a deep slumber for an entire day without waking. Noticing his mother waiting there, Shunlan merely introduced himself as a friend who had come to check on him. Upon entering the room of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, Shenlong was taken aback by the number of people present. The moment he opened the door, a stunned silence fell over the crowd. All eyes drawn to the unfamiliar boy who had suddenly appeared. Everything is quite well. Allow me to jest a bit. The gathered individuals reacted with surprise. And Akimichi Dingzu exclaimed, Uchiha Shenlong. His words startled everyone, and the family and friends of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans regarded him with suspicion, some even reaching for their ninja tools. Shenlong surveyed the room, unbothered by their glances, and walked directly to the bedside of Yamashiro Hachi, addressing the sole elder present. Yamashiro clan leader. Uncle Yamashiro, is Hachi doing all right? The clan leader nodded, but had yet to respond when a boy with yellow hair scoffed. Humph. Isn't it all thanks to you? You surely know how he is. His words caused Yamashiro clan leader's brow to furrow slightly. Shenlong nodded, not wishing to engage in argument. He placed the remaining 3 carnations on Hachi's bedside table and then turned to apologize to Akimichi Dingzu and Nara Shikaku, saying, I am truly sorry. I inadvertently obstructed your path to advancement for my own purposes. This guy a junior from the Nara clan began, only to be interrupted by Shikaku. I didn't expect you to come see us. Your apology is somewhat unnecessary. We have no blame to cast. We only lament our own lack of skill and diligence in training. Shenlong looked at Nara Shikaku in astonishment, silently admiring his magnanimity. By the way, why haven't you entered the tower for advancement? With your strength, you should have already gathered the scrolls. Why hesitate? Akimichi Dingzu began but trailed off, his meaning clear. After a moment of contemplation, Shenlong gently shook his head. I'm sorry. Upon hearing his apology, Shikaku and Dingzu understood that he did not wish to elaborate further, and they fell silent. However, Shenlong's next words astonished them both. As a gesture of apology, I shall refrain from participating in the Chunin exams for the next 10 years. Hey, you absolutely need not go to such lengths. Shikaku exclaimed in disbelief. This is the price I must pay for achieving my goals by any means necessary. Shenlong replied, really, you need not be so extreme. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another without a fight. Why not treat us to a barbecue instead? Don't gamble with your future out of spite. Akimichi Dingzu suggested, scratching his head in embarrassment. Shenlong tilted his head, amused, and replied, very well, once you have recovered. I shall treat you to a barbecue. After some light-hearted banter, Shenlong excused himself. Inside the hospital room, a heavy silence lingered. Shikaku's gaze flickered as he bowed his head to the Yamashiro clan leader, admitting, Uncle, you both have done well. You and Dingzu have grown. The Yamashiro clan leader said, offering rare praise. In the crowded room, his words rendered the two momentarily speechless, followed by shared smiles. 3 individuals, a single phrase. And everything was understood without further elaboration. Chapter 65. The flaw in sage techniques. Upon leaving the hospital, Shenlong sought out Guy. Brother, I've been eliminated from this round of exams. My opponent was formidable, and I underestimated him, resulting in this injury. He pointed to the wound on his shoulder, speaking with mock seriousness. Nanny? Mike Guy exclaimed in shock, quickly inquiring, is it serious? Who is it that could injure you? Guy was well aware of Shenlong's strength. They had trained together for 3 years, and without using the 8 gates, he doubted he could best him. The news of Shenlong's elimination was indeed surprising. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. My opponent was from the Setting Sun clan, and I underestimated him. Shenlong reassured him. Mike Guy patted his shoulder, encouragingly saying, no worries, take care of yourself, and you can come back stronger in 10 days. I believe in you. Hiss. Shenlong grimaced, let us forget it. I'll wait for the next round. This shoulder is only slightly injured, you know? Injuries to bones take 100 days to heal. I'd rather wait for the next exam. And you call that a minor injury? Mike Guy replied, exasperated. That's my thought process. After all, I've just graduated and am still young. I can take the Chunin exam any year. There's no need to force myself while injured, as it might affect my performance and potentially leave hidden ailments, Shenlong reasoned. Mike Guy, not one to be overly competitive, nodded in agreement. All right then, focus on your recovery for now. Training can wait. Shenlong eagerly nodded, having awaited this very statement from Guy. He had not dared to disclose his physical condition, fearing Guy would worry excessively. By the way, I came to tell you 2 more things today. Shenlong leaned closer, whispering. Recently, I learned from Tsunade that Konoha is planning a restructuring and has lifted the restrictions on Chunin exam registrations, allowing those who are only skilled in taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, or jinjutsu to have a chance to advance to Chunin. What? Might Guy widened his eyes in disbelief. Shenlong reiterated the information, and Guy soon fell into a state of ecstatic joy. After calming down, Shenlong looked at him with a serious expression and warned, "There's one more thing you must pay special attention to, brother Guy. According to the medical sage Tsunade, body enhancement potions have side effects that can overdraw physical capabilities. While small quantities are harmless, long-term heavy use can lead to premature aging or even a shortened lifespan. Little Blue, you and I." Might Guy's face flushed. Seeing this, Shenlong quickly interjected, "I didn't mean to blame you, brother. My body is quite healthy and hasn't been overdrawn. It's just showing a slight sign of early maturity. This side effect pales in comparison to the benefits gained." Might Guy sighed in relief, looking at Shenlong with a serious demeanor. "I too have sensed signs of early maturity in my body, but I was unaware it stemmed from the side effects of the body enhancement potion. My father passed away before I received the recipe, and though it's our family's secret, no one informed me of the risks. I'm just glad you're okay. Otherwise, I would have harmed my dear younger brother." Guy suddenly burst into tears, embracing Shenlong tightly. "That's not the case, brother. I only wish to remind you not to overly rely on the potion," Shenlong said, struggling to extricate himself from the embrace. "I understand. I will be cautious moving forward. And you as well." Might Guy wiped his tears and immediately adopted a serious expression, advising him. Shenlong nodded in agreement, relieved that as long as Guy didn't cry or fuss, everything would be manageable. After sharing a meal with Guy, Shenlong sought out Orochimaru. "You ought to establish a laboratory," he suggested, surveying the chaotic state of Orochimaru's home, filled with various disorganized experimental apparatus. "Haha, your thoughts always align with mine, Shenlong-kun." Orochimaru chuckled, feeling a profound connection with the youth before him. He believed that only Tsunade and Jiraiya could engage with him in such a manner. Yet neither truly understood him. It seemed that only this young individual comprehended his desires and aspirations. "Has there been any results from the toad oil?" Shenlong inquired directly. Orochimaru nodded, stating, "The analysis report is out, yet the results are far from satisfactory. The toad oil indeed contains a rich essence of natural energy, but it also harbors a considerable amount of toxins." "Toxins?" Shenlong exclaimed in surprise. "Water, secretions from the toad, along with traces of toad skin." Upon hearing Orochimaru's response, Shenlong fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he slowly asked, "Have there been any experiments conducted on animals?" Orochimaru, momentarily taken aback, quickly fetched a lab mouse and presented it along with a vial of toad oil, asking with curiosity, "What do you intend to do?" Without answering, Shenlong uncorked the vial and disregarded the potent energy emanating from it, pouring the toad oil directly onto the mouse. As the pale yellow liquid touched the creature, it reacted violently, leaping about as its body visibly enlarged, showing signs of transformation towards a toad. Shenlong observed the mouse's reaction with a serious and focused demeanor. "What is this? Assimilation?" Orochimaru marveled, unable to contain his excitement and curiosity as he licked his lips, a hint of savagery in his expression. "It is more than mere assimilation," Shenlong whispered, watching as the mouse underwent further terrifying changes. "This is petrification," Orochimaru exclaimed in shock, while Shenlong pondered the scene before him. Within the narrative, one of the most complex flaws lay hidden, rarely perceived by others. Why did the absorption of natural energy from the earth yield such disparate risks and reactions among different factions? The Mayaboka Mountains processes resulted in toad transformation coupled with petrification, while the Ryuchi Cave led to snake transformation and extremification. As for the Shikatsu Forest, its risks seemed vastly different as well. If one could argue that absorbing natural energy from the three great sanctuaries caused such mutations, it would be a reasonable explanation. Yet, why did the Sage Mode manifest anomalously outside these sanctuaries? Did the natural energy possess classifications? Or perhaps the Sage Modes did? Snake Sage Mode, Toad Sage Mode, Slug Sage Mode. Was there truly no Sage Mode suited for humanity? Shenlong mused, aware that Senju Hashirama likely utilized the Slug Sage Mode from the Shikatsu Forest. If I do not enter the three great sanctuaries yet still absorb natural energy, will I undergo Toad transformation, Snake transformation, or perhaps Insect transformation? Or could I remain perfectly unchanged? How could I, a proud member of humanity, lack my own Sage Mode? Lost in thought, Shenlong cursed inwardly. Damn you, Kishimoto. The only certainty was that each of the three sage arts bore its own risks, all inherently flawed. Although the Toad Sage claimed that imperfection belonged to humanity, Shenlong as a time-traveling observer of the plot, could discern the shortcomings of all three sage arts. The Sage of Six Paths could rely on his outstanding sage body to disregard risks and swiftly master sage techniques. Senju Hashirama and Naruto. As the reincarnations of Ashura and inheritors of the sage body, both wielded sage arts yet exhibited distinct anomalies such as horizontal pupils and markings. Without the sage body, Jiraiya suffered severe toad transformation, while the modified sage, Yakushi Kabuto, became a half-human, half-snake hybrid. Given my current physical state, learning sage arts seems exceedingly difficult. Shenlong rationally assessed the viability of mastering sage arts, arriving at a disheartening conclusion. Chapter 66. The emergence of the newspaper office. It appears that I am fated to remain disconnected from the sage arts of the three great sanctuaries. Shenlong sighed deeply. What occupies your thoughts so intensely, Shenlong-kun? Orochimaru inquired, intrigued by Shenlong's prolonged silence, during which his expressions fluctuated. I am contemplating the cause of the mouse's transformation. Clearly, these toxins must hold the key. Do you think it possible to purify all the toad oil we have? Shenlong asked, uncertain whether Orochimaru possessed the scientific capability for such separation and purification. After a moment of thought, Orochimaru frowned slightly and replied, this would require the latest scientific apparatus, particularly a centrifuge, which may be difficult to acquire. However, I know where such equipment can be borrowed. Are you suggesting seeking it from Danzo? Shenlong asked casually. Though his words astonished Orochimaru, who struggled to comprehend how Shenlong possessed such knowledge. It felt as if Shenlong could foresee his thoughts, revealing a deeper understanding of his intentions. Shenlong regarded the astonished Orochimaru with disdain, thinking, did you believe I was unaware of your clandestine dealings with Danzo? I simply did not expect your alliance to form so swiftly. The Root organization was indeed the only institution within Konoha with the scientific prowess needed for such endeavors. Who else would Orochimaru turn to for assistance? After spending a good portion of the day at Orochimaru's abode, Shenlong inquired about the situation in the Rain Village. Orochimaru confirmed that war had commenced. Konoha had begun dispatching ninja forces to the Land of Rain, facing opponents from the Wind and Earth countries. In addition to the highly exclusionary Rain Village, the situation was dire. Currently, Konoha had yet to publicly announce the war, as they harbored hopes that the vanguard could stabilize the situation. Furthermore, an outright declaration of war had yet to be warranted. Maintaining a facade of peace and stability was essential. Shenlong nodded solemnly, stating, war has become inevitable. Surprised yet intrigued by Shenlong's certainty, Orochimaru licked his lips, revealing an expression of interest. Since war is unavoidable, will you be participating, Shenlong-kun? Shenlong chuckled self-deprecatingly. I am merely a lowly genin, an expendable pawn in this conflict. Orochimaru laughed in response. You jest, Shenlong-kun. Bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Shenlong walked through the streets of Konoha, where the occasional cry of eagles echoed from above, signaling the assembly of the elite forces. However, as a genin, Shenlong was not among those gathering. Lower-ranked ninjas lacked the authority to participate in such matters, merely awaiting orders. Initially intending to return home, Shenlong was approached by a figure from the clan of the Third Elder, who conveyed his purpose and escorted Shenlong into a 3-story building. The architectural style of Konoha at this time rarely exceeded 3 stories. Most structures were 1 or 2 stories high. This limitation stemmed from the necessity of heavy iron components, which the 5 great countries had yet to master in their ironworking techniques. The majority of iron materials had to be imported from the Land of Iron, incurring exorbitant costs, including transportation, which fundamentally explained the absence of skyscrapers in this world. Thus, this 3-story building can be considered one of the more notable structures within Konoha. Upon entering, Shenlong encountered a young woman, and after a moment of surprise, he couldn't help but exclaim with delight, Sister Josie, what brings you here? Uchiha Josie could be regarded as Shenlong's benefactor and mentor. It was her selfless kindness that saved him, and all of his abilities were nurtured with the support of her family. This connection was the most significant bond he had in this foreign realm. Grandpa has asked me to work here in the future. Work? Shenlong was momentarily taken aback. Yes, didn't you say you wanted to start a media company? Grandpa wants me to be an editor. Feigning seriousness, Shenlong flattered her. The old man has a narrow vision. With your capabilities, you should at least be given a leadership position. Josie chuckled. Oh, Shenlong, don't flatter me. I know my own worth. Moreover, Grandpa has forbidden other family members from getting involved. Being an editor is already quite a feat. Josie's lightheartedness belied the reality that the elder restricted family involvement to prevent political opposition, especially to guard against deliberate hindrances from Konoha's higher-ups. Managing a newspaper under the Uchiha name would never allow it to thrive, as other clans would never permit it, fearing manipulation of public opinion and inevitable suppression of the newspaper. Thus, the elder decided to establish a privately owned newspaper, developing it under the guise of an ordinary Konoha villager, which would bring peace of mind to Konoha and other clans. Shenlong elucidated the reasoning behind keeping the family out of it, and then remarked, "For now, let us have Sister Josie serve as editor for a while. Once the newspaper is on track, I'll find you a better position." Upon hearing this, Josie playfully ruffled Shenlong's hair and teased, "All right, I shall await your promotion." With a bright smile, Shenlong didn't dare to respond further. Guided by a middle-ranking ninja, Shenlong ascended to the third floor of the building, where he encountered a middle-aged man in his 40s, kneeling before a tea table. The man promptly rose and respectfully addressed him. "You must be the esteemed Shenlong that Elder Feng spoke of. My apologies. Please, just call me Shenlong. I am not worthy of such titles." Shenlong gently nodded, signaling his humility. Once the guiding ninja left, the middle-aged man bowed again. "You are too kind. What you may not know is that my life is indebted to Elder Feng. I wish to serve him loyally for the rest of my days." Listening patiently to his explanation of the connection with Uchiha Feng, Shenlong nodded intermittently to acknowledge his words. After the man, named Mita Anjia, had elaborated on their bond, Shenlong smiled and said, "It seems that your relationship with the elder is not widely known." Anjia confirmed, "Indeed, even among the Uchiha clan, few are aware of my connection with Elder Feng." Shenlong nodded, appreciating the elder's discretion while marveling at the hidden chess pieces outside the clan. "This three-story building is under your name, correct?" "Yes, it always has been. The future newspaper will also operate under my name," Anjia affirmed once more. "Excellent. You should have a general understanding of the work now. I will explain the specifics in due course. The newspaper's first step is to obtain reporting permission from Konoha's Hokage, or rather, to persuade him to join us and grant appropriate authority." Shenlong's words left Anjia astounded, and the subsequent instructions further elevated his reverence for this youthful boy. He was amazed by the uniqueness and vitality of Shenlong's thoughts, as well as the underlying invisible conflict surrounding the newspaper and the ambitious aspirations lurking beneath the surface. In the ensuing days, Shenlong remained on the top floor of the newspaper, instructing Anjia while quietly observing the establishment of the organization. From numerous information gatherers to various reporters collecting interesting anecdotes and editors with substantial literary knowledge, Shenlong scrutinized each individual, employing transformation techniques to disguise himself and impart righteous ideals to them. He articulated the newspaper's philosophy while passionately delivering various flavors of motivational rhetoric. He urged everyone to be loyal to the truth, uphold the authenticity of news, prioritize the people's interests, and objectively overcome subjective tendencies in reporting. Journalists were called to be courageous, fair, and precise in gathering and relaying information. Ultimately, Shenlong regarded them as embodiments of justice, proclaiming them as pioneers in uncovering darkness. Those who listened to his impassioned rhetoric were either flushed with excitement or moved to tears, as they had never savored such enlightening inspiration before. And it was their first time comprehending the noble significance of their work. "Please handle the specifics of printing and publishing yourself. Leave it to me," Anjia assured. Feeling enlightened by Shenlong's guidance and gaining a clearer vision of the newspaper's operation. Initially, he had been utterly lost regarding the newspaper's establishment, but with Shenlong's direction, he finally grasped the general concept. Also, before the opening, we must have the Hokage's acknowledgement or tacit approval. This is crucial. Do you need me to teach you how? Upon hearing this, Anjia immediately bowed. "I humbly request your guidance." In recent days, Shenlong had allowed him to call him by name. Yet Anjia persisted in addressing him as Lord. Although Shenlong felt exasperated, he also understood the subservience ingrained in some of the Japanese culture. So he decided to let it be. "You can start by delving into the history of Konoha, having people write a few articles that align with Konoha's principles. Then proceed accordingly." Shenlong outlined his vision, leaving Anjia in awe. 2 days later, Anjia brought 4 lengthy articles to the Hokage's office. Upon being summoned by the Hokage, he presented the 4 articles. The pages were densely packed with text, and the third Hokage furrowed his brow as he glanced at the titles at the top, which left him astounded. One article was titled Konoha Chronicles, another The Will of Fire, and the remaining two were biographies, one titled God of Ninjas and the other Sacrifice for Justice. What is this? The third Hokage stared at Anjia in shock. Seeing Anjia remain silent, the third Hokage casually picked up one article and began to read. As he became engrossed, his expression fluctuated between various emotions, while Anjia's demeanor grew increasingly serious. The two advisors present noticed the Hokage's unusual reaction, perplexed by the situation. Sir, I have been moved by the hardships of Konoha's establishment and hold great admiration for the noble virtues of past Hokages. I wish to write articles to promote and disseminate the spirits of the first and second Hokages. I aim to instill in the people an indomitable belief in dedication and resilience, to convey the iron will of loyalty to Konoha. With a slight tremor in his voice, Anjia bowed and requested, which caused the third Hokage to spring to his feet, disregarding the cigarette that fell to the ground. He hurried to Anjia's side and gently helped him up, saying, "Your noble intentions are commendable, but please allow me a day to consider this." Of course, Anjia responded with a bright smile, refraining from further demands. His straightforwardness left a favorable impression on the third Hokage. "Someone, please escort the gentleman downstairs." The third Hokage suddenly spoke up, and a member of the Umbu appeared, respectfully opening the door for Kanji. Listening to the middle-aged man's eloquent words and witnessing the Hokage's evident reverence for him, the two shared a glance before rising to examine the 4 documents laid before them. As they scrutinized these texts, the third Hokage and his 2 advisors wore expressions of astonishment mixed with gravitas. The third Hokage was the first to pick up the piece titled Sacrifice for Righteousness. Despite its brevity compared to the other 3, it held the greatest weight in his heart. This article recounted the life of the second Hokage, rich with vivid detail. Though some aspects were slightly exaggerated and speculative, it closely aligned with the image of his esteemed mentor. Moreover, it contained descriptions that transcended mere justice, delving into the deep bond between him and the second Hokage. This profoundly touched the third Hokage's sensitive spirit. Taking a deep breath, he set down the article, only to realize his pipe had unknowingly fallen to the ground. Picking it up, he lit it and took a deep draw. "No one is to disturb me today. All matters can wait until tomorrow," he commanded. In response to this seemingly irresponsible order from the Hokage, the usually strict advisors remained silent, absorbed in the ocean of words before them. As the third Hokage diligently read through Will of Fire, he nodded and smiled unconsciously. Although the piece bore a didactic tone, it pleased the meticulous and serious Hokage immensely. The third article, God of Ninja, was lengthier, portraying not only the legendary Senju Hashirama, but also the fearsome Uchiha Madara. It emphasized the first Hokage's compassion and the arduous journey of founding Konohagakure. Despite its exaggerations, the third Hokage felt a fiery passion within. He comprehended the first Hokage's struggles and revered his greatness. Notably, 2/3 of this piece was penned by Shinluan, who subsequently had it refined by several skilled literary editors. These common literary figures unanimously deemed the article a myth, doubting its veracity. While they questioned Shinluan's exaggerations, it was their first task assigned by the boss, so they begrudgingly polished the text. Shinluan observed their reactions, but was indifferent to their opinions. How could a few frogs at the bottom of a well comprehend the vastness of the world? The final article, Chronicles of Konoha, consisted mainly of verifiable facts about the village, interspersed with some non-secret anecdotes. It chronicled events from the end of the Warring States period to the second Hokage's sacrifice and the ascension of the third. The article's authenticity and objectivity led the third Hokage to suspect that Kanji had done his homework, likely consulting an elder from the Warring States era. As night descended after he finished reading the 4 articles, the third Hokage solemnly instructed, "Someone, investigate the detailed background of Mita Kanji thoroughly." With that, the Umbu swiftly unearthed information about 3 generations of the Mita family and kept tabs on Kanji's recent activities. After hearing the intelligence report, the third Hokage turned to his 2 advisors. "What are your thoughts on this matter? What does Mita Kanji aim to achieve?" Zongshin Koharu replied, "It is evident that Mr. Kanji intends to establish a newspaper. His writing is commendable, especially with the onset of war when the various clans of Konoha are yet to unify. The content of his articles could significantly foster collective solidarity, making it a positive initiative worthy of our support. Konoha's methods of disseminating information are somewhat outdated, and Mr. Kanji's efforts would aptly address this shortcoming. In light of Koharu's high praise for Mida Kanji, the third Hokage merely nodded, refraining from immediate comment. After a moment of silence, he turned to Midokado Hamura. After pondering for a considerable time, Hamura remarked, "While Mr. Kanji's writing is indeed impressive and his family has contributed positively to Konoha, the newspaper pertains to the dissemination of information, which implies significant influence over public opinion. I believe it should not rest in the hands of an individual." Hamura's unspoken thoughts were clear as he glanced at the third Hokage. Koharu nodded unconsciously but retained reservations about Hamura's perspective. While it is prudent to consider, we must also regard Mr. Kanji's dignity. After all, he was the one to propose this medium of information dissemination and has authored these remarkable articles. We cannot simply appropriate his ideas and accomplishments. "Ah, Koharu, be mindful of your wording," Hamura interjected, slightly taken aback. The third Hokage similarly displayed an awkward smile, recognizing the validity of Koharu's point. The insights from both advisors provided considerable value, and the third Hokage remained contemplative for much of the day without offering a definitive response. The next day, Mida Kanji's request brought the Hokage joy and solidified a course of action. It turned out that Kanji sought the Hokage's assistance due to a lack of operational funds. This indicated that the newspaper would be exclusively sponsored by Konoha, with its direction and operations under the village's control. Essentially, it meant that Kanji would be working for Konoha, and without compensation. Delighted, the third Hokage smiled warmly at Kanji, assuring him, "Rest assured, Mr. Kanji, Konoha shall bear the operational costs of your newspaper. All you need to do is craft quality articles that are truthful and uplifting. Should you encounter any obstacles, do not hesitate to consult me. I will wholeheartedly support you." Kanji's face lit up with joy, and overwhelmed with gratitude, he quickly replied, "Thank you, esteemed third Hokage. With your steadfast support, the future of the newspaper is indeed promising. Were it not for the constraints of the living, I would have loved to include your virtuous deeds in my chronicles." The third Hokage beamed with delight at the prospect of being immortalized in history, especially after having read the biographies of the first and second Hokages, who were depicted as monumental figures. He pondered how future generations would perceive him. Frustrated that he was only briefly mentioned in the 4 articles, he quickly inquired, "Why is that so? Is there a reason for this limitation on biographies? Surely you jest. Do you know what it means to have a conclusive assessment?" Kanji replied, "A conclusive assessment?" The third Hokage's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him profoundly shaken. Chapter 68. The blood-red pepper of victory during this period of meditation. Apart from expanding his perception, Shenglan was unable to sense the natural energy around him. Without the ability to perceive this energy, he could not attempt to absorb it without accelerators like toad oil, nor could he access the abundant natural energy found within the 3 great sanctuaries. The challenge of experiencing nature and absorbing its energy from the outside world was indeed overwhelming. With a sigh, Shenglan felt a sense of helplessness. Was it possible that his heart was not tranquil enough? He reflected on himself, suspecting that his restlessness and anxiety might be to blame. Once more, he closed his eyes to meditate, intending to try again. However, before he could focus, a figure within his perceptual limit caught his attention. Opening his eyes, he saw a running figure weeping, which elicited both amusement and an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Had she been bullied again? He stood up, intending to call out to her. But before he could utter a word, the figure stopped and looked up, fortuitously meeting his gaze, and she recognized him too. At that moment, it was difficult to describe Kushina's feelings. As she cried, feeling sad, wronged, and lonely, she unexpectedly saw that familiar figure when she lifted her gaze. Was it an illusion? How could that person be there? She rubbed her moist eyes and looked up again. It was truly him. Kushina exclaimed in surprise. From hundreds of meters away, the man smiled at her and waved. Kushina, momentarily stunned, ceased her weeping, and her feet instinctively moved towards him. In her eyes, the man's smile was beautiful, pure, friendly, and imbued with an irresistible tenderness. The closer she got to him, the faster her heart raced. Perhaps it was due to her hurried pace. But by the time she stood before him, she felt as if her heart might leap from her chest. An inexplicable emotion surged within her, sweeping away her feelings of grievance and sadness. Shenglan approached Kushina and leaned down slightly to examine her dirty face, asking, "Did you get into another fight?" This seemingly casual inquiry immediately stirred up the endless grievances within Kushina. causing her eyes to well up with tears. Huh, did you lose? Shenglan remarked with mild surprise. Noticing her dusty complexion, disheveled long hair, and tear-streaked face. Evidently, she had been beaten and cried again. In truth, the bullying Kushina endured in her childhood was not less than what Naruto faced. Her striking red hair drew too much attention, even though she often boasted to those close to her that she was the undefeated blood-red pepper. However, those who truly observed her would know that beneath her fiery and bold exterior lay a desire to maintain her pride. She was merely stubborn on the surface. Shenglan had seen through her long ago, yet he never intervened because Kushina had never sought his help, nor had she asked teachers or friends for assistance. He understood the mindset of such individuals. Faced with Kushina's inflated pride, stubbornness, and penchant for boasting, Shenglan felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. To have reduced the undefeated blood-red pepper to tears, her opponent must have been at least a chunin, if not a jonin, as Shenglan expressed his astonishment. He pretended to frown. His words made Kushina's cheeks flush slightly, and the mist in her eyes quickly dissipated. In reality, the one who had just fought her was merely a freshly graduated genin, but given Shenglan's serious demeanor, she felt embarrassed to reveal the truth. Don't say that. I wasn't beaten. I just got sand in my eyes during the fight, and besides, he couldn't defeat me. Kushina indeed triumphed over her opponent. Though he was just a genin, it was still quite an accomplishment. She had told a small lie merely to avoid revealing her vulnerability to Shenglan. I told you. How could someone who can best all the troublemakers in the Ninja Academy, instilling fear in countless boys, even me, ever be defeated? In response to Shenglan's playful banter, Kushina appeared somewhat perplexed. Are you talking about me? Who else could it be? Shenglan retorted, puzzled. Ha! Of course. I am the undefeated blood-red pepper, Kushina exclaimed, hands on her hips, laughing triumphantly. Observing her use of that peculiar catchphrase, Shenglan grinned knowingly. Kushina's joy stemmed not from her belief in her strength, but from the recognition she received. Even if her words were intended to cheer herself up, they sufficed to dispel her grievances. Once Kushina calmed down, she gazed at the swirling cherry blossoms and softly said, "Thank you." Shenglan tilted his head, smiling. If you get bullied at school in the future, remember to seek help. Find Makoto, find Roketree, or even Minato. If it's outside of school, forget it. I'm just an outsider, Kushina suddenly said, feeling disheartened. Huh. If you think that way, it means you don't regard them as true friends. That's not it, Kushina hurriedly explained, but upon encountering Shenglan's seemingly penetrating gaze, she lowered her head in shame. I just don't want to trouble them, including you. Shenglan shot her a sidelong glance. At his words, Kushina buried her head even deeper. You're just a fool, Shenglan said, half amused, half annoyed. Yes, a super big fool. Who are you calling a super big fool? Do you want me to hit you? Kushina blushed at first, feeling a bit embarrassed, but then she pouted and glared at him. Seeing her clench her fists and raise her eyebrows, Shenglan found it rather amusing. He suddenly understood why the boys in school always liked to pick on her. I'm talking about you. You still want to? Before Shenglan could finish, he was unexpectedly punched in the face, and it was a solid hit, quite powerful too. Chapter 69. The mischievous girl Shenglan let out a cry of pain and immediately retaliated, dodging another incoming strike, then grabbing Kushina's wrist, pulling her and tossing her aside. You little rascal, no martial ethics, saying you would fight and actually doing it. Seeing Kushina angrily charging at him again, Shenglan paused for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. Humph, if you can make me move even a step, consider it a victory for you. Shenglan waved his hand, then raised his palm to meet Kushina's punch, gripping her fist tightly while tilting his head with a teasing smile. Is that all the power you have? Kushina, with her eyebrows raised, kicked towards him, but Shenglan showed disdain, abruptly exerting strength to pull her arm, disrupting her attack, and once again flinging her away. This time, the force was too much, causing Kushina to roll on the ground for 2 or 3 circles, struggling to get up. She disregarded the dust on her clothes and launched another attack at Shenglan. Observing her gaze, Shenglan noted she was as stubborn as a mule. Charging at him relentlessly, he decided to remain silent and simply wait for her to make her move. Time and again, she attacked, only to have her strikes received head-on. Kushina felt as though her opponent was an unyielding human-shaped wooden post. With each of her blows, it felt as though she was the one in pain. The harder she tried, the deeper the hurt she inflicted upon herself. Her fingers were distinctly reddened from tightly clenching her fists, and her instep bore the marks of considerable swelling. injuries sustained from the fierce confrontation. From beginning to end, Shenglan maintained a defensive stance, unwavering against her relentless assault. He steadfastly resisted her every advance with his palms, wrists, arms, knees, and legs. When Jiu Xian Nai exerted herself to the limit, he would skillfully seize her, only to throw her back with a deft motion. After enduring numerous rounds of grappling, Jiu Xian Nai found herself dirty, disheveled, exhausted, and in pain, gasping for breath, nearly at the point of collapse. In stark contrast, her opponent remained immaculate, composed, and had not budged an inch. Frustrated by his calm demeanor, Jiu Xian Nai struggled to rise and charged at him once more. However, after more than 20 exchanges, she could no longer lift herself from the ground. After waiting for a considerable time, Shenglan approached her, concerned about the stubborn girl lying there. As he crouched down to assess her injuries, Jiu Xian Nai suddenly reached out and grasped his ankle. You said that if you can make me move, you win, she managed to utter, her voice strained and face pressed against the ground. Shenglan paused, taken aback by her tenacity. With a light chuckle, he conceded, well, I suppose you can consider it a victory. Jiu Xian Nai exhaled weakly, her hand falling limply to the side. Noticing her stillness, with her face pressed against the earth, Shenglan quickly turned her over, only to discover that she had fainted. At her limit, what a hassle, he muttered, furrowing his brow. Observing the setting sun, he sighed and hoisted the dirty Jiu Xian Nai onto his back. She felt light, but her state was grimy, her hair long, red, and disheveled. She resembled a wild child. This was Shenglan's impression as he carried her. Her temperament was akin to a stubborn stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. With a face rounder than even Mei Qin's and naturally bright red hair, it was no wonder she was often bullied, perhaps due to prolonged solitude. A peculiar quirk had emerged in Shenglan, one that he himself had not noticed. At times, he would engage in self-talk, muttering to himself, as he did now. Allowing her flowing crimson hair to drift across his face, he took careful steps back to the residence of the first Hokage. Perhaps I shall visit the Rope Tree family for a chat and seek Tsunade's guidance on medical ninjutsu, he mused, quickening his pace. Midway, he paused briefly, sensing an unusual rhythm against his back, the rapid beating of a heart. In this close proximity, his perception sharpened. The stubborn girl had regained consciousness. He remained silent and still, rooted in place. A minute later, seeing no movement from her, he sighed and closed his eyes, continuing on his way. In his awareness, she cautiously opened one eye, then the other, a mischievous smile creeping across her face as she slyly glanced at him. Seeing her playful expression, Shenglan couldn't help but chuckle. As they traversed the lengthy path, Jiu Xian Nai soon grew bored. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, causing her long red hair to brush against Shenglan's shoulder and even tickle his face. How embarrassing. Shenglan instinctively sneezed. Amused by this, Jiu Xian Nai's eyes sparkled with mischief as she concocted a plan to tease him further. She gently blew at her hair, aiming to send it fluttering onto Shenglan's face, hoping to provoke another sneeze. After a few unsuccessful attempts, perhaps forgetting her earlier state of unconsciousness, her breath became increasingly audible near his ear. Seeing her hair obstructing his vision once more, Shenglan rolled his eyes and remarked, if you keep this up, I'll make you walk on your own. Realizing her ruse had been uncovered, Jiu Xian Nai's heart raced, and without hesitation, she declared defiantly, I won T. My feet still hurt. She then wrapped her arms around his neck. I didn't T make you kick me. You chose to strike, and now you're injured. How is that my fault? Shenglan mocked, maintaining his pace. Shut up, or I'll bite you. Jiu Xian Nai threatened, her cheeks flushed. Shenglan quickly fell silent. This girl was unpredictable and would surely follow through on her threat to bite. Sensing her threat had disrupted his stride, Jiu Xian Nai chuckled triumphantly. She then boldly rested her chin on his shoulder, their faces drawing uncomfortably close. As he felt her filthy, smiling visage near him, Shenglan's previously steady heartbeat quickened unexpectedly, a strange emotion stirring within him. He instinctively quickened his pace and dared not glance to the left, where her face loomed so close. Don't get so close. Your face is filthy, he exclaimed, noticing the dust coating her features, which resembled a calico cat's. Her reaction was immediate, puffing out her cheeks in indignation. I won T, she retorted, then playfully rubbed her face against his. Shenglan was taken aback, his face flushing as he contemplated tossing her off his back. However, sensing his intent, Jio Xian tightened her grip around his neck, refraining from further teasing. Noticing his increased pace, Jio Xian squinted her eyes, resembling a cunning fox as she stifled a laugh. In this peculiar, flirtatious atmosphere, Shenlong finally reached their destination. After setting Jio Xian down, he swiftly turned to leave, momentarily forgetting his other two objectives for the visit. From behind, Jio Xian waved farewell. Her voice laced with affection. "Thank you for bringing me home, Shenlong Kuan. I'll miss you, haha." Witnessing Shenlong flee without a backward glance, Jio Xian burst into uncontrollable laughter. Today had been an extraordinarily significant day for her, filled with trials, tears, sorrow, beauty, joy, and an indescribable sweetness. The whimsy of a girl was indeed a potent force, a truth that encapsulated Shenlong's tribulations on this day. Chapter 70. The Blade and the Bloodletting. As night fell, Shenlong returned once more to the residence of the third elder. The successful establishment of the newspaper brought immense joy to Uchiha Fong. "Where did you come up with all these clever ideas? To have the stingy third Hokage agree to fund the newspaper? It's merely a matter of anticipating the enemy's moves," Shenlong replied calmly, sipping his tea. Initially, he had not intended to involve outsiders in the newspaper's funding. However, after a night of contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to include the third Hokage. Having the third Hokage provide financial support would not only allow him to let the newspaper thrive without worry, but would also offer numerous conveniences. This arrangement would ultimately benefit the newspaper more than it would hinder it. Moreover, given the substantial initial investment required, Shenlong did not wish to burden the old man excessively, lest he feel unable to hold his head high in his presence. It was fitting for the third Hokage to take on the role of a generous benefactor, as the newspaper's inception perfectly aligned with his interests. He learned from Mangekyo that the third Hokage was very straightforward in providing funding. Shenlong stroked his chin, contemplating whether to take a decisive action. The first issue of the newspaper had already been printed. He took a look at it. After sipping some tea, he examined the newspaper seriously. The paper was designed in a folded format, with text only on the front two sections, while the back was completely blank. In the front sections, the left side published the latest policies from Konoha, along with several positive and uplifting articles, one of which, titled The Will of Fire, occupied the most prominent position. The right side featured two amusing anecdotes, each designed to captivate readers with their interesting and thought-provoking nature, followed by a few light-hearted stories and jokes. Overall, the content of this newspaper was quite rich. Very good, the content is commendable, just print it as is. However, the titles are poorly crafted. They cannot be so haphazard. Shenlong concluded. Although he despised sensationalist headlines, having suffered from them in his previous life, he managed to endure. Nevertheless, the bland and unremarkable titles of this newspaper were far from satisfactory. Shenlong also looked down upon the notion of clickbait, especially since Konoha's newspaper office had no competitors at present. While he scorned sensationalist titles, he recognized their significance. They were a crucial element that could directly influence the quality of the newspaper. They should not be exaggerated, yet must not be underestimated either. "How many copies does President Mita intend to print?" he inquired after setting down the newspaper. "Currently, we plan to print 10,000 copies to observe the response." Considering the newspaper has just been established, Uchiha Fong replied after pondering. "That's too small. Print 30,000 copies. Do not worry about sales. I have already instructed President Mita on the sales strategy. As long as he follows my guidance, there will be no concern about sales." Shenlong advised Mangekyo to adopt a consignment model at major consumer venues, selling at wholesale prices to merchants. This mutually beneficial collaboration was readily accepted by the businesses after Mangekyo simply explained the opportunity and openly presented Konoha's backing. Of course, some affluent merchants scoffed at the prospect of making small profits. Shenlong was unfazed. He secretly instructed Mangekyo to keep a record of these merchants, anticipating a time when they would lament their decisions. Additionally, employing a few orphans as newspaper vendors would make distributing the paper throughout Konoha a breeze. 30,000 copies? Is that not excessive? The production and labor costs alone will amount to over 10,000 ryo, and you are strictly limiting the selling price. At such a low price, even if all 30,000 copies are sold, we will barely break even. Uchiha Fong exclaimed, his eyes wide with uncertainty. "Even if I want to repay your considerable debt swiftly, I would prefer to lower the price further." Shenlong rolled his eyes. "Furthermore, You must realize that we are not the ones funding this. Why are you worried about selling out? You won't suffer any losses. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Phone quickly nodded with a smile and poured Shenglan another cup of tea. Let Mida report 2,000 ryo to the third Hokage for the initial expenses. Shenglan mused, stroking his chin. Uchiha Phone was so shocked that he spat out the tea he had just swallowed, exclaiming, "Isn't that a bit much?" Shenglan shot a glare at the overly dramatic elder and wiped his face, retorting, "What is wrong with that? We're not even covering the cost of an S-rank mission. Do you think the third Hokage is someone to worry about? Konoha is backed by the Land of Fire. This amount is trivial. However, 2,000 ryo is still a daily expense." Uchiha Phone exclaimed, his heart racing. "So what? That figure doesn't all come from Konoha. If he covers half, that's merely 1,000 ryo a day. Do you think I asked Mida to seek investment from the third Hokage just to compensate for a small loss?" Seeing Uchiha Phone nodding earnestly, Shenglan was speechless. "Are you joking? I've spent so many days working hard. I can't just stop after helping you earn a fortune. This 1,000 ryo, in terms of Konoha's capacity, is entirely manageable. Moreover, do not assume that the newspaper has only this one avenue of income. 1,000 ryo is mere pocket change. We can later rely on advertising revenue to generate substantial profits. That is where the real money lies." After explaining the concept of advertising and the profit potential behind it, Uchiha Phone was so excited he almost fainted. He felt utterly overwhelmed by the grand vision that Shenglan had laid before him. If what Shenglan said were true, the income from the newspaper alone would be sufficient to support his entire clan. The next day, urged by Uchiha Phone, Mida Kanjia approached the third Hokage with the first issue of the newspaper. After reviewing it, he sought the Hokage's opinions, making it clear that the newspaper would operate according to the third Hokage's directives. Once satisfied, Mida reported the necessary expenses. The third Hokage frowned slightly, suggesting, "Could we possibly increase the price of the newspaper a bit? Ideally, we should have the readers cover the cost," though he refrained from vocalizing this thought. Mida Kanjia shook his head, stating, "The essence of a newspaper is to disseminate information, which can also be viewed as spreading knowledge, and knowledge is priceless. I cannot agree to profiting from this. If that is the case, I would rather shut down the newspaper." The third Hokage let out an awkward chuckle, quickly explaining, "I was merely speaking impulsively. I also agree that the newspaper should not be a profit-driven entity." This was one of the rare moments of humility for Sarutobi Hiruzen since becoming Hokage. "Apologies, Lord Hokage. I spoke too strongly, but I still hope you can be lenient. The dissemination of newspapers should benefit the public, and we must consider the impoverished. The price of the newspaper should not become a burden for them. My aspiration is that even a beggar should have the means to purchase a newspaper and access its knowledge and information, thus changing their fate." Mida Kanjia said with red eyes, successfully convincing himself as well as perfectly embodying his character. The third Hokage nodded gravely, while Tsunade, standing nearby, looked at Mida Kanjia with admiration. In truth, it was quite rare for the higher-ups of Konoha to regard an ordinary individual with such respect. Even Danzo, in later years, would seldom acknowledge and appreciate this cultured individual. Mida Kanjia could be considered unique in the ninja world. After a moment of discussion, the third Hokage generously agreed to sponsor 1,000 ryo daily. However, he requested that Mida appoint a vice president, intending to have Jiraiya take that position at the newspaper office. This would serve to supervise and understand the newspaper's operations, while also being a well-educated individual with a penchant for reading and writing novels, making him an ideal candidate. Although the 1,000 ryo would be provided under Konoha's name, it wouldn't be prudent to let Mida dictate the amount freely. Jiraiya would ensure everything was accounted for. Upon hearing the third Hokage's arrangement, Mida Kanjia readily agreed without hesitation, knowing they had already resolved many issues the previous night. Jiraiya's involvement would not disrupt the normal operations of the newspaper, nor would it expose the precise expenses of its operation. Many costs originating from the source have been subtly altered, and the specific figures discovered by Jiraiya were meticulously arranged by Mitaka Jensuk. The fictitious daily operation costs of the newspaper have already exceeded 20,000. Therefore, Mitaka Jensuk is utterly unperturbed by the thorn planted by Konoha. He merely needs to fulfill his role as president, for he has two unseen hands aiding him in controlling everything. In Mitaka Jensuk's eyes, he is witnessing a remarkable tactic of deception for the first time. Under normal operational circumstances, Konoha would spend approximately 4 million ryo annually to sustain the newspaper. and this funding need not be utilized within the organization, as the newspaper is barely capable of self-sustenance. Consequently, the newspaper generates enormous net income each year. This method of acquiring wealth is a novel experience for him, and he is profoundly impressed by the young mastermind orchestrating it all. In reality, Shenlong perceives this merely as a minor act of falsifying accounts. He recognizes that Konoha has yet to delve into this business and is merely attempting to reap a little profit. He understands that the third Hokage is keenly interested in the development of the newspaper and would not allow it to operate independently from Konoha's control. Thus, the third intends to exert economic influence over the newspaper, transforming it into his own asset. Since the knife has been presented, Shenlong feels compelled to accept it and draw some blood for Konoha. Chapter 71. Individual ambitions. Days later, he had essentially resolved the issues plaguing the newspaper, setting it on a formal path. Following this, Shenlong proposed to Uchiha Fun the idea of participating in the war at the Rain Village. To his surprise, Uchiha Fun readily acquiesced to his request. Very well, you should indeed experience the baptism of war. The fledgling must eventually learn to soar. After careful consideration, Uchiha Fun decided. Moreover, Konoha intends to deploy the vanguard forces from each prominent clan to support the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The Uchiha clan, being the foremost clan of Konoha, must also express their stance, and thus, warriors from various branches of the Uchiha will be summoned to the battlefield. You may accompany your Uncle Shung. Shenlong was taken aback by this revelation. Uncle Shung? Uchiha Fun has two sons. The elder is the father of Josie, while the younger, Uchiha Shung, is the father of Mei-chin and is someone with whom he is relatively familiar. Shenlong was astonished and perplexed by Uchiha Fun's decision to send his own son to the battlefield. Given the current situation, surely there is no need for Uncle Shung to engage in combat? Shenlong inquired, his confusion evident. Although Uchiha Shung possesses considerable strength, having attained the rank of Jonin and awakened a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, the fluidity of battlefield dynamics poses grave risks. One careless moment could lead to ruin. And Shenlong struggles to fathom Uchiha Fun's reasoning. You, a mere child, possess the courage to soar. How could I shy away from battle? Uchiha Shung's voice echoed from outside the door. Upon opening the door, a young man in his 30s, handsome and spirited, with striking features, entered the room. Upon seeing him, Shenlong quickly rose to greet him, but Uchiha Shung gestured for him to remain at ease. Observing Shenlong's obedient posture, Uchiha Shung couldn't help but chuckle. You are quite a forthright individual. Only those who disregard trivialities may achieve great things. Haha, my little nephew is merely a rude lad, unworthy of grand ambitions. You, Uncle Shung, are truly a figure capable of achieving greatness. Ahem. The elder cleared his throat, interrupting their mutual flattery, and looked directly at Uchiha Shung. It seems you have no objections. Uchiha Shung replied solemnly. Of course, I have no objections. In our clan, my elder brother holds the fort. I feel quite reassured. My eyes have remained dormant for too long. The double Mangekyo should not be my limit. I will awaken my own triple Mangekyo Sharingan on the battlefield. Shenlong was astounded upon hearing this. He admired Uchiha Shung's ambition and reflected on how Uchiha Fun, like a fierce tiger, has produced a worthy offspring. He soon realized that their goals were aligned. Uchiha Shung's participation in the war is driven by a desire to surpass himself and to awaken his triple Mangekyo Sharingan through combat. Meanwhile, Shenlong harbors even greater ambitions. He wishes to test whether he can awaken his own Mangekyo through the crucible of war, serving as a last resort in dire circumstances. Despite his current prowess, boasting Jonin strength at the tender age of 9, he knows all too well that a Jonin without a trump card possesses no qualification for self-preservation. Kakashi became a Jonin at 12, wielding significant power, yet before he mastered Raikiri and attained the Mangekyo Sharingan's Kimui, he was often embroiled in life-threatening crises. Had it not been for the repeated interventions of Minato Namikaze, even this so-called genius Jonin could have met an untimely end. Shenlong, despite his considerable genjutsu skills, lacks any remarkable attributes. The triple Mangekyo would be of minimal assistance and hardly qualifies as a trump card. Only with the formidable Mangekyo can he ensure his safety. Only with that powerful eye can he realize his ambitions. Though the Mangekyo carries the peril of blindness and the burden of physical strain, he can no longer afford to ponder such risks. Only by attaining a higher form of vision does he earn the right to pursue and strategize for greater power. Relying on his current triple Mangekyo, he has no standing to execute his plans or achieve his dreams. He must venture to the land of rain and stake everything. If he cannot unlock his own Mangekyo, he will resort to desperate measures, risking irreversible consequences to seize the Rinnegan belonging to Uchiha Madara. He must either awaken his own eyes or seize the Rinnegan residing within Nagato, or he shall perish on the battlefield of the land of rain. There is no other choice. He cannot afford to waver. His body affords him no leeway for retreat, nor the chance for proper development. The path of the 8 gates has already been obstructed. His only remaining avenue to power lies within his eyes. With his back against the wall, he resolves that failure is not an option. Good, you possess spirit. Truly, you are my progeny. Uchiha Fun patted Uchiha Shung's shoulder, commending him. I will discuss matters with the elder. You shall lead the vanguard of the Uchiha clan. Make us proud, and seize your own honor and status on the battlefield. Yes, they both nodded in agreement, solidifying their plan to enter the land of rain for battle. As for the exact timing of their departure, Uchiha Fun estimated that it would occur no later than 10 days hence. After setting the date for the battlefield, Uchiha Shung took his leave, while Shunlan intended to follow suit, only to be halted by a gesture from Uchiha Fun. Without waiting for him to inquire further, Uchiha Fun rose and retrieved a long knife from the wardrobe within the room. Uchiha Fun placed the long knife before Shunlan, stating, "This blade is for your self-defense. It is a weapon I wielded in my youth." Shunlan grasped the heavy long knife, drawing the blade from its sheath. The blade revealed a deep brown hue, distinctly different from ordinary silver weapons, its edge devoid of shine, yet exuding an indescribable sharpness, a treasure concealed within its seemingly unremarkable exterior. During my early years, I commissioned the forging of this exquisite blade while executing assassination missions. This knife has been soaked in a special material, rendering it nearly non-reflective. Moreover, its composition includes alloy materials and a minimal amount of precious metals capable of conducting chakra, which significantly enhances its hardness and sharpness compared to ordinary steel blades. Shungluan's azure eyes gleamed as he carefully examined the long knife, repeatedly observing and caressing its icy blade. Curiously, he inquired, "Does this blade have a name?" Of course. Every master craftsman from the land of iron bestows a unique name upon their creations. This blade is called Sanfeng. Sanfeng? A splendid weapon indeed. Chapter 72. The Fate of the Senju Clan. The following day, Shungluan set out early towards the Shoju family and happened upon an elderly woman basking in the sun at the entrance. Despite her advanced age, her posture was dignified and graceful. Her coarse, brown hair was neatly arranged, and her frail, gnarled hands rested elegantly upon her abdomen. She was a grandmother who understood etiquette and decorum. Noticing her kind and gentle smile, Shungluan approached and greeted her. "Good day, Grandma Mito." "Oh, who is this handsome young lad? Come closer so that Grandma can take a good look at you." At her words, Shungluan smiled broadly and obediently stepped forward. Such bright and spirited eyes are rare in Konoha. "If I am not mistaken, you must be a child of the Uchiha clan," Mito Uzumaki said with a squinting smile. "Hehe, Grandma Mito is correct. I am Uchiha Shungluan, a classmate of Shoju." With a beaming smile, Shungluan sat beside her. While closing his eyes, he sensed Shoju's location. That rascal was having breakfast with his sister and Kushina. It must be said, the Senju clan's territory is expansive, yet the population is sparse. "Oh, you are looking for Shoju? You may go inside to find him," Mito Uzumaki remarked with a smile. "There's no rush. I will keep Grandma Mito company in the sun for a while," Shungluan suddenly stated. "Well, that sounds delightful. I was just lamenting the lack of company," Mito said, affectionately ruffling Shungluan's tousled hair. "Grandma Mito, what of the other members of the Senju clan? I have heard that the Senju were a clan of equal stature to the Uchiha. Why have they seemingly vanished in such a short span of decades?" Shungluan directly voiced his curiosity, prompting Mito's smile to fade. After a moment of contemplation, she seemed to deliberate on how to address his inquiry. Eventually, she sighed while gazing at a small tree not far from the door, saying, "The members of the Senju clan are the villagers of Konoha. We do not wish to be constrained by the narrow concepts of a single clan. The Senju possess a spirit of inclusivity, willingly relinquishing the Senju surname to blend into Konoha like rivers flowing into the sea." Shungluan found this difficult to comprehend. In a world that values bloodlines and honor, how could a clan choose to abandon its name and forsake its glory? Despite his disbelief, he refrained from rebuttal, instead asking with a look of confusion, Why would they do that? Because of the Senju's ideals. The Senju clan's founding can be traced back to the era of the Sage of Six Paths, with a history spanning a millennium. They were born from unity, merging under a single name, Senju. They trust and support one another, facing the challenges and calamities of the ninja world together. You could consider them an unbreakable alliance. The only difference now is that the alliance is called Konoha instead of Senju. Listening to her, Shinluin remained skeptical. He sensed that such a profound shift in family ideology could not be so easily dismissed. Seeing his doubt, Mito squinted her eyes and smiled. Konoha was built under the leadership of the Senju, gathering the blood, sweat, and tears of numerous clans. It is like a tree that thrives by absorbing the nutrients of all clans. The families are like branches on the tree, the villagers are the leaves, and the Senju serve as the trunk of this great tree. As Mito paused, she even turned to face the sun and began to doze off. Shenluen was uncertain whether she had grown weary of the conversation or if her age had made her forgetful. He found himself deep in thought regarding the meaning of her words. In truth, her explanation did shed light on the disappearance of the Senju clan, and her words carried a degree of credibility. The original work scarcely mentioned the surnames of Tsunade and Shoju, particularly Tsunade, whose surname remained a mystery throughout over 700 episodes of the anime. This in itself is peculiar, especially since many know she is the princess of Konoha. Who else could hold such a title but the direct descendant of the Senju who founded Konoha? How could such a vast clan simply dissolve without a trace? It seemed utterly inconceivable. Shenluen remained skeptical, yet he could not ascertain the veracity of her statements. If only he truly understood the essence of Senju Hashirama, his doubts would be resolved. In Hashirama's eyes, Konoha was his child, and he would not allow anyone to interfere, not the Uchiha clan, nor any other clans, nor even the Senju themselves. His vision was not for the glory of a single clan, but for a harmonious coexistence within the village of Konoha. The fragmented family model bore no benefit to Konoha. During the reign of the brothers Hashirama and Tobirama, they not only dissolved the Senju, but also vigorously supported the common ninja, endeavoring to dilute the influence of the various clans with a plethora of new ninjas. During the last Great Ninja War, over 90% of Konoha's main forces were composed of clan ninjas, which severely depleted the strength of the major clans. Many long-established clans were devastated during that brutal conflict, leaving them in a state of decline akin to the dwindling ice-release clan of the Land of Water. The architect behind this was none other than Senju Tobirama, the military strategist. He once stated during his term as Hokage, "It is precisely because I am Hokage that I must uphold an unyielding stance." His authority surpassed even that of the first Hokage, and under his leadership, every clan was kept in line. Yet, there was one exception. During the Great Ninja War, one clan managed to preserve its strength, the flourishing Uchiha clan. Before his death, Hashirama had repeatedly cautioned Tobirama against taking action against the Uchiha, perhaps out of obligation to a deceased friend or a promise made upon Konoha's founding. This intricate web of cause and effect temporarily spared the Uchiha from calamity. Currently, only the Uchiha could claim to be a prominent clan in Konoha. The term prominent clan is not used lightly. Any clan worthy of such a title possesses the strength to confront a medium-sized ninja village. In a resource-rich context, challenging a high-ranking village like Mangekyo is not out of the question. Without such formidable backing, Uchiha Fugaku would not have dared to plot a coup, attempting to challenge Konoha with the might of his clan. Although he met a tragic and bizarre end at the hands of Itachi Uchiha, the Akatsuki, and the Root, Fugaku was no fool. Without a significant level of confidence, he would never have considered a betrayal that could plunge his clan into an abyss. After a fruitless contemplation, Shenluen gazed at the dozing elder, his expression somewhat grave. He had not forgotten that this elderly woman was the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, possessing unparalleled sealing techniques. Whether it be the Shiki Fujin or the 8-trigram seal capable of containing tailed beasts, these techniques originated from the Uzumaki clan. Even though this elder was nearing the end of her days, the seal containing the nine tails within her remained as steadfast as ever. Not a trace of the nine-tailed fox's presence could be sensed, confirming the formidable strength of the sealing techniques employed by the Uzumaki clan. I could distinctly perceive her aura of twilight, yet the overwhelming power of the nine-tailed beast remained undetectable. A frail old man, on the brink of death, could still maintain a firm grip on the raging beast within, truly worthy of being the princess of the land of whirlpools. Chapter 73. A stern warning as Shenlong pondered. Tsunade and her brother had already finished their breakfast and were now standing before him alongside Kushina. Upon seeing Shenlong, Kushina's face lit up with joy, momentarily believing he had come specifically to see her, causing her cheeks to flush and her demeanor to become somewhat shy and awkward. However, her embarrassment was short-lived as Shenlong greeted the trio and directly approached Tsunade. "Sister Tsunade, do you remember our agreement? I have graduated now." Tsunade paused, her expression momentarily taken aback, before crossing her arms defiantly over her chest, a hint of amusement flickering in her prideful demeanor. "Why on earth would you want to learn medical ninjutsu? You have no passion for that path." Tsunade spoke candidly, sensing that the boy before her was not of the compassionate sort. It wasn't that he was a bad person, but she simply believed that Shenlong was ill-suited to the role of a healer. "Just for self-defense, that's all," Shenlong replied bluntly. Tsunade was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, stepping outside without pausing as she passed by Shenlong. Not far away, her voice echoed back to him. "Come find me at the Konoha hospital later." Before Shenlong could respond, Tsunade vanished from sight, leaving the three of them in a state of surprise, their eyes wide open. "Since school is rare to be closed today, how do you plan to spend your time?" Shenlong inquired, noticing that neither of the two responded as they contemplated. He smiled slightly and suggested, "Since you haven't made any plans, why not join me to enjoy the scenery at Hokage Rock?" The two smiled in agreement, accepting Shenlong's invitation. Standing atop the carved likeness of the first Hokage, Shenlong gazed into the distance, his hands at his sides, his expression solemn and tinged with melancholy. Noticing his silence, Kushina spoke up, "Do you have something to tell us? You usually wouldn't invite us for no reason." "Indeed, boss, if you have any orders, feel free to share." "I'm all ears," Shinshu chimed in, echoing Kushina's curiosity. Without uttering a word, Shenlong turned his serious gaze toward Shinshu. As the latter began to feel the weight of Shenlong's stare, Shenlong spoke in a deep tone, "Promise me, before becoming a Chunin, you must not venture to the battlefield. And ideally, do not leave Konoha alone." "What? A war?" Shinshu exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm, while Kushina mirrored his astonishment. "Yes, a war is imminent. Centered in the land of rain, and the situation is dire. It will not conclude in a few years." Shenlong replied gravely. "Who initiated the war?" Kushina asked through clenched teeth. Shenlong glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "Who knows? Politicians, schemers, or ambitious individuals, it matters little to us. For we possess neither the power nor the means to influence the war, so for now, we need not concern ourselves with such matters." "What should we do then?" In contrast to Shinshu's panic, Kushina maintained a calmer demeanor. "Do not fret, for Konoha will ultimately emerge victorious. Your only task is to study diligently and train hard, striving to become Chunins as soon as possible." "And what about you, boss?" Shinshu detected the discrepancy in Shenlong's words, realizing that Shenlong did not include himself in that equation. "I intend to travel to the land of rain, and I will depart in a few days." "I came to bid you farewell," Shenlong stated earnestly. "What? You're going to the land of rain?" Shinshu exclaimed in disbelief. "No." Kushina's face paled as she shouted. Shenlong was taken aback and puzzled by her reaction. Before he could respond, Kushina continued, "You are still just a genin. How can you venture into such a perilous war zone? Are you truly not afraid of death? Furthermore, the adults would never allow it, and the Hokage would certainly not consent." "Indeed, boss, that place is far too dangerous. Let us refrain from getting involved for now. Wouldn't it be better to train a while longer before we go together?" Shinshu also urged. Yet at that moment, Shenlong suddenly raised his voice, "Be quiet. I have already said, under no circumstances should you go to the land of rain, and you must not seek me out." Shenlong rarely reprimanded him so sternly. He had come with deep concern for Shinshu's safety, fearing he might participate in the Second Shinobi World War. In the original narrative, Shinshu met his demise in the land of rain, whether from an explosive tag trap or something far worse. Regardless, Shenlong would not allow him to venture there. He feared that this young man might seek him out, and even more so, he feared for his life. Although he could not disclose the reasons, Shenlong was determined to prevent him from heading towards certain death. Few could evoke such concern from Shenlong, and Shinshu was one of them. Their years together in school had forged a bond, and Shenlong had come to regard him as a younger brother. He simply could not bear to see this living brother perish in a foreign land. Observing Shinshu's growing unease, Shenlong sighed inwardly. But his words remained uncompromising. "Remember my words. You must not go to the battlefield in the land of rain until you have become a jonin. If you disregard my advice, we shall have no further ties, and I will no longer acknowledge you as my brother." His tone was both serious and weighty, disregarding Shinshu's reaction as he added, "And if I see you within the borders of the land of rain, do not blame me for breaking your legs." Shinshu gasped in shock, fully aware of the gravity of Shenglong's words, knowing that his elder brother would follow through on any threats made. He desperately wanted to inquire about the reasons but recoiled at the coldness in Shenglong's gaze, stepping back in alarm and awkwardly nodding in agreement. Seeing Shinshu acquiesce, Shenglong unconsciously began to walk toward the edge of the cliff, but after a few steps, he halted. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, and the outing seemed destined to conclude on a somber note. After a lengthy pause, as a gentle breeze brushed against them, Shenglong turned his back to them and softly instructed, "Take care of yourselves, study diligently, and train hard. Strive to become jonin as soon as possible." With his head bowed, his voice resonated with tenderness, causing a slight tremor in the hearts of the two, filling them with an indescribable heaviness, as though they were about to lose something precious. In truth, they could not comprehend Shenglong's current feelings, nor could they fathom the difficulties he faced. He held a profoundly pessimistic outlook regarding his impending journey to the land of rain. Firstly, the evolution of the Sharingan was fraught with challenges, without significant stimulation. Awakening it was nearly impossible. Even if, by some fluke, he managed to unlock the Mangekyo, his body may not withstand the strain. If he could not overcome the first two hurdles, the only option left would be to forcibly seize the Rinnegan. However, such thoughts were futile. He was in no position to confront the formidable Uchiha Madara, let alone handle even a minor boss like Kaguya. Chapter 74. The Lifeline's location. After bidding farewell to the two, Shenglong proceeded to Orochimaru's residence. The waters of the Mayaboku Mountains Toad Spring had been successfully extracted, and a drop of blue liquid, no larger than the tip of a chopstick, was sealed within a small glass vial. Orochimaru, holding a small vial, chuckled with excitement. The spring water has yielded only this tiny droplet of extraordinary essence. The rest is either toad secretion or mere ordinary spring water. Although the extraction was not entirely thorough, resulting in significant waste, I can assure you that this droplet is remarkably pure. All the natural energy emanates from it. Only such a small droplet? Shenglong frowned as he received the vial. Upon seeing Orochimaru nod, he helplessly inquired, "Have you tested the effects of this water?" Orochimaru shook his head, sighing, "No. As you can see, there is but this one droplet. If I were to use it for experimentation, it would be lost entirely. Therefore, the application is yours to decide." Application? What could such a tiny droplet accomplish? Shenglong sighed in response. "You should decide quickly, for this substance is highly volatile. Even glassware cannot securely contain it. In a few days, this droplet is likely to evaporate completely. Do not say I did not warn you," Orochimaru stated earnestly. At this, Shenglong furrowed his brow once more, and in a moment of determination, he uncorked the vial and swallowed the droplet without hesitation. Orochimaru was taken aback by his decisiveness, seemingly unperturbed by the potential toxicity of the substance. As Orochimaru watched in astonishment, Shenglong remained unaffected, prompting Orochimaru to ask if he felt anything unusual. Upon consuming the droplet, Shenglong experienced a refreshing chill coursing through his abdomen, invigorating his chakra and filling him with a delightful clarity. An indescribable essence emanated from within him, a gentle, natural energy that any living being could absorb. With an increase in his strength and a newfound lightness, he realized his chakra had noticeably expanded. Feeling this transformation, Shenglong formed a definitive thought. If only I had more of this, it would surely heal my body. It is indeed useful, Shenglong exclaimed joyfully, finally recognizing the lifeline he had long sought. He elaborated on the effects of the water droplet to Orochimaru, who meticulously recorded every detail in a report. After finishing, Orochimaru inexplicably licked his lips and, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, "Now that we know Mayabokuzen possesses what you need, it seems your current strength may pose a challenge." Despite Orochimaru's mocking laughter, Shenglong remained unfazed. He simply cast a calm gaze toward Orochimaru and, once the laughter subsided, declared resolutely, "I will wait a while longer, but I shall ascend Mayabokuzen for water." With Orochimaru taken aback into silence, Shenglong exited his residence. There was no need for pleasantries with Orochimaru. Treating him as one would Sasuke was entirely acceptable, For Orochimaru was not a benevolent soul, nor one to be concerned with niceties. On the contrary, he preferred strength and authenticity over politeness. Truly, Orochimaru was a peculiar individual. Eventually, Shenlong found himself at Konoha's hospital. He intended to check on the condition of Hinata, only to discover that she had already been discharged, along with Ino and Choji. Remembering his promise to treat them post-discharge, he chuckled to himself. Perhaps it is best to wait until I return from the land of rain. After inquiring about Tsunade's location from a nurse, Shenlong found himself before her. Hey, I heard you've learned the water-walking chakra manipulation technique. Tsunade asked directly, without preamble. Yes, I have, Shenlong replied. Excellent. You have acquired the fundamental chakra manipulation ability. Now we shall proceed to the second stage, Tsunade said, rising from her desk and leading him into a quiet room. As Shenlong surveyed the space, he noticed a low table and a large fish tank containing over 20 fish of various sizes. Sit down, then concentrate your chakra in your palm. Only after completing this step can we move to the next stage, Tsunade instructed, arms crossed and gaze focused. However, as soon as she spoke, he manifested a faint blue glow in his palms. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly, surprised by the boy's adeptness in chakra manipulation. Wonderful. We can now proceed to the third stage. Tsunade approached the fish tank, deftly scooping out a small fish the size of her thumb. She then tossed it onto the low table, causing it to gasp for breath. Seemingly on the brink of death, cover the fish with your chakra, paying close attention to its reactions. Channel your chakra into it to heal its injuries. Remember to concentrate. Regulate the flow of chakra and observe the changes. The nuances are for you to master. I have many tasks to attend to. So return to me when you can successfully revive a dying fish, Tsunade instructed before exiting the room, leaving Shenlong to stare at the twitching fish with a wry smile. Very well, let us follow her instructions. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, 10 clones appeared in the room. You all know what to do, right? 1 fish per clone. Let's each nearly kill a fish and then revive it. Half an hour later, Shenlong stared at the empty fish tank, momentarily dazed, before glancing at the discarded fish scattered across the floor. Could someone run an errand? Go outside the hospital and buy a few hundred fish? Shenlong asked his clones. You go. My fish is still alive and needs more experimentation, one clone replied. Why should I go? My fish may be dead, but I still need to analyze the cause of its demise. I can't waste time. Let him go. His fish died early, so he likely won't gain much experience. Another clone interjected, who says early death equates to a lack of experience. Don't distort the facts. I refuse to go. As the clones bickered, Shenlong's patience wore thin. He scowled and shouted, Enough. I will go. Seeing that his command silenced them, Shenlong felt a sense of satisfaction at his authority. However, just as he was about to rise, the clones chorused impatiently, then hurry up. With no choice but to comply, Shenlong dashed out to procure fish. As dusk fell and the shadow clones dissipated, he appeared particularly fatigued. Under the cover of his palm, a vibrant fish struggled intensely, causing Shenlong to reveal a trace of a smile. The fatigue in his 3-tomo Sharingan sparkled with the joy of progress. He had succeeded, accomplishing Tsunade's task in just half a day. As he repeatedly honed his skills, the sound of high heels approaching stirred his heart, indicating that Tsunade had come to inspect his work. Without waiting for Shenlong to speak, Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the room filled with dead fish. Why haven't you left yet? And what is the meaning of this stench of dead fish? Did you not ask me to practice medical ninjutsu with fish? Shenlong replied, perplexed. You should have returned home after some practice. Do you think you can master medical ninjutsu in just one afternoon? Who do you think you are? Hurry up and clean this place before you leave. Tsunade shouted angrily. Just a moment, Shenlong said. Tsunade, witnessing Shenlong still cradling a seemingly lifeless fish, was about to explode with anger. However, before she could act, a scene before her left her utterly astonished. The fish that appeared to be lifeless twitched slightly, then within seconds sprang back to life, causing Tsunade's eyes to widen in disbelief. How is this possible? Typically, mastering this stage of medical ninjutsu took at least a month, and often up to 6 months. Many lacked the talent for it altogether. To think this little brat learned it in an afternoon. Reflecting on her own experience when she first learned medical ninjutsu, it had taken her a full 10 days, which was already the fastest recorded time, earning her the title of a medical genius. Remembering the praise from her mentor in her youth, she compared it to this prodigy's calm demeanor and found herself at a loss for words, rooted to the spot. Sister Tsunade, When shall we proceed to the fourth stage? Shenlong asked. You brat, Tsunade said, unable to hide her smile at the exhausted little boy. Go home. The fourth stage involves dealing with patients. Come to the hospital tomorrow to continue your studies. Shenlong nodded in response, tidied up the multitude of dead fish, and left the hospital. In the following days, he occasionally visited the Uchiha clan to discuss battle preparations with Uchiha Sho, and at other times, he returned to the hospital to learn. During this period, Shenlong focused on mastering a medical ninjutsu known as Healing Palm, which treated external injuries. This technique could fully heal ordinary cuts and wounds in just a few minutes, making it an essential skill for home care and a miraculous aid on the battlefield. On the final day before heading to the Land of Rain, when Shenlong bid farewell to Might Guy, the elder treated him like a father, repeatedly advising him to prioritize his safety in dangerous situations and to remain at the rear during battles. In the quiet camp, after cautiously glancing around, Guy leaned toward Shenlong by the campfire and said softly, Little Blue, it's far too dangerous for you to go to the Land of Rain right now. Can it wait until later? You could go after becoming a chunin. Come on, big brother, don't worry, I know my limits. I'm just going for logistical support this time, not to engage in combat. Plus I'll be accompanied by a group of skilled clan members. It'll be fine, Shenlong replied with a smile. Sigh. I knew I couldn't dissuade you. Fine, fine. Seeing Guy suddenly rise from the ground, Shenlong tilted his head in confusion. Little Blue, tonight, I'll teach you a forbidden technique for self-defense. Pay close attention. Upon hearing this, Shenlong's body trembled. Could it be? This technique was called the Eight Gates Formation, which unlocked the channels of chakra within the body, granting a temporary surge of power. Each gate opened would provide a brief exponential increase in explosive strength and chakra. Although immensely powerful, it also came with significant side effects, known as after effects. Indeed, the Eight Gates. Shenlong's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the forbidden technique he had longed for, and unexpectedly, Might Guy was teaching it to him at this moment. Open the first gate. Open the second. Open the third. Open the fourth. Open the fifth. Open the sixth. As Might Guy's voice echoed, Shenlong's aura multiplied, and an overwhelming chakra visibly erupted from his body. Unleashing an indescribable force, he struck out with a single fist, and a dazzling beam of light shot forth from his punch, instantly creating a terrifying shockwave that shattered a tree several dozen meters away. Witnessing this display of power left Shenlong awestruck, his mouth agape. Do you see now? This is the power of this technique. However, this is not all. I have only opened the sixth gate. The last two gates hold the core strength of this technique. Currently, I have only comprehended the seventh gate, while the eighth gate remains a mystery. But be warned, the eighth gate is the death gate. Opening it will surely lead to your demise. You must never unlock that final gate. After releasing the Eight Gates Formation, Might Guy was drenched in sweat. Given his current physical condition, reaching the sixth gate was already a tremendous feat. The seventh gate was a life-or-death move, and once opened, he would be incapacitated for over a day, enduring excruciating pain. This is a forbidden technique meant for your survival. The battlefield is unpredictable should you encounter an insurmountable opponent. This technique may grant you a fighting chance, or at the very least, allow for a retreat. Shenlong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he looked at Might Guy's pale face, touched by his concern, and he nodded heavily in agreement. Might Guy stayed up most of the night, meticulously explaining the chakra flow and pros and cons of the Eight Gates Formation to Shenlong. Under Guy's guidance, Shenlong followed his instructions and opened the first four gates. Upon opening the fourth gate, Shenlong trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He understood that this was his limit. Opening another gate would likely inflict irreversible damage to his body. Given his existing ailments, further advancing in physical techniques was futile. Using the Eight Gates Formation would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, a path to self-destruction. Why have you only reached the fourth gate? I know your physical condition, and you should at least be able to open the fifth gate, Might Guy said, puzzled. It's probably because I'm not yet familiar with this forbidden technique, Shenlong replied, forcing a smile. Oh, I see. But the eight gates shouldn't be too difficult. Once you understand the opening method and chakra flow, reaching the seventh gate should not be a challenge, provided your body can handle it. Yes. I'm just not quite familiar yet. Let me take it slow, Shenlong said with a smile, concealing his physical ailments. He didn't want Might Guy to bear any psychological burden, for he was among the few who genuinely cared for him in this cruel world. After bidding farewell to Might Guy, Shenglan lay alone on the grass by a small river, surrounded by darkness, his entire being engulfed in shadows, reflecting the dire predicament he was about to face, almost devoid of light and hope. Chapter 76. Farewell before battle after a long wait. A beam of moonlight finally pierced through the clouds and darkness, illuminating this lonely and despairing figure. Over the years, he has developed a habit. On clear nights, he would gaze at the round moon, lost in thought. As he beheld the luminous orb, an otherworldly sensation enveloped him, igniting a yearning to escape. The world before him felt profoundly alien, and each night, he would take a moment before sleep to look skyward, attempting to recall the familiar constellations from his memories. Though the night sky was adorned with many stars, he would often spot a particularly familiar arrangement that resembled the Big Dipper, a constellation that once guided lost souls home. Surely, it pointed toward his home. Such thoughts had lingered in Shenglan's heart. How powerful must one become to traverse the stars? How wondrous it would be to disregard the vastness of space. Gazing at those 7 stars, such fanciful notions would invariably arise. Eventually, his longing transformed into a soft sigh as he rose to return to his tent. Inside the tent, he untied the heavy burdens he had borne around his ankles for years, 40 pounds of weight carelessly cast aside, preparing to rest and rejuvenate for the journey to the land of rain, where he hoped to forge a future. The next day, Shenglan arrived early at the village entrance of Konoha, accompanied by a contingent of 60 Uchiha clansmen, the first wave of warriors heading to battle. With calm composure, Shenglan stood at the forefront of the line, for leading them was Uchiha Mori, the captain whose authority was unquestionable. Despite the presence of 2 more powerful jonin among the ranks, his status as the elder's son compelled him to join the fray, an act that garnered respect from his peers. After all, few among the Uchiha clan dared to fight, and both Mori's strength and position qualified him to command the 60 clan ninjas. Among them were 6 jonin, 20 chunin, and 34 seasoned genin. The younger genin were not permitted to serve as mere fodder in battle, a policy strictly upheld by the Uchiha clan. Shenglan's exception was granted only through Uchiha Fong's nod of approval. The clan's strength was formidable, and had it not been for Uchiha Mori, the number of warriors heading to battle would have been drastically lower. They were not a clan driven by fervor for their village. This battalion of ninjas was assembled through the efforts of the third elder. In recent days, the village entrance had seen a steady stream of ninjas, with families and friends bidding farewell. Likewise, the Uchiha troops were enveloped in farewells, with loved ones exchanging heartfelt goodbyes, each heart weighed down by the specter of death that accompanies war. How many of the 60 would return alive from their journey to the land of rain? None could assure such a fate. Amidst Shenglan's hopeful anticipation, Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina, and Namake's Minato appeared before him. Shenglan placed a reassuring hand on Minato's shoulder, greeting him as a brother. Minato, with a shy smile, cautioned, "Be careful on the battlefield. Prioritize your safety above all." Shenglan nodded earnestly in response. "Is it truly unavoidable?" Kushina asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shenglan remained silent, offering only a gentle shake of his head and a smile, feeling a surge of inexplicable emotion. Mikoto clutched Uchiha Mori, tears choking her voice. She felt as if the 2 most important people in her life were about to depart, and sleepless nights plagued her thoughts, haunted by visions of their eternal entombment in that foreign land. The loss of either would be a thunderclap to her heart, and she dared not imagine the scene. Observing Mikoto's worn expression, Shenglan was overtaken by a sense of compassion. He approached and tenderly patted her shoulder, whispering, "Fear not, Mikoto. Both uncle and I possess the strength of jonin. You should know how formidable we are. On the battlefield, we shall be the strongest, and it will be our foes who fall before us. Indeed, Mikoto, you need not worry. Both father and Shenglan will return safely," Uchiha Mori reassured her, ruffling Mikoto's hair. At that moment, he felt a sudden release around his waist, as Mikoto let go of her embrace and instead threw herself into Shenglan's arms. Her face pressed against his chest as tears streamed down. "You must return alive, promise me." She trembled, her voice thick with emotion, though weak. Her words echoed persistently in Shenglan's heart, and in that moment, he felt solitude retreat, replaced by a profound sense of belonging, as if someone awaited his return. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her. "Promise me," Mikoto implored again, tears flowing freely. Shenglan wished to offer further comfort, but her cries shook him to his core. Gritting his teeth, he solemnly replied, "I promise." Those words erupted from the depths of his being, forceful yet tinged with an inconspicuous sadness. He could not bear to let down Mikoto's tenderness, yet the weight of such a promise loomed heavily upon him, knowing the peril that lay ahead. Assembly. Uchiha Mori's commanding voice broke through the emotional farewells, signaling the formation of their ranks for departure. The moment of parting had drawn to a close. "Let us set forth." Just as they prepared to embark, a loud voice echoed from afar. "Boss, I'm here." Shoju sprinted toward Shenglan. Upon hearing his voice, a radiant smile broke across Shenglan's face. "Shoju, you rascal." He lingered at the back of the formation, wishing to remain a while longer. But the weight of military orders was unyielding. Even with Uchiha Mori's consent to pause, he could not indulge himself, as the eyes of the clan were upon him. He did not wish to undermine Mori's authority. "Go back, Shoju. You too must return." "I must leave immediately. Your brother understands." Shenglan called out. "Boss, wait for me." Shoju continued to run towards him. Touched by the sentiment, Shenglan glanced at the front of the line, noting their pace had slowed. Instinctively, he flashed to Shoju's side. "No need to see me off. Return home. I truly must go." Shoju shook his head, panting, "Boss, just wait a moment. I have something for you." He produced a small scroll from his pocket, grinning foolishly as he presented it to Shenglan. "Boss, this is for you. I secretly copied a ninjutsu from my sister's room. If you have time, remember to learn it. I'm not sure how effective it is, but both my sister and grandma have studied it, so it must be worthwhile." Shenglan was both amused and exasperated by Shoju's antics, gently tapping his head. "You fool. No wonder you took so long. You were busy being mischievous. I cannot learn your sister's jutsu. Every technique is unique and significant. It's unethical to learn someone else's creation or inheritance without permission. Return now. I appreciate your kindness," he said, patting Shoju's shoulder with a smile. "My dear leader, in truth, this is a secret technique developed by my grandmother. She will eventually pass it on to me. So sharing it with you in advance poses no issue at all. Feel free to learn without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Shenglan was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to refuse, he noticed that the team was on the brink of vanishing from sight, prompting him to glance over. At that moment, Sheng Shu thrust the scroll into Shenglan's embrace and urged him forward, saying, "Hurry up and catch up. There's no need to dawdle over a mere minor ninjutsu. It's not worth wasting time on. Go." Shenglan, bemused and exasperated, realized he had no time for further delay. He turned away and called back. "Return and take good care of Meichin and Jiao Na. If any issues arise, consult with Watergate. That lad is quite capable, both in strength and wisdom." "I understand. Now hurry and catch up," Sheng Shu replied, feigning impatience while suppressing his tears. "Take care of yourself. And remember my words. Under no circumstances should you venture into the land of rain or leave the village alone." After delivering this final admonition, Shenglan vanished in an instant, catching up to the group in mere moments. He waved farewell to everyone, finally embarking on his journey. Chapter 77. The imminent outbreak of the Ninja World War in the dense forest, a well-trained ninja squad advanced methodically towards the land of rain. Uchiha Sheng observed Shenglan's distinct manner of travel and chuckled. "Why aren't you walking with your hands behind your back? It reduces air resistance and conserves stamina." Seeing Uchiha Sheng speak with such conviction, Shenglan could not help but inquire, "Oh, Uncle Sheng, what leads you to this conclusion? Are you certain that walking with your hands behind your back is indeed faster? Or have you conducted any verification on this matter?" "Isn't this common knowledge?" "I must admit, I have not verified it myself," Uchiha Sheng replied, puzzled. "Haha, common knowledge is not always correct. I once witnessed someone test this method of travel, and the results showed no significant difference in speed compared to regular walking. In fact, the act of walking with hands behind one's back led to greater fatigue. Since then, I have abandoned that way of traveling." "Is that true?" Uchiha Sheng furrowed his brow, uncertain. Indeed, this method of travel offers no additional benefits. This conclusion is drawn from multiple verifications, not mere hearsay, Shenglan asserted earnestly. Recalling that people in his past life referred to this style as the Hokage run and even mocked it after proving it ineffective, he found it rather comical and somewhat ridiculous. The group behind them had caught snippets of Shenglan's words, exchanging glances, uncertain whether to keep their hands behind their backs or not. Most shared Uchiha Sheng's sentiments, and upon hearing it confirmed as useless, their expressions turned sour. Frankly, There's no need to be overly concerned about whether it's right or wrong, as it won't significantly affect your speed or condition. So, there's no need for correction, just stick to your habits, Shenglan remarked, surveying the group with a calm demeanor. His words prompted nods of agreement, dissipating any lingering displeasure towards him. No wonder the leader valued this boy. Such insight and perspective are rarely found in one so young. The journey to the land of rain would take a day. During a break, Shenglan retrieved the scroll that Sheng Shu had given him. Upon seeing the name of the secret technique, his pupils dilated and his heart raced. Inseal. It was indeed this technique. It could be said that Tsunade's formidable prowess in later stages was founded upon the Inseal. Whether for the creation of ninjutsu, regeneration, or the immortality technique, the chakra utilized in these arts must be stored long-term within the Inseal. Possessing this technique is akin to having a colossal backup battery. Its capacity to sustain combat power is merely one of its many functions, and the true might of the Inseal extends far beyond that. Sheng Shu truly surprised me with this incredible gift. In the land of rain, torrential rain poured down, accompanied by thunderous roars. This enigmatic nation experiences rainfall for over 200 days a year. With its myriad rivers and lakes, it could be likened to a land of water on earth. And its ninja strength is comparable to that of the maritime powerhouse, the land of water. Regrettably, this nation is encircled on three sides by great powers. And whenever these nations engage in warfare, it results in significant harm to this land, a tragic fate for a strategic buffer zone. Bending low, they hastened through the rain. Despite their efforts to keep their bodies low, traversing the vast, open terrain still posed a risk of being struck by lightning, a common occurrence in the land of rain. Uchiha Sheng could only silently pray for their safe passage. As dusk approached, the group finally exited the storm clouds, arriving at a higher elevation village. Suddenly, an elite jonin announced, "We've reached the village's command center." Within an unremarkable residential area, Konoha had established a small command post on the outskirts. The individuals at the front halted immediately as a jonin appeared before the troops, commanding them to stop. Upon hearing this, everyone came to a standstill. Uchiha Sheng stepped forward, pointed to his forehead protector, and produced an identification card. Under the vigilant gaze of the jonin, he revealed the documentation representing the Konoha forces. "Apologies. It is a routine procedure during wartime. I hope you will understand." The jonin bowed in apology. Uchiha Sheng waved his hand dismissively, then instructed his clan members to enter the building and await orders. Shenglan followed Uchiha Sheng into the heart of the command center. "The Uchiha clan's brothers have arrived. I didn't expect Sheng to lead the team personally. This is quite surprising." A middle-aged man in his 40s knelt at the head of a large map, nodding and smiling at Uchiha Sheng as he entered. "I hope I'm not late, everyone." Uchiha Sheng returned the nod and surveyed all present around the map. "Not at all. You arrived just in time," remarked a member of the Inuzuka clan, his face adorned with markings. They had never held a favorable view of the Uchiha clan. It's understandable. The Uchiha clan is vast and influential, and the number of participants is considerable. A bit of delay due to thorough preparations is to be expected. "Oh, how many from the Uchiha clan have come?" A member of the Hyuga clan with Byakugan inquired teasingly. 62 in total, 20 jonin and 7 elite jonin, Uchiha Sheng replied nonchalantly. The crowd exhibited expressions of surprise. They had not anticipated the Uchiha clan to send so many to the battlefield. This force was more than sufficient to sway the outcome of a battle. The Uchiha clan was truly making a significant commitment this time. Let us refrain from teasing him further. Sheng has traveled a long way. Why not allow him a day's rest before discussing the war? The middle-aged man, the current clan leader of the Yuhi clan, interjected with a hearty laugh, sincerely inquiring if Uchiha Sheng required a day to recuperate. "No need, now that we are here. Konoha takes precedence over clan matters. You are the supreme commander of the battlefield in the land of rain. We shall act according to your directives." Uchiha Sheng dared not presume too much, for the man before him was indeed the highest authority of the Konoha forces stationed in the land of rain, and in terms of status, he was far inferior. Thus, he took the other's goodwill with utmost seriousness. Although still youthful, Uchiha Sheng exhibited an impeccable performance, compelling other clans to yield a position to him. He confidently took his place beneath the seat of the Sunset clan leader. "Though we hail from diverse clans, I implore you to set aside your prejudices and unite against external threats. We must swiftly address the menace of the land of rain." securing honor for the land of fire and Konoha, while also laying a peaceful foundation for our descendants, so they need not endure the ravages of war. Upon concluding his address, the Sunset Clan leader bowed deeply, prompting the assembly to respond with similar gestures of respect. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is far from optimistic. Currently, we face only the hidden sand village of the Land of Wind as our adversary. Yet the hidden stone village of the Land of Earth is stirring with intentions of intervention against us. Reliable sources indicate that they harbor designs on joining the fray against Konoha. Furthermore, Hanzo of the Salamander, leader of the Hidden Rain village, harbors animosity towards us, accusing us of disrupting the peace of his land. Just yesterday, he dispatched a demand for our immediate withdrawal, threatening dire consequences should we fail to comply. His stance exceedingly resolute. We cannot afford to be surrounded on 3 fronts, yet a retreat is out of the question. After a brief pause to allow the clan leaders to grasp the gravity of the situation and ponder possible solutions, the Sunset Clan leader cleared his throat. Interrupting the fruitless discussions, he pointed to a red dot on the map and declared, instead of waiting to be encircled, let us take the initiative and eliminate all known strongholds of the Land of Wind. While they remain unprepared, we shall strike decisively and see if we can shatter their defenses. The assembly was taken aback. Were they truly to mobilize for a large-scale offensive? The Sunset Clan leader's decisive approach instilled a sense of reverence among the attendees. Although his eagerness to engage in a major confrontation might seem hasty, upon closer examination, they recognized the potential for success in his plan. After all, Konoha, being the foremost shinobi village, had only recently begun its preparations, while the Hidden Sand village, lagging behind in all aspects, could not match Konoha's efficiency or numbers. Striking them unawares could secure an initial advantage, and a resounding victory might serve to intimidate the Land of Earth and the Land of Rain. The Sunset Clan leader calculated that the odds of victory in this battle stood at 70%. With no objections to his strategy, he promptly issued commands for the various clans to prepare for battle. Timing was of the essence. Waiting for the enemy forces to fully assemble would only lead to unpredictable outcomes, and even if Konoha emerged victorious, it would come at a steep cost. The unfavorable odds of facing 2 or even 3 adversaries at once necessitated securing an early victory. Thus, the orders for the first large-scale engagement of the Second Shinobi World War were officially issued, and Konoha's ninja forces stationed in the Land of Rain were mobilized. After a brief 2-hour assembly, the Uchiha clan received their combat orders. At this moment, the ninja combat teams, consisting of 1 elite jonin leading 3 chunin and genin, had yet to fully form, with the battle structure still reflecting a clan-centric model. As long as a single commander directed the other clans or teams, the operational framework remained largely unchanged since the previous conflict. Despite the Uchiha clan swiftly entering combat mode, they were not overwhelmed, having had ample rest along the way. Uchiha Shung would not impose undue demands on his kin. Even when rushing to the front lines, they maintained a steady pace. As a result, the clan members were in good spirits, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Nightfall enveloped the Land of Rain. The persistent drizzle and cool winds filled the air with moisture, drenching anyone caught outside, even those sheltered beneath eaves. Each breath carried a palpable humidity. Prolonged exposure to such an environment could easily lead to lung infections, posing a threat even to ninjas in this medically primitive world. With the sound of splashing water beneath their feet, a group of 62 Uchiha members advanced through the mist, each prepared for the impending conflict. "What is our specific mission?" inquired an elite jonin in a low voice. Uchiha Shung replied while running, "We are to eliminate 2 enemy strongholds, each with no more than 40 personnel. Their exact strength remains uncertain, but it is likely that their jonin numbers will not exceed our own." "And how far apart are these 2 strongholds?" the elite jonin asked again. The 2 strongholds were strategically positioned to support one another, serving as the front line for the Sand Ninjas. "During our assault, we must be cautious of the possibility of a 3rd stronghold providing reinforcements, so I urge all to resolve the conflict swiftly." Having arrived at a designated location, the group halted. Before them lay a flat expanse on elevated ground, revealing the outlines of enemy structures. "Jinza, Chiba, you 2 take out the enemy sentries," Uchiha Shun commanded. "Yes," they responded, as such decisive orders were characteristic of the Uchiha clan. As the 2 swiftly departed, Uchiha Shung turned to the astonished Shunglon beside him and remarked, "You, of all times, are still training?" Are you not concerned about depleting your chakra during battle? Rest assured, Uncle Sheng, Shenglong replied, a faint blue aura enveloping him, causing raindrops to slide off without soaking him. The others gazed in amazement. How could this genin remain so dry while they were drenched? Upon activating their Sharingan, they observed a subtle chakra cloak enveloping him, evoking quiet astonishment. While such a chakra manifestation might seem merely remarkable to genin, it represented a profound mastery of chakra manipulation to the seasoned jonin. Seeing Shenglong's confidence, Uchiha Sheng chose not to press further, offering a resigned smile. As he observed Shenglong intently fixated on the enemy camp, curiosity piqued within Uchiha Sheng, prompting him to inquire, given your clever mind, how would you propose we capture these two strongholds at minimal cost? Shenglong paused momentarily, then spread his arms, gazing at the rain sliding off his palms, and stated solemnly, this weather is particularly disadvantageous for us of the Fire Clan. Our fire techniques will be severely hampered. Therefore, I do not advocate a direct assault on the stronghold. Instead, I suggest we split our forces. One group, centered around those skilled in taijutsu and assassination, should exploit the rainy night and utilize the Sharingan for stealthy eliminations. After a brief pause to survey the faces around him, he continued, the other group can set an ambush along the main roads, laying traps to thwart any incoming reinforcements. Before Shenglong could finish, Uchiha Sheng's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, engage the enemy's support forces. Shenglong nodded in agreement. The rain proved to be an impediment to the art of fire release, yet the Cloak of Night offered an advantage to my clan. Victory was within reach. The intellect of the Uchiha clan was sharp, and with but a few words from Shenglong, everyone understood the strategy to employ. Thus, the operational plan was set forth. 62 individuals divided into two teams, one led by a seasoned chunin, guiding the genin to various intersections and main roads to lay traps and prepare ambushes. The other team, spearheaded by Jonin, stealthily advanced towards the Sand Ninja stronghold under the cover of darkness. The sound of raindrops masked the soft footfalls, and soon a faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the damp air. Each strike from the Jonin was executed with simplicity and efficiency, inflicting considerable damage upon the enemy's stronghold in mere minutes. Suddenly, an alarm. In the silent rain-soaked night, a Sand Jonin detected something amiss and shouted loudly, rousing his less vigilant comrades, igniting chaos and combat. It was clear that the Uchiha clan could not eliminate all the Sand Ninjas through assassination alone. The initial assault had already served its purpose, and the remaining Sand Ninjas simply needed to be swiftly dealt with. This was a confrontation devoid of uncertainty. The Uchiha's ninja squad exhibited exceptional combat prowess, and any ordinary ninja team that crossed their path faced inevitable demise. These Sand Ninjas were no exception. As the ambush was revealed, a clan Jonin unleashed a ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball hurtled towards the Sand Ninja. The Sand Jonin narrowly dodged, only to feel a searing pain in his chest as a dark brown long blade pierced his heart. His eyes widened in disbelief, grasping the blade with one hand. He attempted to counter with a kunai, but the youth kicked him, robbing him of a chance to fight back, crashing through the wall and meeting his end. The Uchiha Jonin, who had unleashed the fireball, was taken aback. He had not anticipated such ferocity and swiftness from the youth, who had dispatched a Jonin of equal rank in a single encounter. While there was an element of surprise, this young one's skill surpassed that of an average Jonin, and he might not fare well even himself against him. Now that we've been exposed, let's prepare to eliminate the remaining Sand Ninjas. A voice coldly commanded, reaching the ears of the Uchiha Jonin, who instinctively straightened and responded, yes. Shenglong flicked his wrist, sending his blade into a flourish, ignoring the Jonin, and charged directly towards the concentration of Sand Ninjas. The intensity of the battle escalated, with whirling winds and roaring flames echoing throughout, as the Uchiha clan, outnumbering their foes, exhibited individual prowess that far surpassed that of the Sand Ninjas. After a crushing round of combat, only 2 Sand Jonin and 4 Chunin remained, cornered within a 2-story building. Inside, the Sand Ninjas heard the taunt. You are surrounded. 10 counts to either death or surrender. Uchiha Sheng shouted at the trapped ninjas, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. He harbored little hope, but it was beneficial to influence their morale, and they might not entirely dismiss the possibility of surrender. After 10 breaths, as Uchiha Sheng prepared to order an assault with explosive tags, a fragile figure appeared before them, swiftly forming hand seals, and inhaling sharply. Fire release. Great fire cancel. A colossal wall of fire erupted forth, its intensity and heat forcing the surrounding rain to retreat, the flames engulfing the first floor of the building entirely. Three agonizing screams echoed from below, chilling the onlookers as they beheld this young genin. This genin had managed to perform such an advanced ninjutsu as the Great Fire Cancel. And in this humid, rainy environment, its power was astonishing. In a normal, rainless setting, its potency would surely increase by 30%. How could a mere genin wield such a technique? Water release, water barrier. Suddenly, a voice emerged from within the building. As a massive water column appeared on the second floor, washing away a significant portion of the fierce flames, unleashing a torrent of scalding steam that left the remaining survivors shrieking in agony. "Xiaolan, come back!" Uchiha Shung exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he witnessed Shengluan enveloped in a radiant blue aura, charging into the steam-filled building without a hint of hesitation. Inside were two jonin and several chunin. How could he, alone, dare to storm in? Such an act would make even the elite Uchiha Shung think twice. Yet this genin charged recklessly. Within Shengluan's perception, 3 charred corpses had been scattered by the rushing water. With his eyes closed, he leaped to the second floor in a series of instantaneous movements. He deflected incoming shurikens with a few swift slashes and swiftly dispatched an unsuspecting chunin. Amidst the cries, a sand jonin formed hand seals, deducing Shengluan's location from the chunin's screams, unleashing a razor-sharp wind blade. Wind release, wind blade. Unperturbed, Shengluan kicked the body of the slain chunin, sending it towards the wind blade. The sound of bone and flesh being severed reached the ears of the sand jonin. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he sensed the steam swirling before him. Something was charging with deadly intent, locking onto him. In an instant of surprise, he felt a sharp pain on his forehead, as if a pointed object were about to pierce his brow. Instinctively, he raised his kunai in defense. An automatic reaction forged through countless brushes with death, a reflex so swift it defied comprehension. Shengluan's long blade shimmered with a dark glow, a sign of infused chakra. His strike was direct and forceful, swift as lightning, and before the jonin could evade, it struck true. A resounding clang echoed as the jonin's kunai shattered. A crimson line appearing from his head to his abdomen, his eyes widening in horror before he succumbed to death. Unaware of the blade's ferocity, he had managed to block the attack but could not withstand the sharpness of Shengluan's blade. Wind release, great breakthrough. At that moment, another jonin formed seals and shouted. A fierce gale erupted from his mouth, dispersing the thick steam and blowing away a wall, while Shengluan's concealed blade embedded itself into the floor. With his feet coated in chakra, he clung to the ground, struggling to maintain his footing. "Damn it! Even if I perish, I'll make you pay." The last jonin finally assessed the situation, his eyes reddening with rage. Wind release, wind cutter technique. A white line of wind shot from his mouth, and upon seeing this, Shengluan's pupils constricted, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan appearing. He perceived the trajectory of the wind line, sidestepping and dropping to the ground to narrowly evade the lethal wind. Yet, as Shengluan prepared to rise and continue the fight, he saw the jonin's hand seals change once more. Wind release, 1,000 faces of wind. Before him surged a torrent of tiny wind blades, and with no avenue of escape, Shengluan could only stomp down hard. Boom! Thunderous roars reverberated. The 2-story building, already riddled with countless flaws, collapsed entirely under the immense force of Shengluan's foot. In that fleeting moment of descent, Shengluan narrowly evaded the opponent's ninjutsu. The resounding crash sent shockwaves through the hearts of onlookers, prompting the Uchiha clan members to swiftly surround the fallen structure. Had it not been for the dense smoke obscuring their vision during the collapse, the Uchiha would have surely surged forward to eliminate the sand shinobi jonin. Coughing, Shengluan emerged from the wreckage, covering his mouth. Suddenly, from behind him, the sand jonin plunged a kunai into his body, and Shengluan's eyes widened in disbelief. "I cannot escape, nor shall you live. Let us journey together." The sand jonin snarled, fully aware that survival against so many Konoha shinobi was futile. He resolutely chose to make a final stand, hoping to take this young prodigy with him as a last act for Mangekyo. With a piercing sound, the kunai struck, and the jonin's eyes widened in horror as the boy before him transformed into a mass of mud. The true body was the figure wielding the blade behind him. "Earth clone, you should take your leave. Shenlong whispered ominously in his ear. With that, Shenlong pierced through the Jonin's chest. And every sand shinobi in the stronghold was decisively eliminated, allowing the Uchiha clan to eradicate this significant enemy outpost without sustaining any casualties. Xiaolan, are you unharmed? Uchiha Sheng inspected Shenlong's condition meticulously. Upon confirming his safety, he scolded with exasperation. How could you be so reckless? You needn't have forced your way in under such circumstances. How shall I face father and Mei Qin if something were to happen to you? As Sheng witnessed his concern for him, Shenlong could not help but bow his head in acknowledgement of his folly. The others, shaken by the terrifying prowess exhibited by someone of Shenlong's age, offered words of consolation as they saw Uchiha Sheng reprimanding him. A mere Jinin had slain 2 Jonin and 4 Chunin before their very eyes. Who would dare believe such a tale if not witnessed firsthand? Each clan member felt their breath quicken as they envisioned a supernova rising at an astonishing pace. Seeing that Shenlong had accepted his mistake, Uchiha Sheng could only smile wryly and patted his shoulder, praising, "You've achieved a great feat." Cough, cough. In the midst of Uchiha Sheng's words, a Chunin, wounded by a kunai in his lung, began to cough up blood, interrupting the moment. Shenlong approached the injured Chunin, crouching down to cover the wound with his hands. A green light emanating forth. "You can perform medical ninjutsu," Uchiha Sheng exclaimed in surprise. Shenlong smiled and replied, "I just learned it a few days ago." "You mastered medical ninjutsu in just a few days?" Uchiha Sheng's voice trembled with disbelief. Just as Uchiha Sheng was about to inquire further, a violent explosion echoed nearby. "All units, regroup and advance. We must swiftly support our clansmen," Uchiha Sheng commanded sternly. "Xiaolan, stay here and tend to the injured. Those who cannot move should remain for your treatment." With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Sheng led the others to provide assistance. "Please wait. I will first treat those who are severely injured." "All right," the grateful injured clan members replied. In the hour that followed, Uchiha Sheng gathered all clan members and successfully annihilated another sand shinobi outpost. When they returned, weary but triumphant, Shenlong had completed his treatments. The Uchiha clan had eliminated nearly 100 sand shinobi without incurring any losses, achieving a remarkably glorious victory. In the ensuing days, the Uchiha clan launched frequent offensives, forcing the sand shinobi into retreat. During this time, Shenlong personally slayed several Jonin and over 10 Chunin. Upon learning of his achievements, the clan leader, Yueying, exceptionally promoted him to Chunin without the need to report to Konoha. His accomplishments were documented for future reference, potentially paving the way for his ascension to Jonin. Given his undeniable prowess as an elite shinobi, upon receiving the notification, Shenlong felt no joy. He was disinterested in claiming his Chunin vest. Day after day, he either engaged in combat or secluded himself in his tent, engrossed in the study of sealing techniques. Throughout the recent battles, he had led the charge, confronting enemies head-on and facing life-threatening crises. Yet, his Sharingan remained at its initial 3-tomo stage. Despite the perilous encounters, it had failed to evolve. Damn it. This path seems arduous. It appears I must resort to more desperate measures. Calculating the timeline, he realized that Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan should now reside with Nagato. The Second Great Ninja War had commenced, and Jiraiya was soon to venture into the land of Rain. After the conflict concluded, he would take Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan as his disciples. Thus, Madara could potentially live for many more years. No, my time is limited. I cannot wait for his natural demise. Uchiha Madara likely would not be by Nagato's side to guard his Rinnegan. The only one most likely to be close to him was Kagaya's offspring, Black Zetsu. The thought of confronting this dark and fearsome entity sent shivers down his spine. He was reluctant to face him so soon, yet it seemed inevitable. Perhaps it would be a mere ordinary white Zetsu, but regardless, he must first locate Nagato before devising a plan. Black Zetsu often accompanied Madara, and it was possible he would directly protect Nagato. Shenlong thought optimistically. The battle between Konoha and the Sand Shinobi had temporarily concluded with Konoha's overwhelming victory, utilizing their advantageous position to strike decisively at the Sand Shinobi within the Land of Rain. The Fire Nation had initiated the war, marking the onset of the Second Great Ninja War. While Konoha initially enjoyed a significant advantage, the swift reinforcements from the Sand Shinobi led to chaotic skirmishes, resulting in a stalemate and a protracted conflict. In the following 2 months, Shunlan undertook a reconnaissance mission behind enemy lines to gather intelligence on the Rain Shinobi's movements. Despite Uchiha Shung's protests, he ventured alone into the depths of the Land of Rain. On the outskirts of a small town, he approached a hurried woman in her 20s. "Excuse me, have you seen a child with red hair about my age?" Shunlan inquired. The woman, slightly annoyed at being stopped, waved her hand dismissively. No. Go play elsewhere and don't block the way." "Oh, all right," Shunlan sighed, feeling dejected after asking dozens of people without any leads on Nagato. Just as he prepared to enter the town for further inquiries, the woman suddenly paused and turned to him, saying, "I haven't seen a red-haired child, but I did see a woman with red hair before." "Ah, where?" Shunlan asked excitedly, realizing that this unique hair color belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Knowing this woman's address could very well lead him to Nagato's home. Or perhaps she was Nagato's mother. In that direction, the next town after the Rain Ninja Village was located, though I was uncertain of the exact residence of the individual. Shunlan smiled upon hearing this and said, "Thank you, miss." After expressing his gratitude, he hastened towards the direction indicated by the woman. Along the way, he encountered numerous rain ninjas, but his youthful appearance allowed him to evade most of their scrutiny. However, just as he was about to completely bypass the Rain Ninja Village, he was stopped by a patrol team on the road. "Hey, you there. Halt." Shunlan came to a stop, recognizing that such patrols were common outside the Rain Ninja Village, especially during the ongoing conflict between the Wind and Fire Nations. He had already encountered several patrols along the way. Shunlan stared blankly at the trio of ninjas, his expression mirroring that of a homeless orphan, making his identity evident at a glance. Yet, during this period, the Rain Ninja Village was on high alert, and if he crossed paths with diligent patrol ninjas, they might not let him leave easily. "Name and residence?" Shunlan hesitated, and only when the ninja reiterated the question did he fabricate a name in a small village from the conflict zone. Seeing that he had answered, the usual patrol team would typically let him go, but this team did not. The leading chunin waved his hand, and the two jonin stepped forward, ordered to search him before allowing him to leave. Sigh. Shunlan let out a deep sigh. The three ninjas exchanged puzzled glances. "What are you sighing about?" The chunin captain inquired, perplexed. "It's nothing, just a piece of advice. In your next life, don't take things too seriously." As soon as Shunlan's words fell, before the trio could react, the two jonin who had approached him were swiftly eliminated, and the chunin was struck down by a kunai in a swift and fearsome display. Concealing the bodies using earth release, Shunlan quickened his pace towards his destination. He believed his methods were effective and clean. But just as he was about to enter the town, an explosive tag detonated behind him with a thunderous boom. Boom. Pursuers? How could they be so quick? After evading the blast, he turned to face three ominous figures that sent chills down his spine. "Are you Hanzo the Salamander? You recognize me? Regardless, you shall not escape. Killing in my territory is unforgivable." Hanzo the Salamander declared coldly. Shunlan's heart sank at the mention of his name, and he grimaced. "How did you discover me? In the Land of Rain, everything is within my perception," Hanzo asserted with authority. "Bastard, is that the Rain Tiger's free technique? Isn't that a jutsu of pain?" Shunlan was unaware that this technique was a secret art unique to the Rain Ninja Village, which Pain had only learned after seizing control of the village. The original narrative indicated that maintaining this perceptive technique did not consume much chakra, allowing Pain to use it for extended periods. He could sense Jiraiya's presence the moment he entered the village. Yet, the issue was that Shunlan had not even entered the village. How could he be detected? Who would have thought I'd fall victim to this technique? Contemplating this, Shunlan clenched his teeth. Surrender was not an option, and Hanzo would not let him go easily. It appeared that he had no choice but to fight for his life. In the rain, escape was futile. Under the Rain Tiger's technique, he was utterly exposed. With a stoic expression, Shunlan retrieved a small storage scroll from his person. As he performed a hand seal, the scroll burst open with a loud pop, and he grasped the long blade tightly in his hand. He plunged the weapon into the ground and removed his drenched shirt along with his shoes. As he stood ready with the long blade, Hanzo the Salamander displayed a look of surprise. "It seems you intend to struggle valiantly. You are aware of my identity, yet dare to draw your weapon. You are a bold one. State your name." During this era, no one was unaware of the semi-divine reputation of the Land of Rain, and the audacity of this youth was remarkable. "Uchiha Shunlan." "Uchiha." The trio was taken aback, astonished that this young boy belonged to the Uchiha clan. However, upon further reflection, it was not surprising. The Uchiha clan was renowned in the ninja world, known for producing prodigious talents and countless formidable warriors. Encountering a Uchiha youth was hardly extraordinary. Regardless of his surname or given name, his fate was sealed. Hanzo would never allow anyone to violate the Rain Ninja village under his watch. Without needing Hanzo's command, one of the accompanying Jonin took action with his consent. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The Rain Ninja Jonin initiated a water ninjutsu attack. As employing water techniques in the Land of Rain was both effortless and efficient, requiring minimal chakra, Shenlong remained unperturbed. He swiftly threw a kunai embedded with an explosive tag, which detonated and obliterated the approaching water dragon. Water Release, Twin Water Dragons. The Jonin, toying with Shenlong, conjured 2 more water dragons after shattering one, easily utilizing the abundance of water during the rain, expending little chakra in the process. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Shenlong formed seals and struck the ground with his hands, causing a massive earthen wall to rise. Over the years, he had learned considerable earth ninjutsu, possessing both fire and earth chakra natures. His research into earth techniques was on par with that of fire, mastering the nature transformations of both. Thus, his earth techniques were inherently more potent than those of an ordinary ninja. Boom! The 2 water dragons crashed against the earthen wall. In a clash of elemental properties, the dragons dissipated into torrents of water that splashed to either side. Although the wall successfully halted the powerful water dragons, it reached its limit, crumbling partially and revealing the unharmed Uchiha Shenlong behind it. This is somewhat interesting, kid. The Rain Ninja Jonin smirked maliciously, irritated by the calm demeanor of the boy before him, as he sensed no hint of panic in Shenlong's expression. Instead, the boy's serene composure only fueled his annoyance. Instinctively, he swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a high-level water technique. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. A massive waterfall, several meters high and expansive in range, surged toward the slender figure, submerging him entirely in an instant. No one could easily withstand such a deluge. Can you withstand this attack? The Rain Ninja Jonin shouted hysterically, his eyes gleaming with excitement as the torrent washed away what he despised. Hanzo the salamander merely grunted, glancing towards the top of the rushing waters. The Rain Ninja Jonin paused momentarily, only to witness a shocking sight. The boy stood unscathed atop the water, casting a commanding presence that ignited his frustration. Such exceptional chakra control. To stand atop such turbulent waters is a feat beyond comprehension. This is the pinnacle of mastering the skill of walking on water, as Hanzo the salamander murmured to himself. Preparing to caution his subordinate to remain vigilant and not underestimate the enemy, he was interrupted by another shinobi, whose darkened expression spoke volumes. Aoyong, stop wasting time. Conclude the battle swiftly. We cannot keep Lord Hanzo waiting. Understood, replied Aoyong, the Rain Ninja. As the torrents receded, the shinobi drew his blade and advanced to strike at Siren. After parrying the initial attack, Siren retaliated, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows for several rounds. Realizing that expending energy on these minor adversaries was futile, Siren thought, Hanzo is the true threat. Just as this crossed his mind, he blocked an incoming strike, the clash of their blades igniting sparks as they strained against one another. But suddenly, to the astonishment of Hanzo and another Rain Ninja, Aoyong stood motionless, and in an instant, his head was severed amidst their incredulous gasps. Aoyong, the other shinobi cried, his eyes ablaze with fury. The Sharingan. Chapter 82, A Bitter Struggle. The frail youth before them possessed eyes that glimmered with a blood-red hue, and the sinister, otherworldly Sharingan instilled immense psychological pressure upon those who beheld it. It was indeed a three-tomo. Had I known, I would never have let him face the enemy alone. He must have fallen victim to an illusion. Hanzo gritted his teeth and restrained the advancing shinobi. The elite shinobi of the Rain Village were exceedingly rare. Each one was an invaluable asset. He could not afford to allow another shinobi to confront Uchiha Siren alone, for he doubted this shinobi could triumph over the youth before him. A saying had long circulated within the ninja world regarding battles with the Uchiha clan. In a one-on-one encounter, retreat was the only option. Today, both of them truly grasped the meaning of that adage. However, as a demigod, Hanzo would not succumb to superstition. This boy had repeatedly, brazenly slaughtered the ninjas of the Rain Village, and it was akin to a slap to his face. He could not allow this child to continue his rampage. Allow me to handle this. You guard our retreat. Just ensure he does not escape. The shinobi was eager to enter the fray, but obliged the orders of his leader. Uchiha Sirin, was it? At such a tender age. He awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, a talent I have rarely witnessed in my lifetime. Alas, such recklessness will only lead to an early demise. You shall not live to see another day under my watch, for allowing you to grow will only birth a formidable enemy for the Rain Village. Enough chatter. Come at me. Sirin gripped his blade, resolute. Very well, Hanzo declared, suddenly activating his body flicker technique. How swift. Sirin focused intently, his Sharingan fixated on the approaching Hanzo. Even with his heightened perception, he could barely discern the direction of the attack. The speed of this individual's body flicker technique was extraordinary. This was no ordinary technique. Clang. The sound of weapons colliding echoed as Sirin successfully blocked Hanzo's rapid strike. Yet, he was propelled backward by Hanzo's immense force, rolling across the ground for several rotations before coming to a halt. Just as he steadied himself, Hanzo's assault struck again, compelling Sirin to roll away to evade a crushing footfall from above. That kick was powerful. Had Sirin not possessed extraordinary reflexes, it could have been fatal. Having narrowly escaped Hanzo's kick, Sirin barely had time to catch his breath before a scythe-like weapon descended upon him. With no avenue for escape, he struck the ground fiercely, causing a mound of earth to surge upward beneath Hanzo's feet. The sudden rise of the earth extended the trajectory of the scythe's descent, allowing Sirin to barely evade this lethal strike. Impressive, young one. To perform such a technique without hand seals. Hanzo paused his assault, momentarily impressed by the youth's surprising ingenuity. Humph, I have now witnessed your body flicker technique. It is time for me to counterattack. With that, Sirin initiated his own astonishingly swift body flicker technique, creating a peculiar indentation where he had stood moments before. Drawing upon the explosive force of his launch, he teleported before Hanzo and delivered a ferocious strike. Clang. Hanzo, relying on his formidable battle instincts, parried the attack, stepping back to absorb the impact. He observed the two gashes on his blade and chuckled, "Young man, you are still too inexperienced." With a powerful swing of his long blade, Hanzo executed a diagonal slash, but Sirin gripped his weapon firmly, refusing to yield. The two clashed ferociously for dozens of exchanges, with Sirin panting heavily, his body bloodied from the relentless combat. Gazing at the fierce determination of the battered youth, Hanzo was momentarily struck by an absurd feeling that this boy was insurmountable. What is happening? His strength should not sustain such prolonged conflict. Hanzo, having gauged Sirin's prowess from their first encounter, mused, Observing the faint glow emanating from Sirin's feet, realization dawned upon him. So that is it. Your feet are infused with chakra. No, it is more than that. The ground beneath him perfectly conformed to his feet, exhibiting an almost elastic quality upon impact. This boy has removed his shoes. Can he truly channel chakra through his feet and manipulate the earth beneath him? If so, that is utterly terrifying. A prodigy of such unparalleled talent, should he mature, could become a nightmarish foe. You have mastered the nature transformation of earth-style chakra? Hanzo inquired, astonished. Sirin, gasping for breath, dismissed the question as he fended off Hanzo's scythe. Despite the absence of poison or summoning techniques, even without these formidable abilities, Sirin still struggled to withstand Hanzo's relentless assault. Observing the exhausted youth before him, Hanzo shook his head and launched yet another water body flicker strike towards Sirin. The deadly scythe descended like a reaper's instrument, exuding an overwhelming aura of malice that chilled the very marrow of one's bones. Sirin's eyes, now spinning with the Sharingan, fixated on the menacing figure advancing toward him. Just as Hanzo prepared to strike, a spike of earth suddenly erupted beneath Sirin's feet, thrusting upward toward Hanzo's abdomen. Damn it! Hanzo was startled by the unexpected emergence of the earth spike, realizing that his abdomen housed his vital organs, including the venomous sac of the salamander. Though he evaded a fatal blow, sustaining even a minor injury could severely compromise his combat efficacy. Gazing at the slight wound on his abdomen, Hanzo silently congratulated himself for retreating in time. You planned this from the moment you removed your shoes, didn't you? It was close. But even if you can employ earth techniques without hand seals, relying on such small tricks to catch me off guard is foolish. Hanzo scoffed, though his demeanor remained unusually serious. In truth, he had indeed been momentarily taken aback. Shenglong gritted his teeth, acknowledging that Hanzo truly deserved the title of demigod. Both his prowess and vision were beyond what Shenlong could currently contend with. Faced with such a formidable existence, fleeing was not even an option. Taking a deep breath, Shenlong discarded his battered long knife. Have you given up resisting? Hanzo remarked, observing that the young boy seemed to have reached his limit. Sealing release. Chapter 83, A Desperate Struggle. With hands forming seals, Shenlong concentrated his thoughts and unlocked the sealing technique he had mastered a month prior. At that moment, as the black patterns intertwined, his chakra surged dramatically. Unfortunately, the chakra stored within the seal was still insufficient. In the original narrative, Tsunade had infused years' worth of chakra into the seal, while Shenlong had barely begun to grasp this technique, leaving him little time to accumulate chakra. Thus, upon activating the seal, he only gained a slight increase in chakra, failing to alter the tide of battle significantly. It appeared he had no choice but to resort to a life-threatening maneuver. Shenlong inhaled deeply, resolutely breaking the shackles within his body. Open the first gate. Open the second gate. Open the third gate. The initial 3 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjiao were unleashed in an instant. This was the safe zone of the 8 gates. Opening these 3 gates would not severely impact his body, merely draining his stamina. As the third gate opened, blood surged to his face, and a wave of green energy radiated from his being. Open the fourth gate. A violent tearing sensation coursed through his body. Every muscle was incredibly taut. The power granted by this fourth gate was overwhelmingly fierce, marking his true entry into the perilous realm of the 8 gates. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Hanzo inquired in astonishment, as the aura emanating from Shenlong intensified dramatically. He instinctively tensed his body, removing his gas mask. Stay back. I am about to unleash that technique. Hanzo suddenly called out to a nearby ranged shinobi. Is he going to use poison? I can't believe this kid has pushed Lord Hanzo to such an extent. The Jonin thought, taken aback, but he did not dare to be careless and quickly retreated. The toxin of the salamander was not something a gas mask could withstand. It could infiltrate the human body through the skin's pores. An exposure to its venom could lead to death in a short time. Hanzo exhaled a cloud of toxic mist, its vast expanse rivaling the hidden mist technique. The sky was enveloped in a haze of poison, completely shrouding Shenlong. In the original story, the legendary Sannin had barely managed to fight amidst the toxic fog by consuming antidotes beforehand. Yet, despite being cloaked in poison, Shenlong remained calm, calculating the disparity between himself and his adversary. Not enough, Shenlong declared solemnly. Open the 5th gate. As he opened the 5th gate, blood streamed from his nostrils. His physical constitution could barely withstand the 4th gate, and forcibly employing the 5th placed an immense strain on his body. He could even feel certain muscles beginning to tear. After this battle, he would either die or be left severely crippled. However, this was not the time for contemplating the aftermath. If he could not defeat the demigod before him, his life would surely be forfeit. It's coming. Hanzo readied himself, observing the explosive aura of the approaching youth. This was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying young man. The intensity of his aura had reached the level of a Kage. The moment Shenlong took his first step, a sonic boom erupted, the ground beneath him shattered by the force of his advance. The toxic mist could not encroach upon him, and as he charged forward, it was violently stirred and dissipated. How fast? Hanzo's eyes widened in disbelief, sensing the figure closing in with incredible speed. Hanzo swung his blade to repel Shenlong. However, the silhouette vanished in an instant, and before he could comprehend, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Hanzo was sent flying by a powerful punch, the force of which shattered several large trees in the distance. Shenlong, observing Hanzo's fallen form, vanished in the blink of an eye, intent on finishing him off while still in the state of the 8 gates. As he neared the broken trees, Hanzo's voice suddenly echoed. Water release, exploding water shockwave. A colossal wall of water surged toward Shenlong, propelled by Hanzo's will. The figure, imbued with green energy, was instantly engulfed by the tidal wave. Is it over? Hanzo murmured, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. No, not yet. Sensing the figure charging from beneath the water, Hanzo swiftly formed seals. As he completed his seals, Shenlong's fist collided with his head. Bang! Witnessing Hanzo's head explode into a spray of water, Shenlong's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Water clone technique. Water release. Water fong bullet. Multiple water dragons surged forth from beneath Shenlong's feet. He deftly evaded several, yet more water dragons followed suit, relentlessly pursuing him. In the land of rain, utilizing water-based ninjutsu was exceedingly simple. The abundant moisture provided a distinct advantage to water ninjas. Curse it, this is never-ending. The time for the 8 gates is running out. After dodging another water dragon, Shenlong charged toward Hanzo. Just as he was about to strike, he witnessed Hanzo's wicked smile. With a swoosh, Hanzo vanished from sight, reappearing on the nearby water's surface. How do you like my water instantaneous technique? It rivals your speed, Hanzo declared smugly, then proceeded to form seals again, summoning 10 water clones. That technique can't last much longer. Shenlong gritted his teeth, realizing the opponent's intent. Is he trying to wear me down? Should he open the 6th gate? If he didn't, he might die, but if he did, he would definitely be risking his life. With such thoughts, Shenlong closed his eyes, pouring every ounce of strength he had left, knowing it could all be in vain. Here goes nothing. I'll take Hanzo down with me. Open the 6th gate. The gate of joy. As he spoke, all the chakra within the Yin seal surged violently, stimulated by an inexplicable force, akin to boiling water. All the energy within him coursed at an astonishing velocity, accompanied by intense agony, as Shenlong clenched his fists and roared skyward. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, pushing back the towering waves of water while dispersing the toxic mist into nothingness. Gazing at the fearsome young man before him, Hanzo exclaimed in shock, "This is impossible. How can such ninjutsu exist?" While he had encountered techniques that could break through normal limits, he had never witnessed an unrelenting surge of power like this. Seeing the explosive force rising, Hanzo gritted his teeth and once again created over 10 water clones. No matter how powerful the force, if it cannot land a hit, it is futile. Shenlong's pale eyes locked onto the multitude of figures, and in an instant, the 3 Tomo activated, countless blood vessels appearing around them. Opening the Sharingan in such a state imposed tremendous strain and risk on his eyes. As the 3 Tomo slowly rotated, Hanzo's true form became visible before the eyes capable of discerning chakra. Whoosh! With a piercing shriek, Shenlong shot forward like a cannonball aimed at Hanzo. Under the extreme sonic attack, Hanzo was sent soaring into the sky. Shenlong swiftly appeared before him. This was the first time he witnessed Hanzo the salamander displaying a look of terror. It turned out even the esteemed demigod of the ninja world could feel fear. Hanzo was astonished that Shenlong could see through his clones, and such terrifying speed and power instilled further dread within him. 1 punch, 10 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches, directed towards the peacock. Hanzo was utterly defenseless as he was struck in midair, the terrifying impact of his fists creating scorching flames that grazed the air. From a distance, it resembled a blazing peacock spreading its feathers. Chapter 84. Awakening in despair, the rain ninja Jounin in the distance gazed at the sky, filled with fiery fist marks, his face betraying his shock as he witnessed his leader being smashed into the water by a heavy blow. Lord Hanzo. He hastily rushed towards the battlefield. At the moment Hanzo fell, all the water clones collapsed into mere water, and once the chakra maintaining them dissipated, it flowed directly to the low-lying areas. After the water receded, Hanzo's bloodied figure emerged from the pit. After defeating Hanzo, Shenlong also fell to the ground, his muscles torn to the point of immobility, an ominous aura manifesting at his brow. Gradually, as the death aura spread, his hair transformed from black to white within a few breaths. The cellular energy within him nearly depleted, and the black patterns of the Yin seal entirely vanished at that moment, signifying his utter exhaustion. His body, already battered, was now on the brink of shattering after forcibly opening the 6th gate of the 8 gates. His mouth, nostrils, and ears bled profusely, and his entire body felt as though it were boiling, the agony he endured beyond description. "Am I dead?" Shenlong murmured after spitting out blood. Just as he believed he had triumphed over Hanzo, a cough echoed ominously. Hanzo, trembling, slowly sat up. "Cough, you almost defeated me. You are terrifying, both in strength and potential. What a pity you encountered me." Despite his excruciating pain, Hanzo began to form hand seals slowly. He intended to end the life of the youth before him. "I shall feed you to the salamander." Summoning technique. As Hanzo's palm struck the ground, an enormous creature abruptly appeared before him. "Devour him," Hanzo commanded, pointing at the distant, slender figure. The salamander immediately dove underground. In Shenlong's perception, a massive shadow surged beneath the earth, racing towards him at an astonishing speed. Gathering the last remnants of his strength, Shenlong pushed himself off the ground. But before he could evade, he fell once more, his muscles nearly entirely torn. All he could do was watch helplessly as the shadow approached rapidly. Damn it! Shenlong struggled to rise again, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not take even a single step. A fierce unwillingness twisted his features. As a colossal shadow erupted from the ground, he was swallowed whole along with a substantial amount of dirt. Lord Hanzo, are you alright? The rain ninja, Jounin, finally arrived. His face a mask of shock as he beheld the battered Hanzo. It's all over. At those words, the Jounin trembled. That little brat possesses such formidable strength? Even you have been injured so severely. Hanzo waved his hand, signaling for assistance to rise. He wished for no further words. Extinguishing a prodigious talent brought him a sense of regret, for he had never encountered such a monstrous youth. The fall of such a supernova was not a matter to celebrate. Yet, Hanzo felt a profound relief at Shenlong's impending demise. Once on his feet, Hanzo leapt onto the salamander's back alongside the Jounin, the colossal summoned beast trudging towards the Rain Ninja village. His condition was dire, and the salamander's emergence would ensure his safe return to the village. Upon entering the salamander's throat, Shenlong plummeted into a foul, wretched place. He was now ensconced in a viscous liquid. He must be in the creature's stomach. Though there were no toxins present, the highly corrosive gastric acid could swiftly bring about his demise. Lying atop a stone that had been swallowed along with him, his feet were now in contact with the gastric acid, a sharp pain shooting up from the soles of his feet, causing his entire body to convulse uncontrollably. Struggling to lift his feet, Shenlong raised one hand, and a flicker of fire ignited in his palm. This was a ninjutsu he had developed over several years, but never completed. In this moment, the flames surged with the last vestiges of his chakra, and in an instant, a pillar of fire was propelled forward. Ack! The massive salamander let out a deafening cry of agony. Its side was pierced by the flame, revealing a charred, gaping wound the size of a basin. He is still not dead. Hanzo frowned, gazing at the wound on the salamander's body. He then began channeling his chakra into the creature to aid in its recovery, while vigilantly watching the wound, wary of the youth escaping through it. Shenlong watched helplessly as the wound healed rapidly, his heart filled with unwillingness. I cannot escape. I shall perish in this filthy, stinking belly of the salamander. Despair consumed him. There were still those waiting for him. The image of a gentle, obedient girl filled his mind, her tearful farewell etched vividly in his memory. I must live. I must return to see you, he murmured, Mickey. As he observed the blood hole steadily shrinking, Shenlong's eyes widened in defiance. His Sharingan manifested involuntarily. The three Tamo swirling ominously, his bloodshot eyes trembling with a hint of mysterious power breaking free, accompanied by an intense, invisible wave of ocular energy. Blood flowed from his eye sockets, and the three Tamo spiraled rapidly, transforming into peculiar shapes at the last moment. As the blood hole diminished to a size of a bowl, a flash of red light flickered in Shenlong's left eye, his gaze fixating on a spot 100 meters away. A faint sound of landing alerted Hanzo to an unusual occurrence. Just as he turned to investigate, torrential rain began to pour from the sky. Dismissing his curiosity, he returned his focus to the salamander's wound, now completely healed. Hanzo, witnessing this, sat down and sighed in relief. Though he felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, the matter had finally come to a close. It was time to rally the Rain Ninjas and declare war on Konoha. The Rain Ninja village would not tolerate foreign ninjas waging war and causing destruction within its borders. Since Konoha had disregarded warnings and initiated war, Hanzo the Salamander would naturally show them the consequences. After a few days of recuperation, the Rain Ninja village officially declared war on Konoha. The initial skirmish concluded with Konoha suffering a devastating defeat, as Hanzo's forces surged forward like a tidal wave, driving the Konoha ninjas to the very borders of the Land of Rain. Hanzo's toxic mist assault was unstoppable. Single-handedly, he could influence the outcome of a great battle, leaving the shinobi of Konohagakure in dire straits. When the news reached the village, all the high-ranking officials were taken aback. However, with a decree from the Hokage, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, accompanied by several ninja squads, were dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. At this moment, the Land of Fire officially declared war on the Land of Rain. The conflict between the two nations was extraordinarily brutal, as the Land of Fire was also engaged in combat with the Sand Shinobi of the Land of Wind and had to allocate a portion of its forces to guard against the Land of Earth. Thus, The ninjas of Konoha fought fiercely against the rain shinobi, determined to defeat them swiftly and then regroup to confront the Land of Wind. Chapter 85. Dreamscape. The night was drenched in relentless rain and chilling winds. A frail little girl curled up beside a fire in a cave, while on her other side lay a white-haired boy, his body wrapped in bandages. This injured boy was none other than Uchiha Sholen, who had narrowly escaped a dire fate. At the last moment, he was rescued from the brink of despair by the young girl, who was merely returning home when she found him in the torrential rain. However, his condition remained precarious. His wounds had only been superficially cleaned, and the girl had exhausted her limited resources to procure the necessary bandages. Having no means to afford medicine to save him, all she could do was keep vigil by his side, hoping that perhaps he could miraculously recover on his own. 3 days passed, and Sholen remained in a state of unconsciousness. On this particular night, in the deep of the night, he finally showed signs of revival, subconsciously furrowing his brow in his slumber. In his dreams, he found himself wandering in a dark and lightless world, navigating through an endless expanse filled with surreal distortions and shadows. He longed to see the light, his predicament instilling a profound sense of dread within him. As he walked on, he eventually stumbled upon an awe-inspiring palace, resplendent with light amidst the boundless darkness. The colossal entrance, towering nearly 1,000 meters, seemed unfit for human passage, rendering even giants insignificant within its presence. Such an immense structure could not have been built by mere mortals. It was a realm for deities or demons. Unbeknownst to him, Sholen found himself standing at the center of the immense portal, and as he took in his surroundings, the gargantuan doors slowly creaked open. Remarkably, this grand entrance produced no sound nor disturbance in the air, creating an ethereal and dreamlike atmosphere. Gazing into the pitch-black interior, Sholen felt no fear. Instead, he followed the call of his heart and stepped inside. Upon fully entering the darkness, he discovered a vast and luminous hall. Ignoring the surroundings, he immediately spotted a towering statue looming before him, an enormous figure, a demon's head atop a human body, clad in fiery orange armor. A gourd hung at its waist, and a menacing Tengu helmet adorned its head, while its hands gripped a colossal flame-enveloped sword, standing upright. Its blood-red eyes, embedded with rubies, emitted an eerie glow. This was a complete statue of Susanoo. For a long while, Sholen stood entranced by the statue, his eyes reflecting its image as if he were attempting to replicate its form. As time passed, he felt as though centuries had slipped by, imprinting every detail of the statue into his mind. In a moment of completion, he felt himself transform into a grand Susanoo. Once his meditation concluded, he began to observe his surroundings. It appeared to be an armory. Aside from the statue, an array of weapons and treasures adorned the sides. Among them, he recognized a familiar artifact, a jewel shaped like a comma. This was the Yata mirror, a treasure possessed by both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Madara. He also spotted the Tengu bow and the Tengu arrows, artifacts belonging to Uchiha Sasuke. The collection of divine weapons was extensive, including curved swords, long blades, heavy axes, mirrors, spears, and sickles. A surge of greed washed over Sholen as he reached for the nearest Yata mirror. However, as his hand made contact with the massive jewel, it passed right through, revealing itself to be nothing more than a phantom image suspended in midair. What was going on? Astonished and confused, Sholen murmured to himself. Undeterred, he proceeded to grasp at every treasure in the hall, only to find they were all mere illusions. This couldn't be. They should not be mere projections from elsewhere. Casting his gaze around once more, he boldly approached the statue and extended his hand to touch it. The sensation was chilling. It was real. Sholen's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could not claim the other artifacts, he would seize the 10-fist sword from this statue. Recognizing the weapon, he knew it was the divine tool of Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, endowed with sealing powers. Examining the extraordinary orange sword closely, he noticed a slight imperfection on the blade, an obvious flaw amidst its otherwise flawless form. Just as he reached for the divine sword again, he found himself grasping at nothing once more. Frustrated, he leapt onto the statue's waist to grab the gourd, only to again grasp at thin air, another phantom. Infuriated, Sholen jumped into the center of the hall, gritting his teeth as he surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, a sinister, ghostly laughter echoed, as if someone were lurking behind the Susanoo statue, mocking him. Sholen immediately turned his gaze to the head of the statue. where his unique Sharingan met the statue's ruby eyes. In that moment, he sensed a palpable wave of emotion emanating from the colossal figure. The condescending scarlet gaze seemed to carry an air of mockery, and the corner of the Tengu helmet appeared to curl upwards in a sinister grin. The statue's visage, in Sholin's eyes, exuded a blatant malice. At that instant, Sholin's emotions spiraled out of control, amplifying the darkness within his heart 1,000-fold. As the statue's eyes ignited a primal desire within him. Pitiful, helpless insect, daring to covet the divine artifacts. You, who have been scorched by the fires of hell, are a wretched being, even cloaked in the guise of a believer, unable to hide your grotesque form. Sholin lowered his head, his face shadowed in silence. Unaware of why such a voice echoed in his mind. He did not question how this voice knew his identity, nor did he concern himself with its origin. Everything in this dream seemed disturbingly rational. Although he did not doubt the voice's legitimacy, it provoked an inexplicable fury within him. He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly as the malice buried deep within him seemed to be completely provoked by the mockery surrounding him. At this moment, alongside an overwhelming fury, a desire to annihilate everything surged within him. Suddenly, a black flame reminiscent of Amaterasu erupted from his being, and in mere moments, a gigantic half-skeletal figure wreathed in black flames materialized around him. This was a manifestation of a black Susanoo, never before seen in the world of ninjas, exuding a palpable aura of destruction that enveloped the entire hall upon its emergence. Throughout the history of the ninja realm, no Susanoo of such nature and hue had ever existed. The Susanoo he commanded emitted an intensely volatile energy. This embodiment of Susanoo, synonymous with devastation, was purer and more unique than any other. Chapter 86. The complete Susanoo. This phenomenon related to the manner in which he awakened his eyes. Others typically awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan through the loss of loved ones, friends, or cherished ones, driven by intense negative stimuli. Extreme sorrow, hatred, and pain were the sources of their awakening, with the common thread being the loss of love. In stark contrast, Shenlong's awakening was ignited by powerful emotions of resentment, anger, sorrow, and hatred, yet the primary catalyst for these feelings was not the absence of love, but rather the presence of it. The longing for Mikoto, the brotherly bonds with Might Due, and the guidance from the Uchiha family all bestowed upon him connections he had previously lacked. As he faced the imminent threat of losing everything once more, his Mangekyo Sharingan quietly awakened amidst the life and death struggle. In his past life, he had lost all ties, and upon rebirth, he once again experienced that despair. The relentless cycle of gain and loss produced an overwhelming emotional tumult, awakening the latent power deep within his eyes, leading to a long-awaited transformation of his three-tomo Sharingan. This was an eye of redemption, reversing the curse upon the Uchiha clan. Shenlong commanded the nascent black Susanoo to leap upon the head of the stone statue, its skeletal hand clenching into a fist as it struck the statue's head. Boom! A crisp sound resonated as the head of the 100-meter statue shattered entirely, rendering it a headless relic. This blow obliterated the captivating ruby eyes, restoring a semblance of sanity to the previously frenzied youth. Although he had yet to escape the dreamlike illusion, he had gained initial judgment and cognitive ability. However, at the moment he shattered the statue's head, the magnificent palace suddenly trembled violently. Countless treasured artifacts quivered madly, and in an instant, Shenlong felt an overwhelming sense of lethal intent locking onto him. This was the murderous aura emanating from the artifacts, each seemingly imbued with life, launching an assault against him. Swords slashed, blades pierced, spears thrust, axes swung, bows shot, an array of glimmering cold light intertwined, divine radiance filling the entire hall. Seeing this, Shenlong felt a sense of impending doom. The skeletal Susanoo instantly transformed, sprouting flesh and armor, leaving him with no choice but to endure the onslaught of these artifacts. Bang! Crack! 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 The mature Susanoo was immediately riddled with cracks upon its emergence. Had these artifacts not been autonomous in their activation, their power would have been significantly diminished, making survival amidst this barrage nearly impossible. Yet, contrary to his expectations, after he withstood the first wave of attacks, the artifacts did not relent. A second wave surged fiercely within moments. Shenlong's eyes widened in horror as the black mature Susanoo was shattered to pieces. And his misfortune was far from over. The third wave of attacks approached. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly had a stroke of insight. Evading to the rear of the Susanu's remnants, where the countless artifacts' assaults struck the remnants and vanished without a trace. As numerous lethal intents collided with the statue, they transformed into a gentle breeze. Shenlong sighed in relief, feeling secure for a moment, but when he leaped to observe the situation from the statue's broken neck, his actions seemed to provoke an unseen presence. Countless artifacts glimmered anew, an indescribable murderous intent erupted, tearing the palace ceiling to shreds. The boundless dark sky was pierced, revealing a gaping hole illuminated by divine light. In Shenlong's eyes, the weapons appeared to come alive, each treasure unleashing its maximum power. Faced with this insurmountable threat, he grit his teeth and took refuge behind the Susanu, praying that the statue could withstand the assault. In that moment, his Mangekyo Sharingan was pushed to its limits, and the previously shattered mature Susanu reformed once more. Boom! The remnants exploded in an instant. Though the statue had diminished the artifact's power by 90%, even the residual force was enough to send Shenlong reeling. He was slammed against the chamber wall. The Tenkinjo sword held by the statue clattered to the ground. Though it was merely an illusion, it produced a tangible sound. The entire statue was obliterated, yet the Tenkinjo sword remained unscathed. Additionally, there was another object that survived, albeit cracked, the wine gourd at the statue's waist. Shenlong was left coughing up blood, his bones likely shattered in multiple places. Even in this dreamscape, the searing pain enveloped his entire being. After a brief moment of dimness, the artifacts erupted with renewed vigor, an infinite divine light surging forth once more. This was a sign of an unending struggle. Shenlong fixed his gaze upon the various artifacts suspended in midair, and a thunderous roar erupted from his lips, reverberating throughout the palace. The humanoid skeletal Susanu materialized once again. With relentless output of his ocular power, 100-meter-tall skeletal Susanu rose from the ground. In mere moments, this colossal Susanu sprouted numerous fleshy tendrils. The massive expenditure of ocular power caused his eyes to bleed profusely. In the cave of reality, Shenlong, lying in a pile of grass, was disturbed by the dream, and his eyes shed blood tears. Unfortunately, the little girl beside him slept soundly, oblivious to his plight. The initial form, humanoid form, mature humanoid form, and finally, the complete Susanu enveloped in hard armor emerged. Upon its appearance, the towering complete Susanu exerted a tremendous pressure. The boundless darkness writhed incessantly, while the divine light seemed to be suppressed by a more violent dark force, diminished by a third in just a few breaths. Although Shenlong's giant Susanu bore no weapons, it clenched its fist and hurled a punch toward the myriad artifacts. Boom! The terrifying impact was immense, stirring the dark forces of this space, a destructive force erupting from the Susanu's punch. The surrounding dense clouds and dark energy exploded violently under the force of the Susanu's fist, sending forth a ripple of ink-black water-like waves. Crack, crack, crack. Numerous treasures were directly shattered by this strike. Most could not withstand such terrifying force and exploded into fragments. The might of Shenlong's Susanu is truly astounding. Its celestial radiance dimmed by the swirling black flames enveloping it. As Shenlong gazes upon the dwindling artifacts, a sudden realization strikes him. How can the imprints of Susanu's fist shatter these divine relics? Could it be that these artifacts require the mastery of Susanu to wield them? The more he contemplates, the more plausible it seems. Manipulating the colossal Susanu, he reaches for the nearest artifact. It is a palm-sized magatama, smooth and delicate to the touch. The 8-span jewel. Ecstatic at having grasped a genuine artifact, Shenlong's eyes glimmer with fervor, his gaze sweeping across the remaining artifacts, a greedy desire surging within him. Chapter 87. Ancient Artifacts. Just as he prepares to claim the other artifacts, particularly the legendary 10-hand sword, a sudden cacophony of shattering treasures fills the air. Upon hearing the sound, Shenlong's heart aches as he turns towards the source. After all, he believes these artifacts are destined to be his. Any that shatter would be a loss he cannot afford. At this moment, he is oblivious to whether he can transport these artifacts or even consider his own state and circumstances. Crack, crack, crack. As he looks intently, his eyes widen in shock. The broken item is a gourd. This is the sealing gourd that corresponds with the 10-hand sword. Impossible. How could such an artifact possibly break? Shenlong mutters in disbelief. The wine god gourd is a pinnacle among artifacts, equal to the 10-hand sword. How could it be shattered? He cannot fathom that either he or any other artifact possessed the power to do so. However, recalling that the gourd had indeed sustained cracks from the impact of numerous artifacts, he wonders, could it not be a true artifact? Confounded, he contemplates how something so fragile could ever earn the title of artifact. Just as his perplexity deepens, the shattered gourd suddenly radiates a brilliant light. A colossal beam of light shoots into the sky, piercing through the heavens. What is this? Positioned at the forehead of Susanoo, Xianglong instinctively raises his arm in a futile attempt to shield himself, as the blinding white light nearly sears his eyes. A terrifying brilliance penetrates through Susanoo, as the radiant splendor aims to pierce through his very being. This is the light of a sword. Xianglong covers his eyes, and in the absence of sight, he perceives the emanating light. Yet, when he attempts to discern the source of the sword's brilliance, all he sees is a dense mass of white mist. What is this thing? Xianglong murmurs in astonishment. Clearly, this entity has emerged from the gourd seal. What manner of being is powerful enough to escape even the confines of an artifact? Blood streams from Xianglong's eyes as he strives to unveil the nature of the white light, but his inner vision cannot penetrate its essence. What lies before him is both miraculous and unknown. In truth, Xianglong hesitates to approach the white light, for even without direct contact, he feels the piercing pain akin to needles, penetrating deep into his bones and mind. The immense Susanoo offers him no sense of security. The radiance feels like blades, slicing directly into the depths of his soul. What is this thing? Xianglong squints, desperately trying to observe the white light. As seconds tick by, he feels his vision nearing blindness. Despite the potency of his kaleidoscopic eyes, they cannot pierce through this luminous fog. Just as he is on the verge of surrendering, he finally glimpses a straight sword silhouette within the depths of the white light. It truly is a sword. Upon recognizing the divine object, Xianglong instinctively closes his eyes. The boundless sword radiance compels him to avert his gaze. As he shuts his eyes to regain composure, the dazzling white light piercing the heavens seems to reach its zenith, sending a violent tremor through Xianglong's body. What is happening? A sense of impending doom washes over him as he feels the ground quake beneath him. The magnificent palace trembles incessantly as massive stones and bricks begin to collapse. If this grand palace were to completely fall, he too would be buried in its ruins. At this moment, his towering Susanoo feels utterly inadequate. Sensing the cataclysmic upheaval around him, he clenches his teeth and rushes towards the white light. The colossal Susanoo extends its hand towards the radiant beam, intent on seizing the sword amidst the chaos. Yet, as the blackened hand approaches the divine blade, it inexplicably slows, not due to Xianglong's will, but because of an overwhelming resistance. The Susanoo's massive palm, hindered by this force, decelerates further, and the once impenetrable flesh is quickly stripped away by the sword's brilliance. Yet, despite the arduous struggle, the hand presses ever onward, unwavering and resolute. Upon contact with the divine sword, the once mighty black hand is reduced to mere bone. And at the brink of collapse, the skeletal claw manages to grasp the sword's hilt. As Xianglong grips the sword, the world around him quakes violently, and countless boulders plummet from above. Spotting a massive stone fragment hurtling towards him, he instinctively swings the sword. A fierce sword aura erupts from the divine blade in his grasp, cleaving the boulder in two, and then, with unstoppable momentum, it rends the entire darkened firmament. What a magnificent divine weapon! Oblivious to the chaos surrounding him, Xianglong laughs maniacally, drawing closer to marvel at the sword. Truly a divine artifact, as he grips it. The sword dispels its sharpness directed at him, acquiescing to his every movement. Amazed, Xianglong discerns three ancient characters etched along the blade's hilt: Amaterasu Cloud. Reciting these words evokes a rapid heartbeat within him. Legend has it that the Amaterasu Cloud Sword is an ancient divine blade, forged by Susanoo Mikoto after slaying the eight-headed serpent Yamada no Orochi, extracted from within the creature's form. It is said that when Susanoo Mikoto severed the fourth tail of the serpent, the ten-hand sword sustained a chip from a hard object, which upon inspection revealed itself to be a white divine sword, noted for its unparalleled sharpness and ethereal mist, leading to its naming as the Amaterasu Cloud Sword. Amaterasu Cloud, Amaterasu Cloud. Xianglong chants repeatedly, caressing the divine sword with affection. Curiously, as he lovingly touches the blade, it seems to respond, trembling slightly in acknowledgement. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Shenlong bursts into wild laughter, a glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes. Amaterasu Cloud, let me witness your divine power. At the moment his voice falls, the divine sword appears to sense his intent. In the blink of an eye, the sword swells dramatically, perfectly aligning with the towering Susanoo. In this moment, he resembles an ancient god of immense power. Flash. Shenlong bellows, swinging the sword with fervor. Whoosh. Boom. Crackle. The combined white light of the artifacts clashes with Shenlong's strike, erupting violently at the center of the hall. In an instant, Shenlong is thrust against the wall by the shockwave, while the surrounding artifacts are unable to withstand the ferocity of the strike, shattering and bursting apart. In the wake of Shenlong's full-force attack, approximately 90% of the artifacts are obliterated, many cleaved in two with smooth, mirror-like breaks. Before he can ponder further, the surroundings erupt with an even more violent tremor. Amidst the chaos, Shenlong frantically evaded the descending boulders, his peculiar kaleidoscopic Sharingan fixated on the turbulent, swirling darkness above. What should I do? He pondered, feeling a sense of dread wash over him. Even the complete Susanoo would be futile against the ominous vortex in the sky, which exuded an aura of extreme peril. Should I confront it head-on? He glanced around, despair creeping into his heart as he realized there was no escape, even with a divine artifact in hand. Chapter 88. A Brief Awakening. Replacement, Restoration, Suppression. What? Shenlong suddenly heard three vague words, which seemed to resonate with his own inner voice. Replacement, Restoration, Suppression. Replacement, Restoration, Suppression? Replacement of what? This time, he heard the words distinctly and questioned them with confusion. However, no voice answered his inquiry. After narrowly slicing through two massive boulders, Shenlong braced himself against a colossal stone measuring several dozen square feet. The immense force caused him to stagger several steps. As he lowered his head to evade another falling rock, he caught sight of a raised area above ground level. The original pedestal of the Susanoo statue, resembling an altar. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. Replacement? Could it be this way? In the next moment, he clenched his fist and shattered most of the debris atop the altar. He stepped forward, commanding the colossal Susanoo to occupy the original position of the statue. Replacement? Shenlong exclaimed in a low voice. As his words echoed, the previously tumultuous ground abruptly stilled, the shaking frequency diminishing significantly. His eyes gleamed with newfound brilliance as he instinctively extended the Tenzoki blade straight down into the earth, replacing the Tenka Fujitsu with it. Susanoo replaced by Susanoo. A divine artifact replacing another divine artifact. Restoration. Shenlong shouted once more. Suddenly, the ancient artifact Tenzokyu erupted with immense divine light, causing the trembling ground to cease entirely, while the surrounding ominous black mist was replaced by the artifact's original white fog, at a terrifying speed that radiated in all directions within mere breaths. Gazing up at the dark sky, tumultuous like raging waves, where countless spectral skeletons and demons howled, Shenlong dared not be careless. As the white mist replaced the black, he raised his gaze to the heavens and shouted, "Suppression!" His commanding voice resonated with authority, piercing the sky, and in an instant, the howling skeletons fell silent as if time itself had been paused. Then, in the blink of an eye, they transitioned from a state of suspension to a reverse flow of time. Within moments, the sky regained its former tranquility. Shenlong stared intently at the sky, suddenly overtaken by a wave of profound fatigue, and involuntarily closed his eyes. In reality, the boy, wrapped in bandages, felt a slight flutter of his eyelids, finally awakening from a prolonged state of unconsciousness. Am I still alive? As he slightly moved his body, a violent wave of pain surged throughout him, and Shenlong murmured softly. His survival was entirely unexpected, although he had sustained minor injuries during the confrontation with Hanzo. The sixth gate of the 8 gates of Boryoku was beyond what his body could endure. He was almost completely paralyzed. After closing his eyes and carefully sensing his condition, he confirmed that he still had some chakra and the power of his eyes. Sharingan, activate. Upon opening his eyes, a pair of uniquely enchanting orbs emerged, revealing 2 elongated, pointed shuriken patterns that appeared almost ethereal, reminiscent of an emblem, yet even more elongated, with 3 sharp extensions evoking a sense of sword-like sharpness. Is this my kaleidoscopic Sharingan? It truly awakened. How ironic that the flowers I planted with care did not bloom, while the willful willow grew effortlessly. Shenlong managed a faint, bittersweet smile. Recalling the life and death battles he had fought, at the brink of demise, he finally awakened this kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It was a manifestation of willpower, not reliant on the lives of loved ones, but a formidable force stemming from the depths of his spirit. Power. Now that I possess the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, could that peculiar dream be? Upon this thought, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, an overwhelming surge of power spilling forth. A swirl of pitch-black flames radiated from his body, distinct from ordinary flames that consume all. Unlike the black flames of Amaterasu, these flames seemed to possess a chilling quality, not harming external things, but capable of scorching the very souls of beings. These black flames, unlike any known to the world, mirrored his own essence, as if he were an anomaly that had escaped the depths of hell, awakening a Susanoo tainted with the fires of the underworld. The skeletal arm of black flames sent a shiver down the spine of a small girl by the nearby fire, causing her to instinctively huddle closer to it. Shenlong had intended to further unleash his power to summon that artifact, but the girl's reaction momentarily startled him, prompting him to abandon that thought. Given that the Susanoo's hue was identical to that in his dream, it stood to reason that the weapon he wielded must be that ancient artifact. There were numerous Susanoo weapons mentioned in the original text. One could say that Uchiha Itachi alone commanded 4 renowned artifacts, including the legendary Tenkyuken, the sealing artifact, the Shajin Gourd, the artifact Yada Mirror, and the artifact Yada Jewel. Shenlong surmised that these were not genuine artifacts, but mere spirit tools, as such artifacts could only manifest atop a Susanoo. In ordinary circumstances, one would not see Uchiha Itachi carrying a divine sword or a gourd, nor Uchiha Sasuke brandishing a set of divine bows and arrows, Tenchi no Mangekyo and Tenchi no Mangekyo arrows, for show. Furthermore, the so-called artifacts seemed to replicate one another. In the original text, Madara's Susanoo unleashed an attack identical to Itachi's, using the Yada Jewel. Shenlong found himself bewildered, muttering a curse at Kishimoto's absurdity and frustration. In his dream, he had also acquired a jewel, likely one of the same kind as those two. Could it be that there are 3 Yada jewels? After all, that technique was activated when 3 jewels formed a pattern. The one he obtained in his dream might simply be one of them, suggesting that it was a segmented artifact. His thoughts briefly wavered, but he set aside these peculiar notions and instead maneuvered the skeletal arm to tear away the dark brown bandages that enveloped his body. As the bandages ripped apart, the little girl suddenly awakened, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of the black-flamed skeletal claw beside her. She was so startled that she fainted without uttering a sound. Shenlong couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had no intention of frightening the very person who had saved him. Yet the girl's alertness was commendable. Even the slightest movement could rouse her, which was unexpected for Shenlong. A whiff of blood emanated from his own body as he exerted all his effort to lift his hand. The simple act of raising his palm to cover his chest left him drenched in sweat, expending every ounce of his strength. As his palm rested upon his chest, a verdant glow emanated from his hand. He intended to use the palm healing technique to mend his shattered body. He was acutely aware that such treatment could not restore his body to its former state, yet he could not simply abandon his injuries to worsen. Some areas had already succumbed to infection, and the combined toll of severe internal and external injuries, along with the relentless rain, made it nothing short of miraculous that he had awakened at all. Were it not for the stimulation of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's immense ocular power in that bizarre dream, he might very well have slipped into eternal slumber. Seizing the clarity of his consciousness, he endeavored to address the life-threatening wounds. The brief self-treatment consumed all his mental energy, leaving him with scant chakra. A hazy, chaotic state began to envelop him, heralding the onset of unconsciousness. With the last vestige of lucidity, he retrieved a small scroll. A trickle of chakra flowed into it, and with a resounding pop, a relatively large wallet materialized. It was the kind of purse that was both full and substantial. Over the years, Uchiha Fong had invested increasingly more resources into him. To him, money was merely a number. Uchiha Fong treated him with more kindness than he did his own son. Although this old man often wore a stern visage towards Shenlong, once the scroll was unfurled, Shenlong succumbed to unconsciousness. He trusted that the girl beside him would see the wallet. He needed medicine and a plentiful supply of nourishing food. Chapter 89. The news of death on the battlefield of the Rain Country. Hanzo of the Salamander commanded his summoned beasts with unparalleled ferocity. causing the Leaf Village ninjas to cry out in despair. At that moment, a formidable ninja squad stood in defiance of his relentless advance. Such a strong opposing force. Observing his own rain ninjas, who had been pushing the Leaf forces into retreat, Hanzo squinted, scrutinizing the front lines. Those individuals possessed eyes that left an indelible impression. Crimson, eerie, and powerful. Yet another Uchiha? A mighty ancient clan. Hanzo's tone held a hint of trepidation, as memories of the supernova he had extinguished flickered through his mind. He decided to temporarily withdraw, shifting from offense to defense, preparing for battle. Upon hearing his command, the frontline rain ninjas immediately ceased their pursuit of the fleeing Leaf remnants. They reformed and retreated behind Hanzo, each one hastily producing an antidote pill, ready for whatever may come. Is the Uchiha clan at the rear? Hanzo inquired knowingly. As his words fell, a young man at the forefront of the Uchiha clan stepped forward, responding succinctly yet powerfully. Indeed. Let the intruders halt. Uchiha Shung declared after a brief silence. Humph, a defeated army dares to speak with such bravado? A pack of abandoned dogs, reduced to mere scapegoats for the Leaf. Sneered a few rain ninjas of some standing. Uchiha Shung remained unfazed by their derision, calmly retorting. Those who wish to test the might of the Uchiha clan may come forth. His words resonated with confidence, showcasing the grandeur of his esteemed clan before the rain ninjas. This fearless demeanor in the face of a demigod inspired the Uchiha, behind him, to stand tall. They understood well who their opposing leader was. The towering, monstrous figure before them revealed the identity of their adversary. The pressure exerted by the demigod was indeed as heavy as a mountain, yet the leader's proclamation fortified their resolve. The backbone that upholds a nation is nurtured by faith, spirit, and honor, a unique confidence belonging solely to the Uchiha clan. What constitutes a leader? One whose every word and action boosts morale and inspires the hearts of others may be deemed a leader. Uchiha Shung's declaration weighed heavily upon the ears of the rain ninjas. They were familiar with the Uchiha clan, whose strength and pride were synonymous. No one could overlook the might of this army, even Hanzo himself. The pressure now lay with the rain ninjas, despite having a leader at the helm. Though they did not fear the Uchiha clan, they dared not act recklessly. Each rain ninja awaited the demigod's command. The atmosphere on the battlefield was thick with tension. Brave, powerful, confident, and fiercely proud, such a family was indeed awe-inspiring. How wonderful it would be if such a clan were born in my rain country. Perhaps we could stand shoulder to shoulder to quell this chaotic world. Hanzo sighed earnestly, yet his words did not sway Uchiha Shung in the slightest. Is this not a weapon belonging to one of your Uchiha clan's juniors? After a few breaths of silence, Hanzo produced a black longsword, marred by chips and nearly broken. Here, take it back. I had intended to keep it as a trophy, for it belonged to a worthy opponent. To be acknowledged as an adversary by Hanzo of the Salamander, and to wield the black sword, sent shockwaves through all the Uchiha present. Could this be that esteemed individual S? Stammered a Uchiha Chunin. This was a prodigy who, at merely 10 years of age, had outshone all others, reshaping his kin's understanding of genius. Who would have thought such a figure could not escape the cruel fate of early demise? How unjust is the divine will! The leading Uchiha Jonin gasped, feeling a heavy weight in their chests. He was the hope for our clan's resurgence. A tearful elite Jonin gritted his teeth. Although his rank surpassed Xinglan's and he stood just below Uchiha Shung in their ranks, it did not diminish his admiration for the child. That bold and tenacious genius, merely having met him a few times, inspired in him a desire to follow. Yet, compared to this tearful Jonin, the leader on the battlefield must be the one in the deepest sorrow. Uchiha Shung could scarcely believe it, or rather, he dared not to. Holding the battered black sword, Uchiha Shung trembled. The indented, deformed blade, the countless chips along its edge. Every mark spoke of the struggles and brutality faced by its master in battle. No, this cannot be. Uchiha Shung roared, his bloodshot eyes wide with fury. He could slay elite Jonin. Could he not even escape? Who do you think you are? A demigod? And what of it? Uchiha Shung's voice was tinged with hysteria, his state far from stable. In truth, it was an opportune moment for Hanzo to launch an attack. He was keenly aware of this. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he suppressed his desire for offense. With a slight tap of his toes against the salamander, a faint mist of poison erupted from its glands. He aimed to swallow this Uchiha squad with minimal loss, by shattering the spirit of their leader. He could provoke them into a rash attack, drawing them into the poisonous fog, at which point escape would be too late. You are mistaken. That child did not flee. You should know him well. He seems to lack the emotion of fear, killing with reckless abandon. Do you know, he even murdered in front of our village's gates. Not only slaying my rain country's jonin, but also launching a direct assault against me. Uchiha Shung staggered backward several steps. Shunlan had grown up under his watch. He knew his temperament well, though it seemed unlikely he would act so irrationally, recalling Shunlan's reckless fury against the Sand Ninja recently. It appeared he was indeed fighting with wild abandon. This combat style bears a striking resemblance to his recent tactics. He is pushing himself, much like he did when striving to evolve his two-tomo Sharingan. Could it be that he is attempting to force himself into awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Seiji's pupils suddenly constricted into pinpoints, and the audacious speculation left him incredulous. He was aware that Shunluin possessed a three-tomo Sharingan, which was precisely why he placed such immense value on him and could not fathom his potential demise. If he were truly to perish because of this, then his death would be devoid of meaning. Foolish, foolish, foolish. Uchiha Seiji suddenly let out a frenzied roar. Such power cannot be attained through mere combat. Curse it, why the haste? He is still so young, so eager to wield forbidden power. Who told him? Who? Uchiha Seiji suddenly bellowed at the group of jonin behind him. The eyes of the great master have leveled up. Chapter 90. The fierce red-eyed god of death. Each of them knew that Uchiha Seiji only possessed a two-tomo Sharingan, and some among them had even questioned his leadership and command because of it. Yet, at this moment, all witnessed the astonishing transformation of their leader. Foolish, foolish, foolish. Such power demands hatred, loss, and suffering. You are treading the wrong path. Uchiha Seiji suddenly shed 2 streams of tears. He wept for that young man, lamenting the injustice of it all, regretting his own conservatism. If only he had revealed the secrets of the Mangekyo sooner, perhaps this child would not have met his untimely end. The foolishness he had condemned also encompassed himself. He had thought that withholding the secret of the Mangekyo was for Shunluin's benefit, but now, all of it felt utterly meaningless. Even if he attained the coveted three-tomo Sharingan, his heart was now filled only with anguish and profound self-reproach. Recalling the previous excitement of sending news and Shunluin's achievements back to the clan, remembering his father's fondness for that boy and his daughter's special feelings towards him, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a sweet taste in his throat, as he violently spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Leader, master! The clan members exclaimed in alarm. Hanzo of the Salamander looked down at this scene from above, initially intending to launch an attack now that the Uchiha clan was in disarray, seeing it as a prime opportunity to strike. Yet in the next moment, he restrained his urge to attack and lightly tapped his summoning beast beneath him, allowing the toxic mist to slowly begin to seep forth. He aimed to preserve this Uchiha force as much as possible, ideally swallowing them whole. It would be best if this unit were to launch an offensive, for in a short while, the toxic mist would envelop them entirely. At that point, these Konoha elites would have no place to hide. To this end, he rarely set aside the pride of a strong man and called out to Uchiha Seiji, "Do you wish to know how that child perished? I can tell you." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Seiji instinctively fixed his gaze on Hanzo. That child was devoured by my salamander. By now, he has likely turned to dust. Such exceptional talent wasted. I presume you are aware of his extraordinary potential? It is indeed quite tragic that a figure of such promise meets such a disgraceful end. Hanzo cackled as he finished his taunt, prompting uproarious laughter from the ranged shinobi. I shall make you pay for this. Uchiha Seiji's eyes turned crimson, and rage consumed his reason as he instantly appeared before Hanzo, slashing down with a furious strike. Master! Several jonin cried out in alarm at the dire turn of events. Clang! Uchiha Seiji's furious attack bore no fruit, as Hanzo effortlessly deflected it. Hanzo did not unleash his full power, instead engaging Uchiha Seiji in a leisurely exchange of taijutsu. He could not kill his adversary just yet. If he were to slay Uchiha Seiji now, the remaining Uchiha would likely scatter. Keeping their leader alive would instill a sense of caution within them. He needed to wait until the toxic mist completely enveloped this unit. Then, it would be their doom. Leader, the toxic mist is closing in. If we do not leave now, we will be trapped. One jonin shouted to the leader, but unfortunately, Uchiha Seiji was too blinded by rage to hear his clan's cries. Damn it! He gritted his teeth in frustration. Clan members, First, use wind release to disperse the toxic mist, then rescue the leader. Having fought in the land of rain for some time, they had learned a thing or two about countering the demigod's toxic mist. Wind release is most effective against toxic mist, but regrettably, only the clan's Jonin with 3 Tomo Sharingan understood some wind release techniques, specifically replicated from the Sharingan to guard against the demigod's toxins. They did not possess wind release chakra themselves. Forcing the use of such techniques would not only diminish their power, but also greatly increase their consumption. Jonin, use wind release to dispel the toxins, while the others use fire release to repel the rain shinobi. Be careful not to harm the leader. A higher-ranking elite Jonin commanded on the spot. Currently, Uchiha Seiji had lost his reason. Retreating would not be so simple. They had to press on. The thought of abandoning their clan and fleeing alone was never entertained. Yes, wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind whirl technique. Whoosh, swish, swish, swish. The extensive wind release temporarily pushed back the toxic mist, granting them a moment of respite. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Fire release, fire bullets. Fire release, dragon fire technique. As the Jonin unleashed their techniques, the lower-ranking Uchiha began casting their own fire release jutsu, and flames erupted across the battlefield. Their original mission was to hold the rear and slow the advance of the rain shinobi, but due to Uchiha Seiji's impulsiveness, the situation had reversed. A defensive battle transformed into an aggressive assault. Water release, water dragon bullet. Water release, water wall. Water release, water wave technique. The rain shinobi were not idle either. They immediately retaliated with water release. Boom! As fire clashed with water, a vast amount of steaming vapor was released, enveloping the battlefield in dense fog, obscuring everyone's vision while temporarily driving back Hanzo's toxic mist, and the elevated temperature somewhat diminished the toxicity of the mist. Kill. Seizing the moment of obscured vision, the Uchiha clan initiated their assault, their Sharingan still capable of functioning within the fog, and the current circumstances were somewhat favorable to them. Faced with the Uchiha clan's onslaught, the rain shinobi found themselves steadily retreating, utterly unable to withstand the assault. Today, they witnessed the might of the Uchiha clan and understood the stark disparity in quality between the two sides. The individual prowess of the Uchiha was recognized throughout the ninja world, whether in ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, sensory abilities, weaponry, or assassination techniques. They excelled in every regard. Possessing no apparent weaknesses, under comparable circumstances, an experienced Uchiha genin possesses the capability to engage simultaneously with 2 ordinary leaf genin. When considering the rain ninjas, often deemed inferior, the disparity escalates to an astonishing ratio of over 3-to-1. Not every ninja village can boast the caliber of leaf genin. The quality of ninjas from the Hidden Rain village falls significantly beneath that of the 5 great shinobi countries. Take, for instance, the most mediocre of them all, the Sand Ninja. Their individual prowess and combat capabilities undoubtedly overshadow those of the Rain Ninja, a fact that stands irrefutable. The current achievements of the Hidden Rain village owe much to the influence of the demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, who provides them with a semblance of confidence. However, at this juncture, Hanzo finds himself restrained by the Uchiha clan, resulting in the Rain Ninja being decimated to the point where they are nearly brought to their knees in submission. The disparity in quality between the two factions is so pronounced that it becomes readily apparent during their brief encounters, even with the Rain Ninja outnumbering their foes by dozens. The Uchiha clan consistently manifests their expected combat prowess within the confines of limited engagement. Faced with such a formidable assembly of crimson-eyed warriors, some Rain Ninja are so intimidated that they retreat in haste. A bunch of incompetence. The embattled Hanzo gritted his teeth in frustration, lamenting the abysmally low combat effectiveness of his own ninjas. Summoning technique.